Chapter 1. The Beginning of Being Sold. Impudent girl, do not think that your collision with the wall will allow you to escape. I have already accepted money from them, and soon a matchmaker will come to escort you away. Even in death, you shall remain within the Gu family. When Zhaozhao awoke, she was greeted by a cacophony of curses. Her head throbbed painfully. Yet, almost immediately, she sensed something was amiss. Shouldn't she be dead? Why was she still experiencing pain? Moments ago, she had been abducted by a mob at the hospital. Her throat slashed. There was no conceivable way she could still be alive. Cursed fate. She was merely passing by and had encountered such misfortune. Throughout her life, she had devoted herself to saving lives, delivering countless babies, and bringing hope to numerous families. How could fate be so cruel? The heavens were unjust. Just as Zhaozhao lamented her plight, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. The heavens are indeed fair, recognizing your lifetime of virtue. Thus, it has granted you a chance to live again. From now on, you shall be Zhaozhao, and you will complete her life. Furthermore, considering the living conditions here are not as advanced as those in the 21st century, a special gift is bestowed upon you. As the voice concluded, a series of memories that did not belong to her flooded her consciousness. Ikati turned out she had traversed into another realm. Such occurrences from novels were indeed real. However, the girl who shared her name seemed to have a rather unfortunate fate. Although she too was named Zhaozhao, her name was written with Zhao, as in to summon, not with Zhao, as in brightness. Thus, upon her arrival, she was faced with the grim prospect of being sold. While she was lost in her thoughts, a commotion outside interrupted her. It was the only matchmaker in Xinghua village arriving. "Oh dear, Yuanbao, are you ready? We must leave quickly to deliver you to the foot of the mountain before nightfall." All right. Matchmaker Zhang, I'll be out shortly." Yuan Bao hurriedly packed Zhaozhao's sole change of clothing, dragging her off the bed, dressing her in shoes, and pushing her toward the door. "Let us be off. You will soon become someone else's bride. So do not behave so thoughtlessly as you did at home. And do not return after all. You were not born to me, so there is no need for pretense." Matchmaker Zhang, upon seeing Zhaozhao being pushed out, expressed surprise. "Oh, why does she have a bandage on her head?" "It's nothing serious. I just bumped it accidentally." Yuan Bao responded dismissively. Very well. "Here, Yuan Bao, take these 10 taels of silver and just place your handprint on this contract. Then it will be settled." Matchmaker Zhang was not genuinely concerned for her. As long as she was not disfigured, it would suffice. If not, what would happen if the groom's family withdrew their proposal? It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a generous patron, and she intended to secure the 500 intermediary fee. Thus, in a daze, Zhaozhao was thrust out of her hamino, sold out of her home. Throughout the journey, Matchmaker Zhang incessantly praised the groom's family. "Oh dear, your name is Zhaozhao, isn't it? Let me tell you, the hunter at the foot of the mountain is quite a decent man. Just think about it, a hunter surely does not lack for meat, and you are indeed fortunate to have this opportunity. Although he may have a disfigured face, he is still quite tall and robust, albeit a bit aloof towards others. However, you ought to be grateful. If it weren't for this outsider, considering your mother's fierce temperament, who would dare to marry you? I understand that life at home isn't easy for you, so marrying out might be better. Don't be so stubborn. There's an old saying, with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Just look at your father's pathetic demeanor. Can you really expect anything from him?" Zhang, the matchmaker, prattled on, but Zhaozhao hardly absorbed her words. She felt like a wandering spirit, her mind echoing with one thought. She was to be married? Casting her gaze upon her frail, beanpole-like figure, she questioned her existence. Was she not merely in her teenage years? In the modern world, she had reached 28 without finding a partner. Yet here, she was in ancient times, already betrothed? This left her at a loss for words. However, judging by the previous scene, her birth family was hardly worth lamenting. It would be wiser to accompany the matchmaker and see what kind of family was purchasing her. If they were tolerable, she could stay and recuperate. If not, she would devise another means of escape. Yet considering the family was willing to offer 10 taels of silver for her, life should not be overly burdensome. Noticing that the girl remained unresponsive after her lengthy speech, Zhang lost her enthusiasm. Once the payment was secured, the girl's future was no longer her concern. As for the life that awaited her, that would depend on her own fortune. She considered her actions benevolent, rescuing the girl from a pit of despair. With a cowardly father, a wicked stepmother, and a treacherous younger brother, it was indeed a blessing for her to marry off quickly. As dusk began to fall, they finally arrived at their destination. Zhang called out to the rickety thatched hut, "Gu Xiao Gu, I brought the person you requested." Soon, a tall youth emerged from the hut, his figure imposing, but a long scar beneath his right eye rendered him rather fearsome. Zhaozhao was startled at first sight. It was a pity such a handsome young man bore such a disfigurement. "Thank you, Zhang. Here is the agreed payment for the marriage. Please accept it," Gu Yin said, taking the contract from Zhang and handing over the prepared money. Zhang accepted the payment, her face beaming with joy as she remarked, "Very well, then this matter is settled. May you both have a good life together. I must take my leave now. The roads will be treacherous after dark." Once Zhang departed, Gu Yin turned to examine the person beside him. She was so thin and small, with her head wrapped in bandages and her face dirty. He couldn't help but doubt her ability to care for anyone. "Your name is Zhaozhao?" "Yes." "Then I shall not beat around the bush. I brought you back to assist me in caring for the sick and the children. We shall sleep in separate rooms and present ourselves as a married couple to avoid arousing suspicion. Do not be afraid, I will not mistreat you." Initially, his mother vehemently opposed his intention to marry a farmer's daughter, for his former status had been quite distinguished. Even in his current state of decline, it seemed implausible for a humble peasant girl to aspire to such a union. However, Gu Yin recalled the meticulous inquiries he had faced throughout the capital as they sought to uncover his whereabouts. After enduring such turmoil, he had finally managed to find a semblance of stability. To venture into the town or county to procure a maidservant would be excessively conspicuous and fraught with peril. Thus, it seemed far more prudent to acquire a farmer's daughter, which would afford him peace of mind. Moreover, in this vicinity, the villages were modest, and even the wealthier families or the village head's household did not employ maidservants. Their desire for discretion dictated that they sought wives instead. Zhaozhao listened intently and nodded eagerly. This arrangement suited her perfectly. Given her tender age, it was inconceivable for her to engage in more intimate matters so soon. Having separate sleeping quarters would be ideal. With a face alight with excitement, she exclaimed, "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, my culinary skills are exceptional, and I am well versed in household chores. Caring for others will pose no challenge." Seeing her enthusiastic agreement, Gu Yin nodded in satisfaction and led her towards the thatched cottage. Chapter 2. The Spiritual Spring. Upon entering, Zhaozhao beheld 3 other inhabitants of the humble thatched cottage. An elderly woman lay frail and slumbering upon a hard wooden bed, occasionally coughing. 2 small children, around 3 years of age, played with mud on the ground. Upon noticing Gu Yan's arrival, they eagerly scrambled to their feet, their innocent voices chiming. "Uncle, when is dinner?" "And is hungry." "Mo is hungry too." "Uncle, we listened to you and didn't disturb grandmother." "Be good, and Mo, uncle will prepare porridge shortly," Gu Yan said, crouching down to gently soothe his niece and nephew. During this tumultuous period of hardship they had endured together, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt towards his elder brother and sister-in-law. Zhaozhao, observing the scene, quickly grasped the situation and spoke up. "Husband, where's the kitchen? I shall prepare the meal." The unexpected address startled Gu Yin, prompting him to stand upright in alarm. "Why you call me what? Husband? Did you not say that we should present ourselves as a married couple to outsiders? What else should I call you?" After a brief contemplation, Zhaozhao mused that in ancient times, villagers referred to their spouses as my other half or the head of the household. Husband seemed too formal, especially given his youthful appearance. Yet, since he appeared discontent with being called husband, she considered alternatives. "Shall I call you head of the household? Or perhaps, if it is your niece, I could address you as an aunt's uncle?" Gu Yan's brow furrowed even more at her suggestions. With a resigned tone, he replied, "Let's stick with husband. It is merely a title, after all. We typically prepare porridge over there by the fire pit. The rice is in the earthen jar nearby." "Very well, I shall take care of it," Zhaozhao exclaimed, her excitement evident as she dashed outside to find the fire pit she had just been told about. She quickly discerned that this household, with its elderly and young, was led by Gu Yan. Despite the menacing scar across his face, he did not strike her as unreasonable. In fact, She felt a sense of comfort in his presence. Compared to her own family dynamics, this relationship felt far simpler. Her stepmother had never regarded her as a person, merely a servant to fulfill daily tasks. The thought of returning to such a life was unbearable. Thus, she resolved to remain with the Gu family. If she intended to stay, it was imperative to endear herself to them, ensuring a smoother existence in the days to come. In no time, Zhaozhao had sparked a fire with a nearby fire starter, set water to boil, and proceeded to search for the rice. Upon opening the jar, a sigh escaped her lips. The Gu family faced their own struggles. The coarse rice was nearly depleted. Given the number of mouths to feed, they would need to cook all of it to barely provide a bowl of thin porridge for each person. Very well, let us prepare all of it, she resolved. Tomorrow's concerns can wait. One cannot sleep on an empty stomach. With a swift determination, Zhaozhao thoroughly emptied the clay pot, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. Inside the house, Guyen observed her for a moment before deciding she was of no concern. This peasant girl should be capable enough. And then Mo watched her curiously from the side, excitedly inquiring, "Uncle, is this the little ant you found for us?" Clearing his throat, Guyen replied, "Well, yes, let us say so. From now on, I shall have her look after you two, all right? Otherwise, while I venture into the mountains to hunt, I will remain uneasy." Guyen was pleasantly surprised by the children's cleverness, as they were already familiar with the term little ant. "All right, that sounds good. She seems quite nice," and chimed in. "I agree. Just now she smiled at me, and her eyes were so beautifully curved when she did." Mo and Anna nodded enthusiastically, quickly embracing their new little ant. At that moment, the woman in bed seemed to awaken, struggling to sit up. Guyen hurried to her side, helping her to sit up while saying, "Mother, why don't you rest a little longer?" The girl, Zhaozhao, has just been brought over by the matchmaker and is currently cooking porridge. "You needn't worry. Is that so? The child has arrived?" She responded. "Then, as you say, I shall rest a bit more. When it's time for a meal, I will prepare a welcoming gift for her." With that, Li Shi weakly reclined back down. Her health had been ailing for quite some time, and despite taking some medicine, it had proven ineffective, leading her to refrain from further consumption, feeling it was a waste of silver. Guyen found himself helpless against her stubbornness. Were it not for the thought of the two little ones going hungry, she would have preferred to remain utterly still. "Do not fret, mother. Just take your time to rest." With that, Guyen led the two little ones out, moving toward the other two thatched cottages to tidy up. At the foot of the mountain, there were 3 cottages in total. Before Zhaozhao's arrival, one was for his mother, one for him and the children, and the third lacked a bed, which now needed to be furnished. Meanwhile, the porridge simmered over the fire, and Zhaozhao was not idle either. Having surveyed the surroundings earlier, she noted that it was spring, and the wild vegetables thrived splendidly. There were plenty of bitter greens nearby, perfect for a refreshing salad to accompany the porridge. As she dug for wild vegetables, Zhaozhao's mind was also racing. This family appeared quite impoverished, yet they were still striving to earn a living. Although this life had been gifted to her, she was determined not to subsist on meager rations. She had standards when it came to food. In her previous life, nearly all her earnings had been spent on meals, whether dining at restaurants for lavish feasts or preparing grand meals at home. Her guiding principle had always been to never deprive her palate. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the usage rights for the spiritual spring space. Currently, several wild bitter greens have been detected. Would you like to plant them in the space?" "Plant, plant, plant." Zhaozhao's heart raced with excitement, her hands trembling. It was here it had truly arrived. Ever since the voice had mentioned a grand gift, she had been curious about what it might offer her. Would it grant her a golden finger, much like the protagonists in novels? Who could have imagined that dreams could be realized so suddenly? She too has become a traveler with a spiritual spring space. How delightful! At this moment, Zhaozhao simply wishes to laugh heartily towards the heavens. She knew that the divine had eyes, and that good people would be rewarded. She is grateful to the heavens for granting her a second chance at life, and for bestowing upon her such a remarkable advantage. Although she does not yet fully comprehend the purpose of this spiritual spring space, it certainly sounds impressive and promising. Given the multitude of people around, it is not the most opportune time. She will wait until the night falls into stillness to delve into her studies. Chapter 3. The ailing matriarch with her newfound advantage in hand. Zhaozhao feels no anxiety whatsoever. Calmly, she prepares a dish of wild vegetable salad and brown rice porridge. By the time her meal is ready, Guyan also finishes his tasks. Earlier, she had observed him bustling about, but they were not yet familiar enough for her to inquire further. "My dear husband, dinner is ready. Where shall we eat?" Guyan, washing his hands, replied nonchalantly, I will set up a table. Mother is not well. Let us dine in her room." With that, he moved 2 large stones into the room and brought in some wooden planks to create a makeshift dining table. Zhaozhao, feeling quite hungry, did not mind the arrangement. She carried in a pot of porridge and a plate of wild vegetables, then took the 2 little ones to wash their hands before sitting down to serve everyone. At this moment, Li Shi also sat up, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize Zhaozhao closely. Though she appeared somewhat frail, her delicate features and symmetrical countenance did not disgrace Yin air. Zhaozhao sensed that the matriarch was observing her. Carefully, she ladled porridge into a bowl and placed it before her, smiling warmly as she said, "Mother, I am Zhaozhao. Please enjoy the porridge." Li Shi took out a handkerchief from her bosom, carefully retrieving a silver hairpin from within, and presented it to Zhaozhao, saying, "Zhaozhao, this is a token of welcome from me. Please do not disdain it. From now on, you shall be the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Live well with Yin air." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Li Shi began to cough incessantly. Guyan hurriedly patted her back while bringing her water to drink. Indeed, Mother's health is deteriorating increasingly. Li Shi gazed at the young woman before her, her eyes clear and gentle, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. This silver hairpin was one of the few pieces of jewelry she possessed. Originally, Li Shi had hesitated about allowing Yin heir to marry a peasant girl, feeling it a disgrace given his former noble status. Nevertheless, their current situation was dire. Merely surviving was a luxury, let alone worrying about disgrace. Furthermore, her son, having grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth, was willful and unrestrained, utterly ignorant of the mundane tasks of life. If not for his martial skills, which allowed him to hunt in the mountains, they might have perished from starvation long ago. Reflecting on her own frail health and the 2 young children, she thought that should anything untoward happen to her in the future, someone would need to care for them. Though the status of a peasant girl may be humble, she undoubtedly possesses diligence and capability. The young lady named Zhaozhao particularly caught her eye, and upon entering her home, she resolved to treat her with the sincerity of family. Zhaozhao glanced at the silver hairpin, intricately crafted, clearly not the sort of adornment one would expect from a farming household. She quickly declined, saying, "Mother, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Please, you keep it. It's a gift for you." "Do not be so polite," her mother insisted. With no alternative, Zhaozhao looked to the side at Guyan, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to take the hairpin and place it in her hair. "Thank you, mother. I shall treasure it. Now let us eat." "Yes, let us eat," came a cheerful response. "This porridge is delightful, and what is this green dish?" And in having just savored a spoonful of the warm, thick porridge, found it far superior to what her uncle and grandmother typically prepared. Curiously eyeing the green leaves on the table, she inquired. Upon hearing Anan's question, Zhaozhao eagerly responded, "This is called bitter herb. It's a type of wild vegetable and quite tasty. Would you like to try?" Under her encouraging gaze, Anan picked up a small portion with her chopsticks and, after tasting it, beamed with a radiant smile. "It's not bitter at all. It's delicious." As Anan spoke, everyone began to enjoy their porridge and wild vegetables. Such a simple meal turned out to be quite flavorful. The 2 little ones, relishing a meal that was relatively enjoyable, fell silent, focusing intently on their food. Zhaozhao, too, said little, concentrating on her own bowl of porridge. After tasting both the porridge and the wild greens, Guyan found himself pleasantly surprised. Despite using the same rice, how could Zhaozhao's preparation be so much more delightful than that of his mother and himself? He couldn't fathom it. Furthermore, the vibrant green dish on the table looked incredibly appetizing. With a sprinkle of salt, it was far more enjoyable than plain porridge. He had noticed her crouching not far from the house earlier, Was she foraging for wild vegetables? These plants grew there, yet he had never realized that such weeds could be consumed. After enjoying the meal prepared by Zhaozhao, Li Shi felt even more pleased with her. Indeed, she was quite capable, her culinary skills far surpassing her own. Having spent a lifetime as a young lady and a matron, she had rarely cooked and could only manage to ensure the food was edible. Thus, after this meal, Zhaozhao distinctly sensed a shift in the Gu family's demeanor towards her, a newfound warmth, particularly evident in the two little ones. Once the meal concluded, the children eagerly trailed behind her, offering to assist with the cleanup. "Auntie, your cooking is truly delicious, and it had such a wonderful time today. Auntie, let me help you with the stool. Do not crouch. Auntie, will you stay with us forever? Auntie, my uncle and grandmother S. cooking isn't as good as yours." Gu, Ian, and Gu, Mo chattered incessantly around Zhaozhao. As she washed the dishes, they crouched beside her, their eyes filled with admiration. Lu Zhaozhao gazed upon the two little ones. Despite their somewhat disheveled appearance, their delicate features rendered them utterly charming. Their eager affection towards her melted her heart. They were far more endearing than the original owner's brother. Lu Zhaozhao had a vague recollection of that brother, who, although only 6 years old, was plump and utterly indifferent to her as an elder sister. Influenced by their mother, he only knew how to command her haughtily, which she found quite irksome. After tidying up the dishes, Lu Zhaozhao prepared a large pot of hot water, intending to use it for her nighttime routine. Guyan approached her and said, "You will sleep in that thatched cottage tonight. I will prepare the bed for you." "All right, thank you. I have boiled hot water. You all should soak your feet before bed to relieve fatigue. It's good for your health." During her time in the modern world, she had developed a habit of soaking her feet daily. Though the current conditions were somewhat harsh, indulging in a foot soak was still a comforting luxury. Guyan nodded expressionlessly and turned to fetch a wooden basin, only to be unexpectedly halted by the two little ones, each clinging to one of his legs. They looked up at him and said, "Uncle, can we sleep with Annie tonight instead?" Guyan pondered. Had they changed their minds so swiftly? Had they already forgotten who tended to their every need not long ago? Moreover, they have only just met Lu Zhaozhao. They cannot be that familiar. Is it appropriate for them to wish to sleep with her so soon? Enough of this. You should still sleep with your uncle. We could discuss this matter later. Guyan, somewhat exasperated, firmly rejected their request. However, just as he spoke, he noticed in Anne's large, glistening eyes brimming with tears, her pitiful expression tugging at his heartstrings. Seeing this, Lu Zhaozhao quickly interjected, "It's all right. Let them sleep with me tonight. It would be quite nice to have these two little ones for company. They might disturb your rest." Guyan's words were spoken with utmost sincerity. During this time, sharing a bed with the two little ones, he had lost count of how many times he had to cover them with blankets. They tossed and turned, kicked off the covers, and often, in the midst of sleep, little feet would find their way over to him. "I understand. Do not worry. I am quite adept at looking after children. They can sleep with me tonight." Lu Zhaozhao smiled nonchalantly, reassuring him. She adored children and had taken care of her sister's little nephew during his early years. She was more than experienced in child-rearing. Upon hearing her consent, the two little ones' expressions transformed from potential tears to radiant joy. Thus, Guyan found it futile to argue further, and simply remarked, "Then I shall go prepare the bedding for you," and walked away. The two little ones admired Lu Zhaozhao even more. Previously, they had to obey whatever their uncle said, but now, he seemed to heed Auntie's words. They exchanged glances, as if uncovering a grand secret, and began to giggle quietly. With everything arranged, Lu Zhaozhao lay down with the two little ones beside her. She lay on the outermost edge of the bed, unafraid of the possibility of them falling off during the night. Shortly after she had settled down, the rhythmic sound of breathing surrounded her. After a long day of play, the two little ones were utterly exhausted, almost falling asleep the moment they lay down. Lu Zhaozhao chuckled softly, tucking them in, and then lay back to contemplate. In the stillness of the night, she intended to thoroughly explore her newfound abilities. Recalling the events of the day, Lu Zhaozhao silently murmured, "Spirit Spring Space? I am here, host. Wonderful. What is this Spirit Spring Space like?" She inquired. "And where did you plant the wild purslane from earlier?" "It has been sown into the land of the space." The host can enter by silently reciting the incantation. Oh, what is the incantation? Open sesame. Lu Zhaozhao. How delightfully simple. Then, following the incantation provided by the spirit spring space, she recited it silently. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered she was no longer in the thatched cottage of the Gu family, but in a place that seemed to brim with the essence of the earth and sky. Ethereal mists swirled around, and the sound of bubbling springs filled the air. Expansive plots of land were meticulously laid out, exhibiting a grand scale. As she walked further, Lu Zhaozhao came upon a fenced courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed 3 bamboo houses to her left, center, and right, with a pond in the courtyard connected to the stream she had seen outside. Standing within the fenced area, she felt a twinge of anxiety, as if she had intruded upon someone else's domain. This was truly a paradise. The air was fresh, the scenery breathtaking, and amidst the sound of the spring, she could also hear the cheerful chirping of birds. This environment was far superior to the humble thatched homes of the Gu family. Habitually, Lu Zhaozhao called out, "Is anyone there?" The voice of the spirit spring space responded promptly, "What are you shouting about? Here, besides you and me. How could there possibly be anyone else?" "Apologies, I'm just used to it." Hee, spirit spring space. I never expected you to be so magnificent. It's like a fairyland. By the way, where did you plant my wild purslane? I want to see. Alas, the Gu family was impoverished, more so than the original owneress family. At least the original family had some land. The Gu family truly had nothing. The rice jar was nearly empty, and tomorrow morning, they would have to make do with wild vegetable soup. Lu Zhaozhao's words were laced with concern. If it were just adults in the household, missing a meal wouldn't be a calamity. But with 2 little ones who were still growing, it pained her to think of them going hungry. "Follow me." The spirit spring space, having heard her plight, readily offered to show her the wild purslane it had planted. However, Lu Zhaozhao was confused. Where was it? How could she follow it? She could only hear its voice. As she grappled with her confusion, a whimsical, flying creature resembling a tiny sprite suddenly materialized before her. With its adorably large eyes and rotund body, it bore a striking resemblance to both a cat and a small tiger. Remarkably, despite its lack of wings, it soared effortlessly through the air, exuding an endearing clumsiness. Lu Zhaozhao was utterly mesmerized by this charming little being. "Hey, why are you standing there in a daze? Aren't you supposed to be looking for wild vegetables? Come along with me." The spirit of the Lingquan space, noticing that the human had not followed, flitted back to call her. This human was rather peculiar. Could this host assigned to it truly be a fool? It was only then that Lu Zhaozhao snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with wonder as she gazed at the creature. "No, I'm coming. I just can't quite believe it. You are simply adorable. And how can you fly? What sort of creature are you?" "I am the spirit pet of this Lingquan space. I am no ordinary animal." "So cute," she exclaimed, and together they ventured into the fields outside. Upon seeing the expanse of fertile land, Lu Zhaozhao could not help but exclaim in astonishment. "My goodness, this is simply unbelievable. Is this really the wild vegetable I unearthed yesterday? Why is this entire stretch of farmland left barren?" Her astonishment was justified. The wild vegetables before her were of an entirely superior quality compared to those she had dug up the day before. The ones she had harvested were somewhat wilted from the drought, though still edible. They paled in comparison to the vibrant, luscious specimens now before her. The wild vegetables here were pristine, glistening with freshness, looking far more delectable than her previous finds. Chapter 5. The Skilled Hunter. Moreover, it was evident that this land was of excellent quality, yet lay largely unused, which struck Lu Zhaozhao as an egregious waste. After all, she had found herself in an era marked by scarcity, and her new family was notably impoverished. Land was the lifeblood of the common folk. Possessing land meant one would not face starvation. Of course it's empty. You have just become the master of this Lingquan space, and everything here must be cultivated by you. Currently, I can only detect wild vegetables, so that is all you can plant. The spirit pet replied matter-of-factly, its gaze not particularly amiable. Whether it was merely her imagination, Lu Zhaozhao couldn't shake the feeling that the spirit pet harbored a certain disdain for her. Did it think her foolish? Nonsense. She was simply grappling with the incredible situation. After all, She was a proud medical student from a prestigious university in the capital. How could she be considered dim-witted? Oomph. She would certainly prove her worth in due time. Afterward, the two engaged in conversation for quite a while, allowing Zhaozhao to finally grasp the nature of the Lingquan space. It is essential that the plants must pass through her hands before being cultivated in the spirit spring space, a realm blessed with an extraordinary environment. Unlike the outside world, where growth takes an interminable time, even a humble wild purslane can flourish to its optimal state within just an hour. Moreover, this spirit spring space possesses a multitude of functions, though it has only recently been activated, allowing her to unlock its capabilities gradually, one by one. Realizing that her space is such a precious treasure fills Zhaozhao with immense excitement. With this gift, she need no longer fear starvation in this ancient era. After conversing with her spirit companion for a while and learning that she could freely forage wild vegetables from the spiritual field, Zhaozhao returned to the straw-thatched bed, casting a glance at the peacefully sleeping children before drifting off into a sound slumber. The next day, when Zhaozhao finally awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and the two little ones had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, she hastily rose from her bed, having initially believed that her adjustment to this new era would hinder her sleep. Yet, she had unexpectedly slept soundly until the sun's rays kissed her. Was it due to the change of dynasty, which alleviated the tension she felt as a doctor? Or perhaps it was because she had stayed up too late the previous night? Fortunately, the two little ones had likely played themselves to exhaustion, sleeping soundly without kicking off the covers. Otherwise, had she been too deeply asleep and they caught a chill, it would have been a grave misfortune. After all, she had fervently assured Gu Yan that she was quite adept at caring for children. Who could have anticipated that she would so swiftly contradict herself? Regardless of the reason, it was certainly inappropriate for a newly sold bride to indulge in a late slumber on her first day at her in-laws' home. In her flurry of preparation, Zhaozhao finally spotted the two little ones in the courtyard, assisting Gu Yan in kindling a fire and boiling water. Upon noticing her awakening, Gu Yan, with a stoic expression, remarked, "Awake, are we?" "Yes, I apologize for oversleeping. Allow me to tend to the fire," she replied, taking the fire poker from him, stirring the embers before inquiring, "What shall we eat this morning?" "Here are 3 wild chicken eggs for you. I discovered them while hunting in the mountains. I just noticed the rice jar is empty, so we shall make do for now. Later, I will sell the game in town and purchase some rice," Gu Yan said, handing over the last 3 wild chicken eggs from their home. He understood that this was insufficient for everyone, yet it was the only option available at the moment. "Oh, splendid. We can make a soup with the wild vegetables," Zhaozhao replied. "Did you catch all those? What did you go hunting?" "I was unaware." As she busied herself with the tasks at hand, Zhaozhao noticed nearby a pile of 2 wild chickens, a hare, and a basket whose contents remained a mystery. "I ventured into the mountains before dawn," Gu Yan stated, then turned his attention away from her, pouring the hot water and mixing it with cool water before carrying the wooden basin towards his mother's room. Although the weather is not cold at present, his mother's health is frail. The doctor had previously advised against her using cold water for washing, hence he diligently boils water for her every day. He only hopes that she can live longer and spend more time with them, at least to see and Mo grow up a little more. Zhaozhao's mouth fell open in astonishment. While she indulged in her slumber, he had already ventured into the mountains to hunt. Yet it was only natural. As the pillar of the family, he would naturally be anxious if the household was short on provisions. Lost in her thoughts, Zhaozhao prepared breakfast for the day. It was a soup made from wild vegetables and eggs, with each person receiving a generous bowl, albeit with fewer eggs and more vegetables. It was enough to fill their stomachs. However, this time, her foraging for wild vegetables at the door was merely a ruse, as the vegetables she used were taken from her own space. She wanted to taste whether the vegetables grown in her spiritual field were more delectable, considering their exquisite appearance. She was genuinely tempted. As she expected, during breakfast, the family members all remarked upon the soup, showering her with compliments. "Wow, Annie, this soup is delicious. The eggs are tasty, and the wild vegetables are delightful. Indeed, it's truly delicious. Auntie, you are amazing. I no longer wish to eat Uncle's cooking." As soon as Mo finished speaking, he received a gentle reprimand on his head and turned to see his uncle's displeased expression. With such delicious food, you still can't keep quiet. Hurry and eat, he said. Gu Yin felt quite embarrassed. He anticipated that the little one would undermine him in front of everyone. Although he acknowledged that Zhaozhao's cooking was indeed far superior, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. Li Shi savored the warm egg soup, looking at her family, both big and small, and felt a deep sense of comfort. This felt like a home. Indeed, a family cannot do without a woman. She was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. With her around, she could rest easy and focus on her recovery. Once they finished their meal and tidied up, Zhaozhao called out to Gu Yin, who was preparing to head to town to sell the game. Husband, wait a moment. May I accompany you to town? We're out of some seasonings, and I would like to buy a few. We could go together after you finish selling your game. Sure. Then you can come with me. I'll inform my mother, Gu Yin replied. After speaking, he set down his backpack and went inside to tell his mother. Zhaozhao, curious about the contents of the backpack, leaned in to take a look. To her shock, what she saw made her recoil in horror. To her dismay, the backpack contained snakes. Zhaozhao, who was fearless in the face of bloody surgical procedures, had only one fear in her life: snakes. The thought of their slimy, cold, and smooth texture sent chills down her spine. Moreover, she had been completely unprepared for such a startling sight, which left her utterly terrified. Upon hearing her startled cry, the two little ones playing outside and Gu Yin inside the house rushed over. Aunt, what happened? Zhaozhao, are you all right? Snakes. So many snakes. Zhaozhao pointed tremblingly towards the nearby basket. Gu Yin quickly comprehended the situation, moving to her side to support her, reassuringly stating, do not be afraid. They're all dead. I intend to sell them in town shortly. Is it true that while hunting on the mountain, you encountered more snakes than anything else? Zhaozhao found this hard to believe. Having read numerous novels, she thought wild boars were typically the most commonly hunted game. Why was it different for him? Wild boar meat is delicious. Gu Yin, unaware of her thoughts, nodded earnestly and explained, the creatures on the mountain are quite cunning and hard to catch. Snakes are more abundant and comparatively easier to catch. Besides, all the ones I caught are non-venomous and thoroughly dead. You need not worry, they will not bite you. Indeed. Aunt, you need not fret, they are all dead. We rely on Uncle's catches of snakes for our meals. The two little ones quickly chimed in, exactly. Snakes can be sold for money, and money can buy rice. Seeing her so frightened, they nodded vigorously in agreement. To them, these creatures equated to delicious meals. Moreover, Uncle had assured them that they were harmless, leaving them puzzled as to why Aunt was so fearful. Indeed, women must be protected. Mo silently vowed to safeguard Aunt. Otherwise, he would not enjoy such delectable meals. After being comforted by the two little ones for a while, Zhaozhao finally regained her composure. However, as they set off, no matter what Gu Yin said, she kept a considerable distance from him and his basket, her aversion evident on her face. Gu Yin felt somewhat helpless. To him, snakes and rabbits were no different, both being animals that could be sold for money. Thus, the two continued their journey to the town, maintaining a distance while conversing. The nearest town to Xinghua village was Ping'an Town, approximately 10 miles away, which would take them about half an hour to walk. Zhaozhao had not walked such a distance in a long while and had to rest several times along the way before slowly following Gu Yin to their destination. Upon arriving at the town, they headed directly to a general store, the place where Gu Yin often sold his catches. The shopkeeper accepted all sorts of goods, making it convenient for Gu Yin to sell there. Seeing a customer, the enthusiastic shopkeeper, Yang, called out, Ah, young Master Gu, you are back. What have you caught today? Hello, Yang. As usual, there are wild chickens, rabbits, and snakes, all freshly caught this morning, Gu Yin replied with a calm expression, devoid of much fluctuation, politely stating his offerings. All right. I trust you, young Master Gu. Let us do it this way. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 2 taels of silver for all these. Does that sound good? All right. Gu Yin had just uttered a single word, not even having the chance to express his gratitude when he was interrupted by a voice nearby. Wait a moment. Esteemed shopkeeper, how much silver are you offering us? Zhaozhao had initially intended to remain uninvolved. Her only desire was to patiently await her husband's return after he sold the silver to procure some seasonings and ingredients to prepare delightful meals for herself and her family. However, upon overhearing their conversation, she sensed something amiss. Even as a newcomer, she realized that selling such a bounty for merely 2 taels of silver was far from reasonable. Not to mention the snake, its gallbladder is a valuable medicinal ingredient, and coupled with the abundance of snake meat, which she personally detested, she could not deny that it was indeed a delicacy, reputed for its exquisite taste. In her previous life, she had heard that in the southern regions, many people relish snake soup, finding it utterly delectable. To offer such a substantial quantity for a mere 2 taels was utterly unscrupulous. When Yang, the shopkeeper, heard the young woman's voice, he assumed she had misheard and promptly reiterated, "I said 2 taels of silver, young lady. Are you the one associated with Gu? Oh, he is my husband. Shopkeeper, you are truly taking advantage of us. For all this, you offer just 2 taels?" Upon hearing this, Yang became agitated and exclaimed, "Why must you speak so harshly? By selling to me, you are saving yourselves considerable trouble. It's 2 taels, take it or leave it. If you refuse, kindly exit to the right and find another way." He had initially considered Gu an easy mark, relishing the substantial profits he made with each transaction. Little did he expect that today, a sharp-witted young woman would accompany him, discerning the lucrative nature of the deal. Yet, had there been less profit involved, he would have been reluctant to engage in such business, naively believing that wild game would sell effortlessly. Zhaozhao, possessing a fiery temperament, was incensed by the shopkeeper's words and immediately took Gu Yin by the hand, intent on leaving. Although Gu Yin had a familiar relationship with Yang, their acquaintance was merely superficial, and he followed Zhaozhao out of the general store. Once outside, he could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Is this Yang really trying to take advantage of me?" "Indeed, Gu Yin, regardless of the circumstances, your goods cannot possibly be worth only 2 taels. Have you sold your previous catches to him for the same paltry sum?" Zhaozhao asserted with conviction. Reflecting on their conversation, she deduced that this was not their first transaction together, and the thought of Gu Yin having been taken advantage of for so long filled her with compassion. She lamented the loss of those funds. Gu Yin nodded, then shook his head, finally admitting, sometimes if the quantity is greater, he might offer 3 taels. After speaking, he felt a twinge of regret. He truly had no idea how much of a difference it could make. He had simply believed that selling to Yang would ensure he received his silver swiftly, avoiding further complications. In the past, while residing in the capital, he had spent dozens of taels for a single meal, never concerning himself with prices. It was only natural for him to be oblivious to such matters. However, times had changed, and he was no longer the carefree young master who could squander his wealth at will. Chapter 7. Selling snake gall, it would be far better to heed the words of Zhaozhao. She appeared to possess a greater knack for living life to its fullest than I did. Thus, Gu Yin, softening his tone for once, inquired, "What do you suggest we do now?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhaozhao asked, "Do you know where the local medical clinic or pharmacy is? We should first sell the snake gall and then address the remaining meat." "I do," Gu Yin replied. "Then follow me," she urged. Having previously visited the town to seek medical assistance for his mother, Gu Yin remembered the route to the clinic. Upon their arrival, Zhaozhao instructed Gu Yin to remain silent while she handled the matter herself. "Excuse me, young sir, is the proprietor available? I have a medicinal herb that I am uncertain whether you would be interested in purchasing." "Yes, what do you have? Allow me to take a look," the curious attendant responded. After all, their proprietor was quite busy, not someone who could entertain just anyone. Recently, a villager had attempted to sell herbs gathered from the mountains, but the roots had been so damaged that the medicinal properties were entirely ruined, rendering the herbs worthless. The proprietor had scolded him, and since then, the attendant had learned to first inspect any offerings before summoning the proprietor. Observing the situation, Zhaozhao instructed Gu Yin to unveil the contents of their basket for the young attendant to see, calmly stating, "We have snake gall. Are you interested?" The attendant, upon viewing the contents, stepped back in astonishment and exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Please wait. I will fetch the proprietor." With that, he hurried away. Moments later, an elderly gentleman with graying hair, appearing kind-hearted, approached and asked, "Is it this young friend who is selling snake gall?" "Indeed," Zhaozhao replied. "We would appreciate it if the proprietor could take a moment to assess it and provide a valuation. If agreeable, we can immediately retrieve the gall for your medicinal needs." Proprietor Wang inspected the contents of Guyan's basket and noted 4 snakes, which were not particularly rare, but of substantial size. After contemplating, he offered, "For these 4 snake galls, I can provide you with 6 taels of silver. Is that acceptable? If so, I can pay you immediately." "Agreed. Let it be settled." Zhaozhao responded with enthusiasm. Although she was still unfamiliar with the prices in this era, 6 taels for snake gall far exceeded the offer from the grocery store owner. This transaction was indeed worthwhile. Guyan, upon hearing the figure of 6 taels, felt his eyes widen in disbelief. Could they truly fetch such a price? He had previously sold numerous snakes to the grocery store owner at such a low price. What a fool he had been. Later, after Wang led them to the back, Guyan skillfully extracted the galls from the snakes and sold them to the clinic for medicinal use. With 6 taels of silver in hand and their remaining goods, the two left the clinic in high spirits. Subsequently, they made their way to a larger tavern in town. Initially, the proprietor showed little interest in wild fowl or hares, but upon hearing of their fresh snake meat, his eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. The snake is indeed a remarkable creature, highly nourishing and delectable. It is among the most sought-after of wild delicacies. However, a recent incident involving a hunter who was fatally bitten by a venomous snake has deterred many from pursuing them, leading to a prolonged absence of snake soup in local taverns. Upon expressing an interest in their catch, Guyan readily showcased the goods. The tavern owner, upon inspection, confirmed the freshness of the prey, recently slain, and promptly purchased their entire catch, directing the errand boy to weigh it in the kitchen while generously paying them 2 taels of silver. With a flourish, he proclaimed, "You young couple should bring all your game here in the future. As long as it is fresh, I shall accept it and guarantee fair prices. You see, there are times when customers crave such delicacies, and I must pay exorbitantly to middlemen, which is quite unreasonable compared to your fresh offerings. Thank you, esteemed owner. May your fortune flow abundantly," Guyan exclaimed, amused by the young lady's eloquence, as he held the warm 8 taels of silver. He could hardly believe they had indeed sold their meager catch for such a sum. It was truly a substantial amount. Since the unfortunate incident at home, he had come to realize the arduous nature of earning a living. To his astonishment, he had managed to acquire 8 taels of silver, the most he had ever earned from hunting. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of pride and regret. He had been so naive, having fallen prey to deception on numerous occasions due to his lack of life experience. Casting a glance at the delicate figure ahead, Guyan suddenly felt grateful for having married her. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the folly of his past. This woman appeared to possess a remarkable knack for managing life, far surpassing his own capabilities. Moreover, her culinary skills delighted both Nin and Momo. With this in mind, Guyan quickened his pace, caught up with her, and discreetly revealed the silver in his hand. "Here, take this silver. From now on, you will manage our household. Without you, I might have remained stuck earning a pittance. I recognize my limitations. I can see you excel in this realm. Henceforth, you shall oversee our finances." Zhaozhao was taken aback by Guyan's swift delegation of household authority to her. She regarded him with appreciation, pleasantly surprised by his perceptiveness, and accepted the responsibility with enthusiasm, replying, "Rest assured, I will ensure that every coin is spent wisely." She genuinely relished the prospect of taking charge, allowing her to procure whatever was necessary. The household, comprised of the elderly and children, was in dire need of nourishment, making this windfall timely indeed. As the matchmaker had said, Guyan possessed exceptional hunting skills, ensuring he would never lack for money or meat. There was no need to be overly frugal. The priority was to restore the health of the family. After all, constant illness necessitating doctors and medicine would be far more costly and imprudent. Thus, providing nourishment became the foremost task. The household was lacking in many essentials, and since they had just made a substantial sum from selling something, why not procure some meat to nourish the children? "All right, I shall follow your lead. Let us wander through the market together. Upon hearing this, Guyan readily agreed and took the lead. Once they arrived at the bustling market, Zhaozhao was filled with excitement. With money in her pocket, she gazed at the myriad of stalls, feeling as elated as a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin. Chapter 8. The grand shopping expedition determined to indulge in a significant purchase. She eagerly dragged Guyan towards the pork stall. As she beheld the splendid array of various cuts of meat, Zhaozhao felt as though she could already envision the fragrant stir-fried pork belly beckoning to her. Unable to restrain herself, she swallowed hard. Since arriving here, she had not enjoyed a proper meal, let alone savored any meat. Life had been exceedingly harsh. Thinking about the prospect of eating meat once they returned home invigorated Zhaozhao, and she inquired, "How much do you sell your meat for, sir?" "Fatty meat is 35 won, lean meat is 25 won, and pork belly is 30 won. What can I get for you, young lady?" The butcher, wielding his cleaver, gestured animatedly, as if ready to slice a piece the moment she made a request. "Is this lard? How much is it? And this must be pig liver, right? How much for that?" Ignoring the butcher's response, Zhaozhao continued her inquiries. "Lard is 10 won per pound, and pig liver is 15 won. Young lady, are you actually going to make a purchase? You've nearly exhausted all my offerings with your questions." The butcher, a burly man with a full beard, seemed to possess a rather irritable demeanor and appeared to be losing patience. Nonetheless, Zhaozhao remained unfazed, smiling patiently as she replied, "I must inquire before I buy, right? Sir, do you offer any extras for larger purchases? How much do you intend to buy? If you truly intend to buy in quantity, I can throw in these 2 large marrow bones for you. They still have a bit of meat on them, not entirely cleaned off." He indicated towards the 2 large bones discarded nearby. Zhaozhao glanced over and indeed saw the bones he mentioned, stripped of most meat but still retaining a slight residue. While they were not pristine, a bonus was certainly better than nothing. The large bones would suffice for making broth. Thus, she boldly declared, "I will take 10 pounds of lard, 2 pounds of pig liver, and 1 pound of pork belly, if that is acceptable. And do remember to include the large bones." "Very well, no problem. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly." Upon hearing her substantial order, the butcher's demeanor brightened. With swift and precise movements, he prepared the item she requested, and true to his word, he included the large marrow bones as a complimentary addition. Since the bones had no other buyers, and with Zhaozhao purchasing goods worth 161, it was a favorable transaction for him, as it might encourage her to return for future purchases. In this manner, Zhaozhao spent over 100 when acquiring the item she desired. The lard could be rendered for oil, the scraps would pair well with wild vegetables for dumplings, the pig liver could be stir-fried, and the marrow bones would make a nourishing soup for the entire family. Alas, the more she thought about it, the more tantalizing it became. Zhaozhao found herself growing increasingly impatient. After departing from the pork stall, Guyan could not help but remark, "You can purchase fatty meat. There is no need to be so frugal. Buy whatever you desire." Although he lacked experience in managing daily life, he understood that families in the village, seeking to enhance their living conditions, often bought fatty meat to treat their children. The succulent, oil-laden bites of meat were a beloved indulgence for the hard-working farmers who seldom enjoyed such luxuries. Despite his own aversion to excessively fatty meat, he assumed it was something Zhaozhao relished, hence his suggestion. Confused, Zhaozhao replied, "I'm not being frugal. This is precisely what I wish to buy. Come, let us stroll further ahead and purchase some rice, flour, and seasonings." Disliking the fact that Guyan's basket had previously contained snakes, she placed all the pork into her own basket, cheerfully shouldering it as they continued on their way. At the grain shop, they procured 5 pounds of fine rice, 10 pounds of brown rice, 10 pounds of fine flour, as well as common cooking condiments such as salt, vinegar, and soy sauce. To ensure the cleanliness of their newly acquired goods, Zhaozhao thoughtfully wrapped everything securely in several sheets of oil paper before placing them in a Guyan's basket. Guyan, unable to fathom her aversion to snakes, contemplated the value of snake gallbladders and considered capturing snakes again during future excursions into the mountains. He resolved to acquire another basket solely for snakes, sparing Zhaozhao the discomfort of her evident displeasure. Once they had gathered all the items on their list, the two of them began their journey home, burdened with the weighty basket. Fortunately, Zhaozhao had built her stamina during her time in the hospital, and although she was young, her constant labor from an early age had endowed her with considerable strength and endurance. Thus, despite the fatigue, she persevered until they reached home. Guyan's residence was situated at the foot of the mountains, quite distant from the village. Along the way, they encountered few familiar faces, which delighted Zhaozhao, as she preferred solitude and cherished a quiet life behind closed doors. In contrast, the original owner's stepmother was exceedingly fond of socializing, often gathering local women at their home for gossip, directing Zhaozhao to fetch water or move stools. Though the original owner disliked this, she dared not rebel, obeying her stepmother's every command to avoid punishment. Fortunately, by the time she had crossed over, she had already left the Liu family. Otherwise, her temperament would not have tolerated such indignities, inevitably leading to conflict with her so-called stepmother. It would have been detrimental to her growth. Instead, she felt fortunate to have encountered the amiable Gu family. Upon entering their home, she was welcomed to take charge, which brought her great joy. Well, for this reason alone, she resolved to treat this family kindly in the future. Moreover, Guyan's prowess in hunting far surpasses her ability to earn a living. She yearns for a stable existence in this feudal era, and having a man by her side would undeniably make life easier than facing alone. Furthermore, Guyan's clear gaze indicates that he is not the sort of person prone to great malevolence. Despite the scar marring his face, detracting somewhat from his appearance, it does not diminish his handsomeness. She believes the scar is not overly severe. In the future, when she has the means, she might consult a physician to inquire about remedies that could lessen its visibility, making it less pronounced. From their very first meeting, they had established a clear understanding, aiming for a mutually beneficial partnership. Although he tends to be a bit aloof and often wears a stern expression, he proves to be quite considerate. This was evident during their journey home. The burden of the basket he carried was already considerable, yet he frequently offered to help her carry hers, demonstrating his strength by shouldering 2 baskets filled to the brim. This reliability as a partner reassured her, leading her to resolve to treat him sincerely and accompany him, for there would be sustenance to share. Chapter 9. Oil refining. Upon arriving home, they found an N and Mo seated on a stone at the doorstep, playing while frequently glancing in their direction. Upon spotting the two, they gleefully dashed over. "Uncle, Aunt, you're finally back," exclaimed the children. "Yes, we've been waiting here for quite a while," they replied, as the little ones surrounded them, bouncing and chattering excitedly. Guyan was taken aback to see them waiting outside and inquired, "What are you doing out here? Where's grandmother?" "Grandmother is asleep. We didn't want to disturb her, so we came outside to play in the mud. And I'm hungry. Where are we having to eat soon?" Then I recalled the delicious egg soup from the morning and, after a morning of play, felt her stomach painfully empty, prompting her to ask. Zhaozhao also felt famished. That meager soup could hardly stave off hunger. She quickly responded, "Don't worry, wait a moment, and Anne will make you buns to eat. Look, what is this? Here, take it and share with your brother, and go play for now. Wow, it's malt sugar. Thank you, Aunt," Anne exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the treat. She hadn't had sugar in ages, and the prospect filled her with joy. Mo, noticing the sugar as well, beamed and politely thanked Zhaozhao before happily running over to share a piece with his sister. The sweet taste was delightful. Once the children were occupied, Zhaozhao began unpacking with Guyan. As he observed the smiles on their faces, a wave of guilt washed over him. He felt he had been a rather unfit uncle. Despite having money, he had not even thought to buy the children a piece of candy. He truly overlooked the fact that they were still children, believing that merely preventing them from going hungry was sufficient. It was only upon witnessing their joyful laughter moments ago that he came to this realization. Indeed, it was his oversight. Zhaozhao, oblivious to his emotional shift, organized the items she had purchased, only to discover that there was little firewood left at home. This was unacceptable, for she needed a substantial amount for the oil rendering process to prepare buns soon. Thus, she promptly began directing Guyan, "Darling, please go chop some firewood. This is insufficient for our needs." Understood, Gu Yin replied, without uttering another word, as he took the axe and stepped outside to gather firewood. Zhaozhao retrieved the pork lard, preparing to render the oil first. However, before that, she needed to knead the dough, and, with the weather being warm, it wouldn't take long to rise. There was enough firewood for the oil rendering, so Zhaozhao eagerly rolled up her sleeves, ready to begin. To her credit, she had some experience in rendering lard, having done it at home previously. One day, while scrolling through short videos, she had seen others rendering lard and mixing it with rice, which looked incredibly tempting. It stirred nostalgia within her. As a child, she relished this dish. However, as she grew up, everyone started buying ready-made vegetable oil from supermarkets, and she hadn't tasted lard with rice in years. Such childhood memories were indeed rare. Thus, during a holiday, she decided to recreate that experience, savoring the flavors of her youth. As she placed the pork lard into the pot, the familiar sizzling sound began to fill the air, rekindling those cherished childhood sensations. She wondered who had spread the unfounded claims online about the adverse effects of consuming too much pork, leading everyone to purchase vegetable oil instead. In her view, it had no detrimental impact. She had consumed plenty of pork in her youth and was as healthy as could be. If not for her unfortunate fate, she wouldn't have met an early demise. Nothing compares to the delightful aroma of lard. When Gu Yin and the two little ones returned from gathering firewood, the lard in Zhaozhao's pot was nearing completion. The entire yard was filled with the enticing scent of frying cracklings. Mo couldn't resist and sniffed eagerly, exclaiming, "Annie, what are you making? It smells wonderful. Really, it smells delightful." And added, feeling hungrier. All the energy from the piece of candy she had just eaten was spent gathering firewood. "Annie, do you think we have enough?" And drawn by the aroma, excitedly brought the small bundle of firewood closer to Zhaozhao, her anticipation evident, as if silently pleading for praise. Zhaozhao was amused by her lively spirit and couldn't help but poke her little forehead playfully, laughing, "What a clever little sprite you are. Annie is so proud of you for helping out with the firewood. You're incredible at such a young age. And you too, Mo. Come over and taste the cracklings Annie just made. Let us see how delicious they are. Soon, I'll prepare wild vegetable buns for you." Zhaozhao was nearly in stitches, for this little girl was simply adorable. With a smile, she picked up a piece of fried lard and placed it into Anne's mouth, then offered a piece to Mo beside her. After a few chews, both displayed innocent and joyful smiles, exclaiming in unison how delicious it was. Seeing their delight, Zhaozhao scooped a small spoonful into a bowl and asked them to take it over to the side to enjoy. She then carefully poured the rendered lard into the nearly empty jar before turning her attention to the dough in the basin. Concerned that it might take too long to rise, she had placed it near the fire. Upon lifting the lid, she found it had risen quite well. Hastily, she took out the leftover wild vegetables from the morning's egg soup to mix into the filling. The wild shepherd's purse from her space had grown remarkably well. Without paying attention, she had gathered a bit too much. Since she hadn't used it all in the morning, she blanched it and set it aside in the basin for the next meal, and now it was immediately put to use. She paid no mind to Gu Yin, who was chopping firewood and neatly stacking it nearby. After all, he had nothing else to do, and it was wise to store up some firewood. After putting in a good effort, he could indulge in a couple of buns later on. Thus, in this household, everyone was busy in the courtyard, except for the ailing grandmother who was bedridden, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Zhaozhao was remarkably nimble. Ever since her arrival, she felt as though she had assimilated into the original owner's habits, finding these household chores much easier than in her past life. In no time, the clean tabletop she had wiped down was filled with plump, white buns. The makeshift table, a door panel resting on stones, was rather rudimentary, yet quite functional and spacious enough. By the time the little ones returned from finishing the fried lard, the buns were nearly all wrapped up. Seeing so many large buns, the two children were ecstatic, running circles around Zhaozhao and the stove, chanting, "Buns are ready! Buns are ready!" Chapter 10. Fried lard and wild vegetable buns. Gu Yin observed the joyful expressions of his two nephews and niece, a rare smile gracing his face. Indeed, It had been quite some time since they had last savored buns. The last occasion was when he returned from the town after selling game, purchasing meat buns. However, after buying rice, flour, and seasonings, he had little money left and could only afford a few, allowing each child just a taste. Gazing at the table laden with white buns, Guyen felt a profound sense of contentment. This time, they would surely have their fill. He glanced again at the cheerful and industrious Zhaozhao, marveling at how fortunate he was to have found such a treasure. The 10 taels of silver spent were truly worthwhile. This was undoubtedly the most prudent decision he had made recently. Had he known it would be like this, he would have brought her home much sooner. With her presence, this home finally resembled a true family, sparing the 2 little ones from enduring so much hardship alongside him. Reflecting on the early days when his porridge had either burned or dried out left him feeling quite embarrassed. Remembering the taste of the porridge Zhaozhao had made before, Guyen found it perplexing how he could have produced such an unpalatable dish with the same ingredients. Zhaozhao placed the dumplings in the steamer and, upon discovering the firewood was depleted, promptly called out to Guyen, who was chopping wood nearby. "My dear, could you please bring me some more firewood?" "Certainly," he replied, obediently gathering more for her. At the very least, she now had sufficient wood to steam the dumplings. It struck her as curious. While others might feel a hint of shyness when addressing their husbands, Zhaozhao seemed entirely unperturbed, making Guyen feel that this term of endearment was akin to any other form of address. As Zhaozhao tended to the fire and enjoined her, taking a seat on a small stool beside her, they chatted amiably as an assisted in passing branches. Through these past couple of days, Zhaozhao had discerned the distinct personalities of the twin siblings, and it was the more vivacious of the two, talkative and full of laughter. A delightful girl to be around. Mo, in contrast, was quieter and more composed, yet equally polite. Most notably, both children were exquisitely beautiful. When Zhaozhao first arrived, their faces had been somewhat dirty, obscuring their charming features, but after a good wash today, their cleanliness highlighted their adorable visages. Despite their tattered clothing, she pondered what sort of parents could be so fortunate to have such a lovely pair of twins. As an obstetrician, she understood better than anyone how rare and blessed it was to conceive naturally a pair of twins. While her department had seen numerous mothers of twins, most were the result of in vitro fertilization rather than natural conception. Despite her curiosity, she felt it prudent to refrain from prying into Guyen's family matters, as they were still not well acquainted. Yet, upon her arrival, the matchmaker had provided her with a brief overview of the family circumstances, revealing that they had fled from Ningcheng due to a flood that had ravaged their homeland, destroying their possessions and fields. Tragically, their eldest son, daughter-in-law, and father had perished in the deluge, leaving only an elderly individual and the 2 young ones behind. It was said that Guyen possessed some skills that had likely saved their lives. The roots of Li's illness had also taken hold during that tumultuous time. After a long journey, they had settled in this village, and it was out of pity that the village head had sold them a few straw huts at the foot of the mountain. The children were indeed pitiful, having lost their biological parents at such a tender age. Zhaozhao reflected on her own circumstances. In comparison, she did not consider herself particularly unfortunate. Though she had faced calamities, her previous life had been relatively joyful, and her demise had been swift, devoid of much suffering. Was that not a form of happiness? As her thoughts wandered, time passed swiftly. Soon, the pot of oil and wild vegetable dumplings would be ready, steaming and plump, looking utterly delectable. Moreover, they were made entirely of fine flour, a luxury few households in the village could afford. Zhaozhao felt that her home was inhabited by either patients or children. Given the opportunity, she preferred to provide them with fine noodles and polished rice, as these were the most nourishing for the body. As long as she wasn't destitute, she had no intention of raising her children in poverty. Living in the 21st century, Zhaozhao could tolerate many things, but she could not bear to let her children suffer even a little. After all, they were the nation's little blossoms, and she must nurture them well. Once the meal was prepared, Zhaozhao instructed Guyen to call Li out for dinner. The weather was warm that day, making the outdoors far more pleasant than inside. At noon, they could bask in the sunlight, which, even if one was unwell, was far preferable to being cooped up in bed. Guyan found her reasoning sound and helped his mother outside. Thus, the family gathered around a makeshift stove and simple table, enjoying plump and fragrant wild vegetable dumplings. Wow, this is delicious. The wild vegetables taste so good. Auntie, could you teach Anin to identify wild vegetables later? Anin can also forage for them. One of the children chimed in. Yes, the dumplings are so fragrant. They're amazing. I want to eat another one, Annie. I can help gather wild vegetables too. All right. When there's time, Annie will teach you. Enjoy the delicious food. Eat well to grow tall, Lu Zhaozhao replied, taking a large bite of her dumpling. Indeed, it was delightful. The wild vegetables in this space were of exceptional quality, surpassing any she had ever tasted. It seemed she should seek out more vegetables to fill her space, ensuring she would never have to worry about a lack of food again. Suddenly, recalling the appearance of her space, Lu Zhaozhao was reminded of a game she used to play. It was a continuous cycle of planting and harvesting crops, aptly named Happy Farm. She had once been so addicted that she set alarms in the middle of the night to sneak onto others' fields to steal vegetables. Those were the days. Now, her space was indeed her happy farm, the only difference being that this time, she could actually eat the vegetables she grew. This thought brought her immense joy. A different experience. It's truly delicious. Thank you, Zhaozhao. Your mother is unwell and can't help with anything. I feel like a burden to you, Li said, delightfully savoring the dumplings that were even better than those bought from the market. Her daughter-in-law's cooking skills were truly commendable. Guyan was fortunate to have married her, and their family was blessed because of it. Observing the satisfaction on the children's faces filled Li with heartfelt gratitude for Lu Zhaozhao. If given the chance, she would repay her kindness. Even if it were not in this lifetime, she would work hard in the next to repay her. Those two children were the lifeblood of the Gu family, the embodiment of all their hopes. She fervently wished that one day they would help their parents and grandfather clear their names. Chapter 11. The sister-in-law bringing eggs. Thus, the family rarely had the chance to sit together for a proper meal. Due to time constraints, Lu Zhaozhao did not have the opportunity to make bone broth, so they simply enjoyed the dumplings and drank some water. For them, this was already quite satisfactory. The members of the Gu family, both adults and children alike, were thoroughly pleased with their meal. Lu Zhaozhao herself had indulged in what she deemed the most delightful meal since her arrival in this realm. This was indeed food fit for human consumption. Moreover, due to the wild purslane cultivated in the spatial field, Lu Zhaozhao felt that these buns surpassed any she had tasted in the 21st century, though perhaps her hunger played a significant role in this perception. After all, when one is famished, anything seems delectable. Having spent the entire morning in activities with Guyan, her energy was entirely depleted. How could she not be hungry? Once they had satisfied their appetites, the family members dispersed to tend to their own affairs. The two little ones, having enjoyed the scrumptious oil residue buns, found their fondness for their little aunt growing by the day. At that moment, a sentiment began to take root in their young hearts. Being with their little aunt meant there would always be delicious food. Consequently, whenever faced with her, the two children instinctively sought to endear themselves to her, a fact so apparent that even Lu Zhaozhao could not overlook it. Yet she understood at their age, their minds were consumed with thoughts of food and play. It was perfectly natural for them to yearn for delightful treats. While Lu Zhaozhao engaged in light conversation with the two little ones, a commotion suddenly arose at the entrance of the Gu residence. Lu Zhaozhao looked up to see a stranger, a woman with a basket, standing at the door, appearing somewhat anxious as she scanned her surroundings. Before Lu Zhaozhao could inquire as to whom she sought, Guyan strolled leisurely to the entrance and greeted her. Sister Zheng, what brings you here? Sister Gu, I came to bring you a congratulatory gift. I heard you married a new bride. We are neighbors after all, and you once saved my life. So I thought I should come and pay a visit. This must be your wife? She is indeed quite lovely, Sister Zheng remarked, her gaze shifting to the young bride who had just approached Guyan's side, smiling as she complimented her. Though Lu Zhaozhao did not know her, the conversation clarified that this was their neighbor, so she stepped forward to greet her. Sister Zheng, I am Lu Zhaozhao. I hope to rely on your kindness in the future. Please, there is no need for formality. We are neighbors and should help one another. I should have come to see you sooner, but I felt embarrassed to arrive empty-handed. These eggs are what I managed to gather over the past few days. I hope they are not too few. And this vegetable is homegrown, not worth much, but please take it, Sister Zhang replied warmly. Seeing how courteous Lu Zhaozhao was in her conversation, Sister Zhang took an immediate liking to her. This girl must be easy to get along with. She couldn't help but feel happiness for Gu Yan. A household truly requires a woman's touch. Just 2 days since the young bride's arrival, and already the children's faces were clean and bright, which was a pleasing sight. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao understood completely. Although their marriage had not been formalized with a ceremony, Sister Zhang, grateful for Gu Yan's past assistance, wished to extend her congratulations, albeit delayed due to financial constraints, waiting until her chickens had laid eggs to gather enough to bring along. Sister Zhang, you are truly thoughtful. There is no need for such politeness. This gift is far too precious. You should take it back. Although Lu Zhao found herself tempted by the eggs, upon seeing Sister Zhang's frail figure, she realized that her family must also be struggling. Nevertheless, Sister Zhang managed to gather a dozen eggs, and such goodwill was something Lu Zhaozhao would remember. Take these. You must accept them. If it weren't for Gu Yan, I might have lost my life long ago. Moreover, even if you do not eat them, your 2 children certainly need nourishment. Please accept them with ease. Sister Zhang had finally found a reason to repay her benefactor, and she was determined to present the eggs. Faced with Sister Zhang's fervent generosity, Lu Zhaozhao felt somewhat at a loss and glanced helplessly at Gu Yan beside her. He nodded, indicating that she should accept the offering, and only then did she feel reassured enough to receive them. Well then, thank you, Sister Zhang. Please wait a moment. I will put the eggs away and return the basket to you. With that, she hurried back indoors, found a basin, and carefully arranged the eggs within it. There were also some fresh, tender greens that looked delightful and uplifted one's spirits. After storing the items, Lu Zhaozhao suddenly recalled the steamed buns she had left uneaten at home. There were still several remaining. So, she lined the basket with a layer of oil paper and placed 6 buns inside. She was uncertain how many people resided in Sister Zhang's household, but 6 should suffice. After all, they had no more to spare. Thus, while others had gifted them eggs and vegetables, Lu Zhaozhao reciprocated with a few buns. It was customary among neighbors to exchange gifts. With this back and forth, familiarity grew, and it was often said that distant relatives could not compare to close neighbors. Nurturing good relationships with those nearby was essential, especially in times of need. Sister Zhang was taken aback that the Gu Yan household had returned her kindness. Feeling somewhat flustered, she initially declined the offer several times until Lu Zhaozhao mentioned the buns were filled with wild vegetables, at which point she graciously accepted. Wild greens were abundant and easily foraged, so they were not particularly rare. However, the white flour was indeed quite precious. Thinking of her daughters at home, Sister Zhang mustered her courage to accept the gift, grateful for the goodwill shown by the Gu Yan family. Once Sister Zhang departed, Lu Zhaozhao curiously inquired, "What did Sister Zhang mean when she said you saved her life?" "My dear husband, do tell me." Gu Yan, surprised by her interest, found no reason to withhold the story and calmly explained, "It's quite simple, really. One time, while hunting in the mountains, I happened upon Sister Zhang foraging for mushrooms. Having recently rained, the path was treacherous, and she sprained her ankle. I had intended to carry her down, but she refused, fearing it would cause a scene. Instead, she asked me to send a message to her 2 daughters. Ultimately, they came with a wooden board and carried her down. Gu Yan thought her insistence was somewhat old-fashioned. After all, no one was watching, so what was there to fear? Yet, respecting Sister Zhang's wishes, he complied. The exchange, however, consumed a considerable amount of time, resulting in his meager catch that day. Her daughters were able to carry her. They seemed quite young, Lu Zhaozhao remarked, reflecting on Sister Zhang's apparent youthfulness. Lu Zhaozhao was somewhat taken aback, for she perceived that this Sister Zhang appeared to be in her late 20s, yet her children were already of considerable age. Indeed, she had 3 daughters. The eldest was 12, the middle one 10, and the youngest was already 8. Chapter 12. The Man Who Beats His Wife. So life was not easy for her. Lu Zhaozhao pondered this for a moment, then chose to set the thought aside. However, they finally had eggs to eat, which was indeed a momentous occasion. she decided to fry some eggs for dinner. As Gu Yin spoke, a shadow of an unpleasant memory seemed to cross his features, his brow furrowing. After a brief pause, he shook his head and sighed, muttering to himself, "Never mind, it's none of my business and I can't interfere." He then returned to his tasks. He took a bucket to fetch water. Living at the foot of the mountain made accessing water quite inconvenient, as there was no well in the yard. They could only transport water from the river bucket by bucket, a laborious task. Fortunately, there was a large water tank at home, which made things much more manageable. Earlier, he had noticed that the water in the tank was nearly depleted. With the daylight still available, he hurried to fill it up. Otherwise, Zhaozhao would surely be without water for washing before bed. Although he had only spent a day or two with her, he had already discerned that Zhaozhao was particularly particular about cleanliness, insisting on heating water to wash her face and soak her feet in the evening. She would also prepare hot water for the two younger children, so the tank could not afford to run dry. Meanwhile, upon returning home with her basket, Zhang saw her three daughters playing and washing clothes in the yard. Upon her arrival, they exclaimed, "Mother, you're back. Did you bring the eggs from Brother Gu?" "Yes, indeed. This is a gift from Gu's wife for us. Each of you can have one to taste. They are still warm." Zhang smiled, feeling a great weight lifted from her heart. Otherwise, she would have felt indebted. Wang Linghua's eyes sparkled at the sight of the plump, white steamed buns. She had forgotten when she last had a bun. Only when her sisters each received one did she take a hearty bite, instantly captivated. "Wow, these buns are delicious. I've never tasted such exquisite buns before. They surpass the big meat buns I used to buy in town. Sisters, mother, you must try them." Zheng was somewhat puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be filled with wild, bitter greens? How could they possibly taste this good? Then, the three sisters, along with Zheng, gathered to savor the wild vegetable buns. After they finished, they remarked, "Mother, these buns were made by Brother Gu's new bride? Her culinary skills are extraordinary." "Indeed, mother. I think I tasted some lard in there." "Yes, I noticed that too. Brother Gu is truly fortunate to have such a capable bride. And in an MOMO will surely enjoy delicious meals in the future." The three daughters exchanged words, still relishing the delightful buns. Zheng found it quite astonishing. For some inexplicable reason, she always felt that the wild vegetable buns prepared by the young of the Gu family had a flavor distinct from those she made herself. Could it be due to the addition of lard? Perhaps. The aroma was so delightful that even wild vegetables transformed into a delicacy. Gazing at the last bun, Jinhua remarked, "There's still two left, mother. Should we save them for father? Will he be back today?" "I don't know. It would be best if he didn't return." Zheng shook her head expressionlessly, genuinely wishing for his absence. She preferred the tranquil existence shared among the four of them. Whenever he returned, the household descended into chaos, either demanding money or, in a drunken stupor, resorting to violence against her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zheng suddenly caught a whiff of alcohol. Then, an irksome voice pierced through from behind her. "You old hag, hurry up and bring out the money. I have no cash for drinking. Do you hear me? If you dare deny me my drinking money, I'll beat you to death. And those worthless brats of yours will follow suit. Hurry up, do you hear me?" Upon hearing his voice, Zheng quickly shielded her three daughters behind her and shouted at the man in a frantic tone, "There's no money left. We truly have nothing. You took all the money to buy alcohol and food. Where do we find more?" "Oh, so you refuse to give me money? I'll find it myself. Do you really think I don't know where you hide it?" Wang Daniu staggered drunkenly, but managed to locate their house, ransacking it until he finally discovered a stash of copper coins hidden in a small jar. Emerging, he immediately slapped Zheng and cursed, "You filthy woman. What is this if not money? I knew you were secretly hoarding cash. You cannot take that money. It was meant for buying fabric for Jinhua's new clothes. Her birthday is approaching, and she has been looking forward to it for so long. Return the money to me." Upon seeing the string of coins, Zheng realized where he had rummaged through. Fearing that he would squander all their savings, she had deliberately hidden money in several places. Yet, unexpectedly, he found it so easily. "Get out of my way and don't delay my drinking." Wang Daniu continued to curse as he kicked Zheng before storming out. The three girls, witnessing their mother being struck, were already in tears, frightened and unable to move, huddling together, and weeping incessantly. At this moment, seeing their father leave, the eldest, Wang Jinhua, cautiously approached and asked with concern, "Mother, are you all right? Does it hurt?" "My poor Jinhua, that was the money I had saved for so long. That scoundrel took it away. The promise I made for your new clothes will have to be broken. Oh, why is my fate so cruel? How can I endure this life with such a man?" Zheng felt pain coursing through her body, but her heart ached even more. What sins had she committed in her past life to be entangled with such a man in this one? Heaven, why do you not open your eyes? Why do you not smite him? In the past, she had a sense of pride, and even when beaten, she dared not speak out. Any grievances had to be swallowed in silence. Yet, the image of her and her daughters, joyfully awaiting his return, coupled with the sight of the dumpling he had trampled into the mud, became unbearable. At that moment, she realized she could no longer endure this life alongside him. Thus, she sat in the center of the courtyard, embracing her 3 daughters, and wept inconsolably. The village of Xinghua was comprised of homes that were not far apart, with the Gu family being the recent arrivals, situated at the foot of the mountain and distant from the others. The Wang family lived closest to the Gu family, yet there were several other households adjacent to the other side of Wang's residence. Chapter 13. A Well-Deserved Fate. At this moment, the commotion drew the attention of the neighbors. Upon witnessing the disturbance emanating from the Wang household, they immediately grasped the situation and began to voice their indignation. Has Wang Daniyu returned? How heartless can he be to even strike his wife? What a disgrace for our Xinghua village. This is intolerable. Jinhua's mother. Why not seek out the village head and have her mediate for you? Enough. The village head has admonished him countless times. Have you ever seen him change? Alas, Daniyu was such a good boy in his youth. How has he fallen to this state? It's all due to his parents' early demise, leaving him without guidance, resulting in this predicament. Zhaozhao was in the courtyard, washing clothes for the little ones, when she suddenly heard the frantic entrance of the 2 children. Trembling as they spoke, "Aunt, the lady who just delivered eggs had a ruckus at her home. A man went in and started hitting people. Aunt, should we go in and help them?" Though the children were still young and did not understand everything, they recognized the act of violence. Earlier, while playing outside, they had inadvertently witnessed the commotion and hurried to inform their aunt. She had always instructed them to report any matters to her first and never to intervene alone. Startled by their words, Zhaozhao realized that the woman they referred to was indeed Sister Zheng. What had happened to her? Remembering that she had just received a substantial quantity of eggs from her, she quickly stood up, advising the children to play with their grandmother, and rushed toward Zheng's house. As she reached the entrance, she encountered Gu Yin returning with a bucket of water. Upon hearing her mention the incident, Gu Yin immediately turned and headed toward Zheng's residence, prompting Zhaozhao to follow closely behind. Upon their arrival at Zheng's home, they found Sister Zheng sitting on the ground, cradling her 3 daughters and weeping inconsolably, while the courtyard was in disarray. The neighbors were engaged in animated conversation, with several well-meaning individuals attempting to comfort her. However, it seemed that Sister Zheng was oblivious to their presence, lost in her own sorrow. At that moment, Zhaozhao began to comprehend the gravity of Sister Zheng's plight. She had unfortunately found herself married to a drunken husband, one who was prone to violence. Previously, she had only witnessed such occurrences on television, never anticipating that she would encounter a genuine situation here. Observing the sorrow etched on Sister Zheng's face, she felt an overwhelming surge of compassion for her. The recollection of Sister Zheng's earlier kindness left Zhaozhao with no choice but to act. She swiftly approached her, offering her support and guiding her to a nearby bench. "Sister Zheng, please calm yourself. Weeping will not resolve the issues at hand. Consider your 3 daughters. How can they bear seeing you in such distress? Oh dear, my life has been exceedingly harsh, and my daughters have suffered terribly." With that, the 4 women embraced and wept bitterly once more. Gu Yin, lacking the skill to provide comfort, busied himself with tidying the household, striving to create a semblance of order amidst the chaos. The other neighbors promptly lent their assistance, and a few women joined in to offer words of encouragement. Zhaozhao, perplexed, remarked, "Why can't this man simply be divorced if he is so wretched? Alas, my dear girl, Do you not realize the implications of such words? For us women, divorce offers no respite. The scorn we would endure is immeasurable. A divorced woman bears a tarnished reputation. How will Jinhua, Yinhua, and Linghua ever find husbands? Are you not the newlywed bride of the Gu family? From the eastern part of the village. I presume. Our village is vast, and I have yet to encounter you, though your stepmother has quite the reputation here. Oh, so you're the Lu girl who wed Guyen? That is acceptable. Even if he is somewhat taciturn, he is a reliable man. However, divorced or abandoned women find no refuge. Do you recall the woman in our village who was cast aside due to her inability to conceive? It is said she returned to her parental home and took her own life. Such a tragedy. Lu Zhaozhao was taken aback by the feudal mindset prevalent in this era. Divorce was not synonymous with disgrace. How could one prioritize reputation over life itself? If this continued, Sister Zheng would surely not withstand it. However, Lu Zhaozhao dared not voice her thoughts, fearing that her words might provoke outrage and lead to dire consequences. After offering some solace to Sister Zheng and her daughters, their spirits gradually began to lift. Once the tidying was complete, the neighbors dispersed, recognizing that this was a family matter beyond their purview. They could only hope that Wang Daniyu would refrain from returning, allowing the mother and daughters a few days of peace. After their departure, Lu Zhaozhao and Gu Yin made their way home. Did you already know about Wang Daniyu's violent tendencies? Noticing Gu Yan's calm demeanor, Lu Zhaozhao suspected he might have been aware of the situation all along. Indeed, he has struck Sister Zheng before. This is not an isolated incident. The trust women place in the wrong individuals can lead to immense suffering. Gu Yin, too, felt sympathy for her plight, yet he remained powerless. In a society so harsh on women, the stigma of divorce would undoubtedly affect the marriage prospects of the three girls. Lu Zhaozhao listened to his words, sighed, and said, "It is truly absurd. Such a vile man deserves to meet his end. I beseech the heavens to let him perish outside, so that he may no longer disturb the lives of Sister Zheng and her children." Witnessing her childlike demeanor, Gu Yin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was indeed the first time he had encountered someone so fervently appealing to the heavens. If the heavens were to truly open their eyes, how could there be so much injustice in this world? How could his father and elder brother and sister-in-law have ended up in such dire straits? Such naivety of youth. The following day, an extraordinary incident transpired in Xinghua village. Wang Daniyu, inebriated the previous night, had fallen into a ditch and met his demise. The ditch, not particularly deep, should not have been fatal. However, a large rock lay beneath, and by unfortunate chance, his head struck it just so, resulting in his death. With a villager reporting the death, a few constables and a coroner arrived to examine the body, confirming it to be an accidental death, and subsequently notified the family to claim the body and close the case. Thus, Sister Zheng, having just finished breakfast with her children, received the news of Wang Daniyu's death. The incident was so sudden that she found herself at a loss for how to respond. That brute was truly dead? Would there no longer be anyone to strike fear into her and her daughters? This thought prompted a collective chuckle among them. Indeed, it was splendid news. He died as he deserved. Chapter 14. Destiny at long last. This scoundrel has received his comeuppance. In truth, she had often contemplated in her heart that it might be better if this brute met his end, for then no one would disrupt their lives any longer. Yet, each time she laid eyes upon him, fear gripped her heart. Her daughters were even more terrified. They dared not resist at all. Otherwise, the brute would only become more emboldened in his violence. There were times when her slightest act of defiance would provoke him to retaliate against her daughters, for he knew that they were her Achilles' heel, and that she would surely plead for mercy when it came to them. While he struck them, he would hurl insults, saying, "Useless wretches, after bearing so many, you are still worthless. What use are you to me?" Each time she heard him berate her daughters thus, Zheng's heart ached as if it were being sliced by a knife. These were flesh and blood. He was indifferent, but she cared deeply. At times, she found herself wishing to confront him, to perish together with that beast. Yet, the thought of what would become of her daughters if she were to die, or if she were imprisoned for taking a life, filled her with dread. Who would care for them then? Would their future not be even more miserable? Contemplating such possibilities, Sister Zhang would remind herself to endure during those moments of torment. Bear with it for now, and peace shall follow. She could not believe that the heavens would remain blind to such a cruel soul's existence, allowing him to live without consequence. Given his nature, prone to trouble when inebriated, it was conceivable that one day he might meet his end at the hands of local ruffians. She needed to be patient to outlast him. After all, he was older than she, and she would outlast him yet. As long as she was alive, her daughters would still have a home. To her astonishment, this time the heavens truly heeded her silent pleas, showing compassion for her struggles, and indeed took that brute's life. She was profoundly grateful. Although Zhang was filled with joy in her heart, she had to maintain a facade, for otherwise, others would gossip about her being so pleased after her husband's demise. Her daughters still had to marry in the future, and their reputation could not be tarnished. Accompanying the officials, Zhang managed to handle the aftermath of Wang Danyu's unexpected death, and they allowed her to take the corpse back. The sight of that man repulsed her, and she felt no sympathy for his remains. On the journey home, she casually found a desolate hillside, wrapped the body in a tattered mat, dug a pit, and unceremoniously buried him. After completing this task, Zhang felt an immense sense of relief. Even her steps on the way home were notably lighter. She had finally freed herself from that man's grasp, and no one would ever again harm her or her daughters. With her diligent hands and her 3 growing daughters now capable of assisting her, their lives were bound to improve. Without that man, hope for a better future blossomed. Fortunately, Wang Danyu had no relatives in Xinghua village. He had come here with his parents during a famine, and Zheng had been taken in by them as a child bride. Despite Wang being several years her senior, his parents treated her well. At that young age, she understood little, only that being with him ensured she would not go hungry. Wang Danyu had not been abusive before, but after the death of his parents, he became uncontrollable and increasingly unruly. Therefore, with Wang Danyu's death, Zheng felt no obligation to hold a funeral, and no one would criticize her for it. Firstly, the Wang family had no close relatives or friends in the village. They were outsiders, and the acquaintances they had fled in disarray long ago, leaving no trace. Secondly, Wang Danyu's poor character made him unpopular. Everyone in Xinghua village knew of his abusive behavior towards women and despised him for being a coward who bullied the weak, as well as a drunkard who wasted his days in debauchery. The death of such a man was indeed a blessing for Xinghua village, as it spared them from potential future troubles. Hence, everyone quietly rejoiced for Zhang. At the very least, they recognized her as a person of good character. Though somewhat weak, she had few faults otherwise. When Zhaozhao learned this news, she was stunned for quite some time before processing it. She was genuinely shocked, having never anticipated such an event. After all, just yesterday, she had wished ill upon him, hoping for his swift demise. Yet, she could hardly believe how swiftly it had transpired. Wang Danyu was dead. It was said that he had drunk too much and fallen into a ditch, striking his head against a stone, which seemed remarkably fortuitous. Clearly, when misfortune strikes, it strikes hard. How else could it be so coincidental that he fell precisely where a stone awaited to meet his head? Nevertheless, for Sister Zheng and her daughters, this turn of events was indeed a stroke of good fortune. There is no need for separation. Henceforth, they can lead their tranquil lives. Gu Yin observed Zhao's peculiar expression, as he had heard her words from the previous day. He found it quite astonishing. This little girl possessed a remarkable gift. How could it be? Although it seemed that Wang Danyu's demise had no connection to her, it struck him as extraordinary. Wang Danyu often drank to excess and had traversed the roads of Xinghua village for countless years. Yet it was only after Zhaozhao uttered those words that he met his end. Perhaps there was indeed something extraordinary about her. Could it be fate? Reflecting on this, Gu Yin recalled that since Zhaozhao had come into his household, life had improved immeasurably. Just yesterday, he relished the exquisite fried dough buns, a delight he had scarcely dared to dream of 3 months prior. Moreover, there were signs of ever-increasing prosperity. All of this stemmed from her. However, during her years at the Liu family, he had never heard of them experiencing any good fortune. It was perplexing, truly perplexing. If she were exceptionally fortunate, It would naturally benefit her own family, rather than his, especially considering he had only recently brought her into his home. At present, their bond was still rather tenuous. After indulging in these errant thoughts for a while, Guyen shook his head, dispelling these unreliable notions from his mind. What was the point of pondering such matters? It served no purpose. All he knew was that Zhaozhao genuinely cared for the two children, and that was sufficient. She provided them with nourishing meals and clean clothing. Thus he felt he had not let down his elder brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 15. Eager to experiment, Zhaozhao paid no heed to Gu Yan's musings. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the spiritual field she had unlocked. Gazing at the vibrant green spinach on the table, her heart swelled with uncontainable joy. It was her discovery of wild purslane that had activated that spiritual field, and now, with this spinach in hand, she hoped to cultivate another plot of spinach in the same manner, ensuring a constant supply of the vegetable. Recalling the nutty spinach from her past life, she involuntarily swallowed. It was a signature cold dish, delightfully refreshing. With this in mind, Zhaozhao excitedly picked up the fresh spinach, examining it thoroughly. After a lengthy wait, she heard no familiar voice in her mind. What was happening? Was it undetectable? Puzzled, Zhaozhao scrutinized the spinach in her hands, contemplating for some time before realizing what distinguished today from that day. Both were leafy greens, the sole difference being that the wild vegetable had been personally foraged by her, while this spinach had been delivered pre-harvested by Sister Zhaozhao. Could it be that only vegetables she personally harvested could be detected? This possibility ignited a sense of urgency within her, prompting her to act. Thus, she promptly gathered 2 pounds of brown rice, intending to pay a visit to Sister Zhaozhao. Given the significant events at her home, it was only natural for her to pay a visit. Gathering vegetables was merely a secondary task. Thus, after informing Guyen, Zhaozhao departed from the Gu household. Guyen was taken aback by her unexpected enthusiasm, despite having met Sister Zhaozhao only once. She had decided to bring some brown rice to offer her condolences upon hearing of her husband's death. Her heart, indeed, radiated kindness. Carrying the brown rice, Zhaozhao strolled for a short while until she arrived at Sister Zhang's residence. Upon reaching the entrance, she noticed a young girl sweeping the yard. With no one else in sight, Zhaozhao politely inquired, "Hello, may I ask if Sister Zhang is at home?" The little girl looked up at the sound and saw Zhaozhao standing at the door. Not recognizing her, she curiously asked, "My mother is home. Who are you?" "Oh, I am Zhaozhao, the wife of Guyen for next door, here to visit Sister Zhang," she introduced herself. In that moment, she surmised the girl's identity. She must be Jinhua, Sister Zhang's eldest daughter. "Ah, you are our neighbor. Please wait a moment. I will go fetch my mother," Jinhua replied, her demeanor noticeably warmer upon learning Zhaozhao's identity. She dropped her broom and hurried inside. Shortly after, a woman and a girl emerged from the house. Zhaozhao immediately noticed the bruises on Sister Zhang's face, likely inflicted by her husband, and the swelling was quite distressing to behold. Sister Zhang was equally astonished by Zhaozhao's visit, filled with surprise. With the man gone, she was now the head of the household, free from fear, able to live peacefully with her daughter. While many dread widowhood, she had secretly longed for it. Today, her dream had come to fruition. "Ah, my dear, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Sister Zhang asked, her face glowing with a newfound sense of liberation. Zhaozhao recognized that for Sister Zhang, this was no occasion for mourning, but rather a cause for celebration. Choosing not to offer empty reassurances, she conveyed her true purpose. "Sister Zhang, the small spinach you sent over was delightful, so tender and delicious. Our entire family relished it. I heard from Guyen that you have a little vegetable garden, so I thought it would be bold of me to ask for some more. This 2 pounds of brown rice is a small token of our appreciation. Otherwise, I would feel quite remiss." "Oh, we're all from the same village. Why are you being so polite? The vegetables are homegrown and of little worth. If you enjoy them, please come and pick as you please. Besides, Gu Xiaoge has saved me. I fear you might find me too presumptuous. As long as you like them, there is no need to bring anything." To her surprise, Zhang did not expect Zhaozhao had come to gather vegetables. However, with an abundance in her garden, allowing her to take some was beneficial, preventing waste. In previous years, any surplus had been given to families in the village that did not cultivate their own gardens. The Gu family only moved here after the new year this year, and though they have been here for just a few months, they are truly wonderful people, as evident from the last time when Brother Gu came to her rescue. Since that incident, despite Brother Gu's often cold demeanor, she has never felt frightened. She believes he might simply be someone who does not smile often, and that his demeanor is not directed at her. Compared to someone like Brother Gu, who appears stern yet possesses a warm heart, her own husband, who smiles while scolding and hitting her, is far more intimidating. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao quickly shook her head and earnestly said, "That simply won't do, Sister Zhang. As you know, we have only just arrived and haven't had the chance to plant any vegetables in our yard. Just a few days ago, we were foraging for wild greens. You must accept these 2 pounds of brown rice. It's not worth much, but it is a token of our sincerity. Otherwise, I would feel truly uneasy about taking your things without giving anything in return." Seeing the genuine sincerity in the young girl's words, Sister Zhang could not insist any longer and accepted the gift with a smile, instructing Jinhua to take the rice to the kitchen. Accompanied by Zhaozhao, they ventured to the nearby vegetable garden. The most notable advantage of Wang Dinyo's household was the size of their property. Initially, it was quite expansive, featuring several earthen houses and a large plot of open land. Sister Zhang had cultivated vegetables and raised chickens in the yard. Had it not been for Wang Dinyo's habitual drunkenness and his tendency to abuse his wife, life here could have been much better. One glance at the household reveals that Sister Zhang is a pragmatic individual. Despite the simplicity of her home, it is kept impeccably clean, especially the vegetable garden, which is a vibrant expanse of greenery, exuding vitality. As they walked, Sister Zhang proudly introduced Zhaozhao to her garden, a labor of love where she cultivates vegetables throughout the year, saving a considerable amount of money in the process. "Sister, this is spinach, that patch is for rapeseed, and this area has bok choy. Oh, there's also a section of green beans, quite delicious. I'll pick some for you to try. When summer arrives, there will be even more vegetables, and I'll bring you some then." Sister Zhang felt a surge of happiness. This was the first time someone from the Gu family had visited her home. Previously, Brother Gu had only called out to summon Jinhua and others to assist, never stepping foot inside. His mother, too, rarely left the house, and Sister Zhang had only seen the 2 children playing in the yard several times. She had initially presumed that they looked down on her and were disinclined to associate with her, as Brother Gu's demeanor was distinctly different from that of the village women. He seemed far removed from the common folk, and spoke with a level of eloquence that set him apart. Thus, she had collected eggs for a long time, summoning the courage to express her gratitude, only to realize she had misjudged them. Chapter 16. Unlocking New Plants. Their family did not harbor any disdain for her. In fact, after the incident at her home, they were the first to come and offer her food as a gesture of goodwill. Although she thought they had come to pick vegetables, she suspected that this young girl might have feigned such intentions out of fear that she would refuse her offerings. After all, with Brother Gu's skills, they could easily hunt and sell game to buy plenty of vegetables, and they could also grow their own produce. In her eyes, that was hardly a concern. Upon arriving at the vegetable garden, Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Initially, she had anticipated only spinach, yet to her astonishment, Sister Zhang had cultivated an array of vegetable varieties. However, the growth of the bok choy and rapeseed was rather unimpressive compared to the spinach, which likely explained why only the latter was gifted to her. Thus, the 2 women ventured into the fields, each tending to their respective patches, bending down to begin harvesting. On the surface, Zhaozhao appeared no different from Sister Zhang, both engrossed in their tasks. Yet unbeknownst to the latter, a broad grin was stretching across Zhaozhao's face as she lowered her head. In her mind, the system's voice incessantly echoed. "Congratulations, host, several bok choy detected. Would you like to plant them in your space? Congratulations, host, several rapeseed detected. Would you like to plant them in your space? Congratulations, host, several green beans detected. Would you like to plant them in your space?" As she plucked the vegetables, Zhaozhao chuckled inwardly, responding joyfully to the system. "Plant them all. Every single one." She vividly recalled the ample empty plots in her spiritual field. The thought of filling them with vegetables filled her with exuberance. She could hardly fathom the wealth it would bring her, ensuring she would never lack for greens throughout her life. The mere contemplation brought her immense joy. Thus, when it was time to leave after harvesting, Sister Zheng remained oblivious to the source of Zhaozhao's elation, as if she had not merely gathered greens, but rather golden treasures. After Zhaozhao departed, Sister Zheng found herself wandering back through the garden, perplexed by the ordinary vegetables that seemed to have elicited such exuberance. What was it that made the girl smile, as if she had discovered gold? Ah, the youth of today, she simply could not comprehend. Perhaps it was because her husband was a hunter, consuming meat daily and rarely enjoying vegetables, that made them seem so precious. She wondered when she might be able to provide her 3 daughters with meat. It had been 2 months since the family last had meat. After returning from Sister Zheng's home, Zhaozhao tossed a basket of vegetables beside the stove and retreated to her room, promptly entering her spiritual spring space. She intended to investigate whether the vegetables had indeed been planted in the spiritual field. Upon arrival in the spiritual spring space, Zhaozhao was greeted by her spiritual pet, who joyfully exclaimed, "Host, you are amazing! Just now, 3 new plants have been added to the spiritual field, and it finally looks less barren. Isn't it wonderful? These are the ones I just harvested. Come, let us go take a look." Elated, Zhaozhao followed her spiritual pet, jogging towards the spiritual field. There, she beheld the vast expanse of land, now adorned with 4 small plots of vibrant green vegetables that brought her great joy. Even more astonishingly, Zhaozhao noticed that the area she had previously harvested had once again sprouted wild bitter herbs, lush and tender. Hadn't I just harvested this? How could it have regrown? Zhaozhao asked in surprise, pointing to the patch. The spirit pet proudly declared, "Of course, this is a spirit field, not mere soil. Once sown, it takes root in this land, and after harvesting, new vegetables will continuously sprout." Wow, how impressive! The spirit field is remarkable, and so are you. Zhaozhao's face beamed with joy. It was evident that she was genuinely happy. With this spiritual spring space, she felt as though she was guarding a grand treasure. Moreover, the vegetables cultivated in the spirit field boasted an exquisite flavor, far surpassing those grown in ordinary fields. She thought to herself, even if she were to sell vegetables, she could sustain herself and her family. The thought alone filled her with delight. Thus, with a heart full of satisfaction, Zhaozhao exited the space, preparing to make lunch. As she reached the center of the courtyard, she spotted 2 little ones running towards her, whispering mysteriously, "Annie, Annie, mo, and I found something wonderful while playing at the gate, and want to give it to you as a gift." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao immediately knelt down, her interest piqued as she engaged with them. "Oh, is that so? Are you 2 little ones giving me a gift? What is it? I can hardly wait." At her words, Mo, standing behind Anin, felt even more bashful. It was he who had discovered this treasure and suggested giving it to Annie. Ever since she had come to their home, their meals had become increasingly delightful. And every morning, she would wash their faces and comb their hair, ensuring they were spotless, evoking a sense of maternal warmth within him. Although his memories of his mother were faint, he could sense that she embodied such a warm presence. While he was not as outgoing as in their interactions with Andy, he cherished her just as much in his heart. Finally, after Anin nudged him, he shyly produced a small wildflower from behind him, saying, "Annie, I picked this little flower for you, along with Anin." With that, Mo nervously extended the wildflower towards Zhaozhao, anxious that she might decline, for it was merely a common flower found by the roadside. Zhaozhao was pleasantly surprised. This was Mo's initiative to express goodwill. The child was usually so composed, unlike the vivacious Anin. Such a rare display of affection prompted her to eagerly accept the flower, which she then placed in her hair, smiling brightly as she remarked, "Wow, what a lovely little flower. Thank you, Mo, and Anin. Do you see how nice I look wearing it?" She swayed playfully from side to side, allowing them a clearer view. Indeed, the 2 children chorused in unison, "It looks beautiful." Feeling a bit bashful from the attention, Zhaozhao wondered if Guyan, who was sharpening a knife nearby, had overheard. Would he think her vain? The thought made her cheeks flush, prompting her to swiftly change the topic. How How about I cook stir-fried pig liver for you both for lunch? And a rich bone soup. They'll be so delicious you'll want to swallow your tongues. Now, off you go to play, and when the meal is ready, Annie will call for you. Chapter 17. Stir-fried liver and bone broth. Upon hearing that a delightful meal was imminent, the two little ones beamed with joy, their eyes curving into crescent moons as they nodded and scampered off to play. Watching these adorable rice dumplings, Zhaozhao felt an earnest affection for them. These two children were not only charming, but also remarkably understanding. The fact that they even presented her with fresh flowers was truly delightful. As she observed the children retreating into the distance, Zhaozhao turned to find Gu Yin gazing intently at her, the knife in his hand forgotten and idle. What could he possibly be staring at? She inquired, "What's the matter? What are you looking at?" With an expressionless demeanor, Gu Yin replied, "Nothing. It's just that you look quite lovely." After uttering this, he resumed sharpening his knife, disregarding her presence. It took Zhaozhao a moment to realize that he was referring to the flowers adorning her hair. Indeed, he had heard her conversation. However, his placid demeanor hardly conveyed admiration. In that fleeting moment, Zhaozhao found herself pondering the enigma that was Gu Yin. What kind of person was he? Despite being merely 17 or 18, he exhibited an air of maturity that was striking. What experiences had shaped him into such a composed individual? In her recollection, boys of that age were typically bustling with energy and exuberance, especially during their high school years. Even in this ancient setting, his demeanor was decidedly unusual. In the village of Xinghua, boys of his age were typically cheerful and innocent, yet he was a rare exception, exhibiting wisdom beyond his years. After mulling over these thoughts for a while, she realized she would never understand the events that had transpired in his life. It seemed he had no desire to divulge them, so she decided to let it be, suspecting they were not fond memories. Determined to set aside her musings, Zhaozhao focused her attention on preparing lunch for that day. With an abundance of both meat and vegetables and a household full of people, she resolved to steam a pot of white rice, yearning for the taste of rice, which had become a rarity since her arrival here. Surprisingly, the staple that once felt monotonous had transformed into a coveted delicacy. She began by simmering the bone broth, transferring it to a small fire pit for slow cooking once it reached the right consistency. Meanwhile, she set a large pot to boil rice. With deft hands, she prepared the pig liver and washed a small bunch of bok choy. On the side, she kindled a larger flame, ready to commence her stir-frying. This simple stove had its advantages, allowing her to readily ignite a fire of any size, which proved quite convenient. For Zhaozhao, cooking was a straightforward endeavor, one she relished immensely. She found great joy in the act of creating culinary delights, especially when others savored her dishes and praised their taste, which elevated her spirits even further. The Gu family had been quite appreciative. Since her arrival, they had devoured every meal she prepared, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. Due to the absence of chili peppers, her stir-fried liver was a dish composed purely of meat. It promised to be delightful in its simplicity. Nonetheless, it does not diminish its flavor. Rather, it enhances one's appetite. After approximately half an hour, Zhaozhao completed a sumptuous lunch and called the two children to wash their hands and join her at the table. Once seated around the dining table, and Mo's eyes sparkled with delight as they simultaneously exclaimed, "Wow, so much delicious food. This is stir-fried liver, and this is bone broth, along with sot ed bok choy. With these two dishes and a soup, it's just right for a family of 5. Do try it and let me know how it tastes." As Zhaozhao introduced the dishes, she picked up a pair of unused chopsticks and served each child a piece of the stir-fried liver. The two children were rather slender and needed proper nourishment. In her memory, they were round and plump at this age. A little bit of meat made them all the more adorable. Gu Yin and Li Shi observed the table's offerings with hesitation, unsure of how to proceed. In truth, Gu Yin had purchased pig liver before, as it was significantly cheaper than pork. On one occasion, when his coins were running low, he bought a piece of pig liver, reasoning that since it was still meat, the taste could not be too far from the mark. However, upon cooking it, the liver emitted a foul odor that rendered it nearly inedible, leaving Gu Yin feeling quite nauseated. He recalled having eaten pig liver at an inn in the capital, and it had not been nearly this unpleasant. Was it possible that his cooking method was to blame? After all, was it not simply a matter of cooking it thoroughly? Despite his myriad questions, the fact remained that his stir-fried pig liver was dreadfully unpalatable, and neither his mother nor the children would touch it. He had wasted a few copper coins, and had he known, he would have preferred to buy a few buns instead. Consequently, he developed an aversion to pig liver and ceased to purchase it altogether. When he accompanied Zhaozhao to buy meat previously, he had intended to dissuade her, but upon hearing her exclaim, "Pig liver is remarkably inexpensive. What a fine ingredient!" he remained silent. Since she was fond of it, he thought it best to refrain from voicing his concerns. At worst, they would waste a few more copper coins. If she found it unappetizing, she would not purchase it again. Clearly, the two little ones recognized this familiar item. It turned out that the delicious pig liver referred to by their aunt was indeed this, which they had previously tasted and found quite distasteful. However, seeing their aunt's eager expression, Mo felt unable to refuse. Steeling himself, he opened his mouth and took a bite of the liver. Initially, he approached it with a sense of resignation, but after chewing a few times, he discovered that his aunt's preparation of pig liver was far from unpalatable. It was entirely different from his uncle's version, and even quite delectable. Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident on his face. He seemed incredulous, picking up the chopsticks again to take another piece, continuing to eat until he finished, at which point he exclaimed, "Annie, you are amazing. This pig liver is so delicious. There is not a hint of strange flavor. You are incredible. Really? Let me try as well." Upon hearing these words, Anne promptly picked up a piece to taste. Indeed, it was exquisite, devoid of any fishy flavor. Witnessing the two children relish the dish, Guyen and Li Shi were equally astonished. They quickly joined in, taking a piece for themselves and savoring the delightful taste. Remarkably, such an unpalatable pig liver could be transformed into a culinary masterpiece in Zhaozhao's hands. How wondrous it was! Could her culinary skills truly be that extraordinary? As Guyen continued to eat, his mind wandered in contemplation. After the meal, everyone indulged in a bowl of succulent bone broth, so fresh that it felt as if they might swallow their tongues. The group showered Zhaozhao with praise for her culinary prowess. Chapter 18. Ascending the mountain together, this lunch was so delectable that the two children, unable to restrain themselves, overindulged. Consequently, after the meal, they began to exclaim about their fullness. Zhaozhao suggested they stroll about the courtyard to aid digestion. Once the dishes were tidied away, she turned and noticed Guyen sharpening a knife. Feeling a sense of curiosity, she approached him and inquired, "My dear, what is the purpose of your knife sharpening? Are you preparing for a hunt?" "Yes, my mother's cough seems to be worsening. I must procure more game to exchange for money to hire a doctor to examine her," Guyen replied, remaining focused on sharpening the blade without lifting his gaze. Zhaozhao nodded in understanding, recalling how she had heard her mother's cough echoing through the night. Although she was a physician specializing in obstetrics, she was not well versed in respiratory ailments. Had they access to modern medications from the 21st century, she might have been able to prescribe something. However, in this ancient time, where herbal remedies prevailed, she felt utterly out of her depth. It was best to leave such matters to the experts. She recalled having read online that in ancient times, a cough could be lethal, a condition that could range from trivial to grave. It certainly warranted serious attention. Indeed, it is advisable to seek a physician. The longer this cough persists, the more perilous it becomes. "My dear, will you be venturing into the mountains tomorrow? Might you take me along? I wish to explore the mountains as well, perhaps to uncover some delectable wild vegetables or mushrooms. This way, we could enhance our meals and diversify our flavors. I have heard that the mushrooms found in the mountains are exceptionally fresh. Would that be acceptable?" Zhaozhao pondered for a moment before articulating her desire directly. She was genuinely eager to explore the mountains. If she happened upon wild herbs or plants, she could cultivate them in her spiritual field, which could later yield financial gain. What a splendid opportunity it was. She truly did not wish to let it slip away. Upon hearing her words, Guyen, who had been diligently focused on his task, immediately raised his head, saying, "But are you not afraid of snakes? There are snakes in the mountains. The last time you inadvertently glimpsed a dead snake in a basket, you were so frightened. What would happen if you encountered a real one? Even if it does not scare her to death, it is likely to leave her faint and overwhelmed. She certainly does not wish to carry her back. The mountain path is already treacherous enough without the added burden of another person, which would only serve to complicate matters for him. Hence, Guyan laid this stark reality before Lu Zhaozhao, anticipating that she would be deterred by the prospect. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zhaozhao felt a shiver run down her spine. Guyan was right. The dense vegetation in the mountains indeed made encounters with snakes particularly likely. The thought of such a possibility sent chills coursing through her. Having lived in modern society for so long, she had not seen a live snake in years. The last time was at the zoo, where glass provided a safe barrier, rendering the experience far from terrifying. However, this was entirely different. Here lay an unspoiled expanse of wilderness, home to many venomous serpents. Despite her apprehension, the mountains also promised a wealth of treasures, brimming with nature's bounty. Moreover, she possessed fertile land, and if she were to unearth something of value, it would be a significant windfall. Ultimately, her yearning for financial improvement triumphed over her fears. It's all right. I'll find a stick and use it to tap the ground as I walk. Any snakes will be scared off. Besides, you know martial arts, right? If a snake were to attack, you would protect me. Wouldn't you? With that, Lu Zhaozhao cast a pitiful glance at Guyan, as though his neglect would be a grave betrayal. Seeing Guyan remain unresponsive, she continued, and don't forget, I'm the one you bought for 10 taels of silver. If I were to perish from a snake bite, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss for you? At her words, Guyan found himself both amused and exasperated. She truly strained to accompany him to the mountains, even likening herself to an object. However, witnessing her eagerness, he felt compelled to relent. Nodding, he replied, if you wish to accompany me to the mountains, ensure you bring sufficient water and provisions. We'll set off at dawn and likely return only after dark. The journey is not as simple as you imagine. It is exhausting. At that point, do not lament or cry out that you cannot continue, for I will not carry you. All right, I understand. You need not worry. I promise I won't tea. Lu Zhaozhao, as heart swelled with joy at her acceptance. Then, recalling another matter, she felt it prudent to discuss it with him. So she continued, husband, could you help me catch a wild chicken tomorrow? Guyan? She had yet to even ascend the mountain, and already she was making demands. Was she truly treating him as her husband? Hadn't they agreed on a partnership? Refusing would seem impolite, especially since she had recently prepared many delightful meals for them. After a moment of silence, Guyan finally spoke. What is it? Are you craving chicken? No, I have other plans for it. Just follow my instructions. And I assure you, we shall soon discover a lucrative avenue, allowing you to avoid the perilous endeavor of hunting in the mountains. Lu Zhaozhao genuinely believed that hunting was fraught with danger. Though it offered quick returns, it was a gamble with one's life. Despite Guyan's exceptional skills, one cannot disregard the potential dangers posed by formidable beasts such as tigers. Currently, they rely on him as their sole strongman, and she hopes to count on his assistance with tasks like chopping firewood, fetching water, and transporting goods in the future. The thought of him encountering an unforeseen mishap is truly disheartening. Observing Lu Zhaozhao's confident demeanor, Guyan nodded in agreement. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience. He hoped for a stroke of good fortune the following day, anticipating an abundance of prey. Thus, Lu Zhaozhao received the answer she desired, allowing her to sleep soundly that night. The next morning, as dawn broke with the faintest light, Guyan softly called out to her from outside the door. Groggy, Lu Zhaozhao rose, quickly tidied herself, and donned the small pack she had prepared the night before. Following Guyan's lead as they ventured up the mountain, her steps alternating between deep and shallow. Given that the Gu family resided in close proximity to the mountains, they soon found themselves among the trees. Fortunately, the sun had begun its ascent, gradually illuminating the surroundings. Otherwise, Lu Zhaozhao would have felt quite apprehensive. As she entered the mountain, she picked up a stick from the roadside, and, as she had mentioned, she ambled upward, rhythmically tapping the ground. She was wary of any unpleasant creatures that might leap from the surrounding underbrush. After a considerable amount of time traversing deeper into the woods, Gu Yin suddenly halted, suggesting, "Let us pause here for breakfast and hydrate before venturing further. We should encounter some game soon." "Oh, splendid. I am quite hungry as well," Lu Zhaozhao replied, promptly unwrapping her small bundle to reveal 2 oil paper-wrapped flatbreads. She offered one to Gu Yin and kept one for herself, settling onto a stone to eat. These flatbreads were prepared the previous evening. Although they had cooled and lacked the warmth of being freshly baked, they were nonetheless quite filling and suitable for breakfast. Gu Yin remained silent as he devoured his flatbread, focused on his meal. In no time, he polished off a large flatbread and sipped some water. Glancing at Lu Zhaozhao, who had barely consumed half of hers, he then suggested, "You may take your time here. I will scout ahead and return shortly." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao quickly protested, "No, I will accompany you. I am already full." With that, she stowed away her half-eaten flatbread, rose, and insisted on walking alongside Gu Yin. She had no intention of waiting alone in the wilderness. After all, what if a creature were to come and devour her? Besides, she genuinely felt satisfied. She had not been particularly hungry upon waking and found half a flatbread quite sufficient, planning to save the remainder for later. Seeing her resolve, Gu Yin acquiesced, discarding his initial intent to scout ahead alone. Together, they navigated the depths of the forest, one behind the other. Remarkably, thanks to Lu Zhaozhao's presence, Gu Yin encountered not a single snake on this ascent. Perhaps her incessant tapping had indeed frightened them away. Remembering Lu Zhaozhao's earlier words, Gu Yin inquired with curiosity, "What do you intend to do with the wild chickens? What kind of endeavor do you have in mind?" "I wish to take this to Sister Zhang's house next door to exchange for some vegetable seedlings. I notice that the land behind our house is quite spacious, and I aspire to cultivate vegetables there. Eventually, I plan to set up a stall in the town to sell my produce." Lu Zhaozhao continuously struck the earth with a stick while articulating her thoughts and plans. She had no intention of concealing this from him. Sooner or later, he would discover it. Gu Yin was taken aback. Selling vegetables? This notion genuinely caught him off guard, for he truly believed that pursuing a venture in vegetable sales was not a prudent idea. In Xinghua village, nearly every household grew their own vegetables. Aside from the convenience of self-consumption, many villagers would take their surplus to the town for sale. However, the business was quite mediocre, and prices were low. If not for the fear of letting their produce rot in the fields, they would not sell at such meager rates. There was hardly any profit to be made. So even someone as inexperienced in business as Gu Yin understood that Lu Zhaozhao's idea of selling vegetables was not a viable path. Furthermore, the fact that she intended to trade a wild chicken for seedlings seemed rather foolish. How much does a vegetable cost per pound compare to meat? Previously, when selling game in the town, he had found her quite clever. How could she now appear somewhat naive? In truth, Lu Zhaozhao was well aware of these disparities. The reason she dared to embark on the vegetable-selling venture was her reliance on the spiritual space she possessed. The vegetables cultivated in her spiritual field were incomparable to ordinary produce, even if, at first, people were unaware of their value. She had her methods to ensure they would make a purchase. Once they experienced the taste of her spiritual vegetables, she was confident that no one could resist their allure. She was determined to succeed in this business. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to her extraordinary gift. However, Gu Yin remained oblivious to these details, which explained the incredulous look he directed at her. She quickly clarified, "I understand your concerns, but rest assured, the vegetables I grow are unlike those cultivated by the village's uncles and aunts. I possess a secret recipe that guarantees my produce will be unique to Xinghua village and will sell remarkably well. If you doubt me, just wait and see. After all, you promised me that today you would catch a wild chicken, which shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Remember the last time you caught one?" Seeing her confidence, Gu Yin chose to say no more, believing she would realize her folly when faced with reality. It was futile to dissuade her. He had no expectations of her earning money for the family. As long as she could care for the 2 children, that would be sufficient. All right, we should venture deeper. It will be easier to find prey. Thus, the 2 ventured further into the woods, yet encountered no small animals until suddenly, Gu Yin raised his hand towards Lu Zhaozhao, signaling her to be quiet. Lu Zhaozhao seemed to understand. He appeared to have heard something. Immediately, she ceased all movement. Even her breathing became soft and gentle, fearing that the prey they had been searching for would flee. In this manner, Zhaozhao remained motionless in place. Guyan approached his target with utmost stealth. After taking a few steps forward, he swiftly hurled a dagger with remarkable precision. Immediately, Zhaozhao was startled by a series of anguished cries. Observing Guyan rush forward to catch a wild chicken, she excitedly followed suit, her heart racing as she called out, "Did you catch it? Did you catch it?" This was her first time witnessing Guyan hunt. She was astonished to learn that he wielded a dagger. That moment had been incredibly impressive, like a dart thrown with speed and accuracy. Previously, she had only seen such so-called martial arts on television, never anticipating to witness it in real life. Guyan, truly, had it not been for the scar on his face, he might have been a sought-after suitor. It was likely that matchmakers would have trampled each other at his doorstep. Although his family was somewhat impoverished and burdened with 2 children, if he were handsome, the circumstances would have been entirely different. Being poor was not insurmountable. In any era, many young women still valued appearance. It was indeed a pity that such a fine young man bore a scar. "I caught it," Guyan exclaimed, holding up the chicken by its wing, a hint of a smile finally gracing his face. After wandering for so long, he had finally encountered a live creature. He had feared returning empty-handed today. Now, Zhaozhao's vegetable seedlings had a hopeful future. Guyan inspected the wild chicken and deemed it satisfactory, estimating it to weigh around 2 pounds, quite substantial. The dagger was embedded in its wing, and it was still alive, flapping helplessly. He retrieved a bundle of hemp rope from his satchel and deftly bound its wings and feet, ensuring that no matter how great its efforts, it could not escape. Zhaozhao watched in fascination, this being her first encounter with a living prey. The last time Guyan brought something home, it had already been deceased. Chapter 20. Wild mushrooms. Though she felt a twinge of cruelty, the chicken's meat was undeniably fragrant, especially that of a wild chicken. Moreover, knowing that this wild chicken could be exchanged for all the vegetable seedlings she desired, paving her path to prosperity, her lips could not suppress a smile. Seeing Zhaozhao so elated, Guyan felt a sense of relief. Moments ago, he had feared that they might not encounter any prey today. After all, such occurrences were not unprecedented. Hunting required a fair amount of luck. Sometimes, one could wander the mountains for hours without spotting a single living creature. Particularly in winter, the opportunities for hunting became exceedingly scarce. Thus, Zhaozhao was correct. They indeed needed to contemplate alternative avenues, for as the cold approached, life would become increasingly challenging. However, her suggestion seemed unreliable, as not only was hunting difficult in winter, but selling vegetables was even more arduous. During winter, it seemed that aside from radishes and cabbages, there were hardly any other vegetables to sell. Was she to rely on the succulent radishes and cabbages to strike it rich? Guyan settled in Xinhua village after the new year. When he first arrived, the weather had just begun to warm, yet it was still quite chilly. At that time, the vegetables his family consumed were all gifted by Sister Zheng from next door, predominantly radishes and cabbages, which left a lasting impression on him. However, witnessing Zhaozhao's eager demeanor, brimming with enthusiasm to embark on an adventure, he refrained from dampening her spirits. After all, her intentions were pure, as she sought ways to contribute to the family's finances. Thus, upon the fortunate capture of a sizable wild chicken, both were filled with joy. After tidying up, they prepared to venture further, hopeful for additional surprises. Zhaozhao followed closely behind Guyan, persistently tapping her wooden stick along the way. With their recent success, and having walked for some time, she began to adapt to the rugged mountain path, her mood significantly lighter than when they first set out. With leisure to observe her surroundings, she noticed that the air in the mountains was indeed fresher, and the atmosphere felt more humid, a natural consequence of the heavy dew in the woodland. Oh, how splendid it would be if I could unearth a millennial-old ginseng. In the time I spent reading time travel novels, the heroines always stumbled upon ginseng the moment they entered the mountains, instantly turning it into silver. Could such fortune also grace me? Thus, Zhaozhao meticulously scanned her surroundings, fearful of missing a ginseng root, as that would equate to a monumental loss. However, after wandering for quite some time, she had yet to encounter even a single ginseng hair. Frauds, all of them. Who claims there are ginseng in these mountains? She felt truly naivete for believing such tales. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Zhaozhao's attention was suddenly captured by an object not far ahead. It was a nearly horizontal, withered tree trunk, enshrouded in moss, devoid of any vitality. Yet, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed toward it, exclaiming, "Guyan, come quickly. There are countless wild mushrooms here." Upon hearing her call, Guyan swiftly turned to see her standing beside a decayed log, eyes gleaming with wonder at the fungi atop it. Alarmed by her enthusiasm, Guyan rushed over to intervene, saying, "Zhaozhao, don't touch those. Be cautious. They may be toxic." Confused, Zhaozhao looked up at him, incredulously repeating, "Toxic?" "Yes," he affirmed earnestly. "Those little things seem to be poisonous. Though I cannot identify them well. Sister Zheng had warned me previously, knowing that I often ventured into the mountains to hunt. She specifically advised me to avoid touching or consuming any plants resembling tiny umbrellas, as they could be deadly. She mentioned that someone from Xinghua village had once eaten such a thing and died from poisoning. Since then, no one dares to gather these, even in desperate times." Guyan spoke with sincerity. While he could not differentiate between various plants or vegetables, the cautionary words of Sister Zheng remained etched in his memory. Thus, upon witnessing Zhaozhao's actions, he was reminded of her prior admonitions. Zhaozhao, after listening to her, nodded thoughtfully and, looking at him earnestly, remarked, "Indeed, there are numerous toxic fungi in these mountains. However, I can assure you that this wild mushroom is absolutely safe to eat and incredibly delicious. Rest assured, I have consumed it before. Now, please lend me your dagger so I can gather these mushrooms. Even if we cannot finish them immediately, we can dry and preserve them for later. They are truly a treasure." As she spoke, Zhaozhao unceremoniously took the dagger from his waist. Guyan, though still somewhat apprehensive due to her unwavering confidence, did not stop her from foraging for mushrooms. Zhaozhao swiftly collected them, one by one, relishing the task. This was her first time harvesting wild mushrooms, and the aroma was far more delightful than that of cultivated varieties, promising exquisite flavor. There were indeed plenty sprouting from this dead tree, enough to last several meals. She felt incredibly fortunate. However, one peculiar thing struck her. Despite her prolonged foraging, the spirit realm had yet to register any findings. Just as she was nearing the end of her collection, she could no longer contain her curiosity and called upon her spirit companion, inquiring about the matter. The spirit, somewhat exasperated, explained actually it has been detected, but since these mushrooms do not grow in the soil, they cannot be cultivated in the spirit field, hence no report was made. After this revelation, the spirit felt a bit embarrassed. It was the first time it encountered a plant that could not be cultivated in its realm. Clearly, it was time for an upgrade to keep pace with the times. Previous hosts had never foraged for mushrooms. Zhaozhao couldn't help but chuckle at this predicament. Understanding the situation, she resumed her joyful mushroom gathering. In truth, she was quite familiar with fungi, capable of distinguishing between the toxic and non-toxic varieties. Thanks in part to her former colleague in the emergency department at the hospital. During their meals together, he often recounted amusing anecdotes. The funniest were the stories of patients who experienced hallucinations due to mushroom poisoning. Their antics were both hilarious and heart-wrenching. Additionally, she had come across a catchy children's song online about mushroom poisoning. Red umbrella, white stem, after eating we all lie down. It was so infectious that it compelled her to sing along whenever it crossed her mind. Because of her experiences, she had spent some time brushing up on her knowledge of fungi, allowing her to discern the majority of mushroom types. Chapter 21. The Wild Boar Arrives. Though late once she had gathered all the mushrooms, Zhaozhao cheerfully returned the dagger to Guyan. He glanced at the basket filled with mushrooms and decided to place his trust in her. When it came to preparing food, she was far more adept than he, and since she was so confident in their edibility, he was convinced they were indeed safe. After spending the last couple of days together, Zhaozhao had come to understand Guyan reasonably well. He was dependable and would never jest about such matters. Having foraged a basket of wild mushrooms, the duo continued their journey. As they walked further, they encountered a wild rabbit, and Guyen once again showcased his remarkable archery skills, successfully capturing yet another prey. Their haul was modest but satisfying, as they had gathered a considerable quantity of wild mushrooms. After trekking for a significant part of the day, hunger began to set in, prompting them to find a slightly spacious spot to rest, where they could enjoy some provisions and sip water. As Guyen munched on a baked flatbread, he surveyed their surroundings and suggested, "Once we finish eating, let us head back. We've ventured deep enough, and I fear that going further may bring peril." He felt responsible, especially since he was accompanied by Zhaozhao. Should they encounter a larger beast, it could frighten her, which would be counterproductive. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Zhaozhao replied with a satisfied smile, nibbling on her leftover flatbread. She was pleasantly surprised by the quantity of mushrooms they had gathered and couldn't help but feel joy at the thought of relishing the delicious fungi upon their return. Moreover, these mushrooms were easy to store. Any surplus could be dried in the sun, and when desired, simply rehydrated with water, a most convenient arrangement. Guyen had also managed to hunt the wild chicken she desired, which made her feel content. Safety was paramount, and they had indeed ventured quite deeply into the woods. After finishing their meal and packing up, they prepared to leave. However, after just a few steps, Guyen suddenly seemed to hear a noise approaching. He swiftly dropped his basket, crouched down to listen, and before Zhaozhao could react, he wrapped his arm around her waist, picked up the basket, and leaped into the trees with remarkable agility. Zhaozhao was momentarily dazed, and after a dizzying moment, she realized they were no longer on the ground but perched in the branches. What has happened? Had she truly flown up? Goodness! Could it be that sensation was the legendary lightness of skill? Guyen possessed such abilities? The tree was quite tall. Had he really just carried her up here? Her heart raced uncontrollably. Knowing she was high above the ground intensified her fear of heights, causing her to cling tightly to Guyen's waist, unwilling to let go. Guyen, feeling helpless, whispered, "Stay quiet. It seems something large is rushing this way, and it's moving swiftly. Let us remain hidden in the tree and observe for a moment." He was uncertain of what creature it might be. If it were a tiger, confronting it would be suicidal. Although he held confidence in his martial prowess, he would not be foolish enough to challenge a tiger. If it were a wolf, however, he believed he still stood a chance. Despite her trepidation, Zhaozhao understood the gravity of the situation and that preserving their lives was the utmost priority. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to remain silent. Indeed, after a brief moment, a shadowy figure emerged from beneath the great tree. Both individuals were taken aback. It was neither the anticipated wolf nor tiger, but rather a wild boar, its body entirely cloaked in darkness. This boar was busily sniffing and rooting around the very spot where they had been seated, even devouring the crumbs from the burnt cakes that Zhaozhao had dropped earlier, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing this, Guyen felt a realization dawn upon him. Earlier, the backpack containing the wild chicken and rabbits had been placed at the location where Zhaozhao had been sitting. He noticed that the boar was investigating a patch of blood on the stone, which had seeped from the wounds of their prey. It seemed that the scent of blood had drawn the boar near. However, since it had already arrived, it would be best to ensure its demise. This girl was quite fortunate. Her first venture into the mountains had led her to such a significant quarry. Unlike him, who had ventured deep into the woods countless times without even glimpsing a single wild boar, let alone a hair from one, although they were fierce creatures. He was no pushover. With all his strength, he should be able to subdue it. Securing this boar would mean funds for his mother's medical expenses. The thought ignited a spark of excitement in Guyen's eyes. The wild boar circled below, oblivious to the presence of humans, continuing its erratic movements, seemingly lost in thought. Guyen handed Zhaozhao a dagger, whispering, "Hold on to this knife for protection while I go down and subdue that boar. Stay up here and do not come down to cause trouble." Without waiting for her response, he leaped down, brandishing a large machete, and launched an attack on the boar. Taken by surprise, the boar was filled with frustration, having arrived with the intent to feast but finding nothing. It was now further incensed by the sudden assault from a human. Thus began a fierce battle between Guyen and the wild boar. Guyen was skilled and agile, yet the boar was powerful and imposing. After several rounds of combat, neither could claim victory. They were locked in a stalemate, each unable to overpower the other. Zhaozhao, lying atop the tree in anxious anticipation, found herself in that position due to her fear of heights. With her limbs wrapped around a horizontal branch, she secured 2 backpacks in the fork of the tree, ensuring they would not fall. "Oh, Guyan, aim for its neck," she urged. "Be careful. It seems ready to charge at you." "Goodness, Guyan, it looks furious. You struck its eye?" The boar was indeed enraged, and Zhaozhao's constant chatter from above was beginning to distract Guyan, who was already struggling to manage the situation. He needed to focus entirely on the boar, and her incessant words were proving to be quite bothersome. Meanwhile, Zhaozhao clutched the dagger tightly, yearning to assist Guyan. Given the boar's considerable size, if she could mimic Guyan's actions and throw the dagger, it might strike its substantial rear, causing it pain and providing Guyan with an opportunity to subdue the beast. As she contemplated this, Zhaozhao felt a surge of excitement. They had to work together to capture this wild boar. Regardless of the potential monetary gain, even the prospect of feasting on it was enticing. After all, it was natural. Wild black pork, undoubtedly delicious. Previously, she had envied the protagonists of time travel stories who could hunt wild boars, and now, she too had the opportunity. Better late than never. Chapter 22. Below there a boar. Above there a snake lost in her thoughts. Zhaozhao found herself salivating at the sight of the still-living wild boar below. When she snapped back to reality, she quickly wiped the corner of her mouth and scolded herself for allowing such trivial thoughts to distract her at a critical moment. Her life was at stake, and that was her foremost concern. Upon observing the situation beneath the tree, she noticed that both the man and the boar appeared fatigued, panting heavily. The wild boar's movements had noticeably slowed, indicating that Guyan had exhausted much of its stamina. Zhaozhao sensed that this was an opportune moment for her to assist Guyan. Gripping the dagger in her hand, she searched for a chance to intervene, though she felt a twinge of anxiety. She had wielded numerous surgical knives before, but this dagger was a first for her. She hoped to possess some degree of accuracy. Before she could make her move, a chilling sound suddenly reached her ears, a menacing hissing sound, akin to a snake flicking its tongue, and alarmingly close. Zhaozhao felt every hair on her body stand on end. Could it be that her misfortune had led her to encounter a dreadful snake while perched in a tree? Despite her fear, Zhaozhao steeled herself and turned her gaze toward the source of the sound. Sure enough, a vividly colored snake was staring intently at her. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in her mind. The heavens were conspiring against her. Was her purpose in this world merely to be bitten by a snake? How tragic it would be to perish at the jaws of the very creature she feared most. Guyan was still engaged with the wild boar below, and at this critical juncture, he would undoubtedly be unable to assist her. No, she couldn't succumb to despair. She was not yet at death's door. She had to remain resolute and composed. There had to be a way out. As she stared at the colorful serpent, she recalled the adage that the more vibrant the snake, the more potent its venom. This one must be exceedingly dangerous. She couldn't afford to move. Any sudden motion would likely provoke the snake to strike. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked within her. Of course, she had her spiritual spring space. If she could simply chant the incantation and slip into her spiritual realm, she would be safe. Moreover, Guyan was preoccupied with the boar and likely wouldn't notice her absence. Resolved, she decided to enter her spiritual space first and devise a plan from there. At least she would have her spirit companion for company, which was far better than waiting here for her demise. Without hesitation, Zhaozhao silently recited the incantation, and in an instant, she vanished. Where a woman had once crouched on the tree branch, now there was only emptiness. Confronted by the sudden spectacle, the snake across from her appeared visibly bewildered. If Zhaozhao could witness its expression, she would undoubtedly burst into laughter, for the snake's demeanor was remarkably animated. Its small eyes brimmed with astonishment, as if pondering, where has that human gone? The prey I was fixated on has vanished. How utterly astonishing! Having already entered a spatial realm, Zhaozhao was presently beseeching her spirit companion for assistance. "Oh, dear spirit, what am I to do?" That snake is fixating its cold gaze upon me, sending chills down my spine. It must be venomous, and should it bite me, I, your host, would surely meet my demise. Moreover, I cannot linger here for too long. If Guyan discovers my absence, I would be at a loss for words to explain. I have no desire to divulge this secret to him. Spirit, please devise a plan for me? Surely, you possess remarkable abilities. Perhaps you can negotiate with that snake? As fellow creatures, communication should be feasible. No? As she lamented, Zhaozhao proposed rather unconvincing ideas. The thought of confronting the snake alone filled her with dread. Despite wielding a dagger, she lacked Guyan's precision and agility. While she might manage a wild boar of considerable size, a slender snake was a different matter altogether. The spatial spirit, having lived for millennia, never anticipated encountering such a predicament. This woman, clutching it in her arms, was both weeping and speaking as though she were being tormented by the snake. It regarded her with evident disdain. Was it merely a small venomous serpent? How terrified she seemed. Nonetheless, given her earnest pleas, it decided to assist her. After all, she was its chosen host. And their venture into the spiritual realm had barely begun. They had only just cultivated 2 patches of spirit fields, and if she were to perish from venom, it would have to endure the arduous task of seeking a new host. With this thought in mind, the spirit rolled its eyes and addressed her. If you set me down, I shall help you, but do refrain from smearing your tears upon my fur. It would be utterly filthy. Upon hearing that there was hope, Zhaozhao immediately ceased her tears, placing it upon the ground and gazing at it with sparkling eyes. Do you truly have a solution? Splendid. What must we do? Tell me. The spirit feigned seriousness and proclaimed, Ahem, when I undertake a task, there is naught I cannot accomplish. You need only wait here for my auspicious news. With that, it strode out with an air of bravado, exuding a presence akin to that of a grand commander, despite its diminutive size, comparable to that of a kitten. Should it truly succeed in driving off the snake, she would certainly not underestimate again. After a brief period in the spatial realm, the spirit returned, brimming with pride, and declared, It is done. You may leave now, lest your companions discover your absence. The snake has departed and will no longer pose a threat to you. Departed? Zhaozhao was taken aback, astonished by the swiftness of the resolution. She regarded the spirit with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Is it truly resolved? It has left? How did it heed your command? Can you genuinely communicate with it? Zhaozhao was utterly astonished. She had merely harbored a flicker of hope, never anticipating that the resolution would come so effortlessly. The snake appeared to possess formidable offensive capabilities, while the spirit pet seemed merely adorable, lacking any discernible lethality. Why then? Did it heed the spirit pet's commands? This left Zhaozhao profoundly perplexed, prompting her to barrage it with numerous inquiries. The spirit pet, not one to withhold information, promptly responded, I offered it 2 drops of spiritual spring water, and in gratitude it bowed its head several times. Thus, whatever I ask of it, it shall comply. Chapter 23. The efficacy of spiritual spring water. Zhaozhao felt a jolt of surprise and could not help but confirm. Spiritual spring water? What could it possibly want with that? Is it thirsty? Though she had heard of spiritual spring water upon entering this realm, she had yet to witness its practical applications. In her mind, she had always considered it merely a more palatable form of spring water. The spirit pet, exasperated, shook its head and explained to its rather dim-witted host, It is not merely a matter of thirst. This is the spatial spiritual spring, the very essence of this realm's vital channels. Do you think those spiritual fields possess their remarkable properties without reason? It is the nurturing of the spiritual spring that grants them such vitality. Moreover, any living being adores spiritual spring water. That venomous snake, having received just 2 drops, could potentially reduce its cultivation time by 50 years. The significance of the spiritual spring is immense. You will gradually come to understand this. Now, quickly, we must depart, lest your companions catch sight of you. Once the spirit pet finished its explanation, it swiftly coaxed Zhaozhao out, not wishing for other humans to discover the existence of this spiritual spring realm. After all, humanity is a complex species each individual unique, and it found itself unable to fathom their intricacies, preferring minimal interaction with them. A thought flickered in Zhaozhao's mind, and she found herself reappearing upon the tree trunk, once again in the same prone position. The only difference was that the venomous snake was nowhere to be seen. It seemed the spirit pet had not deceived her. It had indeed driven the snake away. With her safety assured, Zhaozhao turned her attention to the wild boar and Gu Yin below. At that moment, Gu Yin was visibly exhausted, panting heavily, and it was clear that his stamina was waning. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, indicating that he had recently been ambushed by the wild boar. Although he possessed considerable martial skills, facing such a massive beast alone was no easy feat. The wild boar, for its part, did not appear to be in much better condition, with several wounds from Gu Yan's machete, blood streaming from them, presenting a rather gruesome sight. However, it was evident that it had not sustained any critical injuries, and Gu Yan was struggling to subdue it. Seeing this, Zhaozhao felt a surge of excitement. Gripping her dagger firmly, she unleashed the techniques she had practiced on the operating table. Summoning all her strength, she hurled the dagger with precision and ferocity, and it plunged deeply into the wild boar's hindquarters. After a prolonged struggle with the boar before her, she found herself increasingly frustrated. Yet the sight of the creature panting heavily ignited a flicker of hope, compelling her to persist. Who could have anticipated that the wild boar would suddenly let out a pained grunt, howling in agony? How despicable humans could be, resorting to such underhanded tactics. It became evident that this bipedal creature had accomplices. Enraged, the boar chose to disregard the man and, upon turning, caught sight of the woman perched in the tree. She was the one who had ambushed it, inflicting pain upon its rear. The more the boar pondered this affront, the angrier it became, and in a fit of rage, it charged toward the tree with all its might. Being ambushed and wounded was an unparalleled humiliation for the boar. Thus, it fixed its vengeful gaze solely on the woman, completely overlooking the man nearby. Zhaozhao, precariously balanced in the tree, felt herself teetering dangerously as the boar's charge struck the trunk, forcing her to cling tightly to the bark in fear. The impact caused their basket to tumble down, striking the boar once more, which only fueled its fury. The wild boar, now even more incensed, continued its assault on the tree. With her eyes shut tight, Zhaozhao dared not look, fixated solely on one thought. She must hold on at all costs, for if she fell, she would surely be gored to death by this enraged beast. Meanwhile, Gu Yin, lurking nearby, was taken aback by the unfolding drama. Who would have thought it could escalate in such a manner? The woman was indeed a master of provocation, capable of inciting even a boar to fury. He felt as though he could almost sense the creature's wrath. However, this unexpected turn of events granted him a moment to catch his breath. Gripping his machete tightly, he crouched in silence, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the boar. The blade glimmered coldly in his grasp, honed to a razor's edge. What was initially intended for chopping wood was now destined for the hunt. In a swift motion, Gu Yin seized his chance. He leapt onto the boar's back. Grasping its head, and with a deft stroke of his knife, he cut its throat. The once mighty boar, now deprived of its bravado, struggled momentarily before blood gushed forth. And within moments, it lay still upon the ground, a pool of crimson spreading around it. Gu Yin, drenched in the creature's blood, appeared quite fearsome indeed. As the boar finally succumbed, a weight lifted from Gu Yan's heart, and he became acutely aware of his exhaustion. This was the first time in his life he had confronted a wild boar head-on, armed only with a crude machete. How perilous it had been! Zhaozhao, witnessing the demise of the boar from her perch, felt a surge of joy. Observing Gu Yin slumped on the ground, clearly exhausted, she recognized the toll this encounter had taken on him, especially considering the boar's imposing size compared to his own. Thus, Zhaozhao was not idle either. Aware that he lacked the strength to assist her at that moment, she overcame her fear and, akin to a snail, gradually maneuvered onto the branch, clutching the trunk as she slowly descended. It was only when her feet touched the ground that Zhaozhao felt a sense of safety wash over her. She hurried to Gu Yin's side, concerned for his well-being. Guyen, how are you? Are you injured? Goodness, you are covered in blood. I'm fine. Most of it is pig's blood. I'm just a bit fatigued and need a rest for a moment, he replied. Zhaozhao, quickly take this machete and cut a sizable branch. We need to drag this pig up and move it away. Be swift. The stench of blood is overwhelming here. Otherwise, I fear we might attract other ferocious beasts, and our lives could be forfeit. Guyen was utterly exhausted. He truly could not move, which is why he urgently urged Zhaozhao to act. The pig had bled excessively, and other predators would surely be drawn by the scent. This place was perilous, and they needed to depart immediately. Chapter 24. In dire straits upon hearing this, Zhaozhao immediately grasped Guyen's intent. The ground was soaked with blood, and indeed, the aroma was too potent. Being in the mountains, the appearance of other wild beasts was a distinct possibility. It was paramount that they descend swiftly. She took the machete from Guyen, surveyed her surroundings, and selected a tree of moderate size that would serve as a suitable sled. Once she made her choice, she promptly began to chop the tree. Fortunately, the machete was sharp, and in a short while, she successfully felled the small tree. When she returned to Guyen with the branch in tow, he had rested sufficiently, and his strength was gradually returning. Together, they hoisted the lifeless wild boar onto the branch. Guyen led the way, with Zhaozhao following closely behind as they shouldered their respective burdens and hurried back along the path they had come. As Zhaozhao observed the bloodstains scattered across the ground, she couldn't help but lament, "What a waste of blood. It's such a pity." Fried pig's blood is particularly delicious. Having spent some time living in the village during her childhood, she remembered how, each year during the new year, families would slaughter pigs and collect the blood in large basins, sharing it among relatives and friends. She could still recall the taste of fried pig's blood, which was truly delightful. Reflecting on this, Zhaozhao felt a pang of longing and instinctively licked her lips, wondering if the blood of the wild boar would be tastier than that of domesticated pigs. The meat of wild boars was undoubtedly superior, so the blood must also be exquisite. Guyen, walking ahead, caught her words and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. This woman was remarkable. Even in such a dire situation, she still had the presence of mind to think about that pig's blood. Having just endured a terrifying ordeal, she appeared unfazed, demonstrating remarkable courage. It seemed he had underestimated her. Thus, the two of them toiled together, dragging the wild boar, stumbling along the way, taking intermittent breaks to rest their weary legs before continuing their journey. Having already battled the wild boar for what felt like 800 rounds, Guyen was on the brink of exhaustion. Now, having to pull down a 200-plus-pound wild boar from the mountain was indeed a considerable challenge for him. He felt this was perhaps the most humiliating moment of his life. Even when fleeing from misfortune at home with his entire family, he had never felt so beleaguered. Fortunately, Zhaozhao had been steadfastly following him. Though her strength was limited, it was undeniable that she had been a great help during this ascent. Not only was she using all her might to assist him in dragging the wild boar, but just moments ago, when he was engaged in combat with the beast, if she hadn't stabbed it with her dagger, provoking its wrath, he would never have found the opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. Thus, he felt a deep gratitude towards her, albeit somewhat shy about expressing it. This woman indeed possessed many admirable qualities. At long last, after exerting themselves to the utmost, they managed to drag the wild boar out of the woods and reach the foot of the mountain. Here, they had accomplished more than half of their task and could finally see a glimmer of hope. Consequently, both felt a sense of relief as they collapsed onto the ground. Utterly spent, unexpectedly, after resting for a brief moment, a surprised voice rang out nearby. "Oh, I senti this the new lad from the Gu family? Is that a wild boar? You actually managed to catch a wild boar. My goodness, you're quite impressive. And is this your newly married wife? Why are you both sitting on the ground? Did you drag it down from the mountain?" Upon hearing the voice, Guyen turned to see a familiar face. It was Uncle Niu, the ox cart driver from Xinghua village. He quickly managed a polite smile and replied, "Uncle Niu, what brings you here?" "Yes, this is the wild boar we just hunted from the mountain. We're utterly exhausted and needed a rest for a moment." Having previously ridden Uncle Niu's ox cart during his trips to the county, Guyen was somewhat acquainted with him. making him one of the few familiar faces in Xinghua village. I see. I've come here to gather firewood. You two silly kids, really. This wild boar must weigh over 200 pounds. How can you not be tired dragging it? Just wait here. I'll fetch my ox cart to help you carry it home. You really are foolish children. As he spoke, Uncle Nyo hurriedly grabbed the firewood he had chopped and made his way back home. Transporting the boar by ox cart would be a breeze. And the distance was not far, just a few steps, all within the same village. He was more than willing to assist. Besides, he had a fondness for the two little ones at home, who would sweetly call him Grandpa Nyo. Years ago, his old companion had passed away, and his daughter had tragically died during childbirth after marrying. Now, he was alone, but fortunately, he still had the old ox for company. Thus, he made a living by driving the cart, supplemented by the 2 acres of land he tended, allowing him to get by without hunger. As time passed, the villagers had long forgotten the original name of the kind man who drove the ox cart, affectionately referring to him as Uncle Nyo. The 2 little ones from the Gu family had previously taken a ride on his cart and were exceedingly sweet-tongued. Accustomed to solitude, he was charmed by the sight of such delightful children, especially since they were a pair of fraternal twins. His fondness for the Gu family increased, particularly as Gu Yin had ridden in his cart several times. He was more than willing to lend a helping hand. Zhaozhao was taken aback by the sudden arrival of happiness. It was truly wonderful. No longer would she have to drag that hefty wild boar, which had been utterly exhausting. This kind uncle was genuinely benevolent. Good people surely receive their just rewards. With renewed hope in their hearts, the 2 settled down on the ground, awaiting the ox cart's arrival. The distance was not great, and before long, Zhaozhao and Gu Yin spotted the ox cart leisurely making its way toward them. Together, the 3 of them exerted their strength to hoist the large wild boar onto the cart. Uncle Nyo gazed at the boar and couldn't help but exclaim, "The Gu boy is quite fortunate. This boar will yield a fair amount of meat, enough for the children at home to enjoy some as well. Haha, splendid. Now, you 2 hop on, and I shall take you back to your home." With that, he took his place at the front of the cart, preparing to steer it toward the Gu family. Hearing this, the duo abandoned their reluctance and climbed aboard without hesitation as the ox cart clattered steadily toward their destination. Zhaozhao sat gracefully in the cart, her legs swinging back and forth, feeling utterly at ease. Indeed, life is often a matter of comparison. Had she been transported to the 21st century, sitting in an ox cart would have elicited her disdain. Yet in this moment, burdened as she had been, riding the ox cart felt like sheer bliss. However, they had initially traversed a small path behind the house to reach the foot of the mountain, which was quite close. Now, it was evident that the ox cart could not navigate that narrow trail. They would have to take a longer route along the main road to return to the Gu family. In Xinghua village, there was only one ox cart, and everyone was quite familiar with Uncle Nyo. Upon seeing him, they would greet him warmly. However, upon spotting the large wild boar on the cart, a commotion erupted among the villagers. "Oh my, what a sizable wild boar. Did you catch this, little Gu? Remarkable skills. Indeed, it's impressive. No one in our village has hunted a wild boar in ages. Ever since that old hunter passed away 2 years ago, we haven't had the pleasure of such a delicacy. Yes, wild boar is far tastier than domesticated pork. It roams freely in the mountains, making the meat exceptionally firm." Chapter 25. Hitching a ride. That's right, little Gu. Are you planning to sell this boar's meat? If so, I would like to buy some for my children to indulge in a treat. Yes, with so much meat, you surely cannot consume it all. We're all neighbors. It would be wonderful if you could sell some to us. Exactly, Gu lad, whether you sell in town or to us. You might as well cater to your fellow villagers. Just set the price according to market value. We promise not to take advantage of you. The crowd surrounded the ox cart, each person chiming in with their thoughts. They spoke of the price as if it were based on market rates. Yet this was wild boar, far more delectable than domesticated pork. Even at market price, they would still be getting a bargain. Uncertain of whether Gu Xiaoge would be willing to sell, Gu Yin sat atop the ox cart, confronted by the enthusiastic crowd, momentarily at a loss for words. He had never contemplated this dilemma before. In accordance with his previous habits, he would have taken the pig to town for sale. However, the animal was exceedingly large and heavy. Transporting it to town would necessitate hiring an ox cart, which posed quite a hassle. Moreover, he had never sold game in smaller portions, feeling that would also be cumbersome. Just as he hesitated, unsure of how to respond to the villagers' inquiries, a melodious voice rang out beside him. Of course, dear uncles and aunts, once we slaughtered the pig, we can start selling. Please feel free to inform your families or neighbors. Zhaozhao's voice was clear and resonant, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Joyful chatter erupted among the villagers. That sounds wonderful. You must be the newlywed daughter-in-law of Gu Xiaoge, and you're truly lovely. I'll head home right away to tell my neighbors to come buy some meat. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Please save me 2 pounds for tomorrow. Yes. Save me 2 pounds too. I'll go spread the word. I do like a pound as well, for tomorrow, right? Very well. I'll inform my wife. Hearing this, the crowd settled down, ceasing to follow the ox cart and returning to their homes. As the throngs gradually dispersed, Zhaozhao turned to Gu Yin and explained, Gu Yin, I hope you don't mind my taking the initiative. Think about it. If we don't sell to the villagers, we have to haul the pig to town, which would consume time, and in town, we have to search for buyers. Only the large taverns would have the capacity to purchase such a quantity. If they buy in bulk, they're likely to drive the price down, possibly earning us less than selling to the villagers. Furthermore, we plan to reside in Xinghua village long term. This is a perfect opportunity to foster good relations with the locals. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as helpful as a close neighbor. In crucial moments, such relationships can be quite beneficial, just like Uncle Neo has assisted us. Listening to her reasoning, Gu Yin found merit in her words and bore her no ill will. He readily replied, Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I am not particularly adept at managing social relations. Henceforth, you shall dictate how we proceed. Additionally, I have entrusted the household finances to you, so I have no objections to your decisions. I will defer to your judgment. Zhaozhao, hearing Gu Yin's words, felt a surge of satisfaction. This young man was indeed commendable, with great potential. Uncle Neo, who was driving the cart, chuckled in agreement. The girl speaks wisely. Our village folk are generally quite amiable, with only a few exceptions. Establishing amicable relations with them is undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, if you sell them pork at the typical market price, they will surely recognize that they are benefiting from your generosity. This goodwill fosters convenience in future interactions within the village. Occasionally, enduring minor losses can indeed be a blessing. Uncle Neo possesses profound insight in this regard. Zhaozhao found merit in Uncle Neo's words. As newcomers, the Gu family ought to make a favorable impression, facilitating future endeavors. Additionally, with her spiritual realm and fertile land, she has numerous plans ahead, and the assistance of the villagers from Xinghua village will be indispensable. Thus, extending goodwill to them now is quite beneficial. As they conversed, the ox cart soon arrived at the Gu family's doorstep. The two little ones were playing in the courtyard and quickly noticed the returning cart and their uncle and aunt. Initially startled by the blood stains on their clothes, they rushed out, expressing their concern. Uncle, Aunt, why are you covered in so much blood? Are you hurt? Their voices trembled with apprehension. Upon realizing their misunderstanding, Zhaozhao hurriedly leapt from the cart to reassure them. And then, Momo, do not fear. We are unharmed. This is the blood of a wild boar. Your uncle is quite formidable. He has hunted one down. Look, it's right there. Soon, your aunt will prepare some delicious wild boar meat for you. Yes, I am fine. I will change my clothes shortly. Do not be frightened. And then, Momo, please step aside a little. Your uncle and I will carry the boar inside. At that moment, Guyan also jumped down, comforting the two little ones. Only then did the children notice the large wild boar on the cart, their fear dissipating, replaced by excitement. Wow, is this really a wild boar? Uncle, you are amazing. Thank you, Grandpa Neo, for your help. After the three of them carried the boar into the courtyard, Uncle Neo, understanding their intention to slaughter the pig, decided not to linger and disturb them. All right, the pig is delivered. I shall take my leave now. Take your time with the butchering. I still have other matters to attend to. Tomorrow, I shall return for a pound of meat to change things up. Please set some aside for me. Uncle Neo, such words are too generous. It is merely a pound of meat. Tomorrow, I will deliver it to you. We owe you for your significant assistance. Consider this a token of our gratitude. Zhaozhao replied, easily making acquaintances, and she too began calling him Uncle Nyo. Uncle Nyo, not one to refuse, chuckled heartily. Very well. This girl knows how to conduct herself. I shall not be polite then. Henceforth, you may ride my ox cart without charge. This is a mutual exchange. Does that sound agreeable? Agreed. Whatever you say, Uncle Nyo. Once Uncle Nyo departed, Guyin and Zhaozhao noticed they were both quite dirty. Guyin remarked, since our clothes are already soiled, and while the sun has yet to set, I will go ahead and butcher the pig. You take the children inside. I fear it may frighten them. All right, please be careful and do not injure yourself. Zhaozhao was not particularly clean herself, so she promptly decided to return and change into a fresh set of clothes before resuming her tasks. She turned around, escorting the two little ones back into the house, instructing them to wait in their grandmother's room. The children felt a mixture of fear and excitement, casting a furtive glance before obediently retreating to their grandmother's quarters, where they relayed the events to her. Upon hearing their account, Li Shi's first reaction was concern for the children's safety, as wild boars are indeed formidable creatures. Only after an MOMO assured her that they were uninjured did she feel relieved. Hearing the commotion outside, she realized her son was busy butchering the pig and quickly settled the children down, directing them to avoid witnessing the scene, as it could be quite gory for their tender age, potentially leading to nightmares. After changing her clothes, Zhaozhao visited her mother to briefly discuss the arrangement of distributing pork among the villagers. Li Shi wholeheartedly endorsed her approach, recognizing the importance of fostering good relationships with their neighbors for their long-term residence in the village. Should any issues arise, it would be advantageous to have supportive friends nearby. Although she lacked the skills herself, the opportunity to sell wild boar meat was too good to pass up, especially since they would not be giving it away for free. They could offer a small discount to the villagers without incurring losses. With her mother's approval, Zhaozhao hurried outside to assist with boiling water. Guyin had initially been determined not to partake in the butchering, but with his considerable strength and having observed the butchers at the market numerous times, he gradually understood the process. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, believing it to be a simple task. However, after making such bold claims and diving in, he soon realized he might have overestimated his confidence. What seemed easy to others became exceedingly challenging once he began. Where to start? Which parts were usable? Which were not? He was utterly clueless about the entrails. Consequently, when Zhaozhao emerged to lend a hand, she found Guyin standing there, bewildered and at a loss, staring blankly at the wild boar. Approaching him, she could not help but inquire, Guyin, what is the matter? Have you never done this before? Guyin, feeling a bit embarrassed, sensed his cheeks flush as he met Zhaozhao's gaze, feeling quite sheepish. Noticing his expression and his hesitance to respond, Zhaozhao quickly understood. She reassured him, it's all right. Why don't you go change into some fresh clothes? I'll boil the water and then check next door at Sister Zheng's to see if anyone in our village knows how to butcher a pig. It's no big deal. It's perfectly normal not to know how to do this, especially since few outside of pig farmers have ever done the job. With that, Zhaozhao stepped outside, prioritizing the need to address the wild boar meat before dealing with the seedlings. Zhaozhao indeed possessed more knowledge than she let on. There was a family in the village that used to raise pigs and was quite skilled in butchering. Their son now operated a pork shop in the county town, while the elderly couple remained in the village, uncomfortable with urban life, to enjoy their retirement. Despite their advanced age, they were still capable of slaughtering a pig without difficulty. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao perked up and inquired, that's splendid. Zhaozhao, would you be so kind as to accompany me to seek out this elder? My husband has hunted a wild boar in the mountains today, but he lacks the expertise to butcher it. It would be better to employ a professional. Of course, it's not a problem, Zhaozhao replied. However, it is customary for villagers to offer 2 pounds of meat as a token of appreciation for his services. So, be prepared to bring that along, as he cannot assist us without some form of compensation. Butchering a pig is quite labor-intensive. Zhaozhao quickly agreed, knowing that the butcher was good-natured, having purchased meat from him on numerous occasions. Thus they were somewhat acquainted. Hence, the two set off to enlist the help of the professional butcher. When Lu Zhaozhao returned home with the elder, Guyan had already changed out of his bloodied clothing and was busy heating a large pot of water. Upon seeing that Lu Zhaozhao had indeed brought someone back, he promptly stood to greet them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the elder began his work. Although Gu Yin lacked the skill to butcher pigs, he was quite strong and decided to assist the elder while observing the meticulous process of pig slaughtering to avoid any blunders in the future. In no time, the experienced elder had expertly disassembled the pig into its various parts: liver, stomach, intestines, lard, ham's tail, head meat, belly, shoulder meat, and more, all neatly arranged, instilling a sense of satisfaction. Lu Zhaozhao watched in admiration, recognizing the elder's seasoned expertise and efficiency. After half an hour, all the meat had been properly portioned. The elder washed his hands and, feeling a sense of relief, declared, "All right, young ones, take a look. If everything seems satisfactory, I shall conclude my work. Everything is perfect. Grandpa Wang, you are truly remarkable. Please take this piece of meat as a token of our gratitude. You have worked hard for us. Without your help, we would have been at a loss." Lu Zhaozhao said, picking up a chunk of meat and tying it with twine before offering it to the elder. Upon assessing the weight of the meat, Grandpa Wang quickly protested, "Oh dear child, this is too much. There is no need for such an abundance. I usually charge a clear price, and 2 pounds for butchering is sufficient. This is over 3 pounds. Not at all. You will find it perfect for 2 meals at home. This piece is just right," Lu Zhaozhao insisted, refusing to let him decline as she pressed it into his hands. Seeing her genuine intent and sincerity, Grandpa Wang ceased his objections and accepted the offering. He noted to himself that this family was honest and admirable. He would certainly assist them in any future endeavors. Thus, with the pork properly divided, Lu Zhaozhao and Gu Yin felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Fortunately, the night air is quite cool now. Even if the pork is left until the next day, it remains fresh. After settling this matter, Lu Zhaozhao hurriedly went to prepare dinner. She had been so preoccupied with this task that she had forgotten to cook, leaving the 2 little ones hungry. Due to the time constraints, Lu Zhaozhao quickly made a mixture of flour and eggs, cooked several egg pancakes, and prepared a soup of wild vegetables and eggs. Thus, the family enjoyed a simple yet wholesome dinner together. While Lu Zhaozhao was washing up that evening, she noticed Gu Yin in the yard washing his blood-stained outer garment. This reminded her of her own soiled clothes, causing a slight displeasure in her heart. "Gu Yin, stop washing that. The bloodstains are difficult to remove, and our clothes are already quite tattered. Let us just throw them away. The thought of all that pig's blood on them makes me uneasy. Once we sell the pork, we can go to the town to buy new clothes. The little ones certainly need new outfits, as theirs are getting rather short. We should go together." Gu Yin glanced at the clothes in his basin, acknowledging that they were indeed hard to clean. Despite scrubbing for quite some time, the bloodstains remained stubbornly visible against the flames of the stove. He pondered for a moment. Selling the wild boar should yield a good profit, and combined with the money from selling snake gall, it would be sufficient for his mother's medical expenses and new clothes. After spending it, they could find a way to earn more. He, too, found the clothes distasteful, always sensing an unpleasant odor. Thus, he agreed with Lu Zhaozhao's suggestion. Upon hearing that their uncle and aunt would be buying them new clothes, the 2 little ones were filled with joy, running back and forth in the yard, brimming with excitement. The next day, as dawn broke, Lu Zhaozhao was still lost in her dreams when she heard some commotion outside. "Brother Gu, are you awake? Can a pork be sold? I'm coming, Auntie. Why are you up so early?" Gu Yin was taken aback by the early arrival of the pork buyer. He had only just woken up, and Lu Zhaozhao was surely still dreaming. "I was afraid I would miss out," the buyer replied. "This wild boar meat smells divine. When the old hunters were still around, I tried it once, and it was far more flavorful than the pork we raise at home. Can we buy some?" Seeing that she was the first to arrive, the woman felt reassured. With a large family, she had decided to buy more upon hearing the news yesterday, knowing that the wild boar meat was being sold at the price of regular pork, making it a profitable venture. Chapter 27. The ungrateful brother arrives. "Yes, we can sell it. Please wait a moment while I call my wife," Gu Yin replied, swiftly running inside to fetch Lu Zhaozhao. He was completely clueless about selling things, and although he had brought back the scale from Sister Zhang's house last night, he didn't know how to use it, so he could only call her for assistance. Lu Zhaozhao, already awakened by the noise, quickly got ready and rose. She was pleasantly surprised to see villagers coming to buy meat so early. Nevertheless, she greeted the first customer from Xinghua village with a warm smile. Alas, dear aunt is wishing to purchase wild boar meat. How many pounds would you like, and which cut do you desire? The prices vary by part, you know. Please, feel free to choose. Zhaozhao was in high spirits, answering every query without a hint of annoyance. In the end, the lady bought 3 pounds of hind leg meat and 2 pounds of pork belly before departing from the Gu household. As she walked away, a smile stretched across her face. That young girl truly knew how to conduct business, even waiving a small amount, which was quite pleasing to hear. Meanwhile, Zhaozhao, gazing at the small sum of 200 when in her hand, was equally delighted. Today marked a triumphant beginning. It seemed the sale of pork would proceed smoothly. Thus, Zhaozhao remained exceedingly busy that morning. Whenever customers arrived to buy meat, she would weigh it. When no one came, she attended to the 2 little ones, helping them wash up, get out of bed, and style their hair, all while preparing breakfast. Fortunately, after teaching Gu Yin a few times how to use the scale, he too learned to weigh the pork and could assist her with some of the burden. He was also able to help with making breakfast and fetching water. After spending several days together, Zhaozhao discovered that, despite Gu Yin's impressive skills, he was utterly inept in daily life. He was unfamiliar with many ordinary tasks and did not know how to perform them. Yet, he was quite intelligent, learning quickly and sincerely, making her hesitant to express her frustration at times. It truly puzzled her how he had managed to live previously. The Gu household was bustling that entire morning, with villagers flocking to buy wild boar meat. Those who made purchases were filled with excitement, appreciating the fresh and affordable meat from their own village. The Gu family's young mistress not only offered discounts, but sometimes even added a little extra without fuss, exuding a generous and cheerful disposition, entirely devoid of her stepmother's miserly tendencies. Through their interactions, everyone who had dealt with Zhaozhao sang her praises. While playing outside, Lu Yuanbao heard his companions being called back by their mothers, who promised them meat. Upon hearing of the feast, Lu Yuanbao felt a pang of desire, having not eaten meat for several days. Normally, this wouldn't be a cause for concern, but today was different, one after another. His friends were summoned home for a meat meal. Curious, Lu Yuanbao followed one of his friends home and inquired, "Auntie, did you all arrange to eat meat today? Why is everyone being called back?" "Oh, it's you, Yuanbao. Aren't you off to find your mother to buy meat? Haven't you heard? The Gu hunter has caught a wild boar, and everyone is buying pork. Surely, you'll be having meat today as well?" "Oh, right. How could I forget? Isn't your sister married to the Gu hunter? You must have plenty of meat at home. Hurry back. Your mother might already have cooked some for you. Just waiting for your return." As she spoke, she resolutely pushed Lu Yuanbao out the door and firmly locked it behind her. It was no jest. Lu Yuanbao, being rather plump, was undoubtedly a hearty eater. Their family had only managed to procure a small amount of meat, intended as a treat for their child, and she could not allow him to take advantage of their generosity. Regardless of their usual camaraderie, it simply could not be permitted. Furthermore, the couple from the Lu family was utterly intolerable. She had no desire to mention them. She had seen Gu Xiaonyang today, who wore a perpetual smile and appeared to be a simple-hearted child. No wonder she had been bullied by that woman before. That stepmother was indeed malicious, nurturing her own son to be chubby and healthy, while mercilessly chastising her stepdaughter. Such behavior was inexcusable. Were it not for this boy's insistence on coming to play, she would never have allowed her own son to associate with Yuanbao. Having been turned away, Lu Yuanbao felt a surge of indignation. His aunt treated him like a thief, as if she feared he would devour a morsel of their meat. How miserly! It was merely pork. What was the fuss? His mother was wealthy, and he could have as much as he desired. With this thought in mind, he contemplated returning home to ask his mother to buy some meat for him. However, after taking a few steps, he recalled his aunt's earlier remarks and deemed it unnecessary to trek back home, considering the distance. After all, it was his sister's meat. As her younger brother, it was only natural for him to indulge in a piece without troubling his mother. With this resolution, Lu Yuanbao promptly altered his course, inquiring for directions as he made his way to the Gu household. The Gu family was not far from his current location. yet he had traversed from the opposite end of the village merely to find a playmate. Consequently, the villagers were well aware of the Gu family's meat-selling endeavors. Thus, the young Lu Yuanbao gradually approached the Gu residence, gathering information along the way. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhao's pork was nearly sold out, with only one piece of pork, a pig's tail, and some unclaimed intestines remaining. Everything else had been sold, including 2 pounds purchased by Sister Zheng next door, who intended to treat her daughters to something special. Lu Zhaozhao even gifted her a piece of lard to render oil for making crispy buns. Observing the pile of coins before her, Lu Zhaozhao felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Turning to Guyin, she said, "Guyin, let us wrap up. I doubt anyone will buy the rest. It's cumbersome to prepare, so we can make our own later. Let us count the money and see how much we've earned." Kenanin and Mo come to help as well. As she spoke, she poured all the coins and silver pieces onto the table, ready to begin tallying the fruits of their labor. Upon hearing they could assist, and Mo hurried over, their little legs carrying them with enthusiasm. Their adorable antics brought laughter to Lu Zhaozhao. They were simply delightful. Villagers who came to buy meat couldn't help but praise the children, filling Lu Zhaozhao with pride, as if they were her own. Thus, the little group merrily counted and strung the coins together. After considerable effort, Lu Zhaozhao finally counted all the money, and she could scarcely believe the fortune they had amassed. In total, there were 13 taels of silver and 386 won. It was indeed a substantial amount. Furthermore, they still had a considerable amount of meat left. Lu Zhaozhao was exceedingly delighted. With a beaming smile, she tucked the money away and said to her younger cousin, "How wonderful! Our family's savings now total 20 taels of silver, enough to pay for Mother's medical expenses and new clothes. When we find a spare moment, how about I take you to the county town for a stroll?" "Yay! That sounds amazing. We can go to the county town," her cousin exclaimed. "Auntie, I want to buy sweet candy. Is that all right?" "Of course, why not? I'll buy it for you then," Lu Zhaozhao replied. As they were engrossed in their cheerful conversation, a loud voice suddenly called from the doorway. Lu Zhaozhao, come out quickly. I want to eat meat. Bring me some meat. Hurry up, or I'll tell Mother, and she'll hit you." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Zhaozhao was taken aback, realizing with dread that it was her ungrateful younger brother, Lu Yuanbao, who had come. Chapter 28. If you want to eat meat, buy it. The commotion caught Guyan's attention as well, and they both stepped outside to see a chubby young boy standing at the gate of the Gu family, shouting raucously. Guyan had never seen Lu Yuanbao and did not recognize him. Just as he was about to inquire about the boy's intentions, Lu Yuanbao boldly declared, "Lu Zhaozhao, I heard your family is selling pork. As your brother, you must bring me 2 jin of meat to take home for our parents. If you refuse, I'll tell Mother, and she'll hit you. Not letting me take it makes you unfilial and ungrateful. Do you understand?" Lu Zhaozhao was infuriated by his audacity. How shameless could Lu Yuanbao be to come and demand meat from her? It was evident that he thought all the kindness she had shown him was his due. Being the only son of the family, he believed everything belonged to him, even his sister, expecting her to revolve around him and their father, dutifully catering to their whims. He dared to call Lu Zhaozhao ungrateful when, in truth, he was the one lacking gratitude. Despite the original Lu Zhaozhao having been accommodating, she was no longer the submissive person she once was. If he treated her with such disrespect, she would not hesitate to put him in his place. "Lu Yuanbao, what are you shouting about? Have you lost your mind? If you want meat, bring money to buy it. If you think you can just mooch off us, you can forget it. Get lost. Go tell whoever you want. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" After delivering her scathing retort, Lu Zhaozhao felt a rush of satisfaction, though she left Guyan and Lu Yuanbao utterly stunned. Lu Yuanbao, momentarily taken aback, had never heard Lu Zhaozhao speak to him in such a manner before. She actually dared to scold him. How brazen she had become. Although their mother had sold her off, at the end of the day, she was still a daughter of the Lu family, the biological child of their father. A bond of blood that could never truly be severed. He merely intends to make her toil for him indefinitely. "You Lu Zhaozhao, how dare you speak ill of me? It seems you have grown weary of restraint. After a few days without a reprimand from our mother, You no longer regard me with any respect. You are but a mere piece of meat. Just wait. I will summon our mother to confront you. Humph. Although Lu Yuanbao is rather portly, he has been pampered from a young age and has never truly engaged in labor. Thus, he is no match for the formidable Lu Zhaozhao, who has always refrained from striking him. However, her current demeanor resembles that of a fierce tigress, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. What if she truly were to strike him? Perhaps it would be wiser to seek out Mother. That wretched girl fears her most. Observing him flee with the swiftness of a rabbit, Lu Zhaozhao smirked inwardly, labeling him a coward, still resorting to whining at such an age. Noticing Gu Yan's gaze upon her, Lu Zhaozhao took the initiative to clarify. He is my stepmother's son, and I have loathed him since childhood. Rest assured, even if he brings my stepmother here shortly, I shall not implicate you, nor will I allow them to feast on my flesh without consequence. Each person must bear their own responsibilities. Lu Zhaozhao understood her position well. She had no intention of submitting to that shrew. Previously, she had been sold to the Gu family in a haze of confusion, unable to resist in time. Now, however, she comprehended that severing ties with such a family was for the best. As Lu Yuanbao had stated, despite being sold, she remained perceived as a daughter of the Lu family, which was still considered her maternal home. Should she act too decisively, there was a chance she would become the subject of gossip, especially since she would continue to reside with the Gu family and needed to preserve her reputation. Thus, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity presented by Lu Yuanbao's unwarranted provocation to escalate matters, decisively cutting ties. This would also allow the elders of Xinghua village to assess the character of that malicious woman and the spineless man, determining whether they were fit to be parents. Guyan's expression remained unperturbed as he calmly responded, "That is not my intention. You are, after all, a member of the Gu family now, and I shall certainly stand by your side." Gu Yan was unaware of the profound experiences Lu Zhaozhao had endured within that household, which had left her so disheartened. However, from their interactions over these past few days, it was evident that she was not someone who lacked discernment. The depth of her opposition to her family must have stemmed from deep emotional wounds. She was now his purchased kin, despite his initial ulterior motives. Their time spent together had led him to consider her one of his own. For this reason, he would not permit her to be bullied. Even if the perpetrator was her own family, he would undoubtedly protect her. Once Lu Yuanbao had dashed away, Lu Zhaozhao and Gu Yan returned to their respective tasks, seemingly unperturbed by the earlier incident. After all, they could face any challenge as it came without fear. As for Lu Yuanbao himself, he returned home in tears, naturally attracting the attention of the villagers gossiping by the roadside. Oh, what a rare sight to see this chubby boy crying. His mother dotes on him like a precious gem. Who would dare to provoke him? One villager remarked. That Lu family's wife is too domineering. When my child played with him, it was perfectly normal for them to have a little scuffle. Who else would be so relentless as her? I shall never allow my child to play with him again. We simply cannot afford to deal with their family. Everyone on this street knows of this situation, and that's why no one plays with him anymore. He's gone to play at the other end of the village, far enough away that they are unaware of his family's temperament. Perhaps he was being unreasonable again. After being beaten, he came crying to his mother. Ha, you're right. I truly wish to witness the commotion. I wonder if the Lu family has finally encountered a formidable adversary this time. Enough worrying. You don't want Yuanbao to scold you. Your tongue is no match for his. Alas, look at what you're saying. I only intervened because I felt sorry for that girl. I never expected to be scolded for so long. Fortunately, that girl has married. Anything is better than living in that household, where she eats less than a chicken, works harder than an ox, and sleeps later than a dog. It pains me to see her. That Lu fellow is no prize. A spineless wretch. He simply watches as Yuanbao's mother bullies that girl without intervening. His heart is truly hard. They say when a stepmother comes, a stepfather follows. This is a classic example. Amidst the lively chatter of the villagers, they suddenly noticed Yuanbao's mother angrily dragging him out. Her furious expression suggested she was about to confront someone. Upon seeing her demeanor, the neighbors became excited. There is going to be some excitement. Quickly, let us follow her, they urged, their curiosity piqued. Yuanbao's mother, where are you headed in such a fury? Who has wronged Yuanbao? It's that wretched girl. How dare she scold you on Bao? She must have the heart of a bear and the audacity of a leopard. Just watch me teach her a lesson. Just because she's married doesn't mean she can defy the heavens. Yuan Bao's mother seethed as she hastened towards the Gu family. Chapter 29. The crying child gets the candy. Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt she was overstepping her bounds. Siblings bickering is entirely normal. Which child does not engage in playful tussles? It hardly necessitates threats of violence. Nonetheless, Yuan Bao's mother is notoriously partial in their community. As it was still too early for lunch, and with nothing else to occupy their time, many decided to follow her to witness the unfolding drama, perhaps to offer some words of wisdom. Thus, a large group of people hurried down to the Gu family at the foot of the mountain. Seeing such a crowd approaching, the villagers near the Gu residence mistakenly thought they were there to purchase wild boar meat and kindly informed them, "You're too late. Most of it has already been sold. Likely, only the pig's head and tail remain." However, the group paid him no mind and continued on their way to the Gu family. As soon as she reached the entrance, Yuan Bao's mother bellowed, "Lu Zhaozhao, Lu Zhaozhao. You wretched girl, come out at once." The Gu family, hearing the commotion from within, felt a stir of anxiety. However, Lu Zhaozhao remained unfazed, calmly assuring them, "Do not worry. My stepmother has a fierce temper, but I can handle this myself. You need not come out. I can manage it. Rest easy." With that, she disregarded their reactions and stepped outside. In Lu Zhaozhao's eyes, the entire Gu family, both the elderly and the young, lacked any capacity for confrontation. The only one of age was a man, who certainly would not stoop to the level of her tempestuous stepmother. Thus, she recognized that she could only rely on herself. Moreover, she was not the same submissive person as the original owner of this body. She had no intention of indulging those people. As the saying goes, the barefoot need not fear the shod. Here, she possessed nothing and was destitute. So what was there to lose? Perhaps, she might even return to her previous life. Lu Zhaozhao intended to approach this confrontation with a mindset of defiance. In the 21st century, she had only encountered individuals who were well-educated and reasonable. She had never faced someone like this. Admittedly, a tinge of nervousness lingered in her heart as she walked outside, deep in thought. Little did she know, her stepmother's insults grew increasingly vicious as she continued her tirade. "Lu Zhaozhao, you heartless wretch, now that you are married, you no longer acknowledge your brother? Yuan Bao merely wishes for a morsel of meat, and you treat him so cruelly? You even tell him to leave. He is your biological brother. Is this how a sister behaves? Do you not consider me, your mother? Do you not care for this family?" As her voice rose, accompanied by cries and wails, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Indeed, it seemed that Lu Zhaozhao's behavior was somewhat excessive. After all, it was just a piece of meat for her younger brother. How miserly of her! What nonsense! You have no idea of their household situation. Lu Zhaozhao has endured a difficult life there, and marrying has not freed her from their grasp. How pitiful! What is going on? Did she not fare well in her maternal home? Our village is vast. We are unaware of matters from your side. However, this Gu brother has only recently come to our village, so he likely knows little of our affairs. Oh, what could possibly be the issue? Favoritism from a stepmother is easy to deduce. This girl is indeed unfortunate. Observing the crowd and her stepmother's outburst, Lu Zhaozhao suddenly reconsidered her approach. Why should she foolishly confront her stepmother head-on? People are naturally inclined to sympathize with the weak. Being young and small in stature, she bore the appearance of someone who had suffered from long-term malnutrition, evidence of her mistreatment. She was not the only one capable of shedding tears. She understood that the child who cries often receives the sweet reward. Therefore, upon stepping outside and witnessing the mother and son wailing, she promptly collapsed onto the ground, bursting into tears herself. "Mother, it is not that I refuse to let my brother eat meat. It is simply that it has all been sold out. Disbelieve it if you will, but ask the neighbors on the street. When I was at home, it was my younger brother who feasted on meat while I subsisted on pickled vegetables. How could I ever dare to bully him? Esteemed elders and relatives, do take a moment to observe the physiques of my brother and me. Is it not evident? Moreover, I was sold to the Gu family for 10 taels of silver by none other than you. This wild boar was also hunted by Gu Yan. What voice do I have in this household? Oh, how grievously I have been wronged by my mother. I no longer wish to live. Regardless, mother, you have already received your 10 taels of silver. Whether I live or die is of no concern to you. How wretched is my fate, to be sold from my home and yet suffer such slander from my own mother. Upon witnessing Zhaozhao collapse to the ground in tears, all present were rendered utterly bewildered, including the Gu family members still within the house. Since Zhaozhao's arrival, her demeanor had always been cheerful and optimistic. It seemed as though nothing could ever daunt her spirit. Thus, none had ever witnessed her in such a state. Gu Yan's brow furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly between his brows. Was this her solution? Was her only recourse to weep? Quite an unusual approach indeed. Outside, Lu Yuanbao and Yang Shi also wore expressions of confusion. They had never encountered Lu Zhaozhao in such a manner. Previously, whenever scolded, she would merely stand there with a pitiful look, on the verge of tears, feigning vulnerability and too afraid to utter a word. What had caused this sudden transformation in her temperament? Was she now resorting to throwing a tantrum? She had acted upon her desires. What was she to do now? Just as Yang Shi was attempting to comprehend the situation, a voice rose from the crowd, filled with indignation. What? Yuanbao, you sold off Zhao girl for 10 taels of silver? I thought she was to be married. We genuinely believed you had found her a good husband. Who knew you were selling her off? How despicable. Our village has never seen a child sold like this. This is utterly malicious. Even if she is not your flesh and blood, such treatment is unconscionable. Look at the physique of Yuanbao and Zhao girl. It is all too clear who is suffering here. Where is old Lu? How can he permit this woman to act so recklessly, selling her own daughter without a word? Hearing the clamor, Yang Shi finally grasped that the wretched girl had just revealed her sale for 10 taels of silver in front of so many people. Truly, this was infuriating. Thus, Yang Shi hastily raised her voice to defend herself. What do you mean by selling my daughter? Do not listen to this deceitful girl. She is merely being married off. That 10 taels of silver is the bride price given to our family by Gu Xiaoge. Surely you understand what a bride price is? What family does not receive a bride price when marrying off their daughter, right? Is her daughter truly worth so much? A bride price of only 10 taels? Yuanbao, do you take us for fools? You should inquire about the bride prices in Xinghua village. Who has ever received 10 taels of silver? Is she marrying a golden nugget? An irate elder nearby interjected, my daughter just married into the neighboring village, and her bride price was merely 2 taels of silver. What does she mean by this? Is it to say that his daughter's betrothal gift is meager? This Gu Xiaoge is truly foolish, a na-ve soul, which family gives merely 10 taels as a dowry. Indeed, 2 taels of silver would suffice. Yuan Banyang, are you taking advantage of Gu Xiaoge, believing him to be an outsider unaware of the customs, and thus trying to deceive him? As the crowd engaged in their spirited exchanges, Gu Yan emerged from the house, standing behind Lu Zhaozhao and assisting her to rise. Are you unhurt? He inquired with concern. Seeing him step out, Lu Zhaozhao hastily whispered, why have you come out? My performance is not yet complete. Since they had broached the subject, it was opportune to conclude matters today while the crowd was gathered. She sensed that he too wished to sever ties with that family, did he not? Although Gu Yin framed it as a question, he understood the situation perfectly. Lu Zhaozhao was taken aback by his perceptiveness regarding her family affairs and nodded in acquiescence, refraining from denying his assertion. Thus, Gu Yin surveyed the surroundings and noticed Sister Zheng anxiously watching them from the crowd. Sister Zheng, he said, would you be so kind as to fetch the magistrate for me? I have matters that require his impartial judgment. All right, I shall go at once. Sister Zheng had recently fostered a good rapport with the Gu family, and who could have foreseen such events unfolding today? Yet, as the issue involved Lu Zhaozhao's stepmother, it pertained to their family matters. As an outsider, she felt it inappropriate to intrude, and thus stood by anxiously, hoping to assist should any unforeseen circumstances arise. After all, during her family's most trying times, Miss Lu had extended her help. Consequently, upon hearing Gu Xiaoge's request for her assistance, she promptly made her way to the magistrate's residence. Gu Yan held a low opinion of women like Yang. Prior to acquiring Lu Zhaozhao, he had only heard from the matchmaker of her remarkable capabilities. unaware of the hardships she had endured in her family. Thus, he had thought their arrangement was mutually understood, allowing them to coexist without interference. Little did he anticipate that Yang, taking advantage of her elder status, would intrude into his home to bully his woman. This he could not and would not tolerate. Upon Gu Yan's emergence, the crowd fell silent. Even Yang, who had been vociferous in abusive moments before, suddenly appeared deflated, daring not to utter a word. Gu Yan, being a hunter with countless kills to his name and bearing a scar on his face, stood there with an air of sternness that was indeed somewhat intimidating. Not long after, Sister Zheng returned with the magistrate, who shared the surname Liu. In Xinghua village, the Liu clan was prominent, and many families were interrelated. Upon his arrival and assessment of the situation, the magistrate quickly grasped the unfolding events. Not long ago, he learned that the daughter of the Liu family, Zhaozhao, had wed the newly arrived hunter in their village. At the time, he refrained from commenting. After all, the hunter, having recently settled in their village, seemed quite respectable. It was a fortunate match for the village girls to marry him, providing them with a sense of security. Moreover, given the circumstances of the Liu family, marrying could very well lead to a better life for that girl. Yang, what mischief are you up to again? Why aren't you content at home? What brings you to the residence of Yanggu? Oh dear, Uncle Li, it's not mischief at all. It's that wretched girl, Zhaozhao, who is bullying Yuan Bao. If you want tea, stand up for me. Why are you siding with an outsider? This Gu family is not from here. Upon seeing Uncle Li approach, Yang felt a twinge of anxiety and began to distort the truth. Although Uncle Li shared the surname Liu, he was known for being quite principled, unyielding in his judgments. She had faced his scorn on numerous occasions, leaving her to wonder why this Gu fellow had invited such an irksome elder. Seeing Uncle Li's arrival, Gu Yin quickly took Zhaozhao by the hand and approached him, bowing deeply. Uncle Li, we have summoned you today to seek your impartial judgment. This is the contract I signed with Yang. It clearly states that upon the payment of 10 taels of silver, Zhaozhao shall henceforth be a member of the Gu family, regardless of wealth or poverty, life or death. Therefore, she shall have no further ties with the Liu family. However, today Yang has come to my home, demanding to take meat without compensation. When my wife refused, they resorted to vile insults, claiming familial ties as her mother-in-law, which is a severe breach of our prior agreement. According to the laws of the great Zhou, I could bring her before the magistrate, but out of respect for you, I wish to resolve this matter amicably. However, I must insist that they cease their disturbances at my home in the future. We are quite busy and cannot afford to deal with such trifling issues daily. Here is the contract for your review. Having spoken, Gu Yin presented the contract he had retrieved from his home to Uncle Li. Upon examining it, Uncle Li found it clearly stipulated that once the Liu family accepted the 10 taels of silver, they would have no further connection with Zhaozhao, nor could they harass him. The document bore Yang's handprint as well. Uncle Li sighed inwardly, feeling displeased. Why couldn't Yang refrain from causing trouble? Day after day, she sought to create discord. Having signed such a contract, what was the point of her commotion? Just as he was about to scold her, a man hurriedly approached from a distance, standing beside Yang with a fawning smile. Uncle Li, please forgive us for this transgression. I shall take this woman home at once. We are at fault here, and I assure you, it will not happen again. As he spoke, he tugged at Yang and their son, attempting to usher them away. However, Yang sensed something amiss, breaking free and returning to Uncle Li, demanding, what does my contract state? Isn't it merely about the 10 taels of bride price? What do you mean by having no further ties? What does it mean that I cannot disturb her again? Uncle Li, you must clarify this for me. Furthermore, Lu Dehai, did you not claim that everything was settled? Is this merely 10 taels of betrothal gifts? Why are there so many additional conditions? How was I completely unaware of this matter? To think that a daughter of such stature could be bought for just 10 taels of silver. Is such a thing even conceivable? What on earth is happening? Yang's face was one of utter bewilderment. She genuinely had no idea that the contract contained so many stipulations. Otherwise, she would never have pressed her handprint to it, even under duress. Were they taking advantage of her illiteracy? It was utterly vexing. Their family had raised Liu Zhaozhao for so long. How could 10 taels of silver sever all ties? Seeing her relentless, Lu Dehai hurriedly urged her. Trying to placate her? Enough. Do not concern yourself with such matters any longer. From now on, Zhaozhao is no longer our concern. The 10 taels have been given to you. What more do you desire? Lu Dahai was indeed aware of the circumstances. Selling his own flesh and blood was undeniably wrong. Yet, the deed was done, and he felt no remorse. He had never been particularly close to this daughter. She was merely an encumbrance at home. When the Gu family suggested adding that clause to the contract, he, fearing that Yang would complicate matters, took it upon himself to agree without informing her. Little did he anticipate that such a situation would arise. Should the Gu family wish to pursue this matter legally, they would undoubtedly be at fault, as the written agreement was indisputable and left no room for denial. The village head observed the unfolding drama. His own ire peaked. He struck the ground with his cane, expressing his displeasure. Enough. Silence. This matter is clear-cut, and there is no room for debate. Today, before young Master Gu and the many citizens of Xinghua village, I will serve as a witness for Lu Zhaozhao. Henceforth, she is a member of the Gu family in life and in death, and shall have no further ties to the Lu family. Yang, if you cause any more disturbances, young Master Gu will see you before the authorities, and you shall not blame me for failing to protect you. My words stand. You should return home with Dahai and focus on your own lives. Do not harass Lu Zhaozhao any further. Chapter 31. Resolution. As soon as the village head concluded his remarks, Lu Dahai did not even cast a glance at Lu Zhaozhao, instead dragging Yang and Lu Yuanbao away. He could not fathom why this woman could not simply mind her own affairs. Having received the 10 taels was already quite favorable. No one was disrupting their family's tranquil life anymore, which was indeed a blessing. Although Yang was reluctant, the village head's words had intimidated her. She merely felt that 10 taels for such a girl was a loss, considering Lu Zhaozhao had been capable of all manner of tasks in her household. Now that she was gone, Yang would have to manage everything herself, which was quite exhausting. The more she pondered, the more she felt that 10 taels was a meager compensation. Consequently, she shot Lu Dahai a resentful look, blaming him for this foolish predicament. It infuriated her. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanbao, completely oblivious to the tension, continued to tug at his mother, exclaiming, "Mother, mother, father, I want to eat meat. I don't care. I want meat. All my friends are having meat at home today. I want to eat too. Eat, eat, eat." That's all he ever thought about. Did you not see how others were bullying your mother? All you seem to care about is eating. Observing her plump son, who was solely focused on food, Yang was filled with exasperation. "Yuanbao, be good. Father will go to the town and buy you some meat shortly. Don't cause trouble for your mother." As the troublemakers walked away, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse. The village head returned the contract to Gu Yan, speaking apologetically. "I hope you can forgive me. Young Master Gu, that troublesome woman certainly lacks discipline. Should she dare to come again, do not hesitate to send someone to find me. I will take care of it for you." "Thank you." Village head Gu Yan nodded, accepting the goodwill. His choice to settle in Xinghua village was influenced by the village head's principled nature, ensuring that matters could be resolved more smoothly. Lu Zhaozhao hastily approached Gu Yan's side, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, village head. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly persisted in her harassment. You have alleviated a significant burden for us." "Oh, Zhao girl, there is no need for such formality. I am well aware of Yang's temperament. You have indeed suffered because of her in the past. Now that you have a connection with young Master Gu, focus on building your life together and disregard that she-devil. The better your life becomes, the more discomfort she will feel. I am aware that you sold wild boar meat to the villagers at a reasonable price today. They may not voice it, but they appreciate your kindness. There are few like Yang in our village. Most of the villagers are quite friendly. Just continue to live well, and that will be sufficient. I shall take my leave now." After speaking, the village head patted Gu Yan's shoulder and departed. Once everyone had left, Sister Zheng approached them, saying, "Are you both all right? You truly startle me just now. That Yang is notoriously fierce and difficult to deal with in our village." "We are fine, thank you, Sister Zheng, for coming to our aid," Lu Zhaozhao replied, relieved that the matter was resolved. With Yang's disturbance, the village head and the entire village were now aware of the situation. Henceforth, Yang could no longer target her. Truly splendid. Thus, when Sister Zheng expressed her concern, Lu Zhaozhao's spirits lifted, and she smiled brightly at her. Glad to hear that. Well, you both get back to your tasks. I must return home. Dinner is still cooking. See you later. With that, Sister Zheng departed from the Gu residence. Once everyone had left, Lu Zhaozhao could not help but inquire, Guyan, how did you possess such foresight, knowing to articulate the contract so clearly? Did you already suspect that my stepmother was not a kind-hearted person? Was this a deliberate precaution? Guyan raised an eyebrow, observing her animated expression, so different from when she had been feigning tears moments before. He could not suppress a chuckle, realizing how swiftly a woman's demeanor could shift. Not quite. I merely prefer to avoid trouble, hence the stipulations in a contract. Otherwise, would you truly consider me a fool? Offering a bride price of 10 taels of silver? Although he did not pay much heed to such matters, he nonetheless inquired a bit, for he now understood well the difficulty of earning money and how fleeting it can be. After speaking, Guyan turned and retreated into the house to comfort the two little ones. Lu Zhaozhao gazed at his smug demeanor, feeling somewhat speechless. This fellow was indeed a bit of a proud one. When told he was overweight, he actually took offense. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of joy. Having finally severed ties with the original family, what a relief. After resolving this matter, Lu Zhaozhao collected the remaining pig's head, tail, and intestines, intending to prepare a pot of braised delicacies later. In truth, braised intestines could be quite delectable, though they require considerable effort to prepare. Given the harsh conditions, it would be best to treat them with wood ash. It might be labor-intensive, yet promised a delightful taste. After all, it was still meat, and nothing should go to waste. If no one else wanted it, they would consume it themselves. Reflecting on her modern life, she recalled her fondness for braised dishes. As she pondered, her appetite stirred, yet she realized her current stock of seasonings was insufficient. Without a complete array of spices, the braised meat would lack aroma. In this era, condiments were not as plentiful as in modern times. One had to seek out their own spices. Indeed, many of the seasonings used in traditional braising were medicinal herbs, such as Sichuan pepper, star anise, fennel, cloves, cinnamon, grass fruit, white peony, and dried ginger, among others. Contemplating this, Lu Zhaozhao could not help but marvel at the profound wisdom of her ancestors, who had the insight to use herbal medicine as seasoning, making the braised meat exceptionally fragrant. It seemed they would have to make a trip to the town, and it would be a good opportunity to take her mother along as well. They could store the meat at home, covering it properly, with the weather still cool. It would not spoil within a day or two. Thus, she picked up the wild chicken that Guyan had hunted and happily made her way to Sister Zheng's house. She needed to attend to her vegetable planting, for time was of the essence. Now was the ideal moment to sow seedlings, as soon it would be too late for many crops. Sister Zheng was taken aback by Lu Zhaozhao's swift return. Zhaozhao, what brings you here so soon? She inquired. Sister Zheng, I am quite fond of the variety of seedlings you've cultivated. I noticed there is a substantial patch of empty land behind my house, and I wish to plant some vegetables as well. Therefore, I would like to transplant some seedlings from your garden. However, rest assured, I will not take anything without compensation. This wild chicken, which Guyan caught in the mountains, is a gift for you to nourish your children. Is that agreeable? As she spoke, Lu Zhaozhao placed the wild chicken before Sister Zheng, looking at her earnestly. Upon hearing this, Sister Zheng realized the girl intended to trade chicken for seedlings. How foolish of her! The few roots of vegetables were hardly worth much, while this wild chicken was a bounty of meat. She could not take advantage of such a generous offer. Hastily, she seized the chicken, while politely declining, saying, "Oh dear, it's merely a few vegetable seedlings. Not worth much at all." Sister, what are you saying? How can it be appropriate to exchange this wild chicken for them? Chicken meat is a true delicacy. You must take it back. Chapter 32, Birthday? Sister Zheng spoke with sincerity. She genuinely believed that Lu Zhaozhao was at a disadvantage by trading chicken for vegetable seedlings. Although she recognized the value of the wild chicken, she felt uneasy about taking such an advantage from someone else, which would trouble her conscience and disturb her sleep at night. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao felt even more assured of Sister Zheng's character. She knew well that the wild chicken held greater worth than the seedlings. However, in her case, the seedlings due to the existence of the spiritual field, possessed a value that was exponentially greater. While Sister Zheng was unaware of this, Zhaozhao was fully cognizant. Thus, she firmly believed that exchanging the wild chicken for the vegetable seedlings was an incredible deal. Oh no, Sister Zheng, you must accept this chicken. Otherwise, I shall seek someone else to trade with, and you would have to trust me to harvest without hesitation. Wouldn't you? As Zhaozhao spoke, she pressed the chicken into Sister Zheng's hands. Seeing her earnestness and fearing that Zhaozhao might indeed approach someone else, Sister Zheng cast a furtive glance at her 3 daughters, who were eyeing the chicken with gleaming eyes, and steeled herself to accept it. Her 3 daughters had also long been deprived of chicken meat. With Sister Zheng's agreement, Zhaozhao was overjoyed. She quickly exclaimed, "All right then, Sister Zheng, please attend to your matters. I can manage the digging myself. Rest assured, I will select only the denser seedlings and will not affect your family's vegetable supply." "Very well. You may proceed as you wish. If you need anything, just call for me. I'm inside mending clothes for the girls." Sister Zheng had previously taken Zhaozhao to the vegetable garden and knew she was quite familiar with the layout. So she left her to gather the vegetables on her own. This was precisely what Zhaozhao desired. She eagerly headed to the garden, where she could freely dig and plant into her spiritual field. Thus, Zhaozhao harvested an abundance of bok choy, oilseed rape, spinach, shepherd's purse, eggplant, cowpeas, scallions, and various other vegetables, ensuring that every variety from Sister Zheng's family was sown in her spiritual field. Once she had gathered a sufficient quantity of seedlings into her large basket, she bid farewell to Sister Zheng and returned home, only to find that Gu Yan had completed all the tasks she had entrusted him with prior to her departure. The vacant plot behind the house had been tilled, ready for planting the seedlings. Together, Zhaozhao directed Gu Yan, and they meticulously planted the freshly dug seedlings one by one. Following the usual procedure, they fertilized and watered the plants. However, the scent of the natural fertilizer was somewhat unpleasant. As they worked, Gu Yan pinched his nose and looked skeptically at the seedlings in the ground, questioning, "Zhaozhao, are you certain this will ensure their survival?" "Certainly, rest assured. I will ensure that you enjoy the freshest and most succulent vegetables." Zhaozhao exuded confidence, yet her assurance stemmed from the bountiful produce of her enchanted field. Even if the vegetables did not flourish as expected, she could always resort to a little clever alteration. Observing her unwavering determination, Gu Yan felt a sense of relief, pondering that she might indeed be an adept gardener, being a native daughter of the countryside. Thus, he set aside his hoe and strolled towards the house, casually remarking, "Very well, let us return home. It is time to prepare lunch. And then Nmo must be famished. I shall tend to the fire." "All right, I'm coming," Zhaozhao chirped, eagerly following in Gu Yan's wake. She felt a wave of gratitude that the vacant land was sufficiently expansive, far removed from their dwelling, so that the scent of farmyard fertilizer would not intrude upon their meal. Otherwise, even the most delectable dishes would lose their allure. Indeed, as soon as they returned to the house, and approached, exclaiming that her tummy was quite hungry and inquiring when they could begin dining, Zhaozhao reassured her that it would be ready shortly, and after soothing the child, she promptly set about preparing the meal. As Gu Yan was kindling the fire, he suddenly interjected, "Zhaozhao, could we perhaps have noodles today?" Startled for a moment, Zhaozhao quickly nodded in agreement. It was a rare occasion for him to make such a request, and without a second thought, she acquiesced. After all, it was merely a bowl of noodles, a simple task for her as a former northerner and a proficient hand-pulled noodle maker. Those who had tasted her noodles never failed to sing her praises. Seeing her acceptance, Gu Yan leisurely continued, "Today marks the birthday of the 2 children. Our circumstances at home may be modest, but I still wish for them to enjoy a bowl of longevity noodles." Zhaozhao, upon hearing this, exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You mean today isn't an Mo's birthday? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I haven't prepared anything." Gu Yan, taken aback by her intense reaction, had assumed that given their current plight, it would be unreasonable to expect a grand celebration. To him, a bowl of longevity noodles would be quite sufficient, akin to what ordinary children in Xinhua village would receive. Before he could respond, Zhaozhao, lost in her own thoughts, declared, "Never mind. It's not too late to know now. Wait here. I will surely prepare the most delicious longevity noodles in the world for them." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to begin. Thus, while Guyan tended to the fire and water, Zhaozhao hastily prepared the dough. Grateful for the fine noodles she had purchased during her last trip to town, she sliced some of the wild mushrooms and meat she had previously gathered, intending to create a delectable mushroom and meat noodle dish. However, as she finished the preparation and was about to roll out the noodles, she realized that the Gu household lacked a rolling pin. A skilled cook cannot produce a feast without the necessary tools, and without a rolling pin. She was at a loss. Though momentarily stunned, Zhaozhao quickly resolved to seek out Sister Zheng next door to inquire whether she might have a rolling pin to lend. Upon arriving at Sister Zheng's home, Zhaozhao explained her purpose, only to discover that Sister Zheng did not possess the item she sought. "I do not have a rolling pin at home. I have never used one." "Why? Do you wish to eat noodles?" "It's not that I particularly crave them. Rather, today is my 2 children's birthday, and I intended to prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for them. Alas, I completely forgot about it. No matter, I shall inquire at another household." Zhaozhao felt a bit overwhelmed. If Sister Zheng did not have one, she would surely find one elsewhere. She could not believe that in the entire Xinghua village, there would not be a single rolling pin. Sister Zheng set aside her tasks, stood up, and said, "Zhaozhao, do not wander aimlessly. In our area, there are few who know how to make dough. A rolling pin is indeed a rare commodity here. Come, let me accompany you. My hometown is in the Hushi region, where we primarily consume wheat-based dishes. I'm quite adept at pulling noodles. When I was a child, my family operated a noodle shop. Before the calamity struck us when I was 12, I helped out every day. I can surely prepare a bowl of longevity noodles for your children." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao was overjoyed and promptly led her affectionately back to her home. What splendid fortune! Thankfully, Sister Zheng could pull noodles, and the prospect of preparing longevity noodles was promising. Upon reaching the Gu family home, Sister Zheng immediately washed her hands and got to work. Lifting the lid, she found the dough had risen beautifully. With remarkable efficiency, Sister Zheng began kneading the dough, cutting it into small pieces, brushing them with oil, and arranging them neatly. Once the water was boiling, she commenced the process of pulling the noodles. Chapter 33. Sister Zheng pulls noodles. A true artisan's skill reveals itself immediately. As Sister Zheng began pulling the noodles and dropping them into the pot, Zhaozhao recognized that Sister Zheng was indeed experienced. It takes years of practice to achieve such proficiency. Soon, all the dough transformed into long, wide strands of noodles, looking utterly delectable. Sister Zheng tidied her workspace, washed her hands, and smiled at Zhaozhao, saying, "Sister, it's nearly done. Once this large pot of water comes to a boil, you can add 3 more splashes of water, and they will be ready to ladle out. Just pour your prepared sauce over them, and they will be ready to eat. You go ahead and have your meal. I shall not intrude any longer, as it is quite late. We finished our meal some time ago." "Indeed, thank you so much. Sister Zheng, you have been an immense help. I shall visit you again soon," Zhaozhao replied, not insisting that she stay, especially since they had already finished their meal and had purchased pork from her earlier, along with a wild chicken as a gift, ensuring that their meal was far from inferior. Once the noodles in the pot were cooked, Zhaozhao ladled them out, drenching them in sauce, and a steaming bowl of longevity noodles was ready. While the fire still blazed, she steamed an egg custard for her 2 children. Meanwhile, as Guyan called everyone to dinner, Zhaozhao picked up the dagger she had requested earlier and the carrot she had obtained from Sister Zheng's home, beginning to carve. As a physician, her deft hands could embroider delicate patterns on a belly. Carving a few characters was a mere trifle. The sun shone brightly that day, prompting everyone to decide to dine in the courtyard. Mo and gazed at the fragrant bowls of mushroom and shredded pork, showering compliments. "Wow, these noodles smell incredible. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable." "Thank you, dear aunt. An aunt absolutely adores noodles." Once Zhaozhao took her seat, she playfully pinched the cheeks of the 2 little ones and cheerfully remarked, "Go on, have a taste. It should be delightful. I heard from your uncle that today marks your birthday. These 2 bowls are your longevity noodles. I wish for you both to grow up joyfully and healthily. Is that all right? Yes, thank you, dear aunt. The children had heard about this from their uncle that morning, yet they felt indifferent, having long forgotten the sensation of a birthday celebration. However, hearing their aunt's words now stirred a deep sense of gratitude within them. The twins shared a special connection, and in unison, they expressed their thanks to Lu Zhaozhao. With a casual wave of her hand, Lu Zhaozhao replied, "Oh, it's nothing. This is merely what an aunt should do. If only your uncle had informed me sooner, I would have prepared birthday gifts for you. But there is still one thing. Wait a moment." With that, Lu Zhaozhao hurriedly rose to fetch the steamed egg custard she had just prepared. In this era, there were no birthday cakes, so she decided to substitute with the custard instead. She drizzled a bit of soy sauce and arranged the freshly carved radish letters spelling happy birthday atop it. Along with a couple of small flowers, she had also carved from the leftover radish. With a warm smile, she presented the dish to the table. Upon seeing the radish letters, the children's eyes widened with delight, and they exclaimed, "How beautiful! It smells wonderful too. Is this for us, dear aunt?" Anin gazed longingly at the dish, her mouth watering. Recognizing her enchantment with the carved letters, Lu Zhaozhao inquired, "Do Anin and Mo know what these radish letters say?" Anin, her eyes wide, pondered for a moment before shaking her head in confusion, her voice sweet and innocent. "Dear aunt, I don't know, but I really love those two flowers. Can they be for me?" "I know. It says happy birthday, right, dear aunt?" Montak chimed in, excitement evident in his voice. It was his first time seeing letters carved from radish, such a novelty. He recognized the characters, as their uncle occasionally taught them to read with a stick, although Anin, being playful, never took it seriously enough to learn. Lu Zhaozhao was nearly in stitches from their adorableness. She picked up one of the little flowers and handed it to Anin, softly reassuring her, "Of course. These little flowers are all yours. Your brother is correct. Those 4 characters say happy birthday. I hope you both have a joyful day. Now let us eat." Dig in. Although Gu Yan maintained a serious demeanor, the fact that it was his beloved niece and nephew's birthday softened his heart, prompting him to relax a bit and muster a smile as he wished them a happy birthday. Li Shi, as the grandmother, felt a twinge of shame for not having a proper gift to present to the children at this moment. With heartfelt blessings, she concluded, "When the opportunity arises in the future, grandmother will surely host a splendid birthday banquet for you." These 2 beloved children, who ought to have enjoyed a life of luxury and abundance from a young age, had instead endured a life of hardship due to the treachery of others. Her heart ached for them. Fortunately, there was Zhaozhao, who, under such challenging circumstances, had managed to prepare a delightful spread of food for them. Li expressed her gratitude, saying, "Zhaozhao, you have truly worked hard to prepare this. Your kindness is etched in my heart, and I shall never forget your generosity. To have met you is indeed a blessing for our entire family." Seeing Li's emotional response, her eyes glistening with tears, Lu Zhaozhao quickly reassured her, "Mother, there is no need for such sentiment. We are family, and it is only natural to support one another. Guyan has also assisted me greatly. I do not hold back with him. Now let us savor these noodles together. They are made by Sister Zhang, and I am genuinely astonished by her remarkable skill in making hand-pulled noodles." With that, they all began to enjoy the noodles, which were accompanied by a fragrant and savory mushroom and meat sauce. The noodles were perfectly chewy and smooth, creating a harmonious pairing with the dish. After taking a bite, Lu Zhaozhao was utterly amazed, exclaiming, "These noodles are exquisite. The sauce you prepared is delightful as well." Guyan took a mouthful of noodles, thoroughly satisfied, and praised the meal without reserve. "This egg custard is also delicious. Uncle, aunt, grandmother, you must all try it. Indeed, it is so tender and smooth, simply delightful." Upon hearing the children ask praises, the 3 adults graciously took a bite, and they too found it to be utterly delicious. Guyan had not realized there were so many ways to prepare eggs. Previously, he had only boiled them in water. Reflecting on the white boiled eggs the children had eaten for so long made him feel a bit embarrassed. Thankfully, with Lu Zhaozhao now in their lives, they were finally enjoying flavorful meals. Thus, Anin and Mo celebrated their first birthday in Xinghua village with their family, a truly memorable occasion. They were so satisfied with the meal that even as they drifted off to sleep, they continued to murmur in their dreams, and it was so delicious. The radish flowers are so pretty. Hearing these words, Zhaozhao tucked them in, unable to suppress a smile. Then, recalling the seedling she had planted in the spiritual field at Sister Zheng's house earlier that day, she quickly entered her space to check on them. Chapter 34. Spirit Pet Feigning. Upon entering the space, Zhaozhao made her way directly to the spiritual field. Indeed, she was met with a vast expanse of greenery, far more impressive than the two small patches she had seen before. Even the spirit pet floated happily to her side, exclaiming, "Excellent work, host! You have managed to plant so many vegetables in just one day. You are a promising learner. Continue this diligence, and strive to fill this spiritual field to its utmost capacity." Zhaozhao gazed at her adorable spirit pet, which spoke to her in a tone reminiscent of an elderly sage. Unable to suppress her amusement at its charmingly cute appearance, she playfully remarked, "Little spirit pet, might you refrain from sounding so mature? It feels quite unfamiliar to me. By the way, shall we agree on something? Let me give you a name. Referring to you simply as spirit pet feels rather impersonal, and given your delightful cuteness, you truly deserve a name that matches your charm." Upon hearing this, the spirit pet immediately became animated, flitting around Zhaozhao with evident joy. "Of course, I too believe I require a name. What do you think would suit my adorably endearing appearance?" Zhaozhao pondered earnestly, recalling the names of various pets she had encountered in her previous life. I have some ideas," she exclaimed, tentatively suggesting, "How about Xiao, Meow Meow, Tuan Tuan, Mao Mao?" With each name she uttered, the spirit pet's expression darkened incrementally, prompting her to refrain from mentioning the latter suggestions. Noticing the pet's discontent, Zhaozhao inquired, "What is the matter? Do you not fancy these names? They are quite adorable, don't you think?" "No, I refuse. I am a spirit pet, and I demand a name that exudes power. Do you comprehend? I command you to rethink," the spirit pet declared, hands placed defiantly on its hips as it hovered in midair, clearly displeased. Despite its adorable appearance, it possessed formidable abilities, and those soft, cuddly names simply did not do justice to its prowess. Though Zhaozhao found it perplexing that such a cute creature would desire a name of grandeur, she obediently began to contemplate anew. Drawing from her literary knowledge, she finally proposed a few names that sounded more human. How about Fei Ying, Shandian, Jing Mo, or San Yun? These names possess a certain majesty, don't you think? Which do you prefer? Zhaozhao genuinely exerted herself to find suitable names, although she felt these sounded more fitting for a majestic steed rather than a diminutive, adorable spirit pet. Nevertheless, it was ultimately the spirit pet's preference that mattered most, and she resolved not to overly concern herself with its feelings. After all, with time, one would grow accustomed to calling it whatever name it chose. She recalled a strikingly beautiful patient she had encountered in the hospital named Li Tsuehua. As she grew accustomed to the name, it no longer seemed out of place. Indeed, how could a stunning beauty not be named Tsuehua? It sounded rather endearing. After contemplating the name she suggested, the spirit pet seemed to take them seriously, finally declaring, "Henceforth, I shall be called Fei Ying. It has a certain coolness to it." "Very well, Fei Ying it is. Since you are capable of flight, it is quite fitting. Now, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Please guard the spirit field space diligently. I am off to rest." With that, Zhaozhao exited the space, oblivious to the fact that Fei Ying appeared to have more to convey to her. As she has already departed, Fei Ying no longer gazed towards the exit. After all, there would be ample opportunities for them to be together in the future. There was no need for haste. The reality of this world seemed to suggest that it was quite late. Humans required sleep to replenish their energy, so it was best to let her rest first. Early the following morning, after a simple breakfast, Zhaozhao turned to Guyan and said, "Guyan, let us take mother and the children to the county town. I heard from Sister Zheng that there is a market today. It would be perfect for us to take mother to see a doctor and to buy new clothes for the family. I also wish to purchase some spices." Upon hearing Zhaozhao's words and observing the splendid weather, Guyan noted the bright sunshine. Indeed, it was an excellent day for a market excursion. Glancing at the eager expressions on the children's faces, he nodded in agreement. Since settling in Xinghua village, the children had never ventured outside, and their clothes were indeed in need of replacement. However, considering the ages of the elder and the younger members of the family, he proposed, "Let us take Uncle Nyo's cart. Mother is unwell, and Nin and Momo are too young to walk such a long distance." "That sounds perfect. It's only a few coins, so we shall all travel together in the ox cart to the market," Zhaozhao replied cheerfully. Their family had managed to save a little money. The earnings from selling snake gall and the recent sale of wild boar meat amounted to over 20 taels of silver, sufficient for their needs. Moreover, her spirit field would soon yield produce, and then she would become the finest vendor in Xinghua village. No, in Qinghe town, selling the most delectable vegetables, alleviating any concerns about financial constraints. Upon hearing the adults' plans, the two children erupted in joyful cheers. "Wonderful! We can go to the market. Little auntie, I want to buy a hairpin. May I have some sugar figurines, little aunt?" Observing their delight, Zhaozhao felt increasingly affirmed in her decision. It was only during childhood that such simple wishes could spark such exuberance. In adulthood, a sugar figurine or a hairpin would hardly evoke such emotions. Thus, she enthusiastically responded to their desires. Bye. I will get everything for you. Once we arrive at the county town, your wishes shall be fulfilled." Li Qi, witnessing this harmonious scene, felt a deep sense of comfort. She had previously discussed the necessity of accompanying her daughter-in-law to the county for medical attention and found Zhaozhao's reasoning sound. Given her frail health, she could not assist them and often felt like a burden. In severe moments, medication was required, which could be quite costly. It would be wiser to address her health in one go, even if it were a bit expensive, as it was worth it. Once she recovered, she could help with the children, contribute to household chores, and enjoy the sunshine and fresh air, which was far preferable to languishing in bed, feeling weak. Li Shi found great merit in this line of thought. Moreover, reflecting on the past, there were nights when she would cough incessantly, unable to find solace in sleep. It truly frightened her. Attending to her health promptly would enable her to contribute to the family sooner. Now, witnessing the couple working in unison to improve their lives, filled with hope and promise, her heart found considerable solace. Since Zhaozhao entered their home, the two children had noticeably plumped up a bit, gaining some adorable chubbiness, which made them all the more endearing. Observing them, Li felt reassured that as long as they cherished their family, there remained hope. Thus she resolved to regain her vigor swiftly. She was genuinely pleased with her daughter-in-law Zhaozhao, who seemed to radiate an effervescent light, perpetually brimming with vitality, bringing joy and a sense of optimism for the future. Chapter 35. The whole family goes to the market thus. The Gu family of 5 set off together in an ox cart towards Linan County. The cart was also occupied by other villagers, creating a lively atmosphere as they squeezed together. Fortuitously, these individuals had all previously purchased wild boar meat from the Gu family, resulting in a cordial interaction with Zhaozhao and Gu Yan. The two children were remarkably charming, evoking affection from all, which contributed to the delightful ambience aboard the cart. Everyone engaged in playful banter with the children, who, despite their youthful innocence, responded to the adults' inquiries with earnestness and maturity. Particularly Mo, whose contrasting demeanor was utterly delightful. Even Grandpa Nyo, who was driving the cart, couldn't help but chuckle heartily, having always held a fondness for the two youngsters, which had only intensified. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. The distance from the village to the county was traversed swiftly. Upon disembarking, Uncle Nyo stubbornly refused to accept fare for the children, leaving Gu Yan feeling quite embarrassed. Ultimately, it was Zhaozhao who intervened, suggesting Gu Yan let it go, prompting Uncle Nyo to leave with a cheerful demeanor. He mentioned he would wait at the city gate in the afternoon, ensuring they returned on time. As Zhaozhao observed Uncle Nyo's departing figure, she softly remarked to Gu Yan, "Uncle Nyo lives alone, and with his home being rather lonely, he particularly enjoys the company of children. It brings him joy. If he doesn't wish to accept it, let it be. When I prepare some braised pork, you can take some to him." "All right, we shall do as you suggest," Gu Yan nodded, finding her reasoning quite sound. Thus, the group first accompanied Li to inquire about the most renowned medical clinic in Linan County, where they sought proper treatment. After examining her pulse, the doctor leisurely stated, "It is not a significant issue. It appears you were previously startled and caught a chill, which went untreated, leaving some residual ailments. I shall prescribe a course of medication for you to take for 7 days. Return for a re-examination thereafter, and I will adjust your prescription accordingly." This medicinal prescription, although comprised of relatively expensive ingredients, should not cause you distress. After all, one gets what one pays for. The efficacy of these 7 days' worth of medicine is crucial for eradicating the root of the ailment. Once you have completed this course, subsequent medications will not be so exorbitant. Do you understand? The elder physician earnestly advised, noting their modest attire, which suggested they were not from a wealthy background. Otherwise, they would not have neglected seeking medical assistance and allowed such a malady to take hold. Thus, he felt compelled to emphasize the necessity of these 7 days of treatment. Without it, the healing would be incomplete and intermittent, making future recovery increasingly challenging. "All right, we understand, doctor. Please prescribe the medication," Zhaozhao replied promptly. Being a gynecologist herself, she was well aware of this principle. Upon hearing the doctor's words, she readily acquiesced. The elder physician recognized that the decision-maker in this household was this spirited young lady, and her forthrightness pleased him. Nodding with satisfaction, he took up his brush and skillfully inscribed the prescription. Zhaozhao took the prescription, scanning it rapidly, only to find, unsurprisingly, that she could comprehend none of it. It seemed that regardless of the era, physicians shared a common flaw. Their prescriptions were indecipherable to anyone but their own ilk. However, her inability to understand was inconsequential, as the young apprentice at the apothecary would certainly be able to read it. Thus, Zhaozhao proceeded to the dispensary, gathered the necessary herbs, paid the required silver, and exited the medical establishment with her family. Once outside, Li Shi lamented, "This medicine is truly expensive. We have only consulted once, and it has already cost us 3 taels of silver. How exorbitant! Do not fret, mother. Did you not hear the elder physician? After these few days of treatment, you will feel much better, and the subsequent medications will not be so costly. Rest assured, with Gu Yin and me by your side, I have already devised a plan to earn money, and I will need your assistance in the future. Therefore, you must first take care of your health." Zhaozhao gently reassured her, soothing her with kind words. Gu Yin observed this scene and silently vowed to himself that he would strive to hunt more game, alleviating his mother's worries about monetary matters. With this significant concern addressed, Zhaozhao then dedicated her time to exploring the bustling market of Linan County with the 2 children. The marketplace was vibrant and lively, offering a variety of goods. And Mo delightedly purchased their desired hair ornaments and sugar figurines. Subsequently, they ventured to the fabric shop, where they selected several yards of cloth to make new garments for their family. Initially, she had intended to purchase ready-made clothing, but upon realizing that they were considerably more expensive than fabric, she found it impractical. Thus, Zhaozhao ultimately resolved to buy the fabric instead. Although she was not skilled in sewing, she could afford to hire someone to do it, such as Sister Zheng and her eldest daughter, whom she had often seen diligently engaged in needlework at their home. This would save a significant amount of money. After securing the fabric and placing it into Gu Yin's backpack, Zhaozhao suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to purchase seasonings at the medical clinic. She muttered to herself, feeling as though she had overlooked something, yet could not recall what it was. Thus, Zhaozhao instructed Gu Yin to take her mother and the 2 little ones to the nearby bun shop, where they could enjoy their lunch while waiting for her. She intended to make another trip to the pharmacy. After ensuring that the 3 were settled, Gu Yin turned to Zhaozhao and said, "I shall accompany you. Your mother and the children will remain here enjoying their buns. They won't wander off. Once we finish our errands, we shall return to them. This county town is unfamiliar to you, and I am uneasy about you, a young lady, venturing alone." Li Shi chimed in, "Indeed, Zhaozhao, let a yin accompany you. We will wait here at the bun shop and will not stray." "Very well, then. You all enjoy your meal. We shall return shortly." Zhaozhao agreed upon hearing their concerns. Together, she and Gu Yin hastened back to the medical clinic they had just visited. Word had it that this establishment was reputable, with an excellent reputation, and she had felt that the doctors displayed commendable medical ethics during her previous visit. Thus, she resolved to procure her seasonings from there. Upon arriving at the clinic, Zhaozhao made a beeline for the medicine cabinet and addressed the young attendant. "Young sir, please fetch me some Sichuan pepper, star anise, fennel, and cloves." The attendant, bewildered by the lengthy list of herbal ingredients, was momentarily taken aback before she inquired, "What is it for? A remedy? Do you have a prescription?" The young man's curiosity was piqued, yet he felt compelled to ask further due to his professional instincts. "No, I intend to use them as seasonings for marinated meat." "Rest assured, there will be no issues," Zhaozhao reassured him, understanding his apprehension. These were commonplace herbs, after all, and would pose no danger. After a moment's contemplation, the attendant deemed it unlikely that there would be any significant complications, and he dutifully gathered the requested ingredients. With the herbs in hand, Zhaozhao and Guyan hastened back to the bun shop. Upon their safe arrival, they found that Li Shi and the little ones were quietly savoring their buns without any incident, which alleviated Zhaozhao's worries. They joined the family at the round table. Chapter 36. Guyan's unease back already? Did you manage to procure the seasonings? Li Shi inquired with a smile, relieved to see them return safely. She then called out to the proprietor by the stove, "Boss, please bring us 5 more buns." "Certainly, coming right up." Zhaozhao, having successfully acquired everything she needed, felt elated. Once seated, she cheerfully replied, "Yes, mother, I got everything. When we return home, I shall prepare fragrant marinated pig's head meat for you all. I guarantee you will crave more." Zhaozhao was quite confident in this endeavor, having previously prepared it at home. One summer, after indulging in cold marinated pig's head meat and suffering from a bout of indigestion, she realized that it may not have been fresh, explaining the overly salty flavor that had initially masked any issues. Since then, she had refrained from purchasing such marinated meat products, yet her cravings persisted. With no other option, she rolled up her sleeves and began to make it herself. In contemporary times, recipes have become exceedingly accessible. With a mere search on social media platforms, one can find an abundance of tutorials. Consequently, following the instructions meticulously, she succeeded splendidly in preparing her first batch of braised delicacies. Since then, the responsibility of crafting these savory treats for her family has rested solely upon her shoulders. At one point, she even contemplated that had she not pursued a career as an obstetrician, opening a stall to sell braised meat might have proven to be a lucrative endeavor. This confidence radiated from her. "Yea, how wonderful! The dishes made by Annie are the most delectable." Indeed, while she had yet to sample pig's head meat, she trusted Annie's word that it was delicious. As Zhaozhao concluded her statement, the 2 little ones began to shower her with compliments, eliciting laughter from those present. Observing the harmonious and jovial atmosphere among the family members, Li felt a wave of hope wash over her regarding her own health. She nodded appreciatively and nudged the buns that the proprietor had just served towards the 2 children, saying, "Well, we are indeed fortunate. Since Zhao's arrival, our meals have been significantly more enjoyable. Thanks to you, my dear child, you're truly a blessing. Come, eat up." Although the flavor may not rival that of Zhao's sumptuous meat buns, they are quite filling, and the children and I have already had our fill. The latter 2 remarks were whispered discreetly into Zhao's ear, as it would be somewhat impolite to compare the buns from their stall unfavorably to those made by their daughter-in-law, even if it was the unvarnished truth. Delighted by this charming side of her mother-in-law, Zhaozhao felt a surge of joy. She had ventured out and found herself far more spirited than when lying in bed. Indeed, one must step outside and not remain cooped up indoors. At the very least, witnessing the bustling crowd and the vast expanse of the world can lift one's spirits considerably. Thus, Zhaozhao, alongside Guyan, began to enjoy the meat buns, while the proprietor also provided tea, allowing them to savor their meal while quenching their thirst. As they dined, a few weary travelers unexpectedly occupied the adjacent empty table. Upon settling in, they called out, "Boss, we would like 10 buns, and please pack another 10 for our journey home." "Certainly, esteemed guests. Please hold on for just a moment." It appeared that the neighboring table consisted of patrons from the capital. As soon as they sat down, they engaged in animated conversation. Zhaozhao quietly savored her bun while listening to their discourse, feeling a twinge of curiosity since she had yet to visit the capital of this dynasty. Brother Lu, did you manage to earn a fortune in the capital this time? Ah, don't even mention it. Earning money is the least of my concerns. Merely surviving is a blessing. Thankfully, I was swift in my departure. My brother, heed my advice, steer clear of the capital for the time being. It has become quite chaotic, and business is difficult. Oh, what do you mean? I was unaware of any disturbances in the capital during my travels south. Pray enlighten me, for I had intended to visit next month to see if any new goods had arrived. Shoo, lower your voice. This matter is far too significant for us common folk to influence. Have you heard? The one in power is rumored to be on the brink of demise. Upon receiving this news, the crown prince hastily returned to the capital to attend to the situation. Unbeknownst to many, shortly after His Highness the Crown Prince departed from the battlefield, news emerged of the entire Gu family army being accused of treason. The Empress and various court officials expressed suspicions regarding the Crown Prince's connection with General Gu, subsequently placing him under house arrest. The fourth prince seized General Gu's residence, and it is rumored that both General Gu and the young General Gu were soon sentenced to execution as a public spectacle. The female members of the Gu family have been conscripted as military prostitutes, truly a lamentable fate. As a merchant spoke, he shook his head, seemingly feeling a deep sense of injustice for the Gu family. The individual seated opposite him appeared equally perplexed and incredulous, exclaiming, "How could this be? I refuse to believe that General Gu would betray his country." "Hush," the merchant replied. "The authorities declare him a traitor, and thus he is branded as such. Even the crown prince can be placed under house arrest. Consider the magnitude of the forces at play here. Alas, the crown prince is indeed in a dire situation. The current empress is the biological mother of the fourth prince, and naturally, she will prioritize her own son's interests. It would be a blessing for him to retain his life. Indeed, it is only regrettable for the Gu family, who have suffered such unwarranted calamity. It is likely that a change in the national title will soon follow. Younger brother, it would be prudent to wait until the situation in the capital stabilizes before proceeding. Thank you for the information, elder brother. I shall take heed," the younger man replied as they hastened their meal, eager to continue their journey. Zhaozhao savored her bun while listening intently, despite their attempts to lower their voices. The proximity of the two tables meant that every word of their conversation reached her ears without fail. Zhaozhao was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that in such a remote county, one could overhear gossip from the capital, especially of such gravity. The intrigue surrounding the royal succession was a narrative she had only encountered in dramas or novels. Hearing it recounted in such a vivid manner was an entirely new experience for her. Just as she intended to engage in conversation with Gu Yin beside her, she noticed something amiss with him. At that moment, Gu Yin had finished his bun, yet an air of cold detachment enveloped him. His hands rested on the table, alternating between tension and relaxation, while his eyes exuded a chilling frost. Zhaozhao had never seen Gu Yin like this, and found herself momentarily at a loss. After a prolonged silence, she gently nudged his arm and inquired, "Gu Yin, what troubles you?" His demeanor shifted as if he had just emerged from a trance. He steadied himself, glanced at the bewildered Zhaozhao, and slowly replied, "It's nothing. I was lost in thought. Have you finished eating? If so, let us depart, as the time is indeed ripe." "Yes, I've finished. Let's go then." With that, the group settled their bill and departed from the bun shop. Upon arriving at the county town city gate, Uncle Neo was already waiting there. After exchanging greetings, a few of them boarded the carriage. However, unlike their journey to the town, the return was marked by a palpable silence from Gu Yin and Li Shi, both appearing rather dejected. The only ones chattering incessantly were the two little ones, Zhaozhao, and several fellow villagers sharing the ride. Chapter 37. Consolation thus, amidst laughter and chatter, they returned to Xinghua village. Once home, Zhaozhao resumed her usual routine of kindling the fire and boiling water, preparing to brew her mother-in-law's medicine. Such an expensive remedy must be taken punctually, otherwise its efficacy would diminish. Each dose was a significant investment, and she felt compelled to ensure her mother-in-law consumed it without fail. However, Ever since returning from the county town, Guyen had exhibited several peculiar behaviors. He either tossed firewood into the pot or mixed up the medicine with the seasonings. After enduring this for a while, Zhaozhao could no longer restrain herself and erupted in frustration. Guyen, what is wrong with you? Why are you making so many mistakes today? Where's your mind wandering? After her outburst, Zhaozhao glared at Guyen, relieved that he had mistakenly used seasonings instead of the precious medicinal herbs. Otherwise, she would have been distraught. Guyen's behavior was clearly amiss. Contemplating the situation, Zhaozhao realized that he had been acting strangely since their return from the county town. No, it must have begun when he overheard two merchants discussing matters concerning the capital at the bun shop. The mention of General Gu, coupled with Guyen's surname and the various conversations they had, suddenly made sense. Furthermore, Guyen had only recently settled in Xinghua village. Though he had claimed that his family was once engaged in trade and had been affluent, with numerous servants, leaving him somewhat unfamiliar with the trivialities of daily life. His current demeanor made her doubt his disconnection from the Gu family that had faced confiscation. This young man was evidently too naive, unable to conceal his thoughts, unlike her mother-in-law, who, despite exhibiting a more subdued demeanor during their return journey and secluding herself in her room upon arrival, displayed far more composure than Guyen. Indeed, he was a mere greenhorn. Zhaozhao could not help but scoff inwardly. Startled by Zhaozhao's sharp voice, Guyen realized he had erred once more. Seeing her glaring at him in anger, he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry. I was a bit distracted." Zhaozhao snatched the items from his hands, unwilling to let him mishandle the medicinal ingredients further, and sternly instructed, "Enough. Go sit on that stone over there for a while. Don't create more chaos." "Oh," Guyen replied, and obediently moved to a nearby stone, sitting there with a forlorn expression, lost in thought, his demeanor one of deep melancholy. After Zhaozhao had scolded him away, she caught sight of his pitiful demeanor, resembling that of a forlorn puppy, and felt a twinge of compassion. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, she offered some words of solace. "Guyen, pondering excessively is futile. You cannot alter the current circumstances. Focus on living well and striving to earn a living. Let us first improve our present situation, and in time, when we have the means, we shall naturally have the capacity to pursue greater endeavors." Guyen, perplexed by her words, retorted coldly, "You do not understand. My issues cannot be resolved merely by monetary means." Zhaozhao shook her head in disagreement, asserting, No, while money is not omnipotent, a lack of it is utterly debilitating. Its utility far exceeds your expectations. Besides, dwelling on these thoughts will only exacerbate your worries. Embrace life with positivity and determination, for that is how we shall best navigate the uncertainties of the future. Perhaps, in due course, the tides will turn in our favor. There is always a way out. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. You should take a leaf out of an MO's book. Observe their joy. Living happily would surely bring comfort to your departed loved ones. Zhaozhao's words were rather candid, and Guyen detected an inkling of something amiss, prompting her to question warily, "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you know?" Zhaozhao ignored her, engrossed in her own tasks, and lightly remarked, "I know nothing, except that I am well fed and not hungry. And this braised pig's head is simply delectable, and an MO will surely relish it. Ha ha ha." At that moment, all the seasonings had been added to the pot, and the pig's head began to simmer, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The following day, after a night of gentle braising, the pork had absorbed the flavors beautifully. Zhaozhao sampled a small piece, and at that moment, she felt as though she were floating in bliss. It was exquisitely delicious. In fact, it surpassed the braised meats she had prepared in the modern world. Upon reflection, she surmised that perhaps the unique flavor stemmed from the use of pure firewood for cooking, or maybe it was the all-natural spices of this bygone era. And yes, the wild boar was truly wild, not domesticated. The confluence of these factors had culminated in such a remarkable dish. In addition to the pig's head, she had also included the pig's tail and intestines in the pot. However, processing the intestines proved to be quite a laborious task. Although her home was not lacking in wood ash, The odor was quite unpleasant, requiring prolonged scrubbing, which was rather disheartening. Nevertheless, given her current impoverished state, Zhaozhao could not bear to discard it. So she persevered through her disgust and pressed on. Ultimately, all her efforts were worthwhile, for the braised intestines turned out tender, succulent, and utterly delightful. For breakfast, she settled for a simple bowl of porridge paired with some greens. The braised meat continued to simmer in the pot, absorbing more flavor, which would enhance its deliciousness. As midday approached, Zhaozhao finally served it, slicing it into smaller portions for Gu Yin to take to Uncle Niu, accompanied by an Mo. She also took a portion for Sister Zhang. Since witnessing Sister Zhang's remarkable skills last time, Zhaozhao had conceived a bold idea, yet she felt it was not the right moment to share it. She would wait for a suitable occasion to express her thoughts. Upon arriving at Sister Zhang's home, Jinhua immediately spotted her and cheerfully exclaimed, "Sister Gu, what brings you here? My mother is not at home. She went to borrow some patterns from Grandma Lu on the front street." "Oh, what a coincidence. It's nothing urgent. I just made some braised meat and brought a little for you to taste. It's from that wild boar. I used the less desirable parts and turned out quite well. Here, take it inside. It will make a nice addition to your dinner later." Jinhua felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to refuse, but the enticing aroma wafting through the air was irresistible, making her unable to voice her objections. Zhaozhao noticed her hesitation and quickly added, "Jinhua, please accept it. There's no need to feel shy. We are neighbors, and it is only right to help one another. Besides, I have something to ask your mother for later, and if you don't accept this, I would feel too embarrassed to bring it up." Indeed, Zhaozhao had a request for Sister Zhang. Initially, she intended to offer a few coins for her to help them make clothes. However, she now felt that presenting coins seemed too impersonal, and it would be more meaningful to engage in a reciprocal exchange. She believed that Sister Zhang would appreciate this approach as well. She intended to cultivate a long-term relationship with Sister Zhang's family, finding a more comfortable way for both parties. Chapter 38. Making new clothes? Is what Sister Gu said true? Does she genuinely need my mother as assistance? Is she not just saying that to persuade me to accept? Jinhua pondered. Otherwise, my mother would surely scold me upon her return. Yet, the meat you braise smells so enticing. I find myself quite tempted. Jinhua admired her new neighbor, Sister Gu. Despite their minimal age difference, she seemed far more capable. Everything she prepared was delicious. Even the previous oil residue buns had been a revelation. Jinhua had never realized that wild vegetables could be transformed into such delectable buns. She truly admired her. Although Jinhua had heard from her mother that Sister Gu's background was quite tragic, much worse than theirs, at least they had a loving mother to care for them. In contrast, Sister Gu's mother had passed away long ago, her stepmother was cruel, and her biological father was scarcely present. Sister Gu had endured everything alone. Ever since the incident with the Yang family, the entire village was aware that Zhaozhao had been sold to the Gu family, rather than being courted in a conventional manner. How pitiable Sister Gu was. Yet, despite her sorrowful past, she greeted each day with a smile, showing no signs of despair. The sisters should aspire to embody the spirit of Sister Gu, which is why they are quite eager to maintain a connection with the Gu family. Moreover, Brother Gu is a good man, and both Anin and Momo are delightful children. They are neighbors after all, and looking out for one another fosters a warm and comforting atmosphere. Upon encountering the charming Jinhua, Zhaozhao couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course it's genuine. Just accept it with assurance. When your mother returns, I shall come by again. It's settled then. We shall see each other soon." With that, she handed the basin in her hands to Zhang Jinhua and returned home. Upon arriving home, Gu Yin returned from Uncle Niu's with the two little ones in tow. Once everyone was gathered, they began their meal, which naturally included an additional dish of braised pig's head and pig intestines. Initially, Gu Yin was quite resistant to the idea of pig intestines, opting instead for the pig head meat. However, Anin's enthusiastic remark piqued his interest. "This intestine is delicious. It's so crunchy and fragrant. I truly love it." After saying this, she picked up a piece and took a bite. Gu Yin was genuinely astonished. Anin had always been somewhat finicky about her food, and he never anticipated she would find that dish appealing. He couldn't help but wonder if she was unaware that it was, In fact, a receptacle for pig waste. Zhaozhao, observing his expression, discerned his thoughts and boldly took a piece of pig intestine herself, chewing exaggeratedly and exclaiming, "So fragrant." Guyan was taken aback, wondering if it was truly that delectable. Nevertheless, thanks to her encouragement, his previously heavy heart had lightened considerably. Later, he spent a long time conversing with his mother, employing Zhaozhao as comforting words to guide her as well. It proved somewhat effective. Though they remained in sorrow, they managed to force smiles. Zhaozhao firmly believed that time is the greatest healer. Any pain, with the passage of time, would gradually fade. We can cherish the memories of those who have passed and seek justice for them, but we must not live solely for these purposes. Living earnestly and making the most of each day is equally essential. Only then can we justify our existence in this world. Eventually, under the exaggerated performances of Zhaozhao and the two little ones, Guyan and Li Shi succumbed to temptation, each trying a piece of the intestine. After tasting it, they both agreed that it was quite delightful, devoid of any unpleasant flavor. Just as they were nearing the end of their meal, Sister Zheng rushed over and said, "Sister Zhaozhao, I heard from my Jinhua that you came by to see me, and you even brought a large piece of meat. How very courteous of you. If there is anything you need, just let me know. We're neighbors, and I will certainly help you without hesitation." Zheng had come to understand Zhaozhao's character. This girl was capable and would never let others suffer or take advantage of anyone. Their interaction was based on mutual respect, and she found joy in dealing with someone who reciprocated kindness. It was a sincere exchange of goodwill. "If you treat me well, I shall undoubtedly treat you well in return." "Oh dear, Sister Zheng, that item is hardly worth 2 copper coins. I simply wish for you to taste it. I genuinely have a matter to discuss with you. I notice that you've been diligently engaged in needlework each day. Does that mean you possess the skill to sew garments?" Zhaozhao approached her directly, unreservedly articulating her request. Sister Zheng was initially taken aback, but soon replied, "Of course, we country folk make our own clothes. Every household has women who are capable. Why do you ask?" Without further contemplation, her words left both ladies present slightly flushed, for neither Zhaozhao nor Li Shi possessed such skills. Zhaozhao, having arrived from a modern era, was accustomed to purchasing ready-made attire. In her time, bespoke clothing was a luxury reserved for affluent families. Not only was she incapable of sewing garments, but she could not even mend a pair of socks. Li Shi, having been raised in opulence, had always relied on servants for such trivialities. Although she had once dabbled in needlework during her youth, the long absence from the craft had rendered her forgetful of the skills. Despite feeling a hint of embarrassment, Zhaozhao remained undeterred, recognizing that everyone has their strengths, and lacking proficiency in needlework was hardly a source of shame. She looked at Sister Zheng and candidly expressed, "The truth is, I am not well versed in needlework. My mother-in-law is unwell, and I have purchased some fabric in town, hoping to make new clothes for my family. I was wondering if I could trouble you for assistance. Would that be possible?" "Ah, I see. Of course it is possible. Why would it not be? My dear, you are far too polite. Even if you did not offer me any meat, I would still gladly help you. I am often idle, and this would not take much of my time," Sister Zheng replied. Initially, she had thought it was a significant matter deserving of her special visit, laden with gifts and requests. Yet, it turned out to be merely a few garments. "This child is truly too courteous." Sister Zheng, only a couple of years older than Zhaozhao's eldest maid, felt a genuine affection for her, treating her as a younger sister. Although Zhaozhao addressed her as sister, in her heart, she regarded her as a daughter. Upon hearing Sister Zheng's agreement, Zhaozhao was elated and exclaimed, "That is wonderful. I was actually going to suggest that I pay you for your work, perhaps a set amount per garment. What do you think?" However, to her surprise, Sister Zheng objected, standing her ground with an annoyed expression. "That will not do, dear Zhaozhao. If you insist on that, then I shall not make them for you at all. It feels too formal. We are not the kind of people to take advantage of others. How can we accept your payment? Besides, with our rudimentary skills, if you do not mind, that is already generous enough. If you truly feel uncomfortable, perhaps you could simply give me the leftover scraps of fabric. I will save them to make shoe soles. What do you think?" Seeing that Sister Zheng had already gone so far, Zhaozhao realized that refusing would be quite improper. Thus, she readily agreed. As fortune would have it, during this moment of leisure, Sister Zheng took out her measuring tape and proceeded to measure the figures of each member of the Gu family. After recording the measurements, she departed with the fabric in her arms. The two little ones, upon learning that new clothes would soon be theirs, leaped with joy and excitement. With this matter resolved, Zhaozhao turned her attention to tending her vegetable garden. Gu Yin was busy washing the dishes and clearing the table, while the two children played on the ground, counting ants. Mrs. Li sat in a chair under the sun in the courtyard, keeping a watchful eye on the children. Thus, the days passed serenely and uneventfully. After taking her medicine, Mrs. Li's health indeed improved. Following the old doctor's prescriptions for another fortnight, she was completely cured. Seeing her spirited mother-in-law, Zhaozhao felt invigorated as well. With her mother-in-law caring for the two children, Zhaozhao found herself with more energy to tend to her vegetable garden. A fortnight after Sister Zheng had taken the fabric, the Gu family finally donned their brand-new garments. Though Sister Zheng's craftsmanship was humble, her stitches were tight and the garments were neatly made, perfectly suited for rural folk, which delighted Zhaozhao immensely. A month later, the vegetables in Zhaozhao's field were finally ripe. She was ready to sell her produce. In truth, the vegetables in her space had long been ready for sale, and during this time, many of the greens they consumed were secretly taken from her space. However, she feared arousing suspicion, so she waited until the crops in the plot behind the house were fully grown before setting up her stall. Today marked the first day Zhaozhao and Gu Yin would venture into the market. Unfamiliar with the market dynamics, they decided not to bring too much. Selecting only 2 baskets of vegetables for a trial run, 1 basket of spinach and another of bok choy, both vibrant and fresh. After informing Mrs. Li, the two set out with their baskets. Since the market was not too far, Zhaozhao allowed Gu Yin to carry the burden as they walked. Upon reaching the town, they headed directly to the bustling East Street, where vendors came and went. By paying the daily stall fee, they could easily find a spot to sell their goods, which was quite flexible and convenient. Zhaozhao found this arrangement quite pleasing, appreciating the adaptability it afforded them. After chatting for a while with the vendor in the adjacent stall, she discovered that many of the stall owners were ordinary folk. Those who could whip up delicious treats or cultivate rare vegetables came to this town to trade, making it convenient for all involved. Once Zhaozhao and Gu Yin arranged their vegetables, she cleverly devised an excuse for Gu Yin to buy a sesame cake for breakfast, sending him away. As soon as he left the stall, Zhaozhao quickly retrieved some vegetables from her space and mixed them in with the ones she had grown, planning to discreetly sell them as well. After all, with the extra produce, Gu Yin would likely not notice the difference. He could hardly distinguish between the bok choy and the spinach. Once everything was set, Zhaozhao called out exuberantly, freshly picked bok choy and tender green spinach for sale. Only 6 won per pound. Gu Yin returned after purchasing some freshly baked sesame cakes. The warm, aromatic cakes were enticing, and the two of them stood at the stall, seizing the opportunity to devour the treats while the area was still devoid of customers. Once satiated, Zhaozhao resumed her calls to attract buyers, while Gu Yin stood beside her, feeling a sudden pang of embarrassment at her boldness. This Zhaozhao was far braver than he had imagined. At least for him, the thought of shouting out in public was utterly daunting. She was indeed more courageous than he. However, the disparity between imagination and reality was stark. Despite her spirited cries, no customers approached her stall. An experienced vendor selling vegetables nearby observed Zhaozhao's struggles and found it amusing. With a knowing smile, she advised, "Little girl, is this your first time selling vegetables? No need to shout so much. Just sit here like I do, and the customers will come to you if they need anything. The vegetables are right here. They can see them without your calling." "Oh, really? Thank you, elder sister," Zhaozhao replied. With the guidance of her elder, she settled down beside Gu Yin, both waiting patiently for customers to arrive. Gu Yin, eyeing the vegetables, remarked with curiosity, "These vegetables seem to have increased since earlier." Zhaozhao's heart skipped a beat. Was this fellow perceptive enough to notice such details? She believed her efforts to be discreet had been successful. Yet despite her inner turmoil, She maintained a defiant front, refusing to admit any wrongdoing. No, they're just the same as before. You must be mistaken. Is that so? Guyan responded. Indeed, who would give us vegetables for free? Such luck is rare. True, he conceded, though he sensed something was amiss. Zhaozhao's reasoning seemed valid enough, so he did not dwell further on it. Yet, they appeared to have underestimated the complexities of running a business. Although their produce was commendable, it paled in comparison to the vibrant hustle of the bustling market. Consequently, despite the abundance of vegetables, only a small fraction had sold after a considerable time. As dusk approached, Zhaozhao slapped her thigh and began to shout once more. Discount on fresh, crisp greens. Only 3 coins per pound. Take them away. Guyan observed her antics with a mix of resignation and admiration. Her approach was indeed effective. If the vegetables remained unsold until the next day, their quality would surely decline. Thus, it made sense to sell them at a lower price, as she suggested. Her cries quickly attracted a throng of onlookers, each eager to purchase a pound or two, and soon the greens were entirely claimed. After selling out, Guyan accompanied Zhaozhao home. On the way, Zhaozhao fell into silence, leading Guyan to believe she was disheartened and struggling to cope with the experience. Chapter 40. Stir-fried minced meat with sour beans. He felt compelled to offer her words of comfort. Zhaozhao, don't be disheartened. It's our first venture into selling vegetables, and it's normal for things not to go perfectly. If need be, I can make a few more trips to the mountains. I won't let anyone go hungry. Zhaozhao's expression was grave as she shook her head and remarked, It must be that my method of opening was flawed. I shall contemplate alternative approaches. Although today's attempt was unsuccessful, it was not entirely fruitless. As I have gained valuable experience, please allow me to ponder further. I am confident that next time will yield success. Zhaozhao harbored a sense of indignation. The vegetables cultivated in her spiritual field were exquisite, yet these people failed to recognize their worth. Such fine produce deserved appreciation, and heaven knows how painful it was for her to sell them at a meager price. As she reflected on her journey, she began to glimpse a solution. The reason the common folk did not appreciate these vegetables was simple. They had never tasted the delights that her spiritual field could offer. Indeed, it was imperative that they experience the flavors firsthand to be captivated by the essence of her crops. However, those vegetables were raw. What could she sell that would allow them to sample the taste directly? Throughout her journey, she failed to arrive at a conclusion. Ultimately, she decided to cease her musings and return home. Upon her arrival, Li Shi had prepared a modest meal. Though it lacked the finesse of Zhaozhao's cooking, her culinary skills had improved significantly under Zhaozhao's guidance over the past few days. Guyan was particularly taken aback. He had never imagined that his mother could create such delectable dishes. The flavors of this meal surpassed anything he had previously experienced. Witnessing her family devour the meal with such enthusiasm ignited a rare sense of accomplishment in Li Shi. With the ailments in her body alleviated, she felt invigorated, even finding herself walking with a newfound lightness. Moreover, Zhaozhao had mentioned that engaging in household chores could serve as a form of exercise, replete with benefits. If everyone were home, she would not have felt compelled to take on the cooking, for her skills were modest and Zhaozhao's dishes were superior. She also wished to avoid waste. Nevertheless, after a long day of work in town, she felt it would be pleasant for them to return to a warm meal. Thus, she willingly took on the task of cooking. After dinner, Zhaozhao retired early with the children, and once the 2 little ones were asleep, she slipped into her space. Observing the abundant long cowpeas flourishing in her spiritual field, she suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Of course, how had she not thought of this sooner? While raw cowpeas could not be sampled, she could prepare them. Long cowpeas were the ideal ingredient for making pickled beans. If she transformed them into pickled beans, her guests could indulge in their flavors. After all, pickled beans were a highly sought-after condiment. Tangy and spicy, they would whet the appetite, especially as the weather grew warmer. They would complement the thick rice porridge beautifully, creating a delightful dish. As this thought crossed her mind, Zhaozhao found herself salivating. She had always relished pickled beans in modern times. If she were to use the vegetables from her spiritual field, the taste would undoubtedly be elevated. One of Lu Zhaozhao's greatest virtues was her decisiveness. When she resolved to act, she did so swiftly. Moreover, this pickled long bean is quite easy to prepare. I had made it in modern times, and it is remarkably simple, requiring only a brief period of 7 days before it can be enjoyed. With a newfound determination, Lu Zhaozhao's heart settled, and she soon fell into a peaceful slumber. The following day, she promptly set to work. The long beans were readily available, and as it was her first attempt, Lu Zhaozhao decided to use a modest quantity, in case of failure, minimizing potential losses. After harvesting some long beans, she washed them thoroughly and began the salting process. The salt in this era is rather precious, and she felt a twinge of regret while using it. Nevertheless, for the sake of her grand scheme, she steeled her resolve. After half an hour, the beans had softened from the salting, and Lu Zhaozhao transferred them into a large jar she had just cleaned, pouring in the brine to submerge the vegetables. She then sealed the jar and had Guyan move it to a dry, cool location. In 7 or 8 days, she would be able to sample the flavor. During this interim, Lu Zhaozhao visited the town every 2 days. Although business was not exceptionally brisk, it had improved compared to her initial attempts. Some customers who had previously purchased her dishes returned, having genuinely enjoyed the flavors, thus prompting repeat visits. In this manner, Lu Zhaozhao began accumulating a loyal clientele, which brought her immense joy. She understood that the product from her space were of superior quality. How could they possibly be unpalatable? As time passed, the days gradually melted away, and the moment arrived when the long beans could be consumed. Today, Lu Zhaozhao intended to let her family sample the dish first, to see if they would relish the taste and whether the locals could accept the flavor of the pickled beans. For this occasion, she had made a special trip to the town to purchase some meat. After mincing it, she sought edit with the pickled long beans. With a well-stocked array of spices at home, Lu Zhaozhao quickly conjured up a dish that was not only visually appealing, but also aromatic: the minced meat with pickled long beans. When she placed the dish on the dining table, the two little ones sniffed dramatically and exclaimed, "It looks so delicious, Auntie. Your cooking is always great." Indeed, the aroma was enticing, with a tangy scent that made them crave more rice. "Let us taste it." Lu Zhaozhao eagerly took a bite, followed by a spoonful of rice. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. It was simply delectable. Truly, the vegetables grown in her spiritual field surpassed any minced meat with pickled long beans she had tasted in modern times by 100-fold. Guyan and Li Shi also reacted positively. They both enjoyed the dish called minced meat with pickled long beans. Typically, Guyan would eat only 2 bowls of rice. But today, paired with this dish, he surprisingly consumed 3 large bowls, leaving everyone astonished. Lu Zhaozhao felt immensely satisfied. It seemed this dish was indeed a perfect accompaniment to rice. Tomorrow, when she sets up her stall to sell vegetables, she would also begin offering this minced meat with pickled long beans. Moreover, this dish possesses an additional advantage: it is equally delectable when served cold, making it suitable as a side dish, for the minced meat is composed solely of lean pork, ensuring that even when chilled, it retains no trace of a fishy taste. This time, customers are invited to sample before purchasing, and Lu Zhaozhao is exceedingly confident in this creation. Guyan, preferring not to speak much, quietly assists in tidying up the dishes. As long as she is happy, he is content to sell anything. Though the profits have been meager in recent days, it can still be considered a viable endeavor, having garnered some coins. Chapter 41. The thriving vegetable stall. The following day, Lu Zhaozhao, brimming with confidence, set off with Guyan to the town market, balancing their goods on a shoulder pole. Watching Guyan walk ahead, his steps light even with the burden, Lu Zhaozhao felt a sense of satisfaction. Although Guyan could be somewhat acerbic at times, he had refrained from uttering discouraging words despite the lackluster business over the past couple of days. While he may not often wear a smile, he never shirked from lending a hand. For physically demanding tasks, he has always taken them upon himself, which is rather considerate of him. Thus, her affection for him was not misplaced. In no time, they arrived at the town, returning to their usual spot to set up their stall. Just as they arranged the vegetables, a somewhat familiar woman approached, her face beaming with delight. "Ah, isn't this the young girl who sold vegetables last time?" I was looking for you yesterday. Why didn't you set up your stall? She exclaimed. I absolutely love your spinach. It's far superior to others. Please give me 2 pounds. Of course, just a moment. Dear lady, I will weigh it for you, Zhaozhao replied. Momentarily taken aback by this unexpected customer until Gu Yin nudged her arm, prompting her to respond with enthusiasm. She engaged in light-hearted banter with the customer while weighing out 2 pounds of spinach. As the woman prepared to leave after purchasing the spinach, Zhaozhao recalled her new dish and quickly added, Madam, I have just introduced a new item called minced meat with sour green beans. It is delightfully tangy and appetizing, available for complimentary tasting. Would you care to try some? Free. If it's not good, I owe you nothing. The woman's initial caution surfaced upon hearing the word free. Zhaozhao, bemused by her vigilance, swiftly clarified, it's truly complimentary. If you find it to your liking and wish to purchase more, you may, but there is no obligation. Very well, let me give it a try. I have yet to taste sour green beans. We usually just stir-fry them, which isn't unpleasant, the woman replied. Upon hearing such an enticing offer, her wary expression relaxed, and she smiled as she watched Zhaozhao serve her the sour green beans. The young girl's vegetables are fresh and delicious, clearly a testament to her skill. Thus, the woman held high hopes for the dish. Observing the short pieces of long beans, she found them a tad peculiar, but said nothing. Spearing a small piece with a bamboo skewer and placing it in her mouth. To her astonishment, the texture was unlike anything she had ever encountered. The sourness was distinct from the vinegar's tang. After savoring one, lingering taste still on her palate, the elder sister-in-law remarked, Please fetch me a spoon. These bamboo skewers are rather cumbersome to use. I need more. Certainly, I have disposable bamboo pieces that my husband meticulously whittled for this purpose. Do give it a try. As Zhaozhao presented the prepared bamboo piece to her, she recalled how she had previously asked Gu Yin to craft these items while at home. Although he was somewhat inexperienced, he had managed to create what she described. Zhaozhao understood that to truly enjoy the dish, such utensils were indispensable. The elder sister-in-law, unreserved, scooped a small spoonful, sampling both the minced meat and the pickled beans simultaneously. The experience was more immediate this time, although served cold. The minced meat bore no unpleasant odor, and when paired with the slightly tangy beans, it was simply exquisite. Initially, she had no intention of purchasing, but after tasting, she found it utterly delightful. With the current weather, whether enjoyed with porridge or noodles, it was immensely satisfying. Thus, she tentatively inquired, How much do you sell these beans for? If they're affordable, I will buy some. If not, then never mind. However, given the meat content, I doubt it will be inexpensive, yet the flavor is indeed remarkable. I am quite conflicted. Dear sister-in-law, today is the inaugural sale of my minced meat and pickled beans. And we have a special promotion. Buy 2 pounds and receive 1 free. It's a bargain at 15 per pound. Just look at the generous portion of minced meat. Truly a value beyond compare. 15 As the elder sister-in-law spoke, she mentally calculated that for 31, she could acquire 3 pounds. With a large family, 3 pounds would suffice for 2 meals, and with such generous meat and delightful flavor, it was certainly not expensive. Observing her hesitation, Zhaozhao added, This offer is only valid today. Tomorrow, the price will revert to normal. Sister-in-law, don't let this opportunity slip by. Upon hearing this, the elder sister-in-law resolutely decided to purchase 3 pounds. It's just 31. I can afford that. And it would be a treat for my family to enjoy a change of flavor. With this thought, she promptly ordered 3 pounds. Zhaozhao joyfully welcomed her first customer, feeling elated. Having just arrived, she experienced a promising start, a true omen of good fortune. Gu Yin also felt a sense of relief. He had previously worried about her facing disappointment if business did not go well that day. To his surprise, the first order was successfully completed so smoothly. As Zhaozhao arranged the vegetables, she secretly reveled in her joy. These vegetables were indeed cultivated from her spiritual field. She had once fretted over the possibility that if she sold vegetables grown in her spiritual field, some customers might perceive them as inferior to those sourced from ordinary fields, potentially affecting their experience. Fortunately, Fei Ying had resolved this issue for her. At the moment she harvested the vegetables at home, Fei Ying had utilized its spiritual energy to seamlessly swap them with those from the ordinary field. The vegetables from the common soil were replanted in her spiritual field, and after a day, they transformed into premium produce. Henceforth, she would no longer need to be troubled by such concerns. Her customers are always able to enjoy the freshest, most delectable, and succulent vegetables. With the arrival of her first patron, soon Zhaozhao's stall welcomed a second and third customer. Some were first-time visitors, while others, having previously savored Zhaozhao's delightful produce, returned specifically for more. Regardless of whether they were newcomers or returning clientele, all were enchanted by the exquisite stir-fried sour beans. And upon hearing of promotional offers, nearly everyone purchased 3 pounds to take home. The townsfolk, possessing greater wealth than those in the villages, were willing to spend generously as long as the flavor was exceptional. Thus, the day's business far exceeded Zhaozhao's expectations. In merely half a day, they sold out of all the vegetables and sour beans they had brought. This realization filled Zhaozhao with exuberance, and, after tidying up, she rushed home with Guyan. To their surprise, the Leaf family and the 2 children had not anticipated the early return of their uncle and aunt, which was quite a shock. Chapter 42. I have a brilliant idea. Later, upon learning that they had sold everything in just half a day, they showered her with praise. Gazing at the pile of coins, Zhaozhao enlisted her entire family to count the earnings from that day. The 2 little ones were equally astonished to find that they could lend a hand, and thus, with great enthusiasm, they diligently assisted in counting the coins. After a while, they neatly strung the copper coins together and discovered that they had actually sold a total of 1 tael and 32 one of silver. Guyan was somewhat dazed by the realization that these vegetables could fetch such a high price, which truly took him by surprise. Before Zhaozhao's arrival, a trip to the mountains would yield only 3 or 4 taels of silver from hunting. Yet such excursions consumed an entire day and carried significant risks, especially when encountering wild beasts. Consequently, the dangers associated with hunting were considerable. Of course, the meager earnings were also partly due to his own naivety, which he fully acknowledged. In stark contrast, the prospect of cultivating vegetables at home and earning such a handsome sum was evidently a more secure path to prosperity. Furthermore, she had previously mentioned that she could rotate various crops with the changing seasons, providing continuous supply throughout the year, unlike hunting, which was nearly futile during the winter when many animals hibernated. At this moment, Guyan felt a growing admiration for her. Several returning customers had remarked that Zhaozhao's vegetables were far superior to those from other stalls, which explained their deliberate choice to seek out her produce. Who would have thought that Zhaozhao possessed such a remarkable talent for gardening? It truly was an unexpected delight. He had stumbled upon a treasure, indeed. With the day's booming business, Zhaozhao was overjoyed, and the thought of the abundant vegetables still waiting to be sold filled her with elation, as they represented a wealth of silver. These would surely become her money tree in the future. Upon tasting sweetness for the first time, Zhaozhao resolved to continue harvesting and selling vegetables the following day. Seizing the opportunity during these bustling days, she aimed to clear out her home vegetable garden, hoping to earn a modest profit. Thus, for several days, Zhaozhao and Guyan engaged solely in the sale of vegetables. It was only after 7 or 8 days that she managed to sell all the produce from her garden, yielding a small profit. Furthermore, the second batch of pickled sour beans exceeded the previous quantity, prompting Zhaozhao to borrow a large jar from her neighbor, Sister Zheng, as her own was too small to accommodate the demand. This time, the minced meat stir-fried with sour beans sold remarkably well, even without the previous promotion of buy 2 Jin, get 1 free. The regular customers, having developed a taste for this unique flavor and having been deprived for several days, eagerly purchased the jars of pickles without a hint of hesitation regarding the price. The overwhelming popularity of her pickles left Zhaozhao in disbelief, as it seemed the vegetables grown in her fertile fields possessed an extraordinary taste. Once she had cleared her vegetable garden, Zhaozhao planted a variety of summer vegetable seeds she had recently acquired, finally allowing her the leisure to visit Sister Zheng for a chat. She had been pondering her skill in making hand-pulled noodles. Upon her arrival, Sister Zhang greeted her with delight, teasing, "Oh, Zhaozhao. The busy bee has finally found time to visit. Come, let us sit and chat. It has been several days since I last saw you. Do not tease me. Sister Zhang, I merely have had a stroke of luck selling some vegetables to make ends meet." Zhaozhao replied with a sweet smile, her demeanor gentle and unbothered. "Do not be so modest. I have tasted the vegetables grown in your garden, and they are indeed more delicious than mine. It is rather strange. I assenti it. Those seedlings were taken from my garden, yet they seem to flourish in your hands," Sister Zhang remarked playfully. "Perhaps you are simply destined to excel in this trade, having a special affinity with those fruits and vegetables, allowing them to thrive under your care," she added with a laugh. Sister Zhang found this notion incredible, yet the reality before her compelled her to accept it. Life often hinges on serendipitous encounters. Fortune favors those destined to prosper. Opportunities may arise for all, yet not everyone is capable of seizing them. She held a pragmatic view, feeling content with her circumstances. Though she envied Zhao's successful vegetable sales, she wished her well, recognizing that it was her due reward. In the past, Sister Zhang had attempted to sell vegetables in town, but even her loyal customers were scarce. Often, the day's produce remained unsold by nightfall, forcing her to sell at a loss after a long day of toil, earning barely a few coins, which ultimately dissuaded her from continuing. Zhaozhao noticed the fleeting sense of melancholy in Sister Zhang's eyes and recalled her purpose for visiting. Thus, she spoke directly, "Sister Zhang, I have a splendid idea. Would you be interested in hearing it? If it suits you, we could consider partnering in business." Upon hearing the term doing business, Zhang was filled with excitement. The prospect of engaging in a trade to support her family was undoubtedly appealing. With the fields they owned, there was no need for constant attention, only a flurry of activity during the busy farming season. Most of the time, they found themselves quite leisurely. Thus, when Zhaozhao took the initiative to propose such an idea, her eyes brightened significantly, and with curiosity, she inquired, "What do you mean, sister? Please elaborate. If you are of good character, I would certainly be willing to collaborate with you." Having spent a considerable amount of time together, Sister Zhang had confidence in her judgment. The family-oriented Zhao seemed quite admirable and agreeable. Now that she had a potential avenue for business and was willing to lend a hand, Zhang felt compelled to contribute as well. As long as it was within her capability, she would certainly do her part. "Well, I noticed that your hand-pulling noodle skills are exceptional. How about this? I could prepare the braised dishes, and you can make the noodles. We could set up a small food stall at the town market, perhaps right across from our vegetable stand. That way, we can look out for each other." "It sounds wonderful, doesn't it?" Zhaozhao immediately expressed her thoughts, genuinely believing in the potential success of their venture. During her recent visits to the town market, she had observed various food stalls, some selling buns, others selling savory pancakes, and even some offering wontons. Oh, and there was one that sold Yanchun noodles, which she had tried. The taste was rather mediocre, yet the stall was bustling with customers. Perhaps it was the only noodle stall in town that contributed to its popularity. At that moment, Zhaozhao mused that Sister Zhang's noodles would undoubtedly be 100 times more delicious, and if they could set up a stall, their business would surely thrive. Chapter 43. Partnership in a noodle stall. Sister Zhang likely did not expect such a suggestion, momentarily questioning if she had misheard. In disbelief, she asked again, "Sister, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." In truth, it wasn't that she hadn't heard. She simply could not believe it, fearing it was merely a figment of her imagination. Observing Zhang's expression, Zhaozhao remained patient and reiterated her proposal. Only at that moment did Zhang fully comprehend that Zhaozhao genuinely wished to partner with her in opening a noodle stall. Although she had confidence in her hand-pulling noodle technique, inherited from generations past, she understood that the longevity of their stall would not solely depend on the noodles. The braised dishes were of paramount importance. A delectable braise would elevate the dish, making the noodles even more appealing. If the braise failed to impress, even the finest noodles would be rendered useless. Previously, she had attempted to start a similar venture, only to be met with the harsh reality that forced her to acknowledge her limitations. However, Zhaozhao was different. She had tasted the food Zhang prepared. Whether it was buns or stir-fries, and there was an undeniable magic in the dishes she crafted. Everything she made seemed to possess an enchanting quality that made it exceptionally delicious. Even the vegetables she grew surpassed her own harvest, although the seedlings appeared identical. Sister Zhang felt a profound sense that plants might indeed possess life. Each individual's nurturing style imbued the produce with distinct flavors. Perhaps it was the care that Miss Zhao had devoted to them that allowed them to grow especially vibrant and delectable. After attentively listening to Miss Zhao's words, Sister Zhang became somewhat agitated and earnestly inquired, "Are you truly willing to partner with me in setting up a noodle stall?" To be candid, I once operated a noodle stall myself, but due to the subpar taste of my braised dishes, the business was lackluster, and after a period of time, I had lost my initial investment. However, with your culinary skills, I believe your braised dishes will undoubtedly sell remarkably well. I have faith in your talent. I feel a bit guilty for possibly taking advantage of you, but I cannot bring myself to decline your proposal, as it is far too alluring for me. Sister Zhang's expression was one of conflict. She understood that it was not right to take advantage of others, yet the temptation was simply irresistible. As a widow raising 3 daughters, she was acutely aware that many villagers were eager to witness the misfortunes of her family, viewing them as inferior due to the absence of a male figure. Yet, she was determined not to be looked down upon. What did it matter that she lacked a man? She could thrive alongside her daughters without relying on anyone, and frankly, the man she once had was better off gone, for his presence only disrupted their peace. Now, living abundantly with her 3 daughters, she was not about to let this lucrative opportunity slip away. Ms. Zhao understood her thoughts and quickly explained, "Sister Zhang, since we've agreed to partner, there is no question of one taking advantage of the other. You appreciate my braised dishes, and I admire your noodles. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Here's my proposal. I will provide the braised dishes. You will supply the noodles, and together with your daughters, we will set up the stall. I will finance the necessary equipment, and after covering expenses, we shall split the profits evenly." How does that sound? Their relationship was one of reciprocity, devoid of any notion of exploitation. Together, they could prosper. Upon hearing this, Sister Zhang promptly objected, No, that won't do. Your braised dishes contain meat, which is quite costly, while I am only providing the noodles. We cannot split evenly. Let us agree on a 4-to-6 split instead, with you receiving the larger share. You need not purchase any equipment. I still have my old stall setup stored away, which can be cleaned and reused. No, it must be an even split. You are providing both the manpower and the noodles, while I am only contributing the braised dish. To be honest, even a 50-50 split would already be to my advantage. While I may provide the braised dish, the quantity is minimal in a bowl of noodles. The proportion of noodles to braised dish is well understood by both of us. If we are to agree on 50-50, then it must be so. Otherwise, I will not partner with you. Miss Zhao's stance was resolute, making it clear that unless her terms were accepted, the discussion was over. Seeing her firm resolve, Sister Zhang nodded in agreement. Miss Zhao genuinely had their family's best interests at heart, and Sister Zhang took note of this. Thus, the two discussed further details, planning to venture out the following day to test the waters. On her first outing to set up a stall, Zhaozhao planned to accompany them. She decided to start with a single type of dish tomorrow, opting for the most fragrant and simplest braised pork noodles. She resolved to buy fresh pork in town and prepare it on-site. After discussing with her companions, Zhaozhao took her leave from the Zhang family. Before departing, she informed Sister Zhang and picked a selection of tender greens from her vegetable garden, intending to add a touch of color to the braised pork noodles, making them not only visually appealing, but also healthy. As she gathered the greens, Sister Zhang did not intervene, allowing her the freedom to choose. Meanwhile, she and a few of her daughters ventured into the storage room to meticulously clean the long-neglected items needed for their stall, preparing to unveil them once again. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, Zhaozhao discreetly replaced the greens with those cultivated in her spiritual field, ensuring they retained their superior flavor. On the following day, as Zhaozhao was to join Sister Zhang's family at the stall, there was sufficient manpower, so she did not require Gu Yan's assistance. She encouraged him to tend to his own affairs, especially since they had run out of water and the firewood was nearly exhausted. Gu Yan remained at home, to manage these chores. Zhaozhao was quite familiar with the town, having visited numerous times, and felt assured that no mishaps would occur. Thus, he helped carry their supplies to the ox cart, watching as they departed before returning to his own tasks. Given the extensive supplies required for the noodle stall, walking was impractical, leading them to visit Uncle Nyo early that morning to request his assistance in transporting them. Naturally, Uncle Nyo, having previously enjoyed the braised pork delivered by the Gu family's young bride, readily agreed to their request. The timing was convenient for him, as it would not disrupt his hauling business, merely an additional round trip. Upon arriving at the town's market, Zhaozhao guided the Zheng family members to their stall and instructed them to begin setting up for the noodles. She made her way to the pork vendor to procure some meat for the braised pork. Having purchased pork several times before, she was on friendly terms with the vendor and quickly completed her transaction. Chapter 44. Braised noodles with meat and eggs, since they were now selling noodles. The stall they rented was twice the size of the one Zhaozhao had previously used for selling vegetables. In addition to space for braising and pulling noodles, they set up several small tables and stools for customers to sit and enjoy their meal. Zhaozhao even asked the young girl Linghua to peel a few heads of garlic to serve alongside, showing her consideration. After all, in regions where northern-style noodles are prevalent, there's a saying, eating noodles without garlic is like missing half the flavor. This way, customers could help themselves, enhancing their dining experience. Sister Zheng was diligently kneading the dough while Zhaozhao began preparing her braised pork. Oh, and she had also asked Sister Zheng the previous day to bring 20 eggs laid by her hens, intending to braise them together for a delightful dish of braised noodles with both meat and eggs. Zhaozhao sliced the freshly purchased pork belly into thin pieces, subsequently cutting them into strips. As she stir-fried them in the pan, a generous amount of oil began to render, the meat turning a delectable golden brown, a sight that was undeniably appetizing. Once the pork was nearly cooked, she ladled out some excess oil before adding in the freshly sliced shiitake mushrooms she had foraged from mountains, believing that a hint of their earthy flavor would enhance the dish. Next, she introduced a medley of spices, including bay leaves, ginger slices, star anise, and cinnamon, allowing their fragrant essence to permeate the air. Following this, she poured in water and soy sauce, initiating the braising process. For the meat to reach the desired tender and flavorful consistency, it required a lengthy, simmering time, at least half an hour. During this interval, Zhaozhao tossed in a boiled egg scored with decorative cuts to imbue the dish with additional flavor, then reduced the heat to a gentle simmer to allow the sauce to thicken. Achieving the perfect balance of sauce was crucial. It should neither be too dry nor excessively watery, but rather just enough to complement the noodles without rendering them soggy. As the aroma of the braised meat wafted through the air, it drew the attention of nearby vendors, who could not help but inhale deeply. Their curiosity piqued. "It smells incredible. What are you selling?" one inquired, noticing her unfamiliar presence on the first day of trading. "Indeed, it is enticing. I had breakfast this morning. Yet this aroma has awakened my appetite," another chimed in. The early hour meant foot traffic was still sparse, with most passers-by being fellow vendors. One vendor remarked, prompting another to add, "It's truly delightful. I've been tempted for quite some time now." Zhaozhao, smiling brightly, replied, "We offer braised meat noodles for 8 coins a bowl and 9 with an egg. Once it's ready, feel free to come and sample it. Today marks our opening, and we have a special discount, just 7 coins. She continued, "You can tell by the aroma that it's worth it. Our noodles are not your ordinary fare. They are hand-pulled and delightfully chewy." Sister Zheng, overhearing, quickly echoed her sentiments. Given the size of their stall and the distance from where she had previously set up, the surrounding vendors were unfamiliar with Zhaozhao. Upon hearing the price, 2 men gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "Isn't that a bit steep? The stall selling plain noodles just a few steps away charges only 5 coins a bowl. Your price seems excessive." "Indeed, it is a bit pricier," one conceded, "but we've already eaten breakfast, so we're not particularly hungry," he chuckled. Zhaozhao remained unfazed, confidently asserting, "Once you taste it, you won't find it expensive. We use quality ingredients and provide generous portions. It's absolutely worth the price. You can come anytime for freshly made noodles that will never turn mushy. As she spoke, Zhaozhao's braised meat and eggs were nearing completion, and the flow of customers gradually began to increase. Observing the Zhang family quartet beside her, she noted their evident lack of confidence, their demeanor tentative. Understanding their apprehension, stemming from a previous failure, she chose not to elaborate. She simply adjusted the fire beneath the pot, reducing it to a gentle flame to maintain warmth without allowing it to cool. Then, with a subtle cunning, she slightly opened the lid of the braised meat pot, allowing the enticing aroma to waft gently through the air with the breeze. Indeed, it wasn't too long before someone caught a whiff of the savory scent. Following the aroma, the individual exclaimed, "It's the fragrance from your home. What do you sell? It smells delightful." Zhaozhao turned to see the speaker, a scholarly young man, impeccably dressed, with a basket slung over his back, clearly on his way to the academy. Overjoyed, Zhaozhao thought to herself, "Ah, scholar. Their connections are quite extensive, and the academy serves as a miniature society. If he enjoys the food, he might bring his classmates along." Determined to secure this customer, she also noted that his attire suggested a family of means. In these times, those who could afford an education were typically not lacking in wealth. Books and tuition fees were indeed costly, rendering education a luxury for the common folk. Esteemed guest, we offer braised meat noodles, which are exceptionally delicious. Today marks our grand opening, and we are offering a special price of 8 won for a bowl, complete with meat and an egg. Quite a bargain. Upon hearing the price of 8 won, the scholar felt it was somewhat steep, recalling that the nearby Yangshan noodles he often consumed were merely 5 won. This establishment seemed considerably pricier. However, the enticing aroma of the braised meat had piqued his appetite. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to give it a try. If it did not satisfy, he simply would not return. Thus, he settled onto a small stool beside him and said, "Very well, I shall have a bowl to sample. Please be quick. I must hurry to the academy." "Certainly. Please hold on a moment. I will bring it right away." "Jinhua, turn up the heat." Sister-in-law, stretch the noodles. Seeing him take a seat filled Zhaozhao with delight, and she immediately turned to instruct the few dazed individuals nearby. Upon hearing her voice, they sprang into action. Realizing they had welcomed their first order, with smiles, they busily prepared the dish. The noodles, wide and thin, cooked rapidly in the high heat. In no time, they were ready, along with the vibrant green vegetables that had just been added, complementing the glistening white noodles and the rich, aromatic braised meat, alongside a half-braised egg. The bowl was filled to the brim, appearing quite substantial. When the scholar beheld the generous portion, he reconsidered the 8 won. It no longer seemed excessive. Although this establishment charged 3 won more than the Yangshan noodle shop, the quantity here, with meat, egg, and vegetables, was far more generous. Yet, he wondered about the flavor. As he pondered, the scholar picked up his chopsticks, mixed the noodles in the bowl, and took a bite. Upon tasting the noodles, he was momentarily stunned, unable to believe his palate, and quickly grabbed several pieces of braised meat to savor. After chewing a few times, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 45. Trading fish for noodles, he seemed almost incredulous, immediately reaching for the half-braised egg to taste. After finishing the egg, he picked a piece of vegetable, followed by more noodles. In this manner, the entire bowl of noodles vanished into the scholar's stomach in no time. It was not until he set down his chopsticks that a satisfied smile graced his lips. Placing 8 coins on the table, he deliberately rose and approached Zhaozhao, exclaiming with a smile, "The stall owner truly possesses remarkable skills. These noodles are exquisite and worth every penny. Will you still be here tomorrow? I would love to return for more." Indeed. Please feel free to come by. Dear sir, we are delighted that you enjoyed it," Zhaozhao replied, her face blooming with warmth akin to that of a flower. After all, he was her esteemed patron, and she was determined to maintain a gracious demeanor. Moreover, this patron held a particular fondness for their braised noodles, which filled her heart with genuine joy. The scholar, fully content and elated, departed the noodle stall and hurried towards the academy, eager to share this delightful culinary discovery with his classmates. As soon as he left, Inhua began to collect and wash the bowls. while Ling Hua excitedly scooped up the copper coins from a small table and joyfully ran over to Zhaozhao and Lu Zhaozhao, exclaiming, "Mother, Sister Zhaozhao, we have truly made a profit, and that gentleman was so pleased to give us money. It is simply wonderful." Jean Hua, who had been tending the fire, was equally exhilarated. After hearing her sister's words, she nodded vigorously. This sensation was indeed delightful. It turned out that earning money through their own efforts felt this rewarding. Previously, when their mother had set up the stall, the sisters were too young to accompany her, making this their first experience of such novelty. Zhaozhao was also immensely happy, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. To receive compliments from customers about her handmade noodles was simply marvelous. Indeed, Zhaozhao's braise was far superior to her own. The customers' fondness for their dish was truly remarkable. With this success, their noodle stall's business would surely flourish. Therefore, she excitedly grasped Lu Zhaozhao's hand and sincerely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Zhaozhao. I am profoundly grateful." Lu Zhaozhao gently patted Zhang de Sao's hand, smiled, and nodded in understanding. She knew that this noodle stall marked the beginning of their shared venture into earning a livelihood, and no further words were necessary. The group then resumed their tasks with a sense of orderliness. From the onset, Lu Zhaozhao had already assigned roles, allowing everyone to focus on their respective duties in an organized manner, ensuring they could manage even if the customer count increased. Meanwhile, several onlookers who had been quietly observing the scene were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the scholar would so thoroughly enjoy their braised noodles. Could they truly be that delectable? They had closely monitored the scholar's expressions, noting his transition from surprise to utter satisfaction. Each of his reactions had not escaped their notice. With their appetites whetted, the neighboring stall owner could no longer contain herself. After wrestling with her thoughts for a while and recalling their earlier mention of a discount for the day, she reassured herself that indulging today would be equivalent to saving a coin, considering future visits would cost more. Ultimately, she decided to partake today, eager to sample the flavors. Thus, the fishmonger called out, "Sister selling braised pork noodles, could you serve me a bowl as well? I wish to savor a taste. And I would also like the meat and egg combo. It's 8 coins, correct? I shall fetch it for you right away." As he spoke, he began to rummage through his pocket, counting out the copper coins. After all, a mere bowl of noodles was within his means. It was akin to having caught one less fish. Upon hearing his voice, Sister Zheng turned her head and spotted the vendor's desire for noodles. Just as she was about to respond, she was stopped by Lu Zhaozhao. With a cheerful glance at the vendor's stall, Lu Zhaozhao said, "Brother, how about this? I shall treat you to a bowl of noodles in exchange for a fish. Let us not discuss money between us. That would be rather impersonal." The fishmonger had not anticipated such a proposition, yet with a grin, he readily agreed. The fish he had caught himself were substantial, although they were riddled with bones and carried a slight fishy odor, resulting in a lackluster sales performance. Thus, he had no qualms about trading a fish for noodles. It was clear that the fish held less value than the 8 coins. The fishmonger and Lu Zhaozhao had thus formed a new acquaintance. After receiving his noodles, the fishmonger joyfully declared, "Sister, I shall keep the fish in my possession. It can survive in water indefinitely. When you depart, I will present it to you." "Very well. Thank you, Brother Fish," she replied. "Ha, I quite like that title, Brother Fish. No need to be so formal. I've been selling fish on this street for many years, and I know many here. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek out Brother Fish. I will certainly help you." Upon hearing the young lady affectionately refer to him as Brother Fish, the vendor felt an even greater sense of camaraderie and resolved to look out for her. Lu Zhaozhao smiled in agreement. Sister Zheng discreetly gave her a thumbs up, commending her cleverness. Indeed, exchanging a fish for a bowl of noodles was quite equitable, and the fishmonger had also acknowledged their favor. Should any matters arise in the future, they would have each other's backs. Feeling he had struck a great deal, the fishmonger sat down at his stall with a generous bowl of noodles and began to savor them. After the first delightful bite, he was utterly astonished by the exquisite flavor. It was remarkably delicious. No wonder the scholar had worn such an expression earlier. He could now fully empathize. It wasn't he until he had devoured the entire bowl with great enthusiasm that he realized just how exceptional the noodles were. How could they be so delicious? Even the small greens included were the best he had ever tasted. It was truly miraculous, considering they appear to be ordinary greens. This young lady was extraordinary. Her culinary skills were remarkable, and he had a premonition that her noodle stall would undoubtedly thrive. When he returned the bowl to the noodle stall, the fishmonger, feeling somewhat bashful, spoke up, "Sister, your noodles are simply delightful. I can't get enough. Would it be possible for me to receive a fish every day in exchange for a bowl of noodles? They are just too delicious." At this, the laughter of Jean Hua and her companions erupted uncontrollably. The fishmonger appeared to be a simple and unassuming fellow, yet surprisingly, he had a gluttonous side. However, his fondness for the noodles brought joy to Zhaozhao, who readily acquiesced to his request. Satisfied with her agreement, the fishmonger departed from a noodle stall with a contented demeanor. Chapter 46. Awakening Zhaozhao remarked to Sister Zheng, "This fish is truly a treasure, perfect for nourishing the children. Once I return home, I shall prepare a delightful fish soup for you to savor. It will be remarkably fresh. Indeed, I trust in your culinary skills, dear sister. Whatever comes from your hands transforms into a delicacy. I find myself incapable of preparing fish. It is riddled with bones and has a strong odor, making it rather troublesome to eat." Sister Zheng secretly harbored a disdain for fish. In their local lake, many wild fish thrived, and some families in dire straits resorted to catching them for sustenance. Alas, the flavor was often poor, and the abundance of bones posed a risk of injury. After an unfortunate encounter that left her quite irked, she vowed never to touch such fare again. However, if it were prepared by Zhaozhao, she felt a flicker of hope. After all, Zhaozhao possessed an extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. Thus, the group resumed their noodle-selling endeavor. Throughout the day, customers trickled in, eager to sample the offerings, though some initially expressed concern over the price. Upon hearing of the inaugural day's discounts and witnessing the appealing presentation of the noodles, they could not resist indulging in a bowl. After tasting, they, like others, were left astonished, raving about the exquisite flavor. As noon approached, the stall became bustling with activity. Customers lined up, causing Zhaozhao, Sister Zheng, and the little ones to feel somewhat flustered, as it was their first time setting up a stall. Sister Zheng had to make the noodles on the spot. Although the fire blazed brightly, it required a brief period for the noodles to cook thoroughly. Despite the occasional impatience from the waiting patrons, none chose to leave as they eagerly anticipated their bowls of noodles. In the midst of their busy endeavors, time flew by swiftly. It was not until the hour of shun that they managed to sell every last bit of noodles and braised meat. This outcome exceeded Zhaozhao's expectations. She had prepared enough to last until dusk, yet they had sold out well in advance. Clearly, the patrons truly relished the noodles, with their initial venture proving successful. Zhaozhao and Sister Zheng felt immense joy as they began to pack up, preparing to return home. As they passed the fishmonger's stall, they seized the opportunity to take the fish, which was intended for the soup they had long anticipated. Upon arriving at the town's entrance to check for any incoming vehicles, they fortuitously encountered Uncle Nyo, who had come to escort them home. Together, they loaded the goods into the carriage and set off towards Xinghua village. Along the way, their spirits remained buoyant, their laughter ringing out, and Uncle Nyo recognized that their day of business had indeed gone splendidly. He genuinely shared in their happiness. Upon returning home, Zhaozhao entrusted Aunt Zheng and her companions with the task of counting the coins, instructing them to inform her the next day so she could keep the accounts. She was preoccupied with the thought of preparing fish soup for dinner, a delight she had not enjoyed in quite some time. Aunt Zheng, moved by Zhaozhao's unwavering trust, resolved to reciprocate with her utmost dedication, determined not to disappoint her. As Zhaozhao stepped in her courtyard, she was immediately embraced by two little ones rushing towards her, their faces beaming with joy. "Auntie, you're finally back. We've missed you so much," they exclaimed, playfully vying for her attention. "I missed you too. Look what I have. How about I make you some fish soup?" Zhaozhao replied, unable to resist their charm. "Wow, Annie is making us fish soup. That's wonderful. And it hasn't had fish soup yet. How great. You're the best, Annie." The two children gushed, their excitement palpable. Though small in stature, they were quite perceptive, having recognized that their aunt was the finest cook in the household. When she was pleased, they were sure to enjoy delectable treats. Li Shi emerged from the house, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Zhaozhao back? With the way these two are carrying on, I figure it must be you. In just a few days, your culinary skills have spoiled them. This afternoon, they nearly branded my cooking as subpar. And then, hearing her grandmother's complaint, cheekily stuck out her tongue at Li Shi, her playful demeanor disarming the older woman. Alas, my culinary skills are lacking. It's only natural for my granddaughter to find fault, Li Shi sighed. Fortunately, Zhaozhao's cooking is exceptional. Thanks to her attentive care, I've recovered swiftly, and the children have grown so plump and adorable. Without her, they wouldn't be wearing such fine new clothes. All credit goes to Zhaozhao. Though I envy how much they adore her, I harbor no jealousy. She is indeed a person worthy of affection. Listening to Li Shi's words, Lu Zhaozhao turned around, feigning a stern expression. You too, when Annie is away, you mustn't be picky eaters. You must finish your meals, understand? No wasting food. Every grain is hard-earned. Do you comprehend how arduous it is for the farmers to grow our food? The two little ones nodded vigorously, their innocent voices chiming. Yes, Annie, we understand. We finished everything Grandma made. We didn't waste a single bite, truly. You can ask Grandma. Pleased by their response, Lu Zhaozhao nodded in approval. That's more like it. Now, wait here while I prepare your fish soup. With that, she began to clean the fish. Having prepared fish numerous times before, she was adept at the task and quickly had it ready. Then, she set about lighting the fire to cook. At this moment, Guyan approached to lend a hand and casually inquired, Have you ever been educated? Huh? Why the sudden question? Having just heard her mention that every grain of rice is hard-earned, he found it peculiar, as such sentiments seemed to belong to someone who has received an education. Guyan's voice was low and tranquil, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, within Lu Zhaozhao's heart, tumultuous waves surged. How could he be so perceptive, immediately identifying the flaw in her words? How could she possibly explain herself? She had no desire to confess that she was illiterate, unable to recognize a single character, as she had many ambitions ahead, and he would eventually discover her secret. At this moment, she required a plausible justification. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhaozhao solemnly replied, Guyan, do you believe that a person can suddenly awaken? Awaken? What do you mean? Chapter 47. Creamy Fish Soup. Guyan was utterly perplexed. What did awakening signify? He had merely inquired about her education, yet she seemed to be speaking of something entirely different. Observing his bewildered expression, Lu Zhaozhao cleared her throat and began to spin a tale with utmost seriousness. You may not recall, but when I first arrived at your home, my head was bandaged. Do you remember? Guyan, though confused, vaguely recalled the incident. At that time, Lu Zhaozhao had appeared gaunt as a reed, her head wrapped in bandages, a pitiful sight that left a lasting impression. With a slight nod, he asked, I remember, what of it? In truth, I was vehemently resistant to being sold by my stepmother, and in a moment of despair, I dashed into a wall, seeking an end. However, it seems that fate, in its mercy, spared my life, granting me an extraordinary opportunity instead. Guyan, please keep this revelation to yourself. Otherwise, others might deem me mad. Lu Zhaozhao said earnestly, her demeanor suddenly serious. Without much thought, Guyan agreed, his curiosity piqued. What kind of opportunity could arise from such a desperate act? It sounded quite bizarre. Little did he anticipate that even stranger revelations awaited him. Upon seeing his compliance, Lu Zhaozhao recited the narrative she had prepared in advance, claiming that after her near-fatal encounter, she had experienced a vivid dream and, upon awakening, discovered that she could recall memories from a past life. In that former existence, she had read extensively, studied medicine, and mastered numerous culinary skills, many of which she now possessed. Thus, she felt as if she had not perished, but rather awakened to forgotten memories. However, due to the peculiarity of this situation, she had refrained from sharing it with anyone until now. Lu Zhaozhao cautiously regarded Guyan and said, Guyan, I confide in you as if you were family. Please do not share this with others, as I wish to avoid appearing peculiar in their eyes. Though Lu Zhaozhao had not disclosed everything, the essence of her sentiment was clear. She merely adopted a manner of expression that she believed the ancients would find more palatable, while subtly concealing the external influence of space. This cannot be deemed a falsehood. Gu Yin gazed into Lu Zhaozhao's eyes, which were filled with sincerity, and, almost as if compelled by fate, nodded and said, I understand. You have indeed read books, albeit in a previous life, correct? After your last brush with death, you suddenly recalled events from your past life? Is that what you mean? Gu Yin found this notion peculiar, yet somewhat reasonable. He had heard of Lu Zhaozhao before. She had grown up in Xinghua village, where she had not received any formal education and was illiterate. In the entire village, there were scarcely a handful of individuals who could read or write, barely counting on one hand. Yes, precisely. I believe they must have diluted Meng Po's soup. Otherwise, how could I so easily recall memories from my past life? Wouldn't you agree? As Lu Zhaozhao prepared fish soup, she lamented about the unreliability of the underworld staff, which left Gu Yin feeling both amused and bemused. She seemed rather nonchalant, even blaming Meng Po's soup. However, after this conversation, Gu Yin relinquished his doubts about Lu Zhaozhao entirely. Once their discussion concluded, the meal was ready. When the creamy white fish soup was served at the table, the entire family stared at it in astonishment. Even Li Shi could not help but inquire, Zhaozhao, why is your fish soup this color? Isn't this the standard color for fish soup? It contains 2 fried eggs and a bit of greens. The flavor is delightful. You should try it. As she spoke, Lu Zhaozhao began serving everyone. She dished out perfectly fried eggs and a few pieces of greens for the 2 little ones, followed by generous bowls of creamy white fish soup, nutritious and delicious. After she had finished serving the children, Gu Yin took the ladle from her hands and served bowls for the 3 adults. Then, they all began to sip their soup in silence. After just a small taste, Li Shi was left speechless in astonishment, and in an Mo were equally excited, enthusiastically praising, wow, this fish soup is absolutely delicious, not at all fishy, so fresh. Yes, it's truly marvelous, Auntie. How do you manage to make such a delectable soup from such fishy ingredients? It's simply superb. The 2 children continued to rave, exchanging compliments as if they were savoring some rare and exquisite delicacy rather than fish soup. Li Shi, unable to contain her admiration, added, indeed, Zhaozhao, your culinary skills are extraordinary. I've tasted fish soup before, but it always had a lingering fishy taste and the color was different from yours. None compared to how delightful yours is. It is truly exquisite. Afterward, Li Shi took another small sip of the fish soup. This creamy white concoction was both flavorful and rich. It was undoubtedly the best fish soup she had ever tasted. Upon hearing their enthusiastic descriptions, Gu Yin also sampled it. Indeed, it was far superior to any fish soup he had ever encountered. Her culinary skills had astonishingly surpassed those of renowned chefs in the capital's finest establishments, leaving one utterly astounded. With the words she had just spoken, Gu Yin found himself unexpectedly curious about what kind of person she had been in her past life. Do people truly have reincarnations? Might his elder brother, father, and sister-in-law have also been reborn? He hoped that, in their next lives, they would find themselves in a benevolent household and lead a peaceful existence. Gu Yin's thoughts wandered slightly, causing him to be somewhat distracted. Despite the delectable fish soup he savored, he merely uttered, yes, it's very delicious. Lu Zhaozhao, basking in the compliment from everyone, felt a surge of satisfaction. She had known they would surely enjoy it. Confident in her culinary skills, she took a sip from her own bowl and felt a wave of contentment. She too relished the flavor. Thus, the family joyfully shared a delightful dinner. After the meal, she ladled the remaining fish soup into a container and brought it over to the neighboring Zheng family. Upon her arrival, she found that Sister Zheng and her family had just finished their dinner and were preparing to eat. It seems I arrived at the perfect moment. Sister Zheng, this is the fish that the fishmonger brought today. I have made it into soup for you all to enjoy as an extra dish. Lu Zhaozhao announced as she placed the pot of soup on their table. The Zheng family, now familiar with her, did not refuse as they had before. They warmly accepted the offering and insisted she stay for dinner. allowing her to leave only after confirming she had already eaten. The Zhang family, after tasting the fish soup, was utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that it could be so delicious, devoid of any fishy taste. The following day, Zhaozhao accompanied Sister Zhang to the market once more. She planned to assist for a few more days to ensure everything was running smoothly before stepping back. She had prepared the braised meat in advance. Today, they set up their stall as they had the day before, but with a larger quantity of goods. Given that they had closed up early the previous day, Sister Zhang thought it prudent to prepare more, hoping to sell it all. After all, transporting such a load was quite laborious, and every additional coin earned was worthwhile. To their surprise, as soon as they set up their stall, before the braised meat was ready and the dough had been kneaded, 3 customers approached. Among them was the scholar from the day before. Sister Zhang felt a twinge of embarrassment as she said, "Oh dear, you gentlemen have arrived quite early. We have just set up our stall and are still unprepared. Please forgive us." Inside, Zhang felt a pang of regret. Had she known they would have customers so early today, she would have risen earlier. They would have to wait a little while, and she wondered if the customers would be patient. Before Sister Zhang could finish her thought, the scholar cheerfully interjected, "Sister, there is no need to rush. Please continue your preparations. We will sit at that small table and wait. Just serve us each a bowl of meat and egg noodles when you are ready. The flavor of your noodles is extraordinary. I have been yearning for it since last night, eagerly awaiting the break of dawn. After I spoke with my classmates about it yesterday, they were skeptical of its deliciousness. Hence, today, I specially invited them to indulge in this culinary delight, hoping to convince them of its merits." Upon finishing his statement, the scholar, perhaps fearing that Zhang's wife might not believe him, pretended to lick his lips with feigned enthusiasm. At that moment, the aroma of Lu Zhaozhao's braised meat began to waft through the air. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly turned and chimed in, "Many thanks to the young gentleman for bringing us customers. As such, today, we shall honor yesterday's discounted price for your table. Each bowl will be merely 8 won." "Absolutely. Thank you, vendor." Upon hearing this, the 3 were delighted to save an additional 1, their spirits lifted. The other 2 had grown quite expectant of this bowl of noodles, having never before heard their classmate extol a dish to such heights. They found it hard to believe that it was 100 times better than the Yangshan noodle stall. Determined to taste it for themselves, they were resolute in their skepticism. They were regular patrons of a Yangshan stall, after all, considered loyal customers. Thus, after a brief wait, the 3 scholars soon received their meat and egg noodles. Having sampled the dish once before, the returning scholar dug in immediately, savoring each bite, even as he found it slightly hot. Observing his fervor, the other 2, who were still mixing their noodles, hastily joined in. Could it truly be that delicious? That question faded as they took their first mouthful. After experiencing the flavors, they paid no heed to anything else. The 3 gathered around a small table in silence, engrossed in their meal, with only the sounds of slurping noodles filling the air. Before long, they realized their bowls were empty. The other 2, fully convinced, remarked indeed, "It is impressive. No wonder you, Zmo, praised it so fervently. It truly is delightful. We must return tomorrow. I told you I wasn't deceiving you. Now you believe." "Absolutely. The taste is remarkable. Let us hurry along and not be late for our morning class." After settling the bill, they strolled away, engaging in lively conversation as they gradually receded from view. Throughout the day, their business flourished considerably compared to yesterday, likely due to the favorable word of mouth from the previous day. Many patrons came to enjoy the noodles, and although they had prepared a larger quantity, they sold out at nearly the same hour as the day before. Some customers even left empty-handed, vowing to return the following day. It created the impression that their business was truly thriving, with a line beginning to form. Zhang's wife was overjoyed, never anticipating that her noodles would be so well received. She often wondered if this was a mere illusion, fearing that upon awakening the next day, she might find it all to be a dream. Despite the surreal nature of it all, Zhaozhao consistently encouraged her, assuring her of the reality of their success and urging her to trust in herself and her skills. Zhaozhao affirmed that her culinary talents were exceptional. Not everyone possesses the remarkable skill to manipulate dough with such finesse as she does. Her ability to stretch the dough as thin or as wide as she desires is truly rare, and it is imperative that she embraces her confidence. Paired with her exquisite braising sauce, it would indeed be strange if her business were to falter. Such success is rightfully hers. Although today concluded earlier than usual, they had informed Uncle Neo in the morning that they would return later, leaving them with little to occupy their time at this moment. Thus, Zhaozhao entrusted the stall to Mrs. Zheng and ventured out to procure more dough. The supply had dwindled over the past couple of days, and she also needed to replenish the meat and seasonings. Moreover, she realized that the bowls and chopsticks at the stall were running low and required restocking. After a brief word with Mrs. Zheng, Zhaozhao decided to explore the town. She swiftly acquired the flour and then wandered through the local pottery shop. There was only one establishment dedicated to ceramics in the town. While the selection was somewhat limited, the items were highly practical, ranging from large mixing bowls to small dishes. After purchasing 2 sets of bowls, Zhaozhao was about to leave when she spotted a large jar in an inconspicuous corner at the entrance. It instantly captivated her. This jar would be perfect for pickling vegetables, and she also intended to develop additional braised flavors. Although Mrs. Zhang's noodles are delightfully chewy and smooth, relying solely on one type of braise would eventually bore the customers, no matter how much they enjoyed it. However, introducing a variety of flavors would offer patrons more choices, thereby enticing them to frequent her stall for noodles. Additionally, the pickled vegetables she had envisioned could be sold alongside, creating a delightful pairing with the noodles that would surely be well received. Thus, Zhaozhao promptly halted and inquired of the shop assistant, "Excuse me, how much is this jar at the entrance? Is this the only one available? If I wish to purchase more, can they be ordered?" The attentive assistant quickly emerged upon hearing her, and upon seeing the jar she was pointing to, replied, "Ah, this one? Please hold on a moment. I will consult the shopkeeper. This is usually used for storing feather dusters, and it happens to be empty as we have just sold out of them. Please wait a moment." Chapter 49. Custom pickling jar. After a short while, an elderly gentleman with a white beard approached, smiling warmly as he asked, "Are you interested in purchasing this large jar, young lady?" "Yes, esteemed shopkeeper. May I inquire about the price of this jar? I require a rather substantial quantity." Zhaozhao stated candidly, "I have only this one jar in stock, but it can be custom ordered. I brought it from the pottery factory in the town. If you need a larger quantity, I could take your order and assist you with this," the old shopkeeper responded. "This jar is priced at 25 coins each, but if you order in bulk, I can reduce the price to 20 coins each." The shopkeeper sensed that this young lady was placing a significant order, and given the high cost of such large jars, he anticipated a modest profit if the quantity increased. Thus, she was eager to finalize the order and did not provide her with an inflated price. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao realized that the purchase would not be completed today. Glancing at the sky outside, which was nearing the time when Uncle Neo would come and pick them up, she cheerfully remarked, "Shopkeeper, I will return tomorrow. Please hold this jar for me, and we shall discuss the specifics of the customization then. It is getting late, and I must head home now." "Certainly, no problem. Just look for me when you come back tomorrow," the shopkeeper responded amiably, quickly accommodating her request. After exiting the porcelain shop, Zhaozhao made her way back to the noodle stall, where she helped Sister Zheng and her daughters load the items onto Uncle Neo's cart as they hurried toward Xinhua village. By the time they returned to the village, darkness had fallen. As they approached the village entrance, Zhaozhao spotted a familiar figure. It was Gu Yan, who had grown concerned about their prolonged absence. He had come out to the village entrance to greet them. After waiting for a while, he indeed saw the ox cart returning slowly. Upon catching sight of them, Gu Yan's heart finally settled. Once he brought Zhaozhao back home, he inquired, "Why are you so late today? I was worried something had happened." "Oh, I thought the day was still young after finishing the noodles, so I took a stroll in town. I stumbled upon a porcelain shop, and since we were low on bowls and plates, I decided to purchase some. To my surprise, I discovered a large jar perfect for pickling vegetables. I chatted a bit, but they only had one in stock. I wished to order more, but it was getting late, so I arranged to discuss it further with the shopkeeper tomorrow." Zhaozhao recounted the afternoon's events to Gu Yan, initially expecting him to nod in acknowledgement, as he usually did. However, After a moment of silence, he proactively suggested, "Then I shall accompany you to town tomorrow. If we are ordering in bulk, it would be advantageous to have a man along for negotiations." "All right, that'll be helpful. Thank you for your assistance. We will set out together tomorrow." Zhaozhao reflected and agreed with his reasoning, realizing that it would prevent them from underestimating her simply because she was a young girl, and perhaps they could negotiate a better price. Every little saving counts. Moreover, Guyan had found Zhaozhao's pickled sour beans exceptionally delicious, refreshing, and appetizing. She indeed possessed a certain culinary talent, since she aspired to expand her endeavors. He felt compelled to support her, for they were now a family. Families should help one another in such ways. Zhaozhao treated them well, and he wished to contribute in some manner. Chapter 50. Visiting the porcelain factory. Thus, on the following day, Guyan accompanied her to assist at the stall. After Zhaozhao finished preparing the braised dishes at the stall, she entrusted the operations to Sister Zheng and her daughters and proceeded with Guyan to the agreed-upon porcelain shop. Upon arriving at the store, the sharp-eyed shopkeeper immediately recognized her and cheerfully came out to greet her. "Ah, young lady, you have arrived. I have cleaned the jar early this morning. You can take it whenever you wish. As for the others, we can discuss them at our leisure. As long as the quantity is substantial, the price is negotiable." After speaking, she suddenly noticed a man standing behind her and curiously inquired, "May I ask who this noble gentleman is?" "Oh, this is my husband. He has no particular business today and has come to accompany me for a stroll. You need not concern yourself with him. We can converse freely." Zhaozhao replied candidly. Initially, Guyan was indeed worried about her wandering alone, fearing she might be taken advantage of, which prompted him to follow her. However, if there were no pressing matters, he would refrain from interjecting, allowing them to discuss their business in peace. She cast another glance at the jar pointed out by the shopkeeper. It gleamed brilliantly and was impeccably clean, far superior to what she had observed the previous day. Her fondness for it deepened, as this grand jar was truly the ideal vessel she had envisioned for pickling vegetables. Remembering the shopkeeper's mention of a porcelain factory, she curiously asked, "Shopkeeper, I not only desire the large jar. If you have any small earthenware jars, I would like to purchase those as well. Could you take us to visit that porcelain factory you mentioned?" Upon hearing Zhaozhao's request, the shopkeeper hesitated momentarily. Understanding his apprehension, she reassured him, "Fear not, shopkeeper. We merely wish to observe the factory, to assess its size and the variety of porcelain on offer. Our business will certainly remain with you. We will not inquire into your dealings with the factory." Upon hearing her words, the shopkeeper felt compelled to acquiesce. "To be candid, this porcelain factory is owned by a cousin of mine. A visit is certainly feasible. Allow me to inform the assistant, and then I shall escort you there. It is not far, just behind this town." He genuinely wished to secure this transaction, as business had been rather sluggish of late, with no substantial orders in a while. Most customers were purchasing only a few plates or bowls, yielding minimal profit. Moreover, he had a hunch that this young lady might return for further purchases in the future. Losing out on a potential long-term business relationship would indeed be regrettable. Thus, the three of them proceeded towards the only porcelain factory in the town. Along the way, the shopkeeper shared some insights, explaining that his cousin had learned the craft from the southern regions, creating beautiful bowls and plates. All the goods in his shop were sourced from this factory. Furthermore, his cousin had established an agreement with the other merchants in town, ensuring that only one porcelain factory would operate here, preventing competition among themselves, with the aim of growing stronger together. Zhaozhao found herself quite impressed by this arrangement. Wasn't this akin to a modern franchise? It was surprising to discover such progressive thinking. No wonder their business thrived. After approximately half an hour of walking, they arrived at the porcelain factory. Upon entering, they found the workers diligently engaged in their tasks. Clearly, the shopkeeper was well acquainted with the factory, as the workers greeted him with familiarity. The shopkeeper expertly led Zhaozhao and Guyan through the premises, showcasing a myriad of exquisite porcelain creations. This factory primarily specializes in kitchenware, offering an extensive array of items such as bowls, basins, and plates. Indeed, Zhaozhao discovered her beloved small earthen jar here. The larger jars are intended for pickling vegetables, while the smaller ones are designed for selling salted vegetables, enhancing both aesthetics and sophistication. In the minds of the common folk, pickled vegetables often carry an air of inferiority. However, she is determined to shatter this traditional perception, aspiring to transform pickled and preserved vegetables into a best-selling brand. There exists a multitude of varieties of pickled vegetables, many of which are exceptionally delicious. They are particularly delightful when enjoyed with porridge in the morning, offering both taste and time efficiency. Thus, Zhaozhao and the shopkeeper successfully negotiated an order at this porcelain factory. The shopkeeper drafted a contract, stipulating 30 large jars at a final price of 19 when each, and 50 small jars priced at 8 when apiece, with a delivery timeline set for 7 days. Zhaozhao and Gu Yin initially paid a deposit of 300 won, agreeing to settle the remaining amount upon delivery. Once this matter was resolved, the three of them returned to the porcelain shop, where Zhaozhao instructed Gu Yin to use the shopkeeper's cart to transport one large jar back home, as she intended to begin pickling vegetables that evening. Meanwhile, she returned to the noodle stall to assist. Upon her return, Zhaozhao was taken aback to find an unusually large crowd at the stall, with a line already forming. Perplexed, she approached Sister Zheng, inquiring, "Sister Zheng, what is happening? Why are there so many people?" "Ah, Zhaozhao, you've returned. I'm not quite sure myself. Just around noon, a throng of people descended upon us wanting noodles, and I've been completely overwhelmed," Sister Zheng replied, her hands busy stretching noodles. Today, she was equally bewildered, as the lunchtime crowd was significantly larger than the previous day. She had been nonstop in her efforts, churning out bowl after bowl. It still wasn't enough to meet demand. While there had been busy periods before, none had been as concentrated as today, leaving her to wonder what could have triggered such a sudden influx of customers. Zhaozhao also found it curious. Taking the noodles that Sister Zheng had just fished out, she reassured her, "Don't worry, take your time. Everything will be fine." After adding the seasoning, she proceeded to serve the customers. It was then that she spotted a familiar face, none other than their stall's very first customer, the scholar. Curiously, Zhaozhao asked, "Oh, what brings you here? Don't you usually have your meals at the academy during lunchtime?" The scholar, who had visited the noodle stall several times before, was somewhat familiar with Zhaozhao and engaged in casual conversations with her. Zheng Yin looked up and recognized that it was the owner of the stall renowned for its delectable stir-fried dishes who was serving him noodles. He quickly accepted the bowl and responded to her inquiry, "Ah, we usually have meals provided at the academy during lunch. However, yesterday, something went awry. Many of my classmates fell ill after eating in the dining hall, which alarmed the dean significantly. As a result, the dining hall was closed overnight, and an investigation is currently underway. With the dining hall shut, we have no place to eat, so the dean instructed us to fend for ourselves." Chapter 51. The Scholar's Exclusive Canteen. "So you came to our stall to eat?" "Indeed. Not only did I come alone, but I also brought many classmates with me. They were quite intrigued when I mentioned how clean, hygienic, and delicious your offerings are. There are also him and him. Do you remember them from their last visit?" Zheng Yin gestured towards the two companions beside him. He had previously introduced them to this noodle stall, and they had praised it highly, affirming its reputation for exceptional taste. "So it was you who helped us spread the word. I owe you my gratitude. As such, for your table today, we shall charge you merely 8 coins. By the way, we will have a new flavor of braised sauce tomorrow. You should come back to try it." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao grasped the situation entirely. It turned out that there was a flaw in the academy's dining hall. It seemed likely that a certain dish had not been fresh, leading to the unfortunate predicament of the students experiencing nausea and vomiting. Zhaozhao relayed her findings to Sister Zheng, who finally understood the matter. How careless of the dining hall staff. They should be more vigilant about the food they serve to the children. Before setting up the stall, Zhaozhao had emphasized to her that cleanliness is paramount in food preparation, and using stale ingredients is absolutely unacceptable. Thus, they never employed overnight leftovers at their stall. Upon hearing that a new flavor of noodles would be available, Zheng Yin and his companions immediately declared their intention to return the next day. The noodles here are truly exquisite. One could eat them daily without growing weary of the taste, due to the overwhelming number of customers. The trio vacated their seats promptly after finishing their meal to make way for other students. Thus, waves of scholars continued to gather eagerly to enjoy the noodles. It was not until an hour of bustling activity had passed that the stall finally quieted down. Sister Zheng stretched her sore back, chuckling as she remarked, "Thanks to these students, we sold out just after lunchtime. Quite remarkable indeed. Yes, we prepared a substantial amount today, yet it sold even faster than yesterday. I truly hope those scholarly gentlemen visit our noodle stall daily. That way, we could earn a significant number of coins. Mother, Sister Zhaozhao, should we prepare even more for tomorrow?" The three sisters beamed at their mother, each contributing to the cheerful conversation. Zhaozhao, equally delighted, suggested to Sister Zheng, "Today ended early. Therefore, Sister Zheng, you should take a moment to rest, then take your three daughters to explore the town. I will keep an eye on the stall. As we still have plenty of time before Uncle Neo comes to pick us up, it is a rare opportunity to purchase some hair ornaments or sweets for the children. As they have been quite helpful lately, it would be a fitting reward." After hearing this, Sister Zheng felt a stir of emotion, yet she hesitated, thinking it inappropriate to leave Zhaozhao alone to tend the stall while she indulged in leisure. However, upon glancing at her three daughters, she noticed their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The three of them had never taken the time to leisurely explore the town together as they grew up. Upon hearing Sister Zhao's suggestion, they felt a genuine sense of excitement. Thus, the look they cast towards their mother could not help but express a glimmer of hope. Zhaozhao encouraged, "Oh, come now, there's no need for formality among us. We are well acquainted. Let us take them for a stroll. The weather is splendid, and it is settled." "Very well, I shall not be formal with you, dear sister. These three girls have truly never roamed the town," replied Sister Zheng, now feeling at ease and eager to take the children out. With some spare money in her possession, she was now able to indulge the children's desires for food and trinkets. Life had improved tremendously compared to the days when her late husband was a drunkard. Moreover, the business at the noodle stall was flourishing, promising a brighter future ahead. Her heart brimmed with optimism. Their good days were yet to come. Since Zhaozhao had encouraged them to go out, she felt no need for hesitation and promptly led her three daughters away from the stall. Once they departed, Zhaozhao settled back onto her stool at the stall, basking in the warm sunlight and savoring this rare moment of tranquility. The fishmonger nearby, noticing how early she had finished selling, expressed his envy. "Sister, your business seems to be thriving today. You've sold out so quickly." "Indeed, it's thanks to those scholars from the academy. Your sales appear to be quite good as well, Brother Fish. I see you have only a few left," she replied. "Yes, it's going well. I should finish selling before nightfall," he chuckled. As the sun began to set, Zheng returned with her three daughters, all wearing radiant smiles, clearly having enjoyed their outing. While unloading their purchases onto the ox cart, the three girls chattered animatedly. "Mother bought me a sugar figurine. The artistry is marvelous." "Sister Zhao, have you ever seen a sugar figurine?" "Sister Zhao, do you think my hairpin looks lovely? I chose it at first sight." "I bought a handkerchief too, Sister Zhao. Look at the exquisite embroidery, far superior to my own. I shall practice this design in the future." Seeing their joy, Zhaozhao felt genuine happiness for them. The following day, the pickled green beans that Zhaozhao had prepared were ready to be served. She announced that the new dish would be minced meat stir-fried with the pickled beans, served over noodles, a delectable combination. This pickled delicacy had previously been quite popular, instilling her with great confidence. As noon approached and the academy students took their break, they flocked to her noodle stall once more. With the experience of the previous day, some students dashed over at remarkable speed, eager to avoid waiting in line. Others settled for a couple of buns from the market or opted for Yangshan noodles. Yet, after much comparison, they concluded that the tastiest noodles still belonged to her stall. Consequently, when Zheng Yun and her companions arrived, there were no available seats, and they had to patiently join the queue. Observing the throng of customers, Zheng Yun could not help but suggest to Zhaozhao and her companions, "Given the flourishing business you are experiencing, why not consider adding a few more tables? Look over there. There is ample space available." Zhaozhao, busily attending to her tasks, responded with a smile, "All right, we'll take your advice and purchase some tables and stools shortly." She felt he was quite right. Initially, they had feared a lackluster business, which was why they had only set up a few tables. Now, it was evident that they were insufficient. and it was indeed time to acquire more. Today's new dish, the sour pickled bean and minced meat noodles, had sold remarkably well, with patrons expressing their delight, claiming it was exceedingly appetizing, leaving them yearning for another serving. With the variety of dishes available, they could enjoy different flavors, for eating the same thing repeatedly, no matter how delicious, could become tiresome. Additionally, she encouraged them to develop new flavors for patrons to sample. Zhaozhao found their enthusiasm endearing. It seemed they wished to treat her establishment as a long-term dining option. However, once their academy's dining hall matters were thoroughly investigated and addressed, she anticipated that they would no longer venture out for noodles at noon. This could potentially impact the business at their stall. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. With the extra time, they would sell out eventually. By the afternoon, the braised sour pickled beans and minced meat had nearly sold out, and shortly thereafter, the braised meat was also gone. Although a small quantity of noodles remained, without any braised meat, they could not sell them, prompting the group to begin packing up and preparing to return to the village. Recalling the previous remarks from the students, Zhaozhao suggested while gathering the tables and stools, "Sister-in-law, I believe the students are correct. Our tables and stools are indeed somewhat limited. Since we have ample space for the stall, why not acquire a few more? This way, customers won't have to queue." "I think that sounds good. You have the final say, sister. I am not well versed in these matters, only in making noodles, so I will defer to you," Zhang Shi replied, wholeheartedly agreeing with Zhaozhao's perspective. Being a village woman with limited experience, she recognized that Zhaozhao was quite astute. It was indeed her ingenuity that had significantly contributed to the stall's success. Thus, she was inclined to follow Zhaozhao's lead in these matters. Seeing Zhang Shi's agreement, Zhaozhao decisively stated, "Very well then. I shall head to the town shortly to see if I can find a carpenter to procure some supplies." Zhang Shi, about to nod in approval, suddenly recalled something and suggested, "Sister, purchasing finished products in town might be a bit pricey. We have a skilled carpenter right here in Xinghua village, and his prices are reasonable, often half of what you'd pay in town. Why not place an order with him? Brother Gu knows him. You can ask him when you get home." She had previously bought items from that carpenter, who indeed offered both quality and affordability. The old carpenter, a lifelong bachelor, spent his days working with wood, earning a modest living by crafting items for villagers. He was quite an honest man. Given that their little noodle stall was a modest venture just beginning to turn a profit, any savings were certainly welcome. Hence, after recalling this matter, she felt compelled to share her thoughts with Zhaozhao. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao was filled with delight, for she had no idea that there was a carpenter in their village. She promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds splendid. Utilizing someone from our own village surely brings peace of mind. Moreover, since you, sister-in-law, have vouched for him, it must be of good quality. I shall inquire with Guyan when we return." Thus, the group engaged in conversation while tidying up their stall. Once everything was in order, they settled down to await the arrival of the ox cart. After approximately half an hour, Uncle Neo finally arrived, guiding his old ox at a leisurely pace. Although Zhaozhao found the daily wait quite inconvenient, there was little she could do. Given their current means, purchasing an ox, donkey, or mule was far beyond their reach. Livestock in this era was quite expensive, akin to luxury automobiles in modern times. She envisioned that once they amassed considerable wealth, they would undoubtedly acquire a donkey cart. Such a vehicle would facilitate their travels, as it could traverse distances much quicker than their own two legs, boasting remarkable endurance and the ability to carry goods. While Zhaozhao's thoughts painted a rosy picture, reality remained harsh. For now, they could only patiently await Uncle Nyo's arrival. When they finally returned home for dinner, Zhaozhao inquired of Guyan, "Are you aware that there is a carpenter elder in our village? I have heard that his craftsmanship is exceptional." "Yes, I know. Why do you ask?" Guyan replied nonchalantly, savoring a piece of sour pickled vegetables. "I wish to commission him to craft some tables and chairs. As we currently have an influx of customers at the stall and not enough seating," Zhaozhao explained, serving a piece of pork, too, in and while looking at Guyan. "Oh, I see. After dinner, I shall take you to his home." Guyan responded readily upon understanding her intent. Interestingly, although he had not been in Xinghua village for long, He was indeed acquainted with the old carpenter, having previously commissioned him for various items. Thus he knew the location of his residence. Following their meal, Guyan escorted Zhaozhao to the home of the old carpenter. As anticipated, though the carpenter did not engage in frivolous conversation, his prices were fair, significantly lower than those of the finished products in the town. Furthermore, Zhaozhao observed the quality of the samples displayed in his home, which were undoubtedly of excellent craftsmanship. With a sense of generosity, Zhaozhao quickly ordered 3 folding tables and 10 small stools, as these would occupy minimal space and facilitate easy transport. After paying the deposit, they prepared to leave. However, Zhaozhao suddenly noticed an object in the carpenter's yard. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she could not contain her enthusiasm, asking, "Excuse me, Grandpa, is that cart outside yours? Do you use it often?" The old carpenter, puzzled by the girl's sudden exuberance, followed her pointing finger to see the cart lying in the yard. It was merely an old cart, and he could not fathom her excitement. With a stoic expression, he nodded and replied, "Yes, it was made for farming purposes, convenient for transporting grain. Since I no longer farm, it has been used and left lying around." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao became even more excited and quickly exclaimed, "Could you possibly rent it to me, Grandpa? Or perhaps sell it?" Zhaozhao was filled with immense joy. How could she have forgotten the existence of a cart in ancient times? It was truly foolish of her. Although she could not afford a mule or a donkey at the moment, the cart was quite affordable. Moreover, with 5 of them, there were enough hands to pull and push, requiring little effort. If they had their own cart, there would no longer be a need to wait. They could return whenever they finished selling their goods. The town was not overly distant from the village. Walking was indeed an option, but the sheer volume of their belongings necessitated the use of an ox cart. With this cart, all their problems would be resolved, and it was within the realm of their current economic capacity. The old carpenter, upon hearing her words, scoffed lightly and remarked, "It's merely a broken wooden cart. It's hardly worth purchasing. If you wish to use it, feel free. I 1T charge you. Leaving it here will only lead to its gradual decay. It's better to let it serve a purpose." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao quickly replied, "That 1T do. This is your hard work. How could I use it for free? How about I rent your cart instead? What would be a reasonable daily rental fee?" Chapter 53. Students transitioning from luxury to frugality. The old carpenter glanced at the young girl, noticing her earnest expression, as if to say that if he did not charge her, she would refuse to use it. He casually suggested, "Then let it be 1 per day. Just pay me once a month." After saying this, he returned to his work, resuming the task of smoothing the wood. Zhaozhao understood his intent and felt grateful for his kindness. Renting was indeed the most economical option for them, as the cart was quite dilapidated. Although it could still serve its purpose, once they had earned some silver, they would surely purchase a donkey cart. Despite their numbers, they were still women, and a donkey would save them considerable effort. She resolved to remember this kindness and would make an effort to assist the old carpenter in the future. Thus, this outing for Guyan and Zhaozhao yielded an unexpected reward. They pushed a wooden cart back home. The following morning, when Zhaozhao shared the news with Sister Zhong, she was met with incredulity. She had never expected that they would possess their own cart for their stall. Although they would be pulling it themselves, it was far better than waiting for the ox cart daily. Previously, she found it quite inconvenient, as the timing for closing their stall was unpredictable, leaving them to wait for the ox cart to arrive. If they could return home right after finishing their stall, how much time would that save? Sister Zhao could also experiment with new flavors at home and prepare more bowls of noodles. The children would no longer have to wait idly in town. They could return home to engage in activities of their choice. Previously, there had been no alternative, and she felt too embarrassed to voice her concerns, recognizing that their current situation was already quite favorable. Who would have thought such a delightful surprise would greet them first thing in the morning? Last night, with the acquisition of their own cart, Zhaozhao had sent Guyan to inform Uncle Neo that they would no longer require his ox cart for daily transport. Although Uncle Neo felt a twinge of regret over the loss of that income, he understood that having their own cart afforded them greater freedom and convenience. I sincerely felt joy for them and refrained from saying much. Thus, everyone cheerfully loaded everything onto the cart. Initially, Guyan felt a tinge of unease, as it was their first time using this cart, and she intended to see them off. To her surprise, Sister Zheng handled the cart with remarkable skill, and with a few others pushing from behind, it seemed effortless. Having been accustomed to farm work since her youth, Sister Zheng, despite being a woman, possessed considerable strength, making the task of pulling the cart a trivial matter. Observing her steady progress, Gu Yin chose not to insist on accompanying them. Therefore, that day, Sister Zheng pulled their new cart, with 3 young girls and Lu Zhaozhao assisting from behind as they made their way toward the town. Meanwhile, the dining hall at the academy had finally resolved its issues after 4 days of investigation, and the chef had been replaced. Today marked the inaugural day of meal service, and the students rushed in eagerly once class ended. Zheng Yun sprinted ahead, his stomach growling after a morning of study, longing for 3 bowls of rice. Behind him, Li Tong shouted, "Zimo, slow down. There's no one else competing with you. Hurry up, I'm starving. I wonder if the new chef skills are any good. I can't wait to try it." With that, Zheng Yun quickened his pace, though not quite as fast as before. By the time they arrived at the dining hall, Zheng Yun had already collected his meal. His friends, eager to join him, hastily filled their plates and gathered around to eat. Li Tong, glancing at Zheng Yun who had tasted the food, inquired, "How is it, Zimo? Does the chef's cooking suit your palate? Is it good?" Another friend chimed in as he settled down to eat. "It must be better than the previous chef's fare. That man's cooking was pitifully bland. As if we hadn't paid for our meals. He couldn't even spare a drop of oil. It's a wonder it tasted decent at all. This at least seems superior." Zheng Yun's expression turned serious, hesitating momentarily before saying, "You should try it yourselves." The group exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding settling over them, and they reluctantly lowered their heads to their bowls. After a couple of bites of the vegetable dish, they found it tolerable, as it contained more oil than the previous chef's offerings, providing a bit more flavor. However, upon tasting the solitary meat dish, 2 of them took a bite and immediately spat it out. "Goodness, what kind of meat is this? Pork? How can it taste so awful? It's so greasy. Indeed, it's drenched in oil. What is wrong with this chef? He has ruined the meat dish. It was already fatty, and now there's this excess oil making it nauseating. Sigh, in comparison, I miss the delicious braised pork from the noodle stall. That too is pork. Yet how could it taste so exquisite? This meat, I simply cannot eat." Truly, the saying holds. Without comparison, there is no pain. This stark contrast rendered their meal utterly inedible. He had not spoken before, but once those words left his lips, not a single person among them could stomach the meager meat dish. Zheng Yun managed to finish his rice with just 2 vegetable dishes, remarking, "Let us eat whatever we can. We ought not to expect much from the cafeteria's offerings. Tomorrow morning, I plan to go to the noodle stall. Are you all joining me?" "Absolutely. Let's arrive early at the academy and then head over together." As they departed, they noticed 2 gentlemen dining in the cafeteria, sharing hearty laughter and engaging in pleasant conversation, seemingly quite content. Li Tong quickened his pace to catch up with them, whispering, "How can those teachers enjoy such dreadful meat? Alas, they must not have tasted anything better. Indeed, our teachers subsist on the cafeteria's fare daily. Just a few days ago, they were subsisting on a meager meal of flatbreads. They likely do not find it unpalatable. However, once they experience the noodles from the stall, they would surely develop a distaste for the cafeteria's meat dishes." The murmurs from behind sparked a sudden epiphany in Zheng Yun's mind. What if the teachers, too, could not endure the cafeteria's unappetizing meals? Wouldn't that present an opportunity to instigate some change? Or perhaps refund their lunch money so they could dine outside? Surely, that would be far more palatable. Moreover, the market is not far from the academy, and a round trip would not interfere with classes. With these thoughts, Zheng Yun's mind began to whirl with schemes to satisfy his cravings. He needed to devise a solution that would be mutually beneficial. He truly wished to avoid the cafeteria's food. It was only upon returning to his study that Zheng Yun recalled a rather promising idea. In a few days, it would be the birthday of Master Zhang. Perhaps this would be a splendid opportunity. He needed to contemplate and strategize regarding this matter. Zheng's sister-in-law and her companions had a fruitful day of business. Although they had prepared a considerable amount of noodles and braised dishes, by the time of the evening meal, most had already been sold. Lu Zhaozhao noticed that there was little left, and since Zheng's sister-in-law could handle the remaining orders. She mentioned her intention to head to the market to procure some meat. Their supply at home had run out, and they would need it for braising tomorrow. As usual, Zhaozhao went to the pork stall she frequently visited. She quickly completed her purchase and, on her way back, strolled leisurely while casually glancing at the various stalls. Suddenly, her steps faltered as she spotted a familiar vegetable. Eagerly, she approached the vendor, asking, "How much for this vegetable?" "Ah, you mean this cucumber? 4 per pound. It's delicious. You can wash it and eat it raw, or stir-fry it. Both ways are delightful." Zhaozhao nodded in surprise, realizing that this cucumber was referred to as hugua in ancient times. However, the seed she had planted had only recently sprouted. How was it that others had already begun selling their produce? Had she sown her seeds too late, or did others plant theirs earlier? Regardless, it was of little consequence. Cucumbers are a splendid ingredient, versatile in preparation. Remembering her plan for pickled vegetables, a sudden idea struck Zhaozhao. She immediately inquired, "Is there a discount for purchasing in bulk? How much do you need, young lady? I'll take all of these cucumbers." Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes sparkled with delight, and he cheerfully responded, "No problem. I'll charge you 3 coins per pound. I'll weigh them for you right away." Having sold vegetables for so long, it was the first time he encountered such a straightforward young lady willing to buy so many cucumbers at once. Perhaps she had a large family. Otherwise, how could they possibly consume all of them? The weight was too much for Zhaozhao to manage alone. So the enthusiastic vendor kindly asked a neighboring stall owner to assist for a moment. He carried the basket of cucumbers while accompanying Zhaozhao to the noodle stall. After all, she was a significant customer, and being a young girl, the vendor provided excellent service. Upon returning to the noodle stall, they found that Sister Zheng had sold out of her noodles and was busy tidying up her stall with 3 other sisters. When she saw that Zhaozhao had not only purchased meat, but also an abundance of cucumbers, she was taken aback and inquired, "Sister, why did you buy so many cucumbers? In a few days, we will have cucumbers from our garden. No need to spend money on them." Sister Zheng felt a pang of regret. Cucumbers were among the most common vegetables, and in previous years, they often went uneaten, rotting in the fields. Now, seeing Zhaozhao spend money on so many made her heart ache. Zhaozhao smiled and explained, "Sister, do not worry, I have my reasons. This will not be a waste of money. It will only bring in profit." Upon hearing this, Zheng immediately understood. The young lady must have thought of another profitable idea. Just as her previous pickled beans had been delicious and sold remarkably well, drawing many returning customers who came specifically for the tangy flavor. Hence, Sister Zheng quickly fell silent. If Zhaozhao claimed it could generate profit, then this basket of cucumbers transformed into shimmering golden treasures in her eyes. Cheerfully, she helped Zhaozhao load the cucumbers onto a cart, and together they made their way home. Upon returning, the family naturally noticed the large basket of cucumbers. However, they were all quite self-aware and refrained from commenting further. Zhaozhao could buy whatever she wished, for she now held the reins of the household, possessing that right. Indeed, she was earning the most silver at home, and they all unconditionally obeyed her, listening to her every word. Zhaozhao washed 2 cucumbers and handed one each to an MOMO, allowing them to munch on them. As the weather grew increasingly warm, a refreshing cucumber salad could easily be added to the noodle stall's menu. Simple, easy to make, and delicious. However, she intended to use these cucumbers for pickling. The cucumbers from her garden had also matured, and those from the field were ripe as well. Having just been planted not long ago, they were ready to be harvested. For this batch of pickles, she planned to mix in half of the cucumbers from the field. After all, they wouldn't notice how many there were, as pickling would significantly reduce the quantity. In modern times, Zhaozhao had always relished pickled cucumbers. Crisp, tangy, and spicy, a delight never to tire of. Nowadays, many cucumbers grown in the spiritual fields have made their way into our dishes, undoubtedly offering a more exquisite taste than any previously savored. Even before they are ready, Zhaozhao finds herself already yearning for the finished product. How she eagerly anticipates the delectable outcome. Fortunately, the preparation of these pickled cucumbers is remarkably simple. requiring little time for fermentation. They will be ready to enjoy in just 2 days. The wait is not long at all. In a few days, as the cucumbers and other vegetables from the garden ripen, they will continue to sell fresh produce alongside pickled sour beans and cucumbers. However, this time, the pickled cucumbers will make their debut at the noodle stall. Only when patrons recognize the deliciousness of this dish will they be inclined to purchase it. Thus, on the 3rd day at the noodle stall, every customer received a small dish of pickled vegetables as a complimentary gift, Zhongyun included. "What is this, stall owner?" Before Lu Zhaozhao could speak, he eagerly inquired. Lu Zhaozhao smiled and explained, "This is our stall's new offering, pickled cucumbers. They are particularly delicious, just developed, and we are gifting them to our esteemed guests for a taste. They pair wonderfully with noodles or porridge." "I see. Thank you, stall owner." Zheng Yun was pleasantly surprised to discover such a complimentary treat. Who wouldn't he appreciate a free gift? So, as soon as Lu Zhaozhao walked away, he immediately picked up a small piece to taste. To his astonishment, he found that a simple cucumber could be transformed into such a delightful delicacy. The texture was unlike any cucumber he had tasted before, exhibiting a crispness that felt even more refreshing. The flavor was exceptional, tangy, spicy, with a hint of sweetness. It was a remarkable blend of flavors that harmoniously intertwined. Truly, it was exquisite. He found himself enamored with the culinary creations of this stall owner. For reasons unknown, after savoring her food, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and an inexplicable surge of happiness. It was quite extraordinary. After finishing his meal, Zheng Yun's resolve to pursue his plan was solidified. He was determined to take care of his own well-being. At the noodle stall, all the customers were captivated by the taste of the pickled cucumbers, inquiring eagerly, "How can these cucumbers be so delicious?" "Stall owner, do you sell this pickled cucumber separately? It would surely be delightful with porridge tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, it will take a few more days for a larger batch to be ready. For now, we only have small portions available at the stall, and these will be given out for free for the next couple of days." Lu Zhaozhao explained while engaging with the customers. "Oh, I see. In that case, I shall return tomorrow for noodles and hope for another dish," exclaimed one customer. "I'll join you. Please include me as well. Your flavors are remarkable, whether in noodles or pickled vegetables. Indeed, I feel rather uneasy if I go 2 days without your noodles. Ha ha ha. I must have them to feel at ease. It seems you've developed a craving. Ha ha ha. I believe so." As they chatted and enjoyed their noodles, the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. For everyone present, relishing delicious food while engaging in conversation was a delightful aspect of life, a rare moment of relaxation. A few days later, the morning lessons at Changning Academy had just concluded, and Master Zhang was tidying up his belongings in preparation to depart. Unexpectedly, he was abruptly seized by several students, who cheerfully surrounded him, exclaiming, "Master Zhang, today is your birthday, is it not? Please do not rush off. We have a birthday gift we wish to present to you." Master Zhang, filled with confusion, pondered the motives of these students. How could they possibly be so kind as to offer him a birthday gift? He had not forgotten the resentful expressions on their faces when he had previously punished them by making them transcribe texts. Had they truly forgotten so quickly? Had they undergone a change of heart? Despite his myriad doubts, Master Zhang remained seated, curious to see what these mischievous youths were up to. Indeed, these students possessed considerable talent, but they were far too unruly and lacked focus. With a bit of guidance, they could potentially achieve great things. One student in particular produced a length of black satin from seemingly nowhere and blindfolded Master Zhang. It was not until Zheng Yun announced that it was time to unveil the surprise that the blindfold was removed. After keeping his eyes shut for a while, Master Zhang opened them, expecting to behold something delightful or shocking. To his surprise, he found only a tray bearing a bowl of noodles and a small dish of pickled vegetables. It left him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Your intentions are commendable, but I could have simply dined in the cafeteria. There is no need to bring this here. This is your place of study." Zheng Yun earnestly replied, "Master Zhang, we know we have caused you much annoyance in the past, and we acknowledge our faults. From now on, we promise to heed your guidance and refrain from challenging you. Today is your birthday. And we specifically ordered this longevity noodle dish from a local stall to celebrate with you. Do not be deceived by its seemingly ordinary appearance. It is in fact exceptional. There is only one continuous strand of noodle in this entire bowl, as I requested the vendor to prepare it that way for good fortune. Please do sample it. The flavors of the braised meat and pickles are delightful. As Zhang Yun spoke, he gestured animatedly, his enthusiasm infectious. Master Zhang, intrigued by the prospect of whether the noodles were indeed as described, felt compelled to accept their thoughtful gesture. Thus, with a smile, he began to eat in their presence. The students, witnessing their teacher partake in the meal, immediately felt elated. As long as he had taken the first bite, they were confident he would crave a second. If he visited the noodle stall once, he was bound to return for a third and fourth visit. Over time, he would surely be enamored with the vendor's culinary skills. And when he returned to the academy's cafeteria, he would find their offerings insipid by comparison. The authority of a teacher far surpassed that of mere students. Especially considering Master Zhang's close relationship with the academy's headmaster, who was also his fellow disciple. Even if they could not invite the vendor to supply meals for the cafeteria, surely a collaboration could be arranged, perhaps even add some pickled vegetables to their menu. Such modest aspirations encapsulated the desires of these students, particularly Zhang Yun's clever scheme. He was gambling, and Master Zhang was also quite the glutton. Master Zhang remained silent, quietly savoring the noodles in his bowl, occasionally picking up a small piece of pickled cucumber. The flavor of the noodles was exquisite, and the pickles were delightful as well. However, he marveled at the taste internally, maintaining a remarkably composed expression on his face. After all, he was a scholar, a teacher to his students. As a role model, one must embody the demeanor of an educator. It was not until he finished every last noodle that Master Zhang leisurely set down his chopsticks and calmly remarked, The taste is acceptable. You have put in effort. I am satisfied. Please tidy up. I have received your birthday gifts. With that, he rose from his seat and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned back and inquired of Zhang Yun, Where did you purchase these noodles? Zhang Yun, still pondering Master Zhang's earlier words, was caught off guard by the sudden question and instinctively replied, At the noodle stall in the town market, run by two elder sisters. Good, he said, and with a flick of his sleeve, he departed gracefully. Once Master Zhang had left, Li Tong turned to ask Zimo, Do you think your strategy will work? The teacher just said it was acceptable. Is that truly how he feels? I've seen him enjoy the dining hall meals quite heartily. For him to deem these delicious noodles merely acceptable, indeed, and his expression did not seem at all like one taken aback by delight, far too composed. Perhaps Master Zhang simply does not favor noodles? Do not be hasty. Master Zhang is of an older generation. It is unlikely he would express his enjoyment as we do when faced with something delectable. Let us wait and see. If he truly enjoys them, he will surely visit the noodle stall again. Did you not hear him ask for its location just now? Zhang Yun remained considerably more composed than the others. While he had felt uncertain initially, Master Zhang's final question had reassured him. Let's wait a bit longer. The truth will reveal itself. I refuse to believe that he cannot distinguish between good and bad. A few days later, Lu Zhaozhao noticed the noodle stall at the market was thriving. She had not gone to assist in recent days, opting instead to prepare marinated dishes each morning and load them onto the cart, leaving the stall unattended afterward. During this time, she had been busy tending to her vegetable garden. The cucumbers, eggplants, and peppers she had planted were now bearing fruit. She meticulously cared for each one and also visited the spiritual field to inspect the vegetables there. They were lush, vibrant, and pleasing to the eye. The jars and clay pots she had ordered some time ago had been completed, and today, Guyen had come to collect them, bringing them home in several trips. They were now neatly arranged behind the thatched cottage, awaiting Lu Zhaozhao to put them to use. Chapter 56. Braised pork rib noodles in the evening. The Zhang family returned home with their cart. They had not yet entered their own door when they paused at the entrance to the Gu family home. Sister Zhang, while unpacking items, called out, Sister Zhaozhao, I have brought you the things you requested. Upon hearing the commotion, Gu Yin and Lu Zhaozhao promptly emerged from the room, followed joyfully by Nin and Mo, who scampered ahead. And Nin, while trotting along, chirped in her sweet, childlike voice, "We're here, we're here. Auntie is coming." Her earnest, yet whimsical tone elicited laughter from everyone. The three sisters outside, already fond of an mo, gazed at the little ones with even greater affection. Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled upon seeing the large platter of ribs in Sister Zheng's hands. "Wow, did you really bring back an entire pig's worth of ribs for me? That's absolutely wonderful. Make sure to prepare plenty of noodles tomorrow. I can confidently say that the new braised rib noodles will be a hit." She was utterly convinced of this. Braised rib noodles were a classic delicacy, featuring the most delectable portion of pork, far superior to the previous two dishes they had served. If it weren't for the bit of silver she currently possessed, she would have hesitated to sell such a dish. Ribs were quite expensive in this era, and such a sizable portion came with a considerable cost. Coupled with her culinary skills, the noodles made from the dough Sister Zheng prepared would undoubtedly be exceptional. Hearing this, Zheng's eyes crinkled with delight as she replied, "All right, I'll make sure to prepare more noodles when I return home. You focus on your work. I am eagerly anticipating the braised rib noodles you mentioned. They will surely be delicious." "Yes, sister, go home and rest. You've had a long day," Zhaozhao encouraged. After bidding farewell to Zheng, she began to braise the ribs, igniting the fire under a large iron pot, which would yield particularly fragrant meat. Once the meat was simmering gently, Zhaozhao, accompanied by an mo, Guyen, and Li Shi, ventured to the vegetable garden at the back to harvest the crops. The meat could simmer quietly without further attention. Although the Gu family had resided in Xinghua village for some time, they had never cultivated vegetables before Zhaozhao's arrival, as no one among them had the knowledge to do so. Thus, this collective experience of harvesting vegetables was a first for everyone. Li Shi picked the fresh, glistening cucumbers. Placing them one by one into the basket she carried on her arm, feeling a peculiar sense of satisfaction. When Zhaozhao was away, she would tend to the garden, aware that it contained Zhaozhao's labor of love. Her pickled vegetables were quite popular, and she knew these fresh crops could be transformed into silver. Hence, she took her responsibilities seriously, often watering the plants when she could. Now, to personally harvest the fruits of their labor brought her immense joy and wonder. Anin and Mo were also thoroughly enjoying the task. Their assignment from Auntie was to gather the eggplants. Working in tandem, they surprisingly matched the efficiency of the adults. Zhaozhao, who was picking peppers nearby, watched in amazement, showering them with praise. The moment the two little ones heard their aunt's compliments, they became even more enthusiastic, picking with increasing excitement, eliciting hearty laughter from everyone around. Gu Yin observed them with a wry smile, realizing that the presence of these two little ones truly enlivened the household. Now, Mother has become much more cheerful than before. She no longer isolates herself in her room, consumed by sorrow and secretly wiping away tears. It seems that time has gradually healed the wounds deep within her heart. Regardless of circumstances, life must continue. The following day, customers flocked to the noodle stall, all abuzz with excitement over the new flavor. Despite the steep price of 12 coins for a bowl of braised pork rib noodles, many were eager to indulge in the experience. The very name suggests an abundance of ribs, making the cost quite reasonable in the eyes of the patrons. After all, one gets what one pays for, and every dish at this stall is undeniably delicious. Each flavor justifies its price, leading to a bustling morning as Zhaozhao and her companions sold numerous bowls of braised pork rib noodles, while the other two varieties sold less. However, there was no cause for concern. The afternoon would surely bring more sales. Having tasted the exquisite flavor of the braised pork ribs the previous day, Zhaozhao felt a deep sense of satisfaction as the two little ones savored their bowls, their lips glistening with grease, exclaiming how delectable it was. Observing the enthusiastic response from the morning customers, she believed that the dish was indeed a favorite. As noon approached, a scholarly gentleman, exuding an air of academia, arrived at the stall. He appeared to be a teacher, given his age. Zhaozhao approached him, introducing the 3 available flavors. Upon hearing about the braised pork rib noodles, he promptly ordered a bowl. This man was none other than Master Zhang from Chongning Academy. Originally, he had intended to dine at the cafeteria for lunch. But as he walked, he suddenly recalled the delightful texture of the longevity noodles he had previously enjoyed. Instantly, the cafeteria's offerings lost their appeal, prompting him to turn back midway and head towards the market instead. Before long, he spotted the noodle stall that the students had mentioned. Indeed, two young women were at the helm. Last time, the students had brought him braised meat noodles, so this time he opted for the braised pork rib noodles, curious to see how they would fare. The cafeteria at the academy had returned to normalcy, meaning no students came to enjoy noodles at noon, leading to a decline in business and the absence of long queues. Thus, it wasn't long before Master Zhang received his bowl of braised pork rib noodles, accompanied by a small dish of pickled cucumbers. As he took his first bite, he was astonished by the flavor. The pork rib noodles were unbelievably delicious, far surpassing the braised meat noodles he had tasted before. Overwhelmed by surprise, Master Zhang wasted no time and immersed himself in the meal. The noodles were even more elastic and smooth than those he had previously enjoyed. Indeed, freshly made noodles are the finest. The last time, although the distance was short, the journey had somewhat compromised the texture. This time, the braise was exquisite, the noodles delectable, and the pickled vegetables remarkably tasty. Only after finishing the entire bowl did he wipe his mouth contentedly, reflecting on how truly wonderful it was. Gazing at the empty dish of pickled vegetables beside him, Master Zhang felt a lingering desire for more. These pickles were truly delectable. How wonderful it would be if such delightful and refreshing pickles could grace their academy's table every day. Curiosity piqued, he inquired of the vendor, "Do you sell these pickles separately?" Upon hearing another inquiry about the pickles, Zhaozhao quickly responded, "Yes, indeed. Tomorrow, we shall commence selling pickles at the stall across the way. If you enjoy them, you may come out to purchase some." Master Zhang, upon hearing her address him as master, curiously asked, "How did you know I am a master?" Zhaozhao chuckled softly and explained, "It is evident from your attire, demeanor, and age, coupled with the fact that our market is not far from Chongning Academy. So, I took the liberty of making a guess." Master Zhang nodded with a smile, recognizing the vendor's cleverness. Indeed, only someone of exceptional skill could produce such delicious fare. Knowing he could procure pickled cucumbers the following day brought him great comfort. The thought of enjoying pickled cucumbers alongside his meals in the dining hall lifted his spirits considerably. Previously, he had not found the dining hall's food to be unpalatable, but after tasting the noodles from this stall, he felt somewhat reluctant to eat. However, with the accompaniment of these tangy and crunchy pickles, the meal could transform into a delightful experience. After Master Zhang departed contentedly, a steady stream of customers continued to frequent the noodle stall, ensuring a thriving business. By nightfall, all 3 varieties of braised dishes had been sold out. Zhang was overjoyed. The business was flourishing, attracting not only townsfolk but also vendors from the market who sought to indulge in their renowned flavors. Meanwhile, the Gu family was not idle either. Gu Yin, accompanied by Li, organized the vegetables they had gathered as instructed by Zhaozhao. They also harvested the final batch, intending to sell it at the market the next day. Furthermore, the previously pickled sour green beans and cucumbers were ready for sale. Following Zhaozhao's guidance, Gu Yin neatly packed the pickles into small earthen jars for the convenience of customers. When Zhaozhao returned, she was pleasantly surprised to find them well prepared. She joyfully patted Gu Yan's shoulder and exclaimed, "Oh, Gu Yan, you did splendidly. I thought you would still be finishing up. It's not difficult, just a bit tedious." Gu Yan replied calmly, casting a glance at her radiant smile. He felt a twinge of confusion. She no longer referred to him as husband, but instead called him Gu Yan so effortlessly. The 2 little ones, upon hearing their aunt praise their uncle, immediately protested, clinging to Zhaozhao's legs and whining, "Annie, we helped too. Yes, and worked very hard today." Upon concluding her words, 2 pairs of eager eyes gazed at her, their expressions brimming with a desire for praise. Naturally, Zhaozhao would not disappoint them. She promptly commended their efforts and assured them that she would bring back sweets the next day. Early the following morning, Zhaozhao and Gu Yin set off to the town alongside the Zheng family, traveling with Uncle Nyo's ox cart. Given that Zhaozhao intended to transport a considerable amount of vegetables in earthenware pots, a simple cart would not suffice. Thus, Gu Yin had prearranged for the ox cart. Upon their arrival in the town, Zhaozhao readily paid the rental fee for the stall opposite the noodle vendor, securing the coveted spot she had long desired. Previously occupied by other vendors, Fortune smiled upon her as the overseer of this area, with whom she shared a cordial relationship. Having occasionally dined at her noodle stall, granted her an early opportunity upon learning of her intention to sell vegetables. As these stalls were allocated on a first-come, first-served basis, Zhaozhao's early start allowed her to finally claim this advantageous position, with the noodle stall directly across from hers. Assistance would be readily available whenever necessary. Upon discovering that Gu Yin and Zhaozhao were selling vegetables in front of her, Sister Zheng felt a surge of confidence. As the sun ascended, the number of patrons at the market gradually increased. Their vegetables, already of superior quality and freshness, drew the attention of early morning shoppers, prompting many to stop and purchase some for their homes. Moreover, as they continued to sell, numerous familiar faces recognized Zhaozhao, recalling the delectable produce she had offered in the past, which encouraged them to shop with generosity. "Oh, young lady, why have you not been selling vegetables for so long? It's been ages since I last saw you. The spinach you used to sell was exquisite. It remains the best I've ever tasted. What do you have today?" "Oh, it's you. I've been thinking about the vegetables you grow. I noticed the stalls in town have changed, and I didn't see you selling. What have you been up to?" "I sold noodles for a few days because the vegetables weren't ripe yet. But now they are ready. Just look at these cucumbers and eggplants. They are absolutely delightful. And I have pickled cucumbers as well." Zhaozhao engaged in cheerful conversation while conducting her business, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. "Oh, I thought that girl selling noodles looked familiar. I didn't dare to say anything. I've dined there before, and your pickled cucumbers are truly delicious. Are they for sale?" "Indeed. Take a look. Each jar costs 51, and it contains quite a lot, enough to last a good while." Noticing a customer inquiring about the pickled cucumbers, Zhaozhao eagerly began her enthusiastic pitch, emphasizing that these pickled delights were her primary focus for the day. Selling these jars would prove far more lucrative than merely selling fresh vegetables. Initially, the customer hesitated at the price of 51, but, upon seeing the generous capacity of the jar, felt tempted. After all, it was quite sizable and filled to the brim with pickled cucumbers, promising many days of enjoyment. The pickled cucumbers were simply too delicious. She had longed to purchase them while at the noodle stall, but had encountered scarcity. Now that they were finally available, it was imperative to sell as many as possible. After a moment of hesitation, she acquiesced, saying, "All right, then I shall have a jar, but tell me, is this jar complimentary? There is no need to return it, is there?" "Indeed, the jar is yours to keep," came the reply. Upon hearing this, the customer was even more delighted. Having purchased some delicious pickled cucumbers, she now possessed a fine jar as well, which exuded quality and presumably was not inexpensive. With this thought, she suddenly found the price of the pickled cucumbers quite reasonable. Gradually, as the crowd swelled, many of the vegetables at Zhaozhao's stall were sold, and the number of jars dwindled. At midday, Master Zhang hurried over, inquiring, "Little girl, do you still have pickled cucumbers?" "Yes, fortunate for you, Master. Timing is everything. There are only 3 jars left." Zhaozhao smiled, pleasantly surprised by his timely arrival. Upon hearing that only 3 jars remained, Master Zhang asked no questions regarding the price and declared, "I shall take them all." This left Zhaozhao and Gu Yin momentarily astonished, but only for a fleeting moment. She quickly responded, "Splendid. 3 jars amount to 150 coins. Since you are purchasing so many, I shall include a few fresh cucumbers as a complimentary gift. They're freshly picked, crisp, and delicious." "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, little girl," Master Zhang replied, elated to have acquired his desired pickles. The prospect of receiving extras broadened his smile, and with 3 jars and a handful of cucumbers in tow, he made his way contentedly to the academy. Once Master Zhang departed, all of Zhaozhao's pickled vegetables were sold out. Those who arrived later, drawn by the commotion, left in disappointment, sighing at their misfortune. However, upon hearing that they would return the next day, Zhaozhao's spirits rose once more, and she resolved to arrive early to sell her goods. As the sales at Sister Zheng's stall across the way began to dwindle, Zhaozhao and Gu Yin found themselves nearing the end of their sales as well. The group then tidied up and made their way home. Zhaozhao had harvested all the ripe vegetables from her garden and sold them alongside those from Ling Tian for several days, successfully selling out the 10 large jars of pickles she had prepared. The small jars eventually became insufficient, prompting Gu Yin to order a new batch. Meanwhile, after classes at Changning Academy, Master Zhang invited Dean Li to join him for a meal in the dining hall, where they could discuss recent teaching content amidst their laughter. The two arrived at the dining hall, each serving themselves a plate before settling down to eat. The day's offerings included stir-fried cowpeas, diced chicken, and scrambled eggs with scallions. One meat dish complemented by 2 vegetable dishes, providing a nutritionally balanced meal. Dean Li found the food to his liking and was thoroughly satisfied upon seeing the fare. Indeed, the decision to replace the previous kitchen staff had proven to be remarkably astute. The dishes prepared by the current cooks were vastly superior. Dean Li had just taken a few bites when he noticed that Master Zhang across from him had not touched his chopsticks but was rummaging through his sleeve. Suddenly, perhaps having found what he sought, a satisfied smile blossomed on Master Zhang's face. To Dean Li's astonishment, he produced a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Instantly, Dean Li's expression shifted, and he admonished sternly, "Feiyong, you are to teach the students this afternoon. Drinking is prohibited. Surely, you are aware of this regulation. How could you willfully disregard it?" Caught off guard by the unexpected reprimand, Master Zhang was momentarily bewildered. Once Dean Li finished speaking, he realized the misunderstanding. However, as he glanced at the porcelain bottle in his hand, he recalled that he had specifically chosen a small one from home for convenience, filled with pickled cucumbers from a larger jar. Indeed, the design of the bottle bore a resemblance to the small wine flask he used to carry, which likely led to Dean Li's misinterpretation. Yet, it was evident that the opening of this bottle was considerably wider. Perhaps age had dulled Dean Li's eyesight. Chuckling, Master Zhang opened the bottle and clarified, "It is not wine at all. I still abide by the Academy's rules. What I bring is merely vegetables, pickled vegetables. If you doubt it, take a whiff." With that, he brought the bottle closer to Dean Li's nose, inviting him to ascertain its lack of alcoholic aroma. Upon inhalation, Dean Li confirmed that it was indeed not wine, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having misjudged him. It turned out he had wronged Master Zhang. He was aware of his fondness for wine and had assumed he cared little for the Academy's regulations, which had sparked his earlier irritation. However, Dean Li pondered why Master Zhang had gone through the trouble of bringing pickled vegetables when the Academy served both meat and vegetarian dishes. He had just caught a whiff of the pickles, and while they smelled delightful, they were merely pickles. How delectable could they truly be? What warranted such an effort to bring them? Dean Li found himself perplexed. After all, they were just pickles, unable to compare to the allure of meat. How had Master Zhang become so increasingly nostalgic? While Dean Li was lost in thought, Master Zhang had already picked several pieces of pickled vegetables to place in his bowl. After doing so, he hesitated to put the bottle away, fearing it might seem impolite, and thus he courteously inquired, "Would the dean care for a couple of pieces to taste? They are quite flavorful." Although he posed the question, he felt a twinge of reluctance, as he had only 3 jars in total, and each meal allowed him only a modest portion. Sharing with the dean felt like a painful sacrifice. Nevertheless, he assumed the dean would not be fond of such fare, as he had a penchant for meat. A polite offer should pose no issue. Yet, the situation unfolded differently from what he had anticipated. The dean, curious about the pickled vegetables, nodded in approval, encouraging him to serve a couple. Master Zhang, taken aback by this turn of events, complied readily, placing 2 pieces into Dean Li's dish, neither more nor less. Thus, the two continued their meal while engaging in conversation, everything flowing smoothly and normally. As Director Li savored his meal, he inadvertently reached for a pickled cucumber and took a bite. In that instant, the atmosphere between them became palpably still. Director Li was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such an unassuming pickle would possess such an exquisite flavor. No wonder Master Zhang had devoured one after another, while his main dish was consumed at a languid pace. This was truly delectable. Having discovered the delightful taste of the pickled cucumber, Director Li felt that 2 pieces were far too few, prompting him to request Master Zhang to serve several more. Thus, the two of them, alternating with their chopsticks, finished their meal, and the small porcelain jar of pickles held by Master Zhang was soon empty. After lunch, Director Li was thoroughly satisfied and remarked, "These pickles are indeed exceptional. If only I could enjoy them with porridge each morning, it would be even more delightful." "Master Zhang, where did you procure such delicious pickles?" Initially, Master Zhang lamented the dwindling supply of his pickles, but upon hearing the director's inquiry, a brilliant idea struck him. How had he not thought of this sooner? With so many students at the academy requiring 3 meals a day, and although those living nearby did not dine at the academy for breakfast and dinner, there were still plenty of students residing within its walls. Their pickles were sourced from outside. If they were to buy pickles, why not procure them from that young girl? Should the academy's dining hall successfully collaborate with her, he would have an endless supply of pickles, freeing him from the constraints of frugality. He could indulge in as many as he desired. This way, he could relish breakfast at the academy every morning. With this thought in mind, Master Zhang leaned closer to Director Li and whispered, "Director, these pickles are delightful, aren't they? I bought them at the market, and our dining hall has always been sourcing pickles from outside. So why not consider this vendor? The flavor far surpasses that of others." Noticing Director Li's expression soften, Master Zhang continued, "The pickles we previously ordered were always big radishes. After so many meals, the students must be tired of them. However, this vendor is different. She offers not only pickled cucumbers, but also sour green beans, which are equally delicious. I have tasted them, and their flavor is exquisite. You just sampled them as well. Her craftsmanship is remarkable, isn't it?" Observing Master Zhang's animated demeanor, Director Li could not help but nod in agreement. Indeed, the taste was quite impressive. Their dining hall's pickles had consistently been sourced from external vendors, and replacing them with this vendor seemed a prudent choice. The prospect of enjoying such delicious pickles every morning brightened Director Li's mood. Residing in the academy, he partook of its meals thrice daily. With a change in pickles, he would be among the direct beneficiaries. Thus, when Master Zhang posed his suggestion, Director Li wholeheartedly nodded in approval. He promptly took action, calling out to a nearby attendant, "Summon the manager of the dining hall. I have instructions for him." Upon hearing the news, the attendant hurriedly dashed towards the kitchen. He was a distant relative of the steward, and had it not been for the steward taking on the significant responsibility of managing Chongning Academy, he would not be enjoying his current favorable circumstances. Therefore, he was determined to carry out the instructions given by Director Li to the best of his ability, for he could not afford to jeopardize this advantageous opportunity. Before long, Steward Wang arrived, not only as the manager, but also as the cook, having complete authority over the dining hall. After a previous incident concerning the dining hall, this opportunity had arisen for him. Thus, when the attendant mentioned that the director was seeking him, his immediate thought was whether there was an issue with the food, which filled him with dread. However, he was somewhat reassured, as he had personally overseen the meal preparations, believing that no problems could have arisen. Learning from past mistakes, he had meticulously ensured the cleanliness of the dining hall, fearful of a recurrence that might lead to students suffering from foodborne illness. Upon reaching the director, he noticed the empty plates and felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the director and his guests had finished the meal, indicating their satisfaction. Nonetheless, he was curious as to why he had been summoned. Director Li, seeing him approach, got straight to the point. "Steward Wang, have we consumed all the pickles from the last batch we purchased for breakfast?" Steward Wang was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question. After contemplating for a moment, he promptly replied, "Yes, Director, there's still some left, but they are nearly finished. Is there a problem?" "Oh, I see," the director continued, "Mr. Zhang and I have discovered a particularly delectable pickle vendor. I would like you to accompany Mr. Zhang to visit them and discuss the possibility of a partnership for future supplies. If we can secure a long-term agreement with them, I shall commend your efforts, and we can extend our contract for another year." Though the director spoke lightly, Wang's heart raced at the implications. The current supplier of pickles was one he had sourced himself, and he had initially feared that the director would reprimand him for any shortcomings. Instead, he was being encouraged to negotiate with a new vendor, and the prospect of extending his tenure at the academy meant a significant financial gain. Thus, he readily agreed, "Certainly, I will take care of it. However, Director, this current supplier offers competitive prices. What if the new vendor charges more? Steward Wang's intention was to save costs for the academy, considering that pickles, while not expensive, could accumulate into a considerable sum over time. Director Li waved his hand dismissively, stating, "A higher price is acceptable if the quality is superior. They earn their silver through skill and craftsmanship. Fair compensation is warranted. The priority is to establish a partnership. We can negotiate the price later, understood?" "Yes, I comprehend. I shall go with Mr. Zhang to seek out that vendor shortly." Thus, Mr. Zhang, with a few jars of pickles, secured an arrangement allowing him unlimited access to free pickles. He is a master at the academy, where meals have always been complimentary. Previously, however, he found the food unpalatable, which is why he only dined there at noon. Now, he can also enjoy breakfast there, which greatly pleases him. After finishing his lunch, he promptly took Steward Wang to find Lu Zhaozhao's stall at the market. Lu Zhaozhao and Gu Yin were selling vegetables at the market. Today, they were not selling pickled vegetables because the pickled cucumbers at home were not yet ready. They would resume selling them tomorrow. Just after the lunch hour, a familiar face approached, and Lu Zhaozhao cheerfully greeted him. "Master, you've come again. Are you here for noodles? There aren't too many people around right now." As she spoke, she pointed to the vacant spot across at the noodle stall, her excitement evident. This master had previously purchased 3 jars of pickled vegetables in one go, leaving a lasting impression on her, so she was delighted to see such a valued customer return. Unexpectedly, Master Zhang smiled warmly and replied, "Little girl, I am not here for noodles. I specifically came to find you to discuss something." "Oh, what business do you have with me?" Lu Zhaozhao was genuinely puzzled. Their relationship had only been one of commerce concerning pickled vegetables, and he had just purchased 3 jars. Surely he had not consumed them all yet, making it improbable for him to return for more. She could not fathom what he wished to discuss with her. Master Zhang, without any riddles, immediately introduced the man beside him. "Little girl, this is Steward Wang from the dining hall of Changning Academy. Here's the situation. Our principal is quite fond of your pickled vegetables and wishes to collaborate with you to supply our academy. You may discuss the specifics directly with Steward Wang. Everything is negotiable." "Yes, young lady, may I inquire how you are dressed?" Wang Shan, the steward of Changning Academy's dining hall, interjected, "Our principal is particularly fond of your pickled vegetables. May I ask what the pricing would be if I were to place a long-term order?" Lu Zhaozhao was taken aback by their visit, which was evidently business-related. She was momentarily caught off guard. However, Guyin quickly reacted, tugging at her sleeve and suggesting, "Since you both are earnest, why don't we sit over there and discuss this in detail?" He gestured toward the empty seats at the noodle stall, assuring Lu Zhaozhao that he would manage the vegetable stall in their absence. By this time, the lunch rush had subsided, leaving only a couple of tables occupied at the noodle stall, creating a serene atmosphere that was indeed suitable for negotiations. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhaozhao realized the opportunity presented itself, and she was determined to seize it. Thus, she warmly led the 2 men to the noodle stall and indicated for them to sit and converse at their leisure. The attentive waitress, Inhua, promptly brought each of them a bowl of noodle soup to enjoy as a beverage. Although Master Zhang found it somewhat unusual, he graciously accepted and took a generous sip. To his surprise, the soup was quite delightful. As for how to discuss this matter, it is no longer his concern. His task is merely to bring the manager Wang over. Lu Zhaozhao engaged in conversation with Manager Wang for a while, eventually grasping the situation. It turned out that this Master Zhang had referred him as a client. Although Manager Wang appeared somewhat difficult to converse with, his demands were merely stringent regarding the terms of their collaboration. The price had not significantly decreased. In truth, Lu Zhaozhao could understand this, as these students would soon be participating in the imperial examination, and food safety was undoubtedly of utmost importance. Moreover, the pickled vegetables they sold were indeed quite clean. Her only concern was that the academy's demand was substantial, and the quantity from her own garden and spiritual field would certainly prove insufficient. However, that was a matter for another time. The most pressing concern was to secure the order from the academy first. Selling such a large quantity of pickled vegetables to the academy in one go was far more efficient than retailing them jar by jar. Thus, Lu Zhaozhao and Manager Wang chatted for quite some time at the noodle stall before finally reaching an agreement. Master Zhang, ever prepared, had brought pen and paper and promptly drafted 2 copies of the cooperation contract on the spot. They each kept a copy, agreeing that when Zhaozhao's first batch of pickled vegetables was ready, it would be delivered to the academy. The pricing was set per jar, as they had a large number of people and required a significant quantity. Ordering jar by jar would be too cumbersome. They settled on 3 taels of silver for a jar of pickled vegetables. Zhaozhao had initially quoted 3.5 taels, but Manager Wang negotiated down to 3, to which Zhaozhao acquiesced. Previously, the pickled vegetables ordered by Manager Wang had also been priced per jar at 2.5 taels per jar. Although this new supplier was half a tael more expensive, it was reputed to have an excellent flavor, which Manager Wang found acceptable. After finalizing the arrangements, both Manager Wang and Master Zhang felt that since they were already there, it would be a pity not to enjoy a bowl of noodles before returning. Thus, each ordered a bowl of noodles. Master Zhang was quite at ease, having dined there many times before. In contrast, it was Manager Wang's first experience with hand-pulled noodles, and he was utterly amazed by the first bite. Particularly, the braised pork rib noodles he had ordered were fragrant and paired with the firm yet smooth noodles. They were absolutely delectable. Upon tasting the complimentary pickled cucumber, he realized precisely why the principal had insisted on securing this deal. The flavor of the pickled cucumber was unlike any he had encountered before. With other pickled vegetables, he typically sensed only saltiness. However, this pickled cucumber was different. Its flavor was rich, encompassing not only saltiness, but also a hint of sourness and spiciness, with a delightfully crunchy texture. It was not the kind of pickled vegetable that simply served to accompany a meal. It was genuinely gratifying, evoking a sense of happiness and deliciousness. No wonder Master Zhang and Principal Li had so fervently recommended this establishment. It indeed possessed its unique merits. As Manager Wang himself was a chef, he held great admiration for those skilled in culinary arts. Having been in the profession since childhood, he understood, well, that without sufficient passion and love, one could not create truly delectable dishes. To her surprise, this young girl possesses an exceptional talent for pickling at such a tender age. Moreover, she has mentioned that she has numerous other varieties, which she intends to present to the Academy for tasting first, much to the anticipation of Manager Wang. It was only after the two of them had thoroughly enjoyed their meal and left the noodle stall that the nearly sold-out Zhaozhao and her companions approached, exclaiming with excitement, "Goodness, sister, have you struck a deal with Chongning Academy? That's impressive. I've heard that Chongning Academy is quite prestigious. The scholar who emerged from our village studied there. Sister Zhaozhao is truly remarkable. Indeed, I just witnessed that they approached Sister Zhaozhao first. That's incredible. It must be that Sister Zhaozhao's pickles are so delicious that they sought her out for business." The 3 sisters had keenly observed the entire conversation. Throughout, Sister Zhaozhao maintained her poise, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, entirely unperturbed by their gender, with every interaction marked by grace and confidence. This moment profoundly impacted the trio, shattering their preconceived notions and revealing that women, too, can engage in significant matters with men. Furthermore, Brother Gu at the stall had been assisting in selling vegetables without interfering in her affairs. Delighted by securing such a substantial order, Zhaozhao felt elated. As the stalls of noodles and vegetables had nearly sold out, the group joyfully began to pack up, preparing to return to Xinghua village. That evening, Zhaozhao entered her space and sighed upon seeing the vegetables planted in her spiritual field. She now truly comprehended the meaning of the idiom, "To possess a treasure brings trouble." Her spiritual field yielded a harvest daily, providing her with an abundant supply of vegetables for pickling or selling. However, she could not conjure them from thin air. Not to mention the Gu family would certainly grow suspicious. Even without them, over time, neighbors would wonder about her seemingly endless supply of vegetables. Eventually, people are not fools. They would surely notice something amiss. Such scrutiny could render her situation perilous. As the saying goes, what one fears most is not the thief, but the thief's intent. Should this matter reach the ears of the discerning, her hopes for a peaceful life would be jeopardized. Thus, she found herself troubled, pondering how to discreetly distribute these vegetables. The Gu family's garden had already been nearly depleted and could no longer provide her cover. She had contemplated wholesale purchases from outside, but those vegetables would surely lack the exquisite flavor of those grown in her spiritual field, resulting in inferior pickles. While it was convenient for Zhaozhao to procure vegetables from the Gu family, allowing for a clever exchange, acquiring them from outside presented a daunting challenge. Therefore, as she picked vegetables from her spiritual field, she sighed heavily, prompting Fang to shake his head in exasperation and say, "What troubles you so? You've been sighing since earlier. What has happened? Speak up, perhaps I can assist you." Zhaozhao listened to Fei Ying's words, turned her head, and caught sight of its slightly worried eyes. Instantly, a desire to confide surged within her. Thus, she poured out all her concerns to Fei Ying. Chapter 61. The Overbearing Visitor. Well, let us consider it a tree whole for sharing. Expressing her worries felt far more liberating than keeping them bottled up inside. To her surprise, after listening, Fei Ying looked at her as if she were a fool and disdainfully remarked, "So, you sighed for half a day over this trivial matter? I thought it was something significant." Zhaozhao was quite indignant and retorted, "Is this not a big deal? I need to find ways to grow and strengthen my endeavors. Otherwise, I'll be waiting an eternity to earn enough money to build a grand house. I certainly do not wish to remain in a thatched hut forever. Fortunately, it is spring and summer now, and it isn't cold. I can hardly bear to think about how frigid this thatched hut would be in winter, especially with 2 small children to consider. Therefore, I must earn substantial money and build a large house before winter arrives. You reside in this spiritual spring space daily, in such a splendid environment, and cannot possibly comprehend the desires of our mortal existence." Zhaozhao genuinely envied Fei Ying, living in such a delightful atmosphere without the burdens of worldly affairs. And it didn't even need to eat. Truly, a spiritual companion. How wonderful. After expressing this, she gazed at Fei Ying with a look of profound admiration. Fei Ying, feeling quite pleased, benevolently said, "In light of your admiration for me, I shall teach you a trick. Pay close attention. Do you see that over there? That is the spiritual spring water. If you take a small spray bottle and fill it with this water, then spray it on the vegetables grown by ordinary farmers. They will taste just as delectable as those cultivated in spiritual fields. Thus, you need not worry about the flavor of the wholesale produce." As Fei Ying spoke, it gestured towards the spiritual spring well situated in front of the thatched hut. Zhaozhao had noticed this spiritual spring water long ago, but she had remained unaware of its purpose. Now, upon hearing Fei Ying's words, she was utterly astonished. In disbelief, she repeated, "What? Just by spraying some spiritual spring water, they can taste as good as the vegetables from spiritual fields? Is that truly the case? Of course, do you think I would deceive you? If you doubt it, feel free to try it," the spiritual companion replied, encouraging her to take some and experiment. Overjoyed to learn this method, Zhaozhao felt elated. With this newfound knowledge, she could procure as many vegetables as she wished for pickling. She never expected that a problem that had troubled her for so long could be resolved with just a single sentence from Fei Ying. Truly remarkable. Thus, Zhaozhao left the spiritual spring space in high spirits, preparing to explore the next day for fresh and affordable vegetables. The following day, without a vegetable stall to set up, Zhaozhao assisted the Zheng family at their noodle stall. However, shortly after they began, familiar faces arrived at the stall. We've long heard that Sister Zheng and the Gu family have set up a noodle stall. Finally, we have a chance to come and taste it. Sister Zheng, we are here to support your business. Indeed, we shall certainly pay for our noodles, dear sister-in-law. Do not worry, we will bring you some business. Sister Zheng, your life is evidently flourishing. And just look at these 3 young ladies, how charming they are. This is all thanks to Miss Zhaozhao. She is indeed fortunate and capable. I truly admire her, though it is a pity she married so early, thereby allowing that young man from the Gu family to take advantage of her. Ha. Otherwise, I would have certainly gone to propose to the Liu family. You have a lovely imagination. Who in our village does not know of Zhaozhao's talents? Ha. Look at us. We have all benefited from her family's blessings, from the wild boar to the pickles she made previously. We remember it all. Soon, 4 or 5 other sisters and elder ladies from the village gathered around the noodle stall, exchanging lively banter as they took their seats, preparing to enjoy their meal. Upon seeing so many familiar faces, both Lu Zhaozhao and Sister Zheng felt a surge of excitement. Although they claimed they would pay for the noodles, they were still their own people, so Sister Zheng offered each of them a penny discount, which delighted everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to eat at a stall run by someone from one's own village, where the prices are more favorable. Thus, they all joyfully gathered to consume their noodles, occasionally engaging in casual conversation. However, at that moment, an unexpected group of intruders arrived at the stall. The leader swaggered over, stepping onto a stool and proclaiming, "Who is the owner of this stall? I have heard that your noodles are exceptionally delicious. Bring me a bowl." At his arrival, the atmosphere fell silent. It was clear he was not to be trifled with. Sister Zheng had never encountered such a customer before and felt a twinge of fear. Yet, Lu Zhaozhao comforted her with a reassuring pat, insisting she handle the situation while Sister Zheng prepared the noodles. Although Lu Zhaozhao sensed the man's ill intentions, she remained committed to her business principles and decided to serve him the noodles without creating further conflict. However, fate was not on her side. The man took a mere bite of the noodles and, with a scornful glare, began to berate them. "Bah, this is truly horrid. This is the worst noodle I have ever tasted. Who exaggerated the praises of this stall and dared to deceive me?" He then turned to Lu Zhaozhao. "And you, did you prepare this? Do you even know who holds power in this town? Without any inquiry, you dare to set up a stall selling noodles here? Do you understand why there are no other noodle shops in this town? It is because the Yangchun Noodle House is protected by me. You have the audacity to encroach upon their business. You must be tired of living. Do you know who I am?" Lu Zhaozhao, unfamiliar with this man, decided to inquire, "May I ask who you are, sir?" "I am the only son of Master Huang. The Yangchun Noodle House is run by my uncle's cousin's son. You cannot operate here." The man stood up, placing a foot on the noodle stall stool, disdain evident in his voice. "I heard that this vile girl is just a country bumpkin, daring to compete with my uncle's cousin's son for business. What audacity! She clearly does not understand her standing in this town." Upon hearing his self-introduction, Lu Zhaozhao felt a wave of relief wash over her. It turned out he was merely the son of a wealthy merchant. She had initially thought he was a privileged offspring of an official. Given this revelation, matters became much simpler. If the guest did not wish to eat, he could simply pay and leave without hindering their business. Huang Zijuan, upon hearing the audacity of this young girl, grew even more infuriated and immediately summoned his subordinates, preparing to teach them a lesson. However, as the servants took a couple of steps forward, they were intimidated by the formidable presence of several ants approaching from the opposite direction. Leading the charge was the renowned fiery woman of Xinghua village, Mrs. Liu, who rolled up her sleeves, eager for a confrontation. "Who do you think you are, daring to bully the people of Xinghua village? Indeed, do you truly believe there is no law in this town? Setting up stalls is a matter of skill. Why should you be allowed to while we cannot? Exactly. By chance, we are here today, and we will not allow you to oppress these vulnerable women. Have you no shame? 3 grown men picking on a few women. Is that honorable? What is the matter? Do you wish to fight? By all means, come try. I have plenty of strength to spare." As the ants spoke, they began to roll up their sleeves, clearly ready for a showdown. The 2 servants, witnessing the fierce determination of the 3 or 5 robust ants, instinctively began to retreat. This was indeed a daunting spectacle. They glanced down at their own scrawny frames, realizing they were barely half the size of the formidable ants across from them, and felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Could they possibly stand a chance against such opponents? Would they end up severely beaten by these women, each of whom was robust and tanned, evidently seasoned from years of hard labor in the fields? It was clear to them that they stood no chance. With this realization, they exchanged glances and nodded at one another, promptly rushing back to their master, lamenting, "Master, this is untenable. There are too many of them, and we cannot win. Let us retreat for now." "Yes, Master, a wise man does not court disaster. Let us wait until they leave before we return." Huang Zijuan was no fool. Upon assessing the situation, he too recognized that the current circumstances were unfavorable for his side. Swallowing hard, He glanced at Zhaozhao and Sister Zhong, and with bravado declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate today. I have matters to attend to and shall not hold you accountable. I will return another day to settle the score. Let us go." With that, Huang Zijuan turned to leave, but Zhaozhao suddenly called out, "Wait. Pay for the noodles before you leave." Huang Zijuan, angered by her fierce tone, felt his irritation grow, yet upon seeing the intimidating ants behind him and his two feeble subordinates, his expression darkened. However, recognizing the resolute gaze and tone of Zhaozhao, he understood that if he did not pay, she would not allow him to depart. A wise man knows when to yield. Although Huang Zijuan felt a sense of indignation, he ultimately retrieved 10 coins from his pocket and placed them on the table. He left with 2 cowards, deep in thought, vowing that today this incident must not be disclosed. Otherwise, he would suffer considerable humiliation and find it impossible to maintain his standing in this town. It was all due to those 2 timid souls who had caused him such embarrassment. The more Huang Zijuan pondered, the more incensed he became, and he extended his leg to deliver a kick to each of their backsides. Although the 2 servants felt somewhat aggrieved, they deemed this punishment mild compared to a thorough beating from the formidable ants. They merely chuckled and continued to appease their young master, not daring to utter a word. The patrons at the noodle stand relaxed only after the brash young man had walked far enough away, reassuring Zhaozhao and Zhaozhao. "Fear not, with us here. That lad wouldn't dare to act recklessly. I was toiling in the fields when he was yet to be born. Indeed, how could the people of Xinghua village allow outsiders to bully them? You focus on your business. We will return after our stroll. All right, let us eat quickly, so as not to delay our trip to the market." Understood. Zhaozhao was quite taken aback. She had not anticipated such warmth from her fellow villagers. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, they had rushed to the front to assist her. The most striking aspect was that she hardly recognized these ants. They must have known Zhaozhao and were selflessly aiding them, which touched her heart. Having been accustomed to self-serving calculations in modern society, encountering such genuine individuals stirred profound emotions within her. The people of Xinghua village seemed far better than she had imagined. Once the ants had settled the bill and departed, Zhaozhao, after seeing them off, smiled and explained, "Were you surprised? In our village, apart from your mother and that unfortunate soul of mine, who are rare exceptions, the rest of us are quite amiable. At least, when we are outside, we stand united. When outsiders bully us, the people of Xinghua village will undoubtedly rally together." Zhaozhao nodded, a smile gracing her lips. This incident had indeed altered her perception of the villagers. Consequently, she felt compelled to reassess a previous decision. She no longer wished to wholesale cucumbers from outside, as it turned out that nearly every household in Xinghua village cultivated them. Why not procure cucumbers from her own village? This would not only aid the villagers in generating income, but also allow her to reap the benefits herself, an endeavor that promised mutual gain. Moreover, they had just extended their assistance to her. As Zhaozhao firmly resolved this in her heart, she suddenly heard Zhaozhao express her concern. However, that little tyrant, having faced no retribution today, will surely return. I wonder why there was only one noodle shop, and now it's clear it's due to him. Sister, perhaps we should refrain from setting up shop for the next few days to avoid the storm? In Zhaozhao's view, while earning money was crucial, the safety of herself and Zhaozhao was paramount. This Huang bully clearly had a history of tyranny in this town, and having faced defeat today, he would not be content to let it rest. He would inevitably seek to trouble them again. As the saying goes, even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone when they're not dragons at all, merely small earthworms. There is no need to confront them head-on. Zhaozhao contemplated for a moment and calmly stated, "It's nothing, Sister Zhong. Let us continue our normal stall operations without fear of that Mr. Huang. Starting tomorrow, I will have Guyan accompany us." Upon hearing Zhaozhao's words, Zheng finally felt at ease. With a man like Guyan by their side, things would undoubtedly improve. At the very least, they would no longer have to fear Mr. Huang causing trouble. Moreover, although Guyan was relatively young, he possessed remarkable skills. He had previously taken down a wild boar, so dealing with these timid rascals would be trivial. These individuals were also known to bully the weak and fear the strong, seeing that they were all women. They acted so brazenly, but perhaps the sight of Gu Yan would scare them into submission. Thus, the group tacitly chose not to mention the earlier incident again. The elder sisters did not realize that their moment of enthusiasm had inadvertently turned Zhaozhau's thoughts around, providing her village with a lucrative opportunity. After closing up for the day, Zhaozhao returned home and shared the news with Gu Yan. Upon hearing that Zhaozhao wanted him to accompany her to the stall the next day, he readily agreed without hesitation. Although his skills weren't particularly formidable, they were more than sufficient to handle a few local ruffians. If that man dared to come again, he would surely leave him searching for his teeth, begging for mercy. Chapter 63. Harvesting cucumbers in Xinhua village the next day, Gu Yan accompanied Sister Zheng to her stall. Zhaozhao remained in the village, taking an MOMO with her to the headman's house. She intended to gather cucumbers from the villagers, and it was essential to inform the headman about her plans. The headman was somewhat taken aback by Zhaozhao's unexpected visit. It was only after she clarified her intentions that he incredulously asked, "Zhao girl, is this true? Are you genuinely willing to collect the cucumbers grown by the villagers of Xinhua?" The headman, being of advanced age, appeared quite excited at this moment. He was well aware of Zhaozhao's excellent culinary skills, having tasted her pickled cucumbers before. They were indeed delicious. However, he was utterly astonished that she possessed such abilities. To connect with the esteemed Chongning Academy through something as unassuming as pickled vegetables was remarkable indeed. Chongning Academy. How many scholars dreamt of gaining admission there? In their entire Xinhua village, not a single person had managed to pass the entrance examination. It was said that gaining entry to Chongning Academy was akin to holding half the status of a scholar. Most students there would eventually succeed in becoming recognized scholars. Thus, in the eyes of literati, it was a revered institution. The headman of Xinhua village had received a few years of education and had long heard of the academy's renown, holding it in high regard. Therefore, upon learning that Zhaozhao had established a partnership with Chongning Academy, he was both astonished and elated. He never expected that such an impressive figure could emerge from their village, especially a young girl. Particularly, when Zhaozhao mentioned that the president had specifically requested to collaborate with her, the headman was even more stunned. The headmaster of Chongning Academy is not merely an ordinary scholar. He is well known in circles far and wide. It is said that he once held an official position in the capital, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly retired to his hometown and established an academy in this remote town. To this day, many officials of the current dynasty are his pupils. It is considered a tremendous fortune to be acknowledged by him and accepted as a disciple. However, despite the large number of students at Chongning Academy, none have yet had the fortune to become a direct disciple of Master Li. This remains a cherished aspiration among the students. After all, being a direct disciple of Master Li would grant one access to influential connections in the capital, significantly aiding one's career prospects. Zhaozhao, however, was oblivious to the intricate nuances of this situation. She found the village chief's astonishment a bit excessive. After all, was it such a big deal to supply pickled vegetables to the academy? With this thought in mind, she earnestly replied to the village chief's inquiry. "Yes, esteemed village chief. As a member of Xinhua village, since I now have the opportunity to engage in this pickling business, I would rather purchase cucumbers from our own villagers than from outsiders. Mutual assistance is the hallmark of good neighbors." The village chief was greatly pleased with Zhaozhao's response. If everyone in the village could think like her, considering the benefits of supporting their fellow villagers, prosperity would surely follow. Cucumbers were indeed grown by every household, and their yield was substantial. With this in mind, the village chief quickly inquired, "What price do you intend to offer for them?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhaozhao candidly stated, "I propose to buy them at the market price of 2 per pound. Does that sound agreeable?" "Yes, absolutely," he replied. "That's quite reasonable. Now, please have a seat for a moment while I go summon the others for a meeting." With that, the village chief rose and stepped into the courtyard, calling out to Zhubua, who was playing with an MOMO. "Zhubua, hurry and ring the bell. The village chief had a bell at home that was typically rung to signal a gathering, saving the trouble of running around and notify everyone. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao dashed over to ring the bell. Before long, villagers began to arrive at the chief's house. Their curiosity piqued. "Village chief, what is going on? Why have you gathered everyone?" they asked. "Nothing too serious," he reassured them. "Those of you who have grown cucumbers, please stay. Those who haven't tea may leave. If you encounter anyone on the road, kindly inform them to come if they have grown cucumbers. Once we have gathered enough people, we can discuss matters further." The village chief stroked his beard, smiling as he teased them with a little mystery. The crowd did not take offense. Indeed, a few families without cucumbers departed, while the remaining villagers, though uncertain, patiently chatted and waited in the courtyard. Li Zheng cast a glance at Zhaozhao, then suddenly approached her with a reassuring smile. "Do not worry," he said. "Your father's household has no crops. Yang will not come here. You need not fear her, nor should you feel obliged to show her any respect. That wretched woman only knows how to stir trouble, neglecting even her own children. The Liu family has truly fallen into misfortune by having her as a daughter-in-law." Zhaozhao had nearly forgotten about that person. To her, that family had been completely severed from her life. Indeed, even if she were to sell cucumbers, she would not accept them from her. She was not so magnanimous. Avoiding conflict with her was more than enough. This way, it spared everyone from embarrassment. However, it was true that, based on her understanding of that woman, she would never engage in farming. She was simply not the kind of person who lived a grounded life. Yet, it was commendable that Li Zheng could consider her feelings. It showed his worth as a person. After she had recently provided a small convenience to the villagers of Xinghua village, Li Zheng's attitude towards her had notably changed. She understood his intentions. Once most of the villagers had gathered, Li Zheng cheerfully announced, "Everyone, please quiet down. I have good news to share with you all. You all have cucumbers planted at home, correct? Our very own Zhaozhao has accepted an order from the Chongning Academy in town to supply pickled vegetables. Thus she requires a large quantity of cucumbers. Zhao girl is kind-hearted. She has not forgotten her fellow villagers while seeking profit for herself. She is willing to purchase our cucumbers at the market price of 2 when per pound. Those of you who have cucumbers can send them over when the time comes." As soon as Li Zheng finished speaking, the villagers erupted in joyful chatter, eagerly asking one another, "Is that true? We have quite a few cucumbers at home. Zhao girl will accept them? I have some too. Please take mine. 2 per pound? That is quite a sum. I have tasted Zhao girl's pickled vegetables before. They are indeed delicious. To think she is considering us in such a good fortune. What a wonderful girl. Yes, the cucumbers from our garden are never in short supply. They are hardly a rarity, often left to rot in the fields. Zhao girl is willing to exchange coins for them. We are certainly on board with that. This is a tremendous opportunity. Zhao girl, when will you begin accepting them? We have planted so many cucumbers this year. What a stroke of luck. Who would have thought we would have the chance to send cucumbers for pickling? I have tasted those pickles at the market, and they're delightful. Zhaozhao is truly talented. Little Zhao, do you accept other vegetables as well? We may not have many cucumbers, but we have a bountiful crop of eggplants. With self-interest at stake, the villagers were increasingly enthusiastic, each vying to ask their questions in rapid succession. Zhaozhao listened to their numerous inquiries, momentarily at a loss as to how to respond to them all. As the village head observed the excitement among the crowd, he quickly raised his hand to signal for calm. "Dear villagers," he began, "there is an important matter I must clarify. The young lady Zhao has graciously accepted our cucumbers out of goodwill for our community. We must remember her kindness. The cucumbers you bring to sell must be of the highest quality. We cannot afford to deceive her. Do you understand? If I discover anyone attempting to cut corners by passing off inferior produce as premium, I will not let it slide." As soon as the village head finished speaking, the villagers eagerly responded, "Rest assured, we are not those kinds of people. We will bring only the freshest and finest cucumbers to sell. The inferior ones will be kept for our own consumption." Indeed, having received money from her, how could we possibly engage in such deceitful actions? You can trust us completely. Village head, we all understand and would never commit such a morally bankrupt act. Zhao has already extended us a helping hand by accepting our vegetables. How could we betray that trust? Anyone who dares to act otherwise clearly does not wish to remain in our Xinhua village. Hearing the villagers' assurances, Lu Zhao felt a sense of relief. After spending time with the villagers, she found that, as Sister Zheng had said, most of them were genuinely good-hearted. Consequently, her opinion of the people in Xinhua village had greatly improved, especially after the support she had received from the ants during a previous incident. She was inclined to lend a helping hand to the villagers, as it mattered little to her who received the funds. With the announcement made, Lu Zhao took an MO home to prepare, gathering the coins and scales. Knowing that Lu Zhao was collecting cucumbers, Sister Zheng had set aside her recent earnings to help distribute the money fairly among everyone. Such small funds were incredibly convenient to use. Li, aware of Lu Zhao's significant endeavor, wholeheartedly supported her approach. Indeed, from her perspective, this was a mutually beneficial venture, earning money while aiding the villagers of Xinhua and gaining a reputable name in the process. Li understood all too well the importance of maintaining a good reputation in their village. In times of need, these villagers would be more inclined to offer assistance. The adage that distant relatives are not as helpful as close neighbors holds profound truth. Thus, when the villagers arrived to deliver the vegetables, Li joined Lu Zhao in assisting with the preparations. Although NMOMO were small, they were quite resourceful, eagerly helping by carrying benches and fetching water. Filled with excitement, soon enough, villagers began arriving one after another, carrying shoulder poles laden with cucumbers. The first couple to arrive seemed a bit shy. However, the woman was one of the ants who had previously shown kindness at the noodle stall. Upon seeing them, Lu Zhao greeted them warmly. "Aunt, you're here. Did you grow these cucumbers yourselves?" "Yes, Zhao. Take a look at these cucumbers. Are they acceptable? We cultivate in abundance year after year, and often find ourselves unable to consume it all. This time, upon learning of such a fortunate opportunity, I unabashedly approached you. Just consider it a gift from your aunt. We shall not weigh the less desirable ones, for they are indeed a generous offering." This aunt, feeling somewhat hesitant, believed that they had reaped a considerable advantage, as the cucumbers were sold at market prices, ensuring their profit. Even if they attempted to sell them at the town market, they would not fetch such a favorable price. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao quickly replied, "Aunt, you are far too kind. Let us weigh them slowly. I can see that your cucumbers are of excellent quality." As she spoke, she began to weigh them. The scale at her home was rather small, allowing only a limited amount to be weighed at once, so she proceeded gradually. After a considerable time, she finally finished weighing all the cucumbers. She had noted the numbers in the dirt, quickly calculated in her mind, and declared, "Your cucumbers weigh a total of 18 pounds, amounting to 36 won. Here, please count these coins and verify if I have made an error." Lu Zhaozhao received the copper coins handed over by Li and placed them into the ant's hands. These coins had been strung together by Li and her 2 children, with 10 coins per string, making it easy to manage 3 strings along with 6 additional coins. The ant, still calculating in her mind, was astonished at how swiftly Lu Zhaozhao arrived at the total. She marveled at the girl's sharp intellect. It was no wonder she excelled in business, her calculations far outpacing those of ordinary folk. After receiving the 36 won, the ant was elated. These cucumbers, which had gone unclaimed in the fields, had indeed been exchanged for money. Her excitement was palpable. Moreover, Lu Zhaozhao's straightforwardness in weighing, verifying, and paying without any sense of superiority made the transaction feel respectful and pleasant, leaving them with a wonderful impression. Once the exchange was complete, the aunt and uncle happily departed from the Gu family. On their way back, they encountered fellow villagers selling cucumbers and could not help but sing praises. "Hurry along. You must see for yourselves. This Lu girl is truly a splendid patron, so benevolent. She pays immediately. Look at these coins, all from my recent sale. What a splendid day it is. Soon, I shall head to town to buy some meat for the children's feast. How wonderful. I shall also make haste. It truly can be exchanged for money. Don't rush, don't rush. I'm ahead of you. Let us form a line. Take your time. I'll walk swiftly and will surely arrive first. Have you harvested so many cucumbers?" As they conversed, they quickened their pace, eager not to fall behind each other, lest they be forced to wait. Gradually, More and more villagers arrived at the Gu family to sell cucumbers, and Lu Zhaozhao found herself quite overwhelmed, struggling with the small scale to keep up with the demand. Chapter 65. The town tyrant is subdued. Meanwhile, Guyan, having spent the day at the market with Sister Zheng's family, encountered no further trouble from that individual. Upon returning home after a long day's work, I discovered that Lu Zhaozhao was still preoccupied. Thus, I lent her a hand in weighing the cucumbers and tallying the accounts. We toiled until dusk, finally completing the weighing for everyone. Once all had departed, Lu Zhaozhao calculated the day's harvest and was astonished to find that they had collected over 400 pounds of cucumbers. Fortunately, as her family engaged in small business, they were never short of coins. Otherwise, with such a substantial amount of loose change, they would have had to venture to the town's bank for an exchange. Previously, Lu Zhaozhao and Sister Zheng had deemed it too troublesome to deposit their earnings, which fortuitously aided their current endeavors. With the day passing without incident, Lu Zhaozhao felt a sense of relief. Nonetheless, she advised Gu Yin to remain vigilant for a few more days, just in case that individual returned, providing them with a sense of security. In the following days, Lu Zhaozhao and Li Shi busied themselves at home preparing pickled vegetables, with Gu Yin assisting at the stall. Remarkably, the notorious town bully had yet to make an appearance. However, on the second day, Lu Zhaozhao accompanied them to the stall, and perhaps due to some inexplicable fate, Huang Zijun once again arrived with his lackeys, seeking trouble. Lu Zhaozhao found herself both amused and exasperated, as it seemed destiny was intent on ensuring she did not miss this commotion. This time, Huang Zijun had learned from past encounters, bringing 4 henchmen along. He was determined to show that he could handle a mere street vendor. Upon surveying the area and noticing the absence of a crowd, his confidence swelled, convinced that no one would come to their aid this time. Thus, he brazenly declared, "Where is everyone? This young master has returned. Those with sense should pack up and leave, lest you wish to face the consequences." Observing this arrogant young lord, Lu Zhaozhao felt no fear. Rather, she found the situation amusing, perhaps bolstered by Gu Yan's presence. With newfound confidence, she responded playfully, "Oh, pray tell, what kind of punishment does the esteemed gentleman have in store for us?" Huang Zijun, incensed by her lack of trepidation, felt his authority slipping. He, the esteemed town bully, had lost his intimidating presence. His henchmen, who stood nearby, gawked at the audacity of the girls, their eyes wide with curiosity, utterly devoid of fear. This humiliation was intolerable for him. Thus, upon hearing Lu Zhaozhao's provocative question, he barked orders to his followers, "Smash it. Show them what happens when they set up a stall." At his command, the 4 henchmen advanced towards the stall, ready to teach these girls a lesson. However, before they could even grasp the corner of a stool, a series of agonized cries erupted from a corner. A man who had been seated there stood up, swiftly dispatching Huang Zijun's lackeys with impressive skill, leaving them sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Huang Zijun, taken aback, could only stare in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. How did they succumb so easily? He didn't even blink. Who is this man? What an extraordinary presence he possesses. Just moments ago, his swift movements left me utterly bewildered. Huang Zijun fixed his gaze upon Gu Yan, and after a mere few seconds of eye contact, he faltered. The man's aura was simply terrifying. His eyes were so cold, and the scar on his face bespoke a ruthless character, far beyond the capabilities of a mere ruffian like himself. Though Huang Zijun was a local enforcer, engaging in petty theft and all manner of trivial misdeeds, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. While he could bully ordinary folks, facing such a formidable opponent made him all too aware of his own vulnerability. Moreover, the killing intent radiating from this man sent a shiver down Huang Zijun's spine, as if he would surely meet his demise should he dare overstep his bounds. Truly frightening. Thus, despite having escaped physical harm, witnessing the plight of his 4 subordinates prompted Huang Zijun to kneel and plead for mercy. "Hero, spare me. I was blind to your might and did not realize that this noodle stall was under your protection. I shall take my leave at once." With that, he swiftly gestured to his 4 dim-witted subordinates, urging them to rise and depart hastily. Gu Yan, however, had no intention of letting them off so easily. He regarded Huang Zijuan and inquired, "What prompted you to seek trouble with the noodle stall? Do you not know that I have been waiting for you here for several days?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zijuan felt a pang of regret. He should have sent someone to inquire beforehand. He quickly responded, "Hero, I take back my previous words. I assure you, I will never trouble the sisters at the noodle stall again. From now on, I shall protect them. Will you not spare me? I truly recognize my mistake." Huang Zijuan's greatest fear was pain. Though he was a local bully, he rarely fought himself, as few in the town could match his strength. It was perplexing how such a formidable figure had emerged so suddenly. This individual's skills were evident. He was clearly a seasoned practitioner, one to be avoided at all costs. Gu Yin was equally surprised that his skills could instill such fear in Huang Zijuan. In the presence of his brother and father, his abilities seemed insufficient. Yet among the dandy youths of the capital, he was indeed esteemed. Among those noble scions he frequently associated with, few could rival his prowess. Moreover, through recent experiences, including hunting wild boars, his skills had only improved. It was natural for this slothful individual to feel intimidated. After all, he was truly weak, and his subordinates were even weaker. Gu Yin had not come seeking a fight. He merely wished to resolve the issue of the noodle stall being harassed. Therefore, he cleared his throat and stated, "If I discover that you are troubling this noodle stall, I will certainly sever both your hands and legs. Do you believe me?" "Yes, yes, I believe. I shall not cause any trouble for the stall again. I will even keep watch over it to ensure no one else bothers them." "You have my word, brother." Huang Zijuan, while speaking, patted his chest in assurance, even calling upon his elder brother. After invoking his elder brother, a thought crossed his mind. Indeed, if such a formidable brother could be his mentor, no one in this town, or even in the entire Linen County, would dare to provoke him. Recalling the humiliation he suffered in the county last time, Huang Zijuan's smile grew increasingly sycophantic. In Chapter 66, Summer New Arrivals, Gu Yin was taken aback by how quickly this fellow capitulated. He had barely made a move before Huang Zijuan was already kneeling and begging for mercy. He had merely taught his subordinates a lesson, using not even 50% of his strength. Dealing with these inept fools was far easier than confronting a wild boar. However, since he had already subdued the opponent, it would not be prudent to strike again. He glanced at Zhaozhao, silently inquiring how she wished to proceed. After all, the stall was primarily hers and Sister Zheng's. He only occasionally visited. Zhaozhao instantly grasped his intent and stepped forward, addressing Huang Zijuan. "Please rise. Let us converse amicably. We are not unreasonable people. If you do not provoke us, we shall not instigate trouble." "Indeed, this sister speaks wisely," Huang Zijuan replied. "Previously, I was too reckless. Rest assured, elder brother, no one will trouble your noodle stall again. I vow it. Whoever dares to cause a ruckus here will have to contend with me, Huang." As he spoke, Zhaozhao invited Huang Zijuan to take a seat, and they engaged in a profound discussion. Meanwhile, his subordinates stood nearby, watching Gu Yin tremble in fear. This individual was undoubtedly a skilled fighter, and they had garnered no advantage against him. They genuinely hoped their master would refrain from making an enemy of someone so formidable. Otherwise, they would surely suffer the consequences, and they would be the first to face misfortune. Thus, as the three conversed, Zhaozhao finally understood why Huang Zijuan sought trouble. It turned out his distant relative's Yangshan noodle stall was suffering a decline in business. Daily, he observed the bustling activity at their stall, filled with patrons, and felt both envy and jealousy. Eventually, when a loyal customer defected to their stall, abandoning the Yangshan noodle shop entirely, that establishment could no longer sit idly by. They summoned their local bully relative, hoping to establish some authority. As long as he could scare them away, his Yangshan stall would surely revive. Little did he expect that his initial attempt would be thwarted, and his second endeavor would end in defeat through sheer force. Observing Huang Zijuan's somewhat comical yet pitiful expression, Zhaozhao found herself inwardly amused. This local bully appeared rather dim-witted, fierce yet foolish. She wondered how he had ever attained his position. With a smile, Zhaozhao looked at this juvenile delinquent and asked, "Now that you have not frightened us away, How do you plan to explain this to your distant relative? Upon hearing this, Huang Zijuan immediately patted his chest and assured, Sister, there is no need for concern. I shall reprimand him for his behavior. It is entirely inappropriate. The lack of customers at his stall is undoubtedly due to his poor culinary skills. Rather than reflecting on himself, he expects me to assist him in his wrongdoing. I genuinely regret my actions and will never engage in such behavior again. After speaking, he cast a furtive glance at Gu Yan. Witnessing Gu Yan sitting there like a statue, motionless, he felt somewhat reassured. Thus, this farce was effortlessly resolved by Gu Yan. Once Huang Zijuan departed, Sister Zheng felt as though she had been dreaming. Was it possible that this young man, Gu, possessed such formidable prowess? While she was aware he had hunted wild boars and presumed he was competent, she did not anticipate his remarkable ability to handle a brawl. Just moments ago, she had not grasped the situation at all, and it had concluded so swiftly, leaving several individuals sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, there were few customers at that moment. Otherwise, it could have truly frightened them. The three young girls looked at Gu Yan with eyes full of admiration. They resolved that they too would seek a husband as impressive as Brother Gu. Although he was typically reticent, it was evident to them that he treated Sister Zhaozhao with great kindness, fulfilling her requests without hesitation. He was undoubtedly 100 times better than their own fathers. However, upon witnessing the matter completely resolved, the Zheng family felt a significant weight lifted from their hearts. At long last, they would no longer face disturbances at their stall and could diligently pursue their small business. Yet, just as they settled their minds, glancing at the vacant tables, Sister Zheng began to worry about another issue. Noticing a trace of worry on Lu Zhaozhao's brow, she hurriedly inquired, Sister-in-law, what troubles you? With no one to disturb our noodle sales, why do you still wear such a worried expression? It's nothing, dear sister. I tend to overthink. I simply feel anxious as business has been slower these past few days. Please don't mind me. Sister Zheng felt somewhat embarrassed. She was unable to handle significant matters. Just because business had dipped for a couple of days, she was losing sleep over it. Unlike Zhaozhao, who remained remarkably composed and steady. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhaozhao quickly reassured her, Sister-in-law, there is no need to fret. With the weather heating up, it's understandable that fewer people crave hot noodle soup. Relax. Let us introduce some seasonal specialties, and I assure you business will improve. Once the weather cools down, we can resume selling the hot soup noodles. In truth, even without Sister Zheng's concern, Lu Zhaozhao had already devised a plan. As the temperature rose, the appetite for noodles diminished. People were already uncomfortable in the heat, and consuming a large bowl of hot noodles, with broth dripping down and causing sweat, was unbearable. Thus, she thought of the popular cold noodles and liangpi from later generations. These were the best sellers of summer, and paired with some sour plum soup, there was no doubt business would thrive. Moreover, the preparation of this dish is remarkably straightforward, particularly for Sister Zheng, who will undoubtedly find it effortless. Upon hearing about the new product tailored for the summer, her heart raced with excitement as she inquired, Is it true? Are there indeed noodles suitable for summer? Must they be made from the pulled dough? Of course, came the reply. However, previous patrons have preferred whiter noodles, which I have thus prepared. They tend to be chewier. For this cold noodle dish, the thinner strands would be much more delectable. If you can pull them thin, I could prepare a sample for you right now. That sounds wonderful. There are no customers at the moment. Let us indulge in this new dish ourselves, Sister Zheng exclaimed, promptly setting to work to create a bowl of fine noodles, eager to see what innovative dish Miss Zhao would concoct for the summer's delight. Before long, Sister Zheng had successfully crafted the noodles. The condiments at the stall were comprehensive, containing all the essentials. Although there were slight discrepancies compared to modern times, it hardly diminished the experience. Chapter 67. Cold noodles become a sensation in no time. Lu Zhaozhao had prepared a serving of cold noodles. Although Gu Yan had remained silent, his gaze had been fixed upon her. He had observed that, as the weather grew increasingly hot, business at the stall had noticeably diminished. Yet, he was astonished at how swiftly Lu Zhaozhao had devised a solution. Her responsiveness was indeed remarkable. She possessed a natural talent for commerce. It was no wonder her endeavors flourished. Regardless of the noodle's flavor, Her quick thinking was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Once Zhaozhao had mixed the noodles, she divided the serving into several small plates for everyone to sample. Sister Zheng felt quite apprehensive, pondering whether this was sufficient. Is this truly all? The noodles lack any broth, merely washed in cold water and tossed with a few strands of cucumber and some seasoning. It seems so simple. Can it truly be delicious? Such doubts vanished after her first bite of the cold noodles. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. Perhaps it was the chili oil that contributed to this? This chili oil had been prepared by Miss Zhao a few days prior, fragrant yet not overly spicy, and patrons who enjoyed a bit of heat often added a spoonful. Praising its taste, Sister Zheng, generally indifferent to spice, had never tasted it before. Today, as she savored this subtly spicy cold noodle dish, it felt as though a new world had opened up to her. Indeed, it was aromatic without being fiery, complemented perfectly by the refreshing cucumber strands and the chewy, expertly pulled fine noodles. It was exquisite. The others were equally pleased with the cold noodles, their apprehensions about the sweltering weather dissipating. Initially, they had feared that, should the heat intensify, no one would come to the stall for noodles. However, with this cold noodle option, it was simply marvelous. Guyan soon finished every last strand of noodles on his plate. The flavor is indeed delightful, and after a brief dip in cold water, it feels even more elastic compared to consuming hot noodles. Furthermore, one does not feel overheated after indulging. Instead, there's a refreshing sensation that envelopes the entire being. It turns out, consuming cucumbers in this manner is quite delectable. Observing their expressions, Zhaozhao discerned that they too were enamored. With a surprising declaration, she stated, "This is merely an accompaniment, not the main attraction. My star dish is called liangpi. It is rather difficult to prepare here, but I shall teach you once we return home this evening, sister-in-law. It is far more exquisite. Is it truly more delicious than these cold noodles?" Indeed, liangpi is the epitome of deliciousness, albeit its preparation is somewhat more intricate than that of cold noodles. You shall see tonight. Zhaozhao held unwavering confidence in her liangpi. Hence, upon returning home, after closing the stall, she eagerly instructed Sister Zheng and a few others on how to prepare liangpi. Although it is also made from flour, the process is significantly more complex than making noodles. It involves washing the dough, spreading the liangpi, and steaming the gluten, which is quite a hassle. However, when they finally savored the liangpi, they instantly felt that all the efforts expended were truly worthwhile. The taste of this liangpi surpassed that of the cold noodles by leaps and bounds. Such intricacy indeed has its merits. It was utterly exquisite. They found themselves looking forward to the arrival of the next day with eager anticipation. This liangpi is bound to sell exceptionally well. The following day, after setting up the noodle stall, the morning business was typically slow, with only a few customers stopping by for soup noodles as breakfast, including several regular patrons. The previous evening, Zhaozhao had tasked Guyan with composing a prominent announcement for the new dish, which was displayed behind the noodle stall. Thus, any customer who came to the stall would inevitably notice the four characters. Consequently, while enjoying their noodles in the morning, curious patrons inquired, "Vendor, do you have a new item?" Customers have misunderstood. This time we are not changing the marinade. Our new offerings are perfectly suited for summer, liangpi and cold noodles. Available in 2 styles. Would you care to sample them? They're quite delightful, Zhaozhao eagerly explained. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the customers seated at the tables wore expressions of confusion. Liangpi? Cold noodles? I've never heard of these. They sound quite novel. In that case, I shall forego the braised meat noodles and opt for this liangpi instead, if that is acceptable. Of course, esteemed guest, please wait a moment. It will be prepared shortly. Coincidentally, Sister Zheng's cucumbers had recently grown in abundance, so today liangpi and cold noodles were crafted from the produce of her garden. However, Zhaozhao had spritzed them with spring water under the pretense of preservation. Ever since she employed this method, as advised by Fei Ying, it has proven to be exceedingly effective. Zhaozhao no longer needed to worry about the external vegetables being less delectable than those cultivated in the spiritual fields. The following day, she planned to harvest the spiritual vegetables to accompany the liangpi. Upon receiving Zhaozhao's instructions, Sister Zhang promptly began slicing the pre-prepared liangpi and julienning the cucumber. With swift and deft movements, she quickly assembled a dish of liangpi. Once presented at the dining table, the customers were captivated by the dish's appearance and aroma, and they eagerly picked up their chopsticks to indulge. Upon tasting the first bite, they were immediately astounded. This dish is simply exquisite. Served cold, its texture is delightfully smooth, and it appears to be infused with sesame paste, imparting a rich aroma. Yet, the flavor profile is remarkably complex, featuring an array of additional seasonings beyond the sesame. It is truly delectable. A portion of cold noodles is not particularly large. For a robust man, it suffices as breakfast. However, due to the irresistible taste, the patron felt as though he had scarcely savored it before finishing the serving, leaving him with a sense of having rushed through the experience. Scratching his head, he sheepishly called out to the vendor, "Please, another serving of cold noodles. It's too delicious. I barely had a chance to enjoy it." Zhaozhao and her three sisters were overjoyed upon hearing this. They immediately set about preparing another portion, having not anticipated such demand for the cold noodles so early in the morning. Based on their discussions the previous day, they had assumed sales would not commence until noon, so they had only prepared a modest 100 servings. With the first customer having sampled the dish, curious onlookers from other tables and passers-by soon gathered to witness the excitement. They inquired, "What is this delightful novelty? I have never seen it before. It looks appetizing. This noodle stall has introduced something new. I must try it. Please, give me a bowl of that, just like his. Their noodles are delicious. What is this called, cold noodles? How does it taste? It's scrumptious, truly scrumptious. Did you not see that I ordered another serving?" And so, the noodle stall became increasingly lively, attracting many who were merely passing by. The allure of something new and unseen piqued their curiosity, especially after hearing others praise its taste. In no time, the tables and chairs at the stall were filled to capacity. Chapter 68. The loyal followers. It had been ages since Zhaozhao had witnessed such a bustling scene. She felt a surge of excitement. Though she was busy, her heart brimmed with joy. Being occupied is indeed beneficial. It brings an income. Furthermore, staying busy keeps her mind at ease, allowing her to rest soundly at night, relishing the day's work. Fresh delicacies spread quickly, and by midday, word had circulated widely about this summer treat, known as cold noodles. The stall was bustling with customers, forming a long queue. Some patrons, unable to wait, brought their own bowls to take home once their orders were prepared, knowing the dish would remain enjoyable even as it cooled. When one person did this, it prompted another, and soon, many were arriving with their own containers to purchase cold noodles. Fortunately, most were considerate, forming an orderly line to buy their servings. As only 3 portions remained, Zhaozhao glanced at the queue and, feeling a bit bashful, announced, "I'm sorry, but from this gentleman onward, there's no need to queue. We have sold out of cold noodles. Those who wish to indulge, please come early tomorrow." The 3 individuals whose turn it was were exceedingly delighted, exclaiming animatedly to the man behind them, "Oh dear, it's all gone. Let's hurry and leave. No need to waste time. Yes, I am the last one. Do come early tomorrow. All right, everyone disperse now. It's all finished. Come early tomorrow." The man, taken aback by the fact that after waiting so long he did not get any food while those in front of him did, was instantly enraged. He was already known for his volatile temper, and with his imposing stature, he appeared quite intimidating. "Why is it that there's none left for me? Are you doing this on purpose? I don't care. You must prepare me a portion, or I shall not leave." Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Zhaozhao hurried over to take a look. Zhang, upon hearing the man's loud outburst, instinctively stepped back, feeling a bit frightened. Particularly after Lu Zhaozhao arrived, she felt a surge of confidence. In a timid retort, she replied, "We've sold out for today. There is none left. If you wish to eat, come back tomorrow." Lu Zhaozhao, recognizing the source of the ruckus, was unperturbed by the man's size and boldly retorted, "Did you not understand? There's none left. If you wish to eat, come early tomorrow. Why are you shouting? Who are you trying to scare? We're not deaf." The burly man was about to retaliate when a more audacious voice rang out from a distance. "Who is the fool causing a ruckus here? Do you not know that this stall belongs to my elder brother? Are you tired of living?" As he spoke, Huang Zijun appeared with his ineffectual subordinates before the crowd. Zhaozhao was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected Huang Zijun to arrive at such a crucial moment. The burly man, a regular in the town, recognized this local tyrant, who was far more seasoned than himself. To his astonishment, he found him siding with the vendor. Knowing that a wise man avoids unnecessary conflict and realizing that the cold noodles were indeed sold out, he quickly forced a smile and left. Seeing the troublemaker flee, Huang Zijun's face radiated with pride. He had never anticipated that one day he would become the champion of justice. His father would undoubtedly be proud of him for this good deed. Turning to Zhaozhao, he boasted, "Little sister-in-law, wasn't I impressive? That man ran away just like that. Rest assured, I will protect this stall. No one dares to cause trouble here." Zhaozhao, observing his self-satisfied demeanor seeking praise, found herself at a loss for words. This man truly took his previous conversation with Gu Yan to heart. Nevertheless, it was a fact that his intervention had spared her some trouble. Thus, Zhaozhao casually inquired, "What brings you here?" "Oh, it's nothing much. I came to patrol and see if anyone was causing trouble. Lo and behold, I encountered an oblivious one. Fear not, little sister-in-law. I will certainly fulfill my promise to my elder brother," Huang Zijun assured her earnestly, thumping his chest. Hearing him call her little sister-in-law made Zhaozhao want to laugh. This man was quite amusing. He had previously addressed her as sister and now switched to little sister-in-law, the titles changing in a matter of moments. At this moment, as mealtime approached, Zhaozhao felt that he had rendered a small favor and casually inquired, "Have you had lunch? Would you like to sit down and have something to eat?" To his surprise, Huang Zijun's eyes brightened at this suggestion, and he eagerly replied, "Sure. I've been too preoccupied with finding fault to truly appreciate your culinary skills. As luck would have it, I haven't eaten yet, so let us dine here. Don't worry, little sister-in-law, we'll pay. Just prepare whatever you think is best. We're not picky." After saying this, Huang Zijun and his 4 subordinates squeezed around a table, obediently awaiting their meal. Seeing them behave like well-mannered children, Zhaozhao felt a bit taken aback. However, since they had expressed such intentions, a few bowls of noodles didn't seem like much, especially since he had assured her that they would not dine without paying. Thus, she felt quite at ease. She turned to Sister Zhang, who had just finished her duties, and said, "Sister, please prepare a few more bowls of noodles. We still have plenty of braised meat. Let them enjoy some braised meat noodles." "All right, I'll do as you say," Sister Zhang responded. Before long, Sister Zhang, along with her 3 daughters, managed to prepare several bowls of noodles. Although the young girls were not yet capable of making the noodles themselves, they handled boiling and cooking with great efficiency, proving to be quite adept little helpers. Once Zhaozhao had served the noodles, she left them to their meal and returned to managing the noodle stall. After tasting the noodles, Huang Zijun and his subordinates exchanged glances, astonished. Are these noodles really this delicious? No wonder that Yangshun noodle shop couldn't stay afloat. After a mutual understanding, they quickly fell into a whirlwind of eating. In no time, their bowls were empty, every last drop of broth consumed, with not a morsel wasted. They paid promptly and left, much to the surprise of Zhaozhao and Sister Zhang. Even more astonishingly, as they prepared to close up the stall, the group returned right on cue, offering to help move chairs and tables, tidying up the area. These strong men took on the laborious task of moving items, leaving Sister Zhang and her daughters feeling somewhat embarrassed. Huang Zijun even had his men push the cart quite a distance before letting Sister Zhang take over. This unexpected display of kindness made Zhaozhao re-evaluate her perception of him. The town's bully did not seem as wicked as she had assumed. At least in this moment, his actions were commendable. Chapter 69. The old shed of the academy. She could not believe that a villain could act in such a manner. At this moment, Gu Yan was absent, and there was no need for him to put on an act. She preferred to believe that he was genuinely trying to improve himself. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. They should not persist in viewing him through the lens of preconceived notions. He deserved another chance. That evening, upon returning home, Zhaozhao, Sister Zhang, and the others collaborated to prepare 200 portions of cold noodles. The sales of cold noodles were average, as everyone preferred the cold noodles. so it was wise to prepare a larger quantity. The following day, as soon as they set up the stall, a steady stream of customers arrived, specifically requesting cold noodles. The heat of the day was intensifying. With the sun barely risen, the temperature soared, making everyone crave something cool to eat. A customer ordered 2 servings of cold noodles, feeling satisfied only after consuming both. As she prepared to leave and settle the bill, she could not help but express her thoughts. "Oh, vendor, your cold noodles are indeed delicious, but the portion is rather small. 1 serving simply does not suffice for me. I always need to order 2. It would be wonderful if there was something to accompany it. Wouldn't it? Thank you for your suggestion. I shall give it careful consideration. Have a pleasant day," replied Zhaozhao, who, after bidding farewell to the customer, began to ponder this matter. She realized that she had not taken everything into account. Previously, the Zhang family comprised solely women, and 1 serving had seemed adequate. However, for men, the quantity was indeed insufficient. Moreover, in contemporary times, cold noodles have an ideal companion, which is none other than the meat sandwich. The 2 together create an exquisite pairing. How could she have overlooked this? Yet preparing meat sandwiches was no simple task. While she could easily marinate the meat at home, baking the flatbreads would necessitate acquiring a dedicated oven. Currently, they already operated 2 stoves for boiling noodles and heating the marinade, and adding another would be quite the hassle, as the cart could not manage the daily back and forth. Zhaozhao noticed the furrowed brow of Zhaozhao and offered words of comfort and advice. "No worries, Zhaozhao. Let's take our time. One day, we will be able to rent a shed in town, just like that shop selling steam buns on the west side. We could store everything there, eliminating the need for daily transportation." Zhaozhao was surprised that Zhaozhao had arrived at a similar conclusion, albeit she envisioned making the items herself. After thoughtful consideration, she replied, "Purchasing flatbreads from others incurs too high a cost. We are operating on a modest budget. We cannot afford much profit. It is more suitable for us to make them ourselves. Sister, are you bold enough to embark on a larger venture with me? Let us inquire about available sheds for rent. It would spare us the exhaustion of moving tables and stools daily." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao's eyes widened in astonishment. The prospect of running a small stall was already a source of contentment for her. Could they truly rent a shed to sell their wares? This would mean they would have a fixed stall in town. She could hardly fathom such a reality. However, they had indeed made a profit from their small stall during this period. She had never earned so much money before. This was her first experience. It was Zhaozhao who had afforded her this opportunity. Without her, such aspirations would never have crossed her mind. Thus, when Zhaozhao proposed the idea, she nodded without hesitation. "I trust your judgment. If you believe we can do it, then we certainly can." She regarded Zhaozhao as the backbone of their stall, placing her unwavering faith in her. Even if their business were to falter and lead to losses, she would never blame her, only herself. Thus, with a singular focus on creating meat sandwiches, Zhaozhao, alongside the ever-supportive Zhang, resolved to use their earnings to rent shed. If all went well, they might even be able to afford a storefront by the end of the year to open a restaurant. 2 individuals reached a decision and that very day sought out someone in the town for inquiries. She believed that the market would be the most favorable location, as it attracted the largest crowds, making it easier for their old customers to find them once they relocated. Initially, Zhaozhao thought it would be difficult to find a suitable spot, given that the stalls in the market were few and already occupied with fixed leases that were not easily relinquished. A covered stall was certainly preferable to an open-air stand. On rainy days, there would be no cause for concern, unlike their situation where rain days meant a holiday. However, to her surprise, just 2 days later, the informant brought news of a stall that was indeed available for rent at a very reasonable price, albeit slightly distant from the market itself. Intrigued, Zhaozhao reasoned that there was no harm in taking a look, so after exchanging a few words with Sister Zhang, she followed the informant. It was not until they were nearing their destination that she realized they were headed towards the back of Chongning Academy. As they walked, the informant explained, "Most of the bustling stalls in our town have already been rented out. The only one still available is this stall behind Chongning Academy. Although its location is not particularly prominent, it is quite close to the market, making it convenient for your old customers. As the saying goes, The fragrance of wine fears not the depth of alleys. With your thriving business, you need not worry about a lack of customers. Moreover, the space is ample, and the rent is inexpensive. This stall was originally constructed by the Academy's head for homeless beggars to shelter from the elements. After a temple was built outside the town, the beggars moved to the temple's backyard, leaving this stall vacant. Since it was already built, it remained unused. The headmaster decided to rent it out to earn a little silver to support the Academy, and this back entrance is seldom opened, so it won't interfere with your business. As they conversed, they arrived at the stall behind the Academy. It was indeed as described by the informant, spacious enough to accommodate double the tables and stools compared to their previous setup, with ample room for cooking, capable of housing several stoves. Zhaozhao was thoroughly satisfied. Aside from its distance from the market, it had no discernible drawbacks. As the informant had wisely noted, with their established reputation, they had little to fear regarding customer turnout. While feeling content, Zhaozhao inquired casually, "So, how does one go about renting this stall?" The informant replied candidly, "The Academy intends to rent it annually, at 6 taels of silver per year. Although the stall is somewhat dilapidated, the entire area will be at your disposal, which is certainly not exorbitant." Upon hearing this price, Zhaozhao felt reassured. It was no wonder it had remained vacant for so long. The requirement for a yearly lease deterred many. As a majority in this town engage in seasonal trades, selling summer goods in winter was unfeasible, and during the busy farming season, sales would also dwindle. For small enterprises, an annual fee of 6 taels was not exactly economical. For impoverished families with few members, annual food expenses rarely exceeded 10 taels. Thus, the stall had remained unoccupied until now. Chapter 70. The gathering. After surveying the surroundings, Zhaozhao politely addressed the gentleman present, saying, "All right, I understand. However, this business is not solely mine to decide. I must return and discuss it with everyone. If I choose to rent, I will reach out to you again." "That's perfectly fine. I shall await your response," the gentleman replied, understanding the gravity of the situation. After all, earning a living is no easy feat, and this is not a trifling sum. A thorough discussion is indeed warranted. Having parted ways with him, Zhaozhao returned to her stall. Upon her return, she did not elaborate much, but simply informed the Zhang family that they would convene that evening to deliberate together. Everyone was busy at the stall and exchanged nods in agreement without further discussion. That evening, the entire group gathered at the Gu residence for the meeting. Zhaozhao invited everyone to take a seat, pouring tea for the adults and sweetened water for the children. Despite the high cost of sugar in this era, she had procured a considerable amount while preparing pickles, ensuring that the Gu family always had some on hand. Knowing the children's fondness for sweetness, she occasionally prepared them sugary drinks. Upon receiving the sweetened water, the 3 sisters from the Zhang family beamed with delight. The prospect of enjoying sweet water was a delightful surprise. Moreover, Sister Zhaozhao was truly kind, discussing significant matters while inviting them to join, even bringing Mo and along. Although they might not comprehend the discussions, their presence signified their inclusion in the family. The 2 little ones were filled with joy and excitement, experiencing their first gathering of this nature. The young aunt reassured them that not understanding was perfectly fine. They could simply enjoy their sweetened water. Thus, Zhaozhao gathered everyone and shared her thoughts. The group was taken aback upon learning about the stall behind the Academy. However, it was evident that spending a few extra taels of silver would alleviate the burden of transporting tools back and forth daily, making their lives considerably easier. Particularly, when Zhaozhao mentioned her intention to create a dish called Zhaozhao meat sandwich, the enthusiasm grew. The Zhang family members admired her creativity, wondering how she could conceive such novel ideas. They had enjoyed many types of flatbreads, yet a meat-filled version was something they had rarely encountered. Indeed, Zhang said with a smile, many customers have mentioned that a single serving of cold noodles is insufficient. Introducing this Zhaozhao would undoubtedly enhance our business. Jinhua concurred. I have also heard customers express similar sentiments. I believe Sister Zhao's decision is excellent, and I wholeheartedly support it. Li gently stroked Ann's soft hair, encouraging her, pursue whatever you wish with confidence. We will undoubtedly support you. You need not worry about the home front or the vegetables you planted. They are flourishing well. While I may not excel in other tasks, I can certainly manage watering them. Furthermore, MO and are quite responsible and often assist with chores. Yes, I even help catch little bugs. Just the other day, I spotted a green caterpillar on the leaves. I will also fertilize them. MO is not afraid of the unpleasant smell. MO spoke with sincerity, his expression resolute. Ever since he learned that such substances could be used as manure to nourish the vegetables. No matter how joyful he felt while playing outside, he would rush home to relieve himself, firmly refusing to do so in public. Indeed, not a single drop should be wasted. Although Zhaozhao had explained to him that there was no need to hold it in and warned against damaging his health, he remained steadfast in his ways. Zhaozhao found his stubbornness both amusing and exasperating, seeing that he could not be persuaded and was so content in his approach. She decided to let him be. After all, he usually played close to home. These two children truly understood their responsibilities, aware that their grandmother was aging and would not wander far. Guyan, observing everyone's agreement, glanced at Zhaozhao and added, "I have no objections either. Are you planning to sign a contract with the child tomorrow? I'll accompany you and take the opportunity to check out that stall, help you tidy it up. Since we have a fixed spot now, let us make it comfortable in one go." He recognized that Zhaozhao possessed an indomitable spirit, wholly devoted to her garden and her noodle stall. Yet, this very determination imbued her with a unique charm that captivated Guyan. She was acutely aware of her desires and worked tirelessly towards them, never succumbing to defeat or lamenting her circumstances, living life with a positive outlook. Like a radiant sun, she emanated warmth, illuminating the lives of him and his family, instilling in them the courage to persevere through darkness, assuring them that as long as they did not give up, opportunities would arise. Guyan cherished this feeling, this sense of being uplifted by her optimism. Thus, how could he possibly oppose her? She was free to pursue her passions and shine in her areas of expertise, which was wonderful. All right, I share this sentiment. Let us finalize our plans to rent this shed. Once we officially move in, we can start offering our new meat buns, which will pair perfectly with cold noodles. Sister Zheng, after I sign the contract tomorrow, you can start informing customers about our new address for cold noodles and noodles, allowing them to visit there directly. Understood. I'll be at the stall tomorrow, so feel free to focus on the new stall with Gu Xiaoge. Sister Zheng immediately agreed upon hearing this. The endeavors of Sister Zhao were undoubtedly far superior to her own. The success of their stall would hinge on her leadership. Thus, the discussion that evening concluded successfully, with no one opposing her decisions. Zhaozhao felt fortunate to have such a supportive team. While their ideas may not have been grand, they were diligent and capable, speaking little but accomplishing much, traits that every employer cherishes in their employees. Zhaozhao viewed herself as the CEO of this enterprise. At present, she is in the initial phase of her entrepreneurial journey, necessitating her direct involvement in various tasks. Once stability is achieved, she will no longer need to be so occupied, allowing her to delegate responsibilities and dedicate her time to more meaningful pursuits. There remains a plethora of aspirations she yearns to fulfill. She has discovered a fondness for this gratifying sense of aiding others while benefiting herself. Due to her efforts, Zhaozhao's household has experienced an improvement in living conditions, and the three young girls have blossomed beautifully each time she encounters them. Their warm familiarity and the unintentional admiration reflected in their eyes evoke a sensation within Zhaozhao that she had never experienced in her past life. This delightful feeling inspires her to assist even more individuals and to expand her small venture. Moreover, there are indeed numerous people in Xinghua village who are deserving of support. Such mutually beneficial endeavors are certainly worthwhile. To further her ambitions, she will undoubtedly require many allies, and she feels a greater trust in the individuals from her own village compared to outsiders. The following day, after breakfast, Zhaozhao and Guyan set off towards the town. They headed directly to the residence of Run Yazi to find him, who was pleasantly surprised by Zhaozhao's decisiveness, having made a decision overnight. His excitement at facilitating this transaction was palpable. and he joyfully led them both towards Chongning Academy. As a mere intermediary, he understood that it was essential for the two parties to convene and sign the contract. For Lu Zhaozhao and Gu Yan, it was their inaugural visit to Chongning Academy. Although she was familiar with some of the scholars and teachers associated with the institution, she had never stepped foot within its grounds. As expected, it was the finest academy in the town, if not the county, and the environment was truly splendid. In comparison, their makeshift stall seemed rather inadequate. However, they were confident that their culinary skills would maximize the potential of that seemingly dilapidated space. Upon arriving at the courtyard, a few students approached them unexpectedly. As Lu Zhaozhao recognized one of the figures, she heard an exclamation of delight, and a student joyfully ran towards them, saying, "Oh, aren't you the proprietor of the noodle stall? What brings you to our academy? How fortunate it is to encounter you. Ever since you supplied our academy with pickled vegetables, the number of students dining at the cafeteria has surged significantly, much to the delight of the cafeteria manager. We even have breakfast in the cafeteria now, thanks to your delectable pickles. Your culinary skills are exceptional. We all adore them. I even took some home, and my mother loved them. I later sent someone to your stall to buy more, but they were sold out. When will you be selling pickles again? My sister-in-law is also a fan. She is pregnant and has lost her appetite for most foods, but she relishes your pickled cucumbers, which she can enjoy with a hearty bowl of porridge. My brother praises my thoughtfulness for sharing such delightful treats. Indeed, my dear vendor, I have also contemplated your enticing noodles. However, the impending monthly examination looms over me, rendering my academic obligations rather demanding. Once the exams conclude, I shall be the first to rush over and indulge in your delightful fare." Before Lu Zhaozhao could greet them, the group recognized her presence and immediately engaged in a lively exchange of words. It was evident that their excitement was palpable, as they all adored the culinary creations of Lu Zhaozhao and Sister Zhang. Witnessing such admiration for her craft greatly elevated Lu Zhaozhao's spirits, deepening her appreciation for these innocent students. Truly, irrespective of the era, university students remain the purest and most endearing of souls. Thus, she promptly replied, "What a coincidence. I have some matters to attend to, but I wish you all the best in your exams. Afterward, feel free to visit the stall at the back gate of the academy. I intend to lease it. Additionally, we have introduced new products that are perfect for the summer. Focus on your studies for now." With that, Lu Zhaozhao gave them an encouraging gesture and continued onward with the young lad and Gu Yan, as they prioritized their discussions on serious matters. Once they had walked some distance, Zheng Yun and the others finally grasped the situation, incredulously exclaiming, "What did the vendor just say? The stall at the back gate of the academy? Are they truly setting up shop there? Am I imagining this? No, I heard it clearly. They are indeed renting the stall at the back gate. Does this mean we are in for a treat?" Zheng Yun exclaimed, feeling as though a pie from the heavens had struck her. "ZMO, pinch yourself to see if this is real." Zheng Yun, with a frown, retorted, "Why should I be the one to pinch? Why not you? I fear the pain. Just to check if this is a dream? Nonsense. I'm not afraid." They bantered as they made their way to the classroom. Although the days of review had been overwhelmingly intense, today they finally received delightful news. The upcoming monthly examination was of paramount importance, necessitating their utmost efforts. Despite the fatigue, a flicker of hope ignited within them, as they began to anticipate the flavors of the new offerings mentioned by the vendor. Upon returning to the classroom and confronting their textbooks, the burden seemed somewhat lighter. Perhaps this is the enchanting power of cuisine. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaozhao successfully signed a lease agreement for the stall with the academy's administrator. With the contract in hand, she finally felt a sense of relief. After securing the document, she departed the academy alongside Gu Yan. Upon seeing the stall, Gu Yan was taken aback, finding it even more dilapidated than he had envisioned. After surveying the area, he turned to Lu Zhaozhao and remarked, "The location of this stall is quite favorable, and it is spacious enough. However, it is rather worn down. For a food business, cleanliness and tidiness are essential. I suggest we refurbish this rickety structure and perhaps create a proper entrance. During the day, we can open for business, and in the evening, we can store the tables and cooking equipment inside and lock up to head home. eliminating worries of theft. What do you think? As Gu Yin spoke, he gestured to Lu Zhaozhao, directly conveying his thoughts to her. Their contract was set for a year. Thus, they would be operating their stall here for at least that duration. Such an extended period could not be taken lightly. It would be best to achieve everything in one go. Lu Zhaozhao, listening to Gu Yan's description, found his reasoning quite sound. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, Gu Yan continued, "You need not worry about the expenses. We can approach the village carpenter. His craftsmanship is excellent, and he can create all these items at a reasonable price. As you know, he charges fairly." "Yes, I understand. It's settled then. Let us return to the village and seek out the carpenter. The sooner we complete the arrangements, the sooner we can set up our stall. Kulme, let us share this delightful news with Sister Zhang and the others. They must be anxious too." As Lu Zhaozhao envisioned her upcoming first official stall, she felt a surge of excitement, grasping Gu Yan's hand and dashing ahead. It was the first time Gu Yan experienced such a bold gesture from her, and he felt a sense of awkwardness. His ears flushed a deeper shade of red, whether due to the warmth of the day or something else. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest, leaving him somewhat flustered. Chapter 72. Meat sandwiches. This was a sensation Gu Yan had never encountered before, leaving him quite uncomfortable. He wondered if he was ill. This feeling was so foreign, it unsettled him, as if his heart was beyond his control. Lost in his thoughts, his gaze inadvertently settled on their intertwined hands, his heart filled with trepidation. However, Lu Zhaozhao remained blissfully unaware of his inner turmoil, entirely absorbed in her exhilaration over the prospect of her first permanent stall. She joyfully tugged Gu Yan along, racing ahead. As anticipated, upon hearing the good news, Sister Zhang and the others were equally thrilled. They were even more eager, urging the duo to hasten in enlisting the old carpenter's help. They assured them that they could manage without assistance at the stall. Thus, the two hurriedly returned to Xinghua village and made their way directly to the old carpenter's home. Upon hearing their request, the carpenter's expression remained neutral, betraying no sign of joy or displeasure. Just as Lu Zhaozhao feared he might decline the job, he calmly stood and said, "Let us go. I will accompany you to assess the site and discuss the specifics of the repairs." 7 days later marked the grand opening of Lu Zhaozhao and Sister Zhang's food stall within the newly constructed shelter. The structure, crafted meticulously by the old carpenter, radiated warmth and cleanliness, providing a delightful ambience. Gu Yan was also present to assist at the stall and in celebration of their new venture. He had brought along a string of firecrackers. As he lifted the small plaque at the entrance, the bold characters of Lu's food shop came into view. The names chosen by the votes of all present culminate in the esteemed figure of Lu Zhaozhao, a moniker that fittingly commands respect. Sister Zhang wholeheartedly concurs, for she now receives dividends each month, and her 3 daughters also earn their share. There is nothing more gratifying than the present. She is truly content. Moreover, she is profoundly grateful to Zhaozhao, for it is she who has illuminated the path to hope in her life. This kindness shall remain etched in her heart forever, and she will always stand by her side, as long as she does not disdain her presence. Thus, she harbors no objections to the stall being named Lu's. As the firecrackers resound joyously, a throng of people gathers to witness the spectacle. Many loyal patrons await the opening to savor the new offerings. Just a few days prior, their anticipation had reached a fever pitch, and now the day of inauguration had finally arrived. They were eager to experience the much-anticipated delicacy known as Zhaozhao. The name itself intrigued them. How does one sandwich meat within bread? Their curiosity was palpable. Lu Zhaozhao, brimming with joy at the sight of the crowd, proclaimed, "Thank you all for your patience. Today marks the grand opening of our humble eatery, and we are offering a delightful 20% discount on all dishes, including our new Zhaozhao. Those interested are welcome to come and sample our fare. There are plenty of seats available, and we have increased our tables and chairs to accommodate everyone. We warmly invite you to visit Lu's snack stall." With that, she bowed deeply, expressing her sincere gratitude. Among the throng were not only the townsfolk, but also a group of students from Chongning Academy, led by Zheng Yun, who had been eagerly observing the festivities. They were particularly excited about the opening of this stall, as it would be their first opportunity to indulge in the renowned liang pie, a culinary sensation in their town, which everyone had tried except for them, the beleaguered students. To their astonishment, before they could even taste the liang pie, the stall owner introduced yet another new delicacy, Zhaozhao, which sounded utterly delectable. Upon hearing that seating was now available, the students quickly formed a group and rushed to occupy 3 tables. Witnessing this commotion, the townsfolk, equally eager to taste the new offerings, hastily jogged over to secure their seats, fearing they might have to wait in line, for they had previously endured long waits at the market stall. The flavors of this stall were indeed unparalleled, and it was the sole establishment of its kind in the entire town, thriving immensely. Zhaozhao's eyes immediately fell upon Zheng Yun and his companions, filling her with delight. It was a pleasant surprise that they had chosen to come and support her right after their examinations. With a beaming smile, she approached their table and inquired warmly, "Have you completed your exams? What would you like to eat?" Having completed the examination, I find myself yearning for that delightful liangpi. I crave that succulent rujiamo. I long for the rich braised pork rib noodles. I desire the braised meat noodles accompanied by pickled cucumber. At this moment, Zheng Yun and his companions could not help but gently tap their classmate's forehead, chuckling, "You consume pickled vegetables daily in the academy's dining hall, and yet you still wish for more? Coming here, you even desire pickled dishes. I simply adore them. I never tire of this flavor. It's absolutely delectable. Street vendor, I would like to purchase some separately. My mother loves them too. I shall bring some home for her this evening." Observing these endearing students, Zhaozhao felt elated and promptly replied, "Very well. I shall remember all the delicacies you have ordered and will serve them shortly. By the way, for those who have not ordered any new items, fret not. Today marks the grand opening of our new establishment, and each table will receive a complimentary serving of liangpi and rujiamo for you to savor. Should you find them delightful, do consider ordering again on your next visit." Upon hearing about the complimentary items, especially the new offerings, the group was filled with joy and exclaimed, "How wonderful! Thank you, dear vendor. Wishing you abundant prosperity and a successful opening. Thank you for your kind words. I shall be right back." With that, Zhaozhao busied herself, while Zheng's companions and Gu Yan were equally occupied with taking orders, preparing food, collecting payments, washing dishes, and stoking the fire. Fortunately, they had prepared adequately, though bustling. They managed to cope well. On the first day, with the added discounts, the crowd was indeed much larger than anticipated, just as Zhaozhao had predicted. Zheng Yun pondered for a moment and quietly suggested to his companions, "It feels rather awkward to continually enjoy the vendor's complimentary items. Perhaps we should gift a couplet to the vendor? Our calligraphy may not be of the highest standard, but we could request Master Zhang to write one for us later. What do you think? I believe that's a splendid idea. Master Zhang is quite fond of the vendor's culinary skills. If we propose this gift, he will undoubtedly agree. Indeed, Master Zhang's works are highly sought after, and many desire them but cannot obtain them. If we compliment him a bit, and considering Master Zhang already has a favorable impression of the vendor, it will surely succeed. This is a wonderful suggestion. It serves as our token of appreciation, a good omen for the vendor." After a while, the requested dishes were served one by one. Upon seeing the liangpi and rujiamo, they were captivated by the presentation. Zheng Yun and his companions, known for their love of spicy food, recalled how they always drizzled a spoonful of the vendor's homemade chili oil over their noodles, fragrant yet not overly spicy, utterly delicious. To their surprise, the liangpi was also spicy and looked incredibly appetizing. Among them, only Zheng Yun ordered the liangpi, while the others received the complimentary small portions. Following Zhaozhao's advice, Zheng Yun took a bite of the liangpi, then a bite of the rujiamo. He felt every part of his body relax, each segment rejoicing in the exquisite flavors. A delightful comfort. Indeed, as the vendor had stated, these two dishes paired together were simply divine. The complimentary portion of rujiamo was merely a quarter, and he finished it in 2 bites. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and called out, "Vendor, please bring me another rujiamo." At that moment, the others also savored the delectable cold noodles and meat sandwiches, utterly astonished by the flavors. While the hand-pulled noodles were indeed delightful, these two new dishes offered a completely different texture. Moreover, on a sweltering summer day, indulging in hot noodles paled in comparison to the refreshing sensation of cold noodles. Fortunately, their appetites were substantial. Even after finishing the noodles, they still had room for more. Thus, none of them lagged behind, each promptly ordering an additional serving of cold noodles and meat sandwiches. They would rather overindulge than miss out on such exquisite delicacies. Meanwhile, other customers, after tasting the complimentary meat sandwiches, eagerly placed their orders as well. The buns were generously filled with meat, savory yet not greasy, and the pastries were both flaky and crisp. The combination of these two textures was truly marvelous, compelling one to devour a sandwich and crave another. Furthermore, the prices were quite reasonable. Only 6 coins for such a generous portion of meat, comparable to the cost of meat buns. Hence, everyone found it acceptable, especially with the current promotion of a 20% discount, making it a bargain. Consequently, the patrons at the Lou's snack stall enjoyed their meals wholeheartedly, departing with satisfied round bellies. Zhang Yun and his companions, too, waddled back to the academy, supporting one another, truly having eaten to the point of needing to lean against the wall. Their families were relatively well off, and they seldom indulged in such unrefined eating, which underscored just how delicious the food was. On their way back, they fortuitously encountered Master Zhang. Observing their disheveled state, he deemed it quite improper and could not help but reprimand them. Stand as still as a bell, sit as upright as a pine. Have you learned nothing from your lessons? Look at you, leaning on one another. What a spectacle! Stand straight and walk properly. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yun and his friends immediately released their grips and straightened their posture. However, after a brief moment, they succumbed once more, muttering, "Master, please let us be this time. Our stomachs are quite uncomfortable from overeating. Tomorrow, we shall conduct ourselves properly, we promise." "Indeed, Master, we have just completed our exams. Allow us to revel a little." Master Zhang, having exerted himself grading papers, was presented with some food by Zheng Yang, who had intended to enjoy it as a late-night snack. Yet, in a bid to avoid further scolding, he reluctantly offered it to the master. Zheng Yang was quite shrewd, deliberately unwrapping the oil paper encasing the meat sandwich, releasing an enticing aroma. Upon hearing Zheng Yang's words, Zheng Yun and his friends nodded fervently, inwardly admiring his cleverness. They had thought he would actually consume the sandwich as a late-night snack, but little did they know he had this trick up his sleeve. Accepting their food, Master Zhang would surely feel too guilty to scold them further. Originally, he had planned to return to the canteen with his meal of egg and vegetable buns, but upon glancing at what he held, it suddenly seemed far less appetizing. Unable to resist, I swallowed hard as my hand instinctively reached out to accept the offering. It was only after I had secured the meat sandwich that I realized my hand seemed to have a mind of its own. Truly, such deliciousness can lead one astray. Master Zhang cleared his throat awkwardly and explained, "Since you have shown such intent, I shall reluctantly accept this. However, do not think that this absolves you. Should I catch you standing idly again, you shall be tasked with cleaning the latrines. The path of a gentleman must never be forsaken. Do you understand? Furthermore, when dining, there must be moderation. Do not indulge in gluttony. Food is meant merely for sustenance, comprehend? Understood, Master. We shall remember this and will not repeat our transgressions. May we take our leave now?" The group responded enthusiastically, their voices harmonizing loudly. Yet deep down, they were skeptical. Who could resist such delectable fare? It is a fundamental human instinct. After all, the desire for food and pleasure is innate. They could hardly believe that Master Zhang could resist, considering he had once facilitated the purchase of those pickled vegetables himself. Master Zhang truly was a hypocrite. Once he finished the meat sandwich, he would surely head to the stall for more, without a doubt. Off you go. Master Zhang waved his hand, permitting them to depart. He lifted the meat sandwich to his nose, inhaling its enticing aroma before striding confidently back to his quarters. After a morning spent grading papers, his head was indeed spinning. With lunchtime upon him, he thought to step out for some fresh air at the dining hall. To his surprise, he encountered the students and received a delightful treat. He was well aware that the vendors selling pickled vegetables and noodles had begun their business at the back gate of the academy, and he had intended to visit after completing his tasks in the coming days. Little did he expect to savor a new delicacy gifted by the students today. Upon returning to his room, Master Zhang began to eat. The first bite ignited a spark of delight in his eyes. This meat sandwich was unexpectedly exquisite, rivaling even the finest noodles. No wonder the students had indulged so heartily. The culinary skills of that young woman were remarkable. Once he finished grading, he must certainly accompany the dean to sample her offerings. As he devoured the entire meat sandwich, Master Zhang continued to exclaim how delicious it was. At that moment, he was summoning all his willpower to suppress the urge to dash to the stall, for he had just reprimanded the children and felt compelled to set a good example. He could not let his desire for food lead him to such impropriety. Chapter 74. A fortunate star, moreover, a pile of papers awaited his attention, and he needed to prioritize those. Zheng Yun and his companions, caught in the act, dared not broach the subject of couplets with Master Zhang, deciding instead to postpone the discussion for a few days, as he was quite busy. The official opening of the snack stall exceeded Lu Zhaozhao's expectations, proving to be even more bustling than she had anticipated. She truly did not foresee such a lively atmosphere on the first day. It seems that she and Sister Zheng truly had a knack for this. Furthermore, cold noodles and meat sandwiches, regardless of the era, remain perennial favorites among food enthusiasts. Their enduring popularity in modern times, thriving for years, undoubtedly has its reasons. Having begun with such a promising start, she suddenly felt a surge of anticipation for her future endeavors. The delectable dishes she would create would surely extend beyond just these few. She was determined to carve out a remarkable path for herself here. Throughout the day, the atmosphere at the snack stall was vibrant, with excitement shared among the Zheng family. Gu Yan and Lu Zhaozhao, they worked tirelessly until dusk, returning to Xinghua village as a group, marking their first time returning empty-handed. The tables, benches, and cookware were securely locked at the stall, and the sturdy wooden door crafted by the old carpenter stood firm, situated adjacent to the academy, rendering it unlikely for anyone to harbor ill intentions. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Jinhua, stepping lightly, joyfully exclaimed, "This feeling of being unencumbered is simply delightful. From now on, we need not worry about pushing the cart in the dark, haha, nor shall we fret about rainy days hindering our stall. Now we have a proper canopy. It's truly wonderful. Sister Zhao, you are truly remarkable." Upon hearing Jinhua's words, Yinhua chimed in, expressing her admiration for Zhaozhao, who had taken swift action. Within just a few days, their stall had undergone a striking transformation. Linghua glanced around, her head nodding with excitement. Being the youngest, her contributions had been minimal, merely aiding her sisters by tending the fire. Yet now, with their new establishment, she too felt a swell of joy. Not only the children, but even Zheng Shi herself was filled with exhilaration. Within her grasp lay the copper coins earned today, heavy and more substantial than ever before. It was indeed difficult to contain her excitement. They had truly accomplished something. Just those few women had established a stall that belonged entirely to them. This journey felt almost dreamlike. No, the former version of herself would never have dared to dream so boldly. She had expressed her gratitude to Zhaozhao countless times, yet the simple words felt inadequate to convey her emotions. In the future, she would demonstrate her appreciation through her actions, ensuring that Zhaozhao would not be disappointed. When Lu Zhaozhao and her companions returned home, Li Shi had already prepared a simple meal. After a modest dinner, they washed up and retired for the night. In the village, the custom was to rise with the sun and rest at dusk, with no late-night entertainment to waste lamp oil. Following their meal and tidying up, they soon drifted into slumber. Given Lu Zhaozhao's busy schedule in recent days, Li Shi, concerned about her granddaughter's rest, decided to have the two little ones sleep in her room, as her health had significantly improved, no longer frail, allowing her to care for them without issue. After all, these two were her grandchildren. Their mother had passed, and it was her duty to look after them. Since Zhaozhao possessed such talent, she should be allowed to pursue her aspirations without being hindered by domestic trifles. Moreover, Zhaozhao had earned money. contributing to their family's well-being, a true blessing for the Gu family. Encountering her in such circumstances was akin to finding a savior. Perhaps this is the final mercy bestowed by the heavens, aware of the Gu family's plight, deliberately allowing them to encounter a benefactor capable of extricating them from their quagmire. Though she is merely a farmer's daughter, Li has developed an intuitive sense during their time together that she will not remain confined to that role indefinitely. She is not an ordinary woman. She possesses a vision and aspirations that far surpass those of common folk. Therefore, her success is assured. Perhaps she will not only be a blessing for the Gu family, but also for the entire Xinhua village, as evidenced by her willingness to invest in the village's cucumber trade. This woman is truly extraordinary. Having once held the position of mistress in a noble household, her discernment has proven reliable, and she trusts her judgment implicitly. She eagerly anticipates the surprises she may bring to her and the Gu family. Thus, no matter her endeavors, Li will offer her unwavering support. Zhaozhao is also a rare individual, lying in her own room, somewhat unaccustomed to the sudden absence of the two little ones. Nevertheless, their absence has indeed afforded her a better night's rest. She has been quite fatigued in recent days, so she did not refuse her mother's kind intentions. After lying in bed for a while and finding herself unable to sleep, she realized it was merely around 9 o'clock, and having spent so much time in this era, slumber eluded her. After tossing and turning for a bit, she suddenly remembered that she had not visited the spiritual spring space in quite some time. She wondered what it looked like now. Engrossed in the matters of her new stall, she had genuinely neglected it. With nothing else to occupy her, she decided to enter the space and play with Fei Ying. Without hesitation, she recited the incantation and swiftly entered the realm. Upon her arrival, she called out loudly, "Fei Ying, Fei Ying, where are you? I'm here, right here. Why shout? You are disturbing my sleep." Fei Ying appeared before Zhaozhao, lazily stretching and expressing annoyance, before adding, "Have you finally remembered me? Calculate how long it has been since your last visit. Have you no need for the crops from the spiritual field?" Zhaozhao acknowledged her oversight with a cheerful apology. Although Fei Ying's demeanor was less than pleasant, she took no offense, having come to understand its temperament over time. It was a proud yet tender-hearted little creature, feeling lonely after being alone in the spiritual field for so long, which explained its sharp tongue at times. "Please don't be upset. I'm here now. I truly need the spiritual field. It's just that I recently rented a new stall and have been preoccupied with renovations. Today, having opened the new stall, I made time to visit you." Upon hearing her valid reasoning and recognizing her genuine busyness, Fei Ying graciously forgave her, relieved that it wasn't a matter of dislike. Chapter 75, Acquisition of Tomato Seeds. As long as it was not due to that reason, all was well. With a slight pout, she remarked, "Very well. I shall not hold it against you. Come, let me take you to see the spirit field, and there is a delightful surprise awaiting us." With that, she soared ahead to lead the way. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao felt an immediate surge of excitement. There was a surprise. "Fly Shadow, what kind of surprise is it? You shall find out when we arrive. Just wait and see." "Oh, very well." Amidst her murmurs, the duo swiftly reached the boundary of the spirit field. Compared to its initial state, the field now flourished with over 20 plots of verdant land, each brimming with an array of vegetables, both cultivated and wild. Everything edible had been gathered and planted by Zhaozhao within this bountiful expanse. Standing at the edge of the spirit field, she surveyed the area thoroughly, yet found nothing extraordinary. Where was the surprise? It appeared much the same as before. Bewildered and filled with questions, she could no longer contain herself and inquired of Fly Shadow, "Where's the surprise? I see nothing." Glancing at her, Fly Shadow replied, "As it is a surprise, it cannot be so openly displayed. Follow me." With that, it took flight ahead, and Zhaozhao obediently trailed behind, convinced that a surprise must surely signify something wonderful. It was indeed her first time hearing such delightful news within this realm, and she was determined not to let it slip away. Thus, Zhaozhao followed Fly Shadow to a thatched cottage and entered. Inside, the cottage was empty and devoid of any furnishings. Just as she began to wonder about this, Fly Shadow gently waved a paw, and suddenly A blue electronic screen resembling a holographic projection materialized in the air. Pointing at the screen, Zhaozhao said, "This is the upgrade system for the Spirit Spring space. Since you have planted 23 varieties of plants in the Spirit Field, the upgrade system has unlocked a reward package. Click on Claim to receive it." As Zhaozhao finished speaking, Zhaozhao eagerly leaned closer to the electronic screen, her heart racing with astonishment. This was astonishingly advanced technology, more sophisticated than modern computers. She had never encountered such marvels before, feeling as though she were a rustic in a world beyond her comprehension. Staring in awe at the blue screen, she was filled with a myriad of questions. How is this possible? Where was the electricity? How could it light up without power? Yet, upon noticing Zhaozhao's impatience, she decided it wise to claim the reward first and secure her peace of mind. After all, it was a rare opportunity to receive a reward. Surely, this was a benefit of having planted so many varieties. She resolved to work even harder in the future. With a heart brimming with excitement and trembling hands, she slowly reached for the 2 characters that read claim. Just as her fingers were about to touch the screen, she paused and asked Zhaozhao, "What exactly is this reward? I'm uncertain about this. It seems random. However, it likely pertains to plants, especially since your reward was unlocked through the cultivation of flora." "Oh, I see. I will click it now." I truly clicked it. Zhaozhao felt a surge of anxiety. This was her first time engaging in such an endeavor, particularly with such an advanced template, and feeling nervous was only natural. After observing Fei Ying nodding in affirmation, Zhaozhao decisively pressed the button. Almost simultaneously, a mechanical voice resonated in the air, a feminine tone declaring, "Congratulations, host. You have received your first spatial benefit. This reward package contains 10 packets of tomato seeds, a plant that has never been seen in this realm before. Please cherish it, as you are required to promote and educate the local populace about this plant, ensuring its dissemination. Should you succeed, further rewards shall await you. Note, the rewards will become increasingly abundant, so please anticipate them with eagerness." Zhaozhao was utterly astounded upon hearing this. What had she just heard? She had received tomato seeds? Tomatoes? The very same ones she was familiar with? The ones used in scrambled eggs and braised beef? Goodness, this was indeed a delightful surprise. Previously, she had noticed that this dynasty possessed cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas, and even bittermelons, yet there were no tomatoes. She had lamented the absence of tomatoes, pondering how such a delightful fruit could be missing. The culinary possibilities with tomatoes were endless. To her astonishment, she now had tomato seeds unique to this world. What did this signify? Zhaozhao dared not dwell on it, fearing that her overwhelming excitement might lead her to faint from joy. Furthermore, what had the system just stated? It had assigned her a task to promote and educate others about tomatoes. Moreover, there were additional rewards for completion. After contemplating this for a moment, she realized that cultivating the tomatoes would undoubtedly provide her with an opportunity to earn money. Business ventures require the assistance of many to flourish. Thus, why not seize this opportunity to aid others, which would also benefit herself? She could also earn reward from the spatial upgrade system. What could be more advantageous? With a joyful demeanor, she promptly addressed Fei Ying. "All right, I shall strive to fulfill this task. I absolutely adore this reward package. Thank you, Fei Ying, and thank you, esteemed spatial upgrade system." After expressing her gratitude, Zhaozhao performed a deep bow. Introducing an exotic species for the benefit of the citizens in this dynasty was indeed a commendable act. Particularly, tomatoes could serve not only as vegetables but also as fruits, far surpassing cucumbers in taste. Their sweet and tangy flavor was highly favored in modern times. Most importantly, they could give rise to a myriad of delectable dishes. Thus, when Zhaozhao emerged from the system, she discovered several bags beside her bed. Overcome with excitement, she leaped from her bed without even bothering to put on her shoes, eager to unveil the contents and ascertain whether they were indeed tomato seeds. As she removed the items from the bags and examined them closely, it appeared that they were indeed tomato seeds. Yet, did this mean she should directly bury them in the soil? She had no experience in such matters. In the past, she had witnessed her mother cultivating vegetables, Yet she distinctly remembered her mother bringing home tomato seedlings rather than seeds. How was she to handle these seeds? Just as Zhaozhao found herself in a state of confusion, pondering the matter, her eyes fell upon an object resembling a book nearby. Upon inspection, she discovered it bore the bold title, Tomato Seedling Cultivation Guide. Flipping through its pages, her heart swelled with joy. Indeed, the system and Feiying demonstrated remarkable camaraderie, not only providing seeds, but also including a comprehensive instruction manual. Such thoughtfulness was truly commendable. Chapter 76, Cultivation of Seedlings. After perusing the guide for a while, Zhaozhao felt a sense of reassurance wash over her. At last, her singular concern had a viable solution. The manual was quite detailed, clearly outlining each step for nurturing tomato seeds until they sprouted. At that moment, her desire for sleep vanished. She eagerly brought the guide beneath the oil lamp and meticulously read through it. Subsequently, she ventured outside in search of materials to commence her task. Fortunately, the required items were not complex and readily available at home, allowing her to begin her work without delay. Germinating the seeds would take a few days, but with the current favorable temperature, she anticipated sprouts would emerge within 2 to 3 days. While Zhaozhao was gathering supplies to figure out how to mist the seeds, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Zhaozhao, use spring water spray. Regardless of who plants them, the fruit will be as delicious as those grown in the spirit field. Oh, is that so? Well then, I shall fetch some spring water. Heeding Feiying's advice, Zhaozhao hurriedly retrieved a portion of spring water and sprinkled it over the pre-prepared tomato seeds. Although the quantity was substantial, the simplicity of the task allowed her to complete it swiftly. Once she finished her endeavors, exhaustion enveloped her. After a brief wash, she collapsed on her bed, succumbing to sleep. Perhaps due to her brief labor, Zhaozhao fell into a deep slumber, enjoying a night of sweet dreams. In her dream, all her tomato seeds successfully sprouted into thriving seedlings, adorned with an abundance of plump, red fruits. In her dream state, she plucked one and savored its delightful blend of sweetness and tartness, utterly delectable. Just as she yearned for a second taste, she was abruptly awakened. Glancing outside, she found the sun shining brightly. Zhaozhao slowly sat upright, stretching lazily and yawning before rising, invigorated and ready to embrace the day. As she cast her gaze upon the seeds she had prepared the previous night, she decided to leave them undisturbed to germinate peacefully. Exiting her dwelling, she soon realized that the Li family had already risen. They, along with Guyen, had prepared breakfast and were setting the table. The two little ones were tidily arranging chopsticks beside them. A sudden wave of embarrassment washed over Zhaozhao as she recognized she was the last to awaken. Her late night, causing her to rise even later than the two small children. However, Li seemed to pay no heed to it all. Upon seeing her emerge, he promptly pointed to the water in the nearby wooden basin and said, Zhaozhao is up. Quickly, the meal is ready. Wash up and join us for dinner. It has fetched all the water. Understood. Mother, Zhaozhao replied hastily, swiftly attending to her personal grooming. Ever since she arrived at the Gu household, it was Guyen who undertook the tasks of fetching water and chopping firewood, and he did so silently. She had no idea when he managed to do it. She only knew that the firewood was always plentiful and the water tank was consistently full, never lacking in supply. It was quite reliable, far more so than when they first met. After finishing her meal, Zhaozhao planned to visit the food stalls in the town. She had heard from Guyen that when Zheng and her daughters left in the morning, she had not yet awakened and had allowed them to depart without her. Zhaozhao felt a bit embarrassed. Now, the Zheng family was aware of her penchant for sleeping in. However, she had been busy late into the night yesterday, and there was a reason for her tardiness, so it was not entirely intentional. Moreover, the task that had occupied her time was of great significance and would surely bring them many surprises in the future. Fortunately, both the Gu and Zheng families were understanding and recognized that she had been quite exhausted lately, intentionally allowing her to rest. Though Zhaozhao did not voice much, she felt quite content within her heart. This was what it felt like to be part of a family. It was not at all like her stepmother, who would scold her for rising late, fearing she was being lazy, nor like her biological father, who, with his minimal presence, watched her suffer without a word of concern. Sometimes, blood relations truly hold little value. He was indeed less caring than these unrelated individuals. When departing from Xingjia village, Zhaozhao specifically instructed Li not to disturb anything in her room, as all her belongings were of great importance. She also assigned a task to Nin and Mo, asking them to keep an eye on the little chicks at home and prevent them from causing a ruckus in her room. Not long ago, they had enlisted Sister Zheng's mother to hatch a few chicks, and now the two little ones cherished them dearly, playing with them daily and even helping to catch small insects for their meals. They eagerly anticipated the chicks growing up, for once they did, they would lay eggs. With those eggs, they wanted their grandmother to prepare steamed egg custard to nourish their aunt, who was exceedingly busy and weary, and they felt a deep sympathy for her. Yet, being so young, they could do little to help. Now, at last, they had something they could do for her. The hearts of children are the purest. They can most acutely sense who is genuine in their affections. They felt Zhaozhao's love and wished to return sincerely. After hearing her words, the two little ones assured her repeatedly that the chicks would absolutely not disturb her room or peck at the vegetables in the garden. They promised to diligently train the chicks to behave properly. Seeing the adorable side of the two little ones, Zhaozhao left with a sense of reassurance. The door to her room was rather faulty. Unless secured from the inside, it would not close tightly, which is why she felt compelled to inform them. After Zhaozhao departed, Mo and Nin sat in the courtyard, gazing intently at a few little chicks. After a while, Mo spoke up, and then, "Shall we take the chicks outside for a stroll?" They relished the freedom to run about, rather than being confined indoors. "Sure, I'll go ask my uncle," and then replied eagerly, nodding her head. Her brother's suggestion resonated with her desire to play outside. She hurried over to her uncle, who was chopping firewood, and sweetly pleaded, "Uncle, can I go outside with my brother for a bit? We won't go far. Just over there by the foot of the mountain where you can see us from the courtyard. It's perfectly safe." As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Gu Yan's arm and winked at him mischievously. Hearing his niece's words, Gu Yan's heart softened. He glanced in the direction she indicated, nodded, and consented. Indeed, it was not far. Their home was on the village's edge, closest to the mountain, allowing him to see them easily without concern. "All right, just be careful and return after a while," he instructed. "Thank you, uncle," and then exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she bounced away. She had known her uncle would agree. Thus, the two little ones joyfully set off with a few chicks in tow. Meanwhile, when Zhaozhao arrived at the market stall, everyone had already begun their tasks. Zhang Shi noticed her approach and expressed concern. "Sister, you're just getting up? I told Gu Xiaoge to let you sleep longer. You've truly worked hard lately. Rest assured, we can manage the stall without you for now. You need to take care of yourself. You are our pillar, and we cannot afford to have you wear yourself out." In Zhang Shi's eyes, Zhaozhao was akin to her own daughter. Although she addressed her as sister-in-law, she was only a few years older than Jinhua, and in her view, still a young girl. Previously, the three sisters had all called Zhaozhao sister-in-law, but she felt that title made her seem older, so they switched to calling her Zhaozhao Jia instead. Zhang Shi didn't mind. It was merely a title, and she preferred that they called her however they liked, as long as it made them happy. At that moment, children were often still asleep, and even her three were sometimes difficult to rouse. Thus, upon hearing that Zhaozhao was still asleep, she assumed she must be unwell and hoped she could rest at home. The three sisters hurried over to express their concern as well. "Yes, Zhaozhao Jia. Shouldn't you be resting?" they asked. "We have everything covered, so don't worry about it. Your health is what matters." "Zhaozhao Jia, would you like me to accompany you to the town's clinic?" Hearing their genuine concern, Zhaozhao felt a sense of comfort and smiled softly. "You need not worry. I am perfectly fine. I was simply busy with some matters last night, which caused me to oversleep today. There is truly nothing to worry about. I am in good health, and I know my limits." That is reassuring. If you ever feel unwell, please do not hesitate to inform us. Do not push yourself too hard. Observing her current complexion, Zhang felt relieved, sensing that she must be fine, yet still urged her to take care. "I understand, rest assured. Another wave of guests has arrived. Let us attend to them promptly." As Zhaozhao turned her head, she spotted a new group of guests and quickly ceased her conversation. joining the Zhang family in their duties. At that very moment, Chongning Academy was experiencing its most exhilarating period. The results of their monthly examination had just been released, and the list held by Master Zhang contained their rankings. Zheng Yun felt a rush of anxiety. Last month, he had secured second place. This month, he had exerted every effort to surpass Lu Sheng, hoping fervently for success. After all, he had refrained from visiting food stalls for several days, believing that time spent eating would detract from his studies. If he were to remain in second place, it would surely infuriate him. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Master Zhang lightly announced the results of the examination. The top scorer this month is our class's Zheng Yun. Congratulations, Zimo. Your hard work has indeed paid off. Master Zhang had keenly observed his dedication and felt a pang of sympathy for the boy, acknowledging that while he excelled in many aspects, his fierce competitive spirit was overwhelming. He had often witnessed Zimo sitting in the classroom early in the morning, poring over his books while other students were just rising. Yet, effort begets reward, and he had truly achieved it. However, one could not help but wonder if such ambition was ultimately beneficial or detrimental for him. Upon hearing that Zheng Yun had claimed the top position, Li Tong and others immediately erupted in excitement, surrounding Zheng Yun with cheers. This is simply fantastic. We knew you could defeat Lu Sheng. The top spot has always belonged to our Class A. Class B merely stumbled upon luck once, and they were foolish enough to boast as if they were celestial beings. It is truly laughable. Look, this is true strength, and the top position has rightfully returned to our Zimo. Indeed, the boastful demeanor of the Class B students last month was infuriating. Let's see how they hold their heads high this month. Absolutely, our Zimo is the true celestial being, destined for success. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun quickly responded with humility. Please do not say such things. It is not easy to achieve the title of Jiren. Moreover, Lu Sheng's capabilities are commendable. Let us not create divisions. We are engaged in fair competition. Indeed, Zimo is correct. We are all classmates. Why harbor such animosity towards Class B? We are all students of Chongning Academy, and those who attain the title of Jiren bring honor to our institution. We must maintain harmony among classmates when we step outside. We represent the prestige of Chongning Academy. We ought to cherish this hard-won camaraderie. Master Zhang found it perplexing why these children always felt the need to compete with Class B. Nonetheless, he held a greater belief in Zheng Yun than in Lu Sheng. After all, this student is the one that has brought him the most satisfaction over the past few years. Of course, Lu Sheng is commendable as well, yet his demeanor does not possess the gentle warmth that Zheng Yun exudes, which naturally brings joy to those who behold him. Upon securing the top position in the monthly examination, Zheng Yun felt a surge of elation. Recalling his earlier intention to request couplets from the snack stall, an idea suddenly blossomed within him. He whispered to Li Tong beside him before addressing Master Zhang, saying, Master, as an unremarkable student, I am immensely pleased to have achieved first place in the Academy's monthly examination today. Such an accomplishment is largely due to your diligent guidance. The new cold noodles at the snack stall behind the school are exceptionally delicious and refreshing in this heat. Might I have the honor of inviting you to savor them with me? Master Zhang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this lad would extend an invitation to dine with him. Indeed, he has matured, developing a sense of respect for his teacher. Zhang's heart swelled with pride. Zheng Yun, despite his talent and knowledge, had been quite mischievous upon his arrival at the academy. Zhang vividly recalled how he had led others in teasing him back then. He has truly grown up. Elated, Master Zhang stroked his beard and jovially declared, Today, I am in high spirits. Come, let us go to the Lu family snack stall for lunch. I have longed to try their new dish, having heard praises from his students in recent days. That sounds wonderful. Thank you for treating us, Master, the students from Class A exclaimed in unison, their spirits lifted. It was indeed a splendid day. Not only had they triumphed over Class B, but they would also indulge in a meal at the Lu family snack stall. The mere thought of the delectable cold noodles made their mouths water, as they were truly irresistible. Thus, a large group from Class A of Chongning Academy, eager for their midday meal, opted not to dine in the cafeteria, but instead accompanied their teacher, Master Zhang, to the Liu family snack stall. With 20 students in their class, they required at least 3 round tables. To avoid overcrowding with other patrons, Master Zhang even dismissed them early. Arriving before the lunch rush, they found a snack stall relatively uncrowded, allowing their party to be seated comfortably. Seeing such a large group arrive, Zhaozhao and her companions were quite surprised and quickly attended to them, bustling about with tea and water, creating a lively atmosphere. After serving tea to Master Zhang and Zheng Yun's table, Zhaozhao curiously inquired, "What brings you all here so early? School should not have been dismissed yet at this hour." Having spent ample time near the academy, she was well acquainted with the sound of its bells, thus finding their presence peculiar. With a proud expression, Zheng Yun replied, "Dear stall owner, they are all basking in my glory. I topped the academy's monthly examination, which is why Master is so pleased to let us out early." "How impressive. In that case, I shall treat each table to a serving of marinated cucumber as a congratulatory gift for you." Zhaozhao had not anticipated that this Zheng Yun, outwardly unremarkable and resembling an ordinary scholar, would possess such remarkable prowess, standing as the top student of their academy. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. The humble vendor was exceedingly gracious. Thus, Zmo expressed his gratitude, assuring him that he would certainly return the favor shortly. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yun was elated and promptly confided in Zhaozhao with an air of mystery. Zhaozhao, initially dismissing his words as mere jest, did not give them much thought. After completing the orders, she returned to her tasks, as a sudden influx of customers required her attention. Most of the orders were for cold noodles and meat sandwiches, with only a few students who could not stomach cold dishes opting for braised pork rib noodles. With a larger number of patrons, they prepared multiple servings at once, which proved efficient and expedient. Before long, Zhaozhao and the Zheng family had arranged the food and, with trays in hand, began serving the guests. For some students, it was their first encounter with cold noodles and meat sandwiches. Upon tasting them, they were instantly captivated by the exquisite flavors. As they savored their meals, their gratitude towards Master Zhang deepened. Not all the students at their academy were like Zheng Yun and his companions, who had the luxury of dining out at leisure. Many hailed from humble backgrounds, being children from the town or neighboring villages. In a single village, only a handful could be educated, and the number of those who could achieve the status of a scholar was exceedingly rare. When a student with a modicum of academic talent emerged, it was often at the expense of their family's frugality, as they sacrificed greatly to support their education. In this era, peasant families were among the most impoverished. Each year, after paying taxes, the remaining grain barely sufficed to sustain a family. In years of poor harvests, even basic sustenance was a struggle. Therefore, it was indeed a considerable burden for an entire family to support a single scholar, a fact that cannot be overstated. Moreover, given the dynasty's preference for literature over martial pursuits, all things related to the literary arts were exorbitantly priced. Books, paper, ink, and brushes were all costly. Consequently, they had little to spare for dining out, with the academy's cafeteria being the most affordable option for a filling meal. Initially, they felt fortunate that the cafeteria had upgraded to some delicious pickles, but today, to their astonishment, Master Zhang treated them to a meal, allowing them to finally taste the renowned cold noodles. At the table, these humble scholars spoke not a word, but were solely absorbed in the delightful fare before them. In each other's eyes, they saw a shared sentiment of appreciation. Although Zheng Yun and his companions led the class, their affluence did not foster a disdain for the less fortunate. Despite their social divide, there was mutual respect. Thus, when Zheng Yun reclaimed the position of head of the academy, they genuinely rejoiced in his success. His character was undeniably superior to that of Liu Sheng from the neighboring class. As the meal concluded, filled with compliments and reflections, they realized that mealtime was drawing to a close. Zheng Yun observed the expression of satisfaction on Master Zhang's face as he enjoyed his meal and seized the opportunity to speak. "Master, considering our long-standing relationship with this food stall, shouldn't we show our appreciation now that they have opened a new establishment? They have even treated us to such a delicious cold dish of marinated cucumber. What do you think?" Upon hearing Zheng Yun's words, Master Zhang contemplated and realized the truth in them. He patted himself down several times but found nothing of value, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "You are right, Zimo. Unfortunately, I left in such haste that I only brought my purse with me. Otherwise, we could purchase a small gift to present to them. I truly admire this young lady's culinary skills, and since they are renting from our academy, we are practically family now." Zheng Yun, sensing an opportunity, immediately exchanged glances with Li Tong across the way, who quickly grasped the idea and said, "I have a splendid notion, master. I recall your calligraphy is exceptional. Since this food stall has just opened, they could benefit from a festive couplet. Why not write one for them?" Master Zhang considered this suggestion and found it quite appealing. Nodding in agreement, he replied, "Indeed, my handwriting is quite commendable. I shall write it when I return. No need for such trouble, master. Just wait a moment. I will have someone fetch ink, brush, paper, and inkstone from the academy. We even have leftover red paper from the last New Year's couplets. You can write it here. It will be more atmospheric, especially since there aren't many customers at the moment." Without waiting for Master Zhang's response, Zheng Yun immediately instructed someone nearby to dash back to the academy for the materials. In no time, the individual returned with everything needed. Master Zhang, feeling unable to refuse his student's enthusiastic proposal, instructed Zhaozhao and the others to clear away the empty plates and bowls, wipe the table clean, and prepare the paper. He then began to write the couple on the spot. Zhaozhao and Sister Zheng were excited to hear that Master Zhang would write a couplet for their shop, and the nearby patrons also gathered to watch the spectacle. Everyone encircled Master Zhang, observing as he penned his characters. A curious onlooker even read aloud what the master wrote, echoing each character until the final stroke was completed, revealing the full couplet to the audience's delight. Zhaozhao couldn't help but read it out loud, distinctive flavors wafting across 4 seas. Thriving business, accumulating wealth from 3 rivers. The horizontal inscription read, "Customers like clouds coming. Ha ha ha, the meaning is splendid. It is truly an honor for our humble establishment to have Master Zhang write this for us." Afterward, Zhaozhao instructed Jin Hua and Yin Hua to carefully take the couplet, and once the ink dried, they joyfully affixed it to the door of the food stall. Zhaozhao felt immense gratitude towards Master Zhang and was particularly fond of the couplet. The elegance of his calligraphy revealed his exceptional skill, and she recognized it as a privilege to have such a piece crafted for her small eatery. Master Zhang was also pleased to see that the proprietor genuinely appreciated his work, devoid of any mere pleasantries. This young lady possesses discernment, he thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied. Before departing, a payment was made, accompanied by a plethora of auspicious words, and thus, a group of students departed from the food stall in grand fashion. Zheng Yun, with his aspirations realized, felt elated and engaged in scholarly discussions with the teacher along the way. His patience was boundless, inducing the esteemed Zhang to nod in agreement repeatedly, his gaze growing ever more benevolent. Once the scholars had left, patrons began to trickle in for lunch. Noticing the striking red couplets that adorned the stall, eliciting laughter and light-hearted banter from familiar faces. That day, the food stall flourished remarkably, as if the couplets had foretold, with patrons arriving in droves. A few nights later, Zhaozhao was enjoying a peaceful slumber when she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her face. Groggy, she instinctively reached up, only to find a wet, chilly feeling that jolted her awake. After lighting the oil lamp in the dimness, she discovered that rain had begun to fall outside, unbeknownst to her. A crack had formed in the ceiling above her bed, directly above the center, leaving her mattress half-soaked. A discomfort she had been oblivious to until now. It was only when the raindrops struck her face that she was roused from her stupor. Gazing up at the dripping ceiling, she was at a loss for words. Ever since she had arrived at the Gu family, the weather had been either fair or overcast, with no rain until now. And now, she found herself unable to sleep. In the dead of night, she wondered what time it was and how long until dawn. She couldn't possibly stand there until morning, could she? After a moment's contemplation, she placed her usual basin on the bed to catch the rainwater. In truth, she found the situation rather intriguing, standing there for quite some time watching the basin collect the droplets. Such a delightful novelty. Having grown up in the 21st century, she had never encountered anything like this before. Eventually, she grabbed the oiled paper umbrella from behind the door and ventured outside. Next door was Gu Yan's room. Now that she was his wife, it was only natural that she would seek him out in her predicament. With two little ones in her mother-in-law's room, she preferred not to trouble her. Gu Yan never locked his door while sleeping, so Zhaozhao simply pushed it open and stepped inside. Just as she was folding her umbrella, Gu Yan awoke from his slumber, startled, his voice tinged with an unfamiliar surprise. "Who is it?" Before Zhaozhao could respond, she felt a cool object pressing against her neck, sending a jolt of fear through her, prompting her to exclaim, "It's me, Gu Yan." Upon hearing her familiar voice, Gu Yan's tense demeanor relaxed, and with a hint of embarrassment, he hastily sheathed the dagger he had drawn, questioning, "Why are you here at this hour? Why aren't you sleeping?" He had heard the rain earlier in the night and thought little of it. After all, rainy nights were commonplace, and the village remained as tranquil as ever, with the earth seemingly in slumber. He had been sleeping soundly, never anticipating that Zhaozhao would come to him so unexpectedly. He initially believed that it was someone from the capital who had come to find him, which explained his apprehension. He truly feared for the safety of his mother and the two children. Zhaozhao had not anticipated that his vigilance would be so heightened while he slept. Which decent person would brandish a dagger against their wife's throat? It was truly perplexing. Once he sheathed the dagger, Zhaozhao gently touched her unharmed neck, finally putting her mind at ease. With a look of feigned grievance, she said, "Gu Yan, the roof in my room is leaking and the bed is soaked, making it impossible for me to sleep, which is why I came to find you." The night was too dark for her to discern Gu Yan's expression, yet there was an involuntary hint of coaxing in her tone as she spoke. In the wake of such an incident, the first person she thought of was him. After all, he was her nominal husband and someone she could rely on. Upon hearing her, Gu Yan quickly lit the oil lamp on the table, inviting her to sit on his bed while he took the oil paper umbrella and went to inspect Zhaozhao's room. After a considerable time, he returned, saying, "It seems that the roof in that room has aged, leading to some leaks. Tomorrow, once the rain subsides, I will have someone repair it. If you don't mind, you may sleep in my bed. I can rest sitting up." Perhaps it was the darkness of the night or the dim light, but an ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. In the stillness of the night, with only the sound of raindrops from outside, Gu Yan found himself at a loss on how to face her. He had once heard that observing a beauty under lamplight possessed a unique charm. Back then, brimming with youthful vigor, he had been indifferent to matters of the heart, dismissing the literary musings of others as frivolous. Yet in this moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of that saying. At this instant, Zhaozhao, with her lustrous black hair cascading down her back and her bright eyes and pearly teeth, appeared transformed. She was no longer the frail, dark-skinned girl who had first arrived. Although only a few months had passed, she seemed to have undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Even her complexion had lightened several shades, rendering her exceedingly beautiful. For reasons unknown, Gu Yan's heart began to race uncontrollably, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Zhaozhao, pleased by his words, smiled and nodded. "That sounds wonderful. I had the same intention, so I want to be polite. However," she continued, "you need not sit in the chair to rest. That would be quite tiresome. Your bed is quite spacious. We can each take a side. I don't mind at all. After all, we are technically husband and wife, and it is merely sharing a bed, nothing more." Zhaozhao's heart was open and free of any ulterior motives. Although she regarded Gu Yan as her husband, she would not engage in any intimate relations until genuine feelings had developed between them. Moreover, based on her understanding of him over this period, she believed he would not take such liberties in this situation. She trusted him and her own judgment, which is why she so openly suggested he take the other side of the bed. After all, having settled into his space, it was only fair to share it with him. Chapter 80. The kindness of villagers. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yan felt an involuntary warmth rising on his face. Fortunately, it was evening, and the dim light concealed his embarrassment. Otherwise, such a sensation would have been exceedingly awkward. His hand, resting by his side, instinctively tightened once more as he reiterated his refusal. "No need. I am quite comfortable sitting here." He was certain that sharing a bed with her would be less comfortable than remaining in his current position. At his age, filled with youthful vigor, he was often aware of such matters. He was uncertain of his self-control. Should he lose himself in the moment and inadvertently harm her, how could they coexist afterward? It was wiser, perhaps, to avoid such risks altogether from the outset. Seeing Gu Yin's determination, Zhaozhao chose not to press the issue further, allowing him his way, as it was not her discomfort to endure. Moreover, he seemed to possess considerable skill. She had often observed martial artists in dramas meditating while sleeping. Did masters prefer to sleep in such a manner? Bathed in the faint light of the oil lamp, Zhaozhao discreetly observed Gu Yin seated nearby in a meditative posture. His stance indeed resembled that of those legendary heroes, eyes closed, seemingly already asleep. She turned over, her mind filled with curiosity. Wouldn't sitting cross-legged for so long make his legs numb? Thus, lost in her thoughts, Zhaozhao gradually drifted into slumber, the rhythmic sound of raindrops outside serving as the perfect lullaby. By dawn, the rain had ceased, and sunlight poured forth, flooding the air with the scent of fresh grass. Gu Yin had vanished, and as Zhaozhao stepped into the courtyard, she discovered Li Shi and the two children already awake, partaking in breakfast. Upon seeing her rise, Li Shi hurriedly filled a bowl with porridge and handed her utensils, saying, "Zhaozhao is up. Quickly, go wash up over there and join us for breakfast." "Yes, I'll be there shortly," she replied. As Zhaozhao washed up, Li Shi leisurely added, "Yin got up early this morning. He mentioned that the roof of your room was leaking. Just after finishing his meal, he went out to find someone to repair it. Rest assured, it will be fixed today, and you need not fear the rain any longer. Additionally, I've washed and dried the bedding in your room. Today's sunny weather will have it ready in no time for use tonight." With a beaming smile, Li Shi looked at Zhaozhao, pondering the implications of the two children sharing a room. She wondered if their relationship had deepened. Previously, she had thought little of their separate sleeping arrangements, considering their youth and lack of urgency. However, if their bond could grow closer, she would greatly welcome it. After spending time together, Li Shi felt immense satisfaction with Zhaozhao. She was perceptive, resourceful, and capable of shouldering responsibilities. Given their family situation, having such a daughter-in-law was far preferable to any pampered heiress. She hoped they would become true partners. Yet, observing their expressions upon waking, neither bore a hint of shyness, suggesting that her son's pursuit of his beloved might still be a long road ahead. What a simpleton he is, missing such a splendid opportunity to delight a lady. He deserves to dwell in solitude. The two children, awaiting Zhaozhao for breakfast, could not help but express their concern. "Auntie, why don't you seek an inn? There is ample space beside an inn, and you could sleep there comfortably." "Indeed, Auntie, grandmother's bed is quite spacious. She could share some space with you. Our bed is far more accommodating than uncle's." Li remarked, "Perhaps we should silence these two children." Zhaozhao, hearing their kindness, felt a surge of joy as she affectionately patted their little heads, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness. However, your grandmother is quite elderly and a light sleeper. I fear I would disturb her, and she might struggle to sleep afterward." The two little ones, though somewhat perplexed, nodded earnestly, convinced that whatever Annie said was indeed correct. This morning, the Zheng family, aware of Zhaozhao's restless night, refrained from calling her to the market, allowing her to rest a bit longer. A poor night's sleep would surely leave her fatigued the following day, and with her room requiring repairs and her belongings needing organization, it was undoubtedly more convenient for her to remain at home. Zhaozhao concurred, recognizing that the stall was now stable enough for her occasional absence. Today, she would focus on tidying her home. She anticipated that Gu Yin would soon summon a master craftsman. Hence, after breakfast, Zhaozhao promptly returned to her room, securing her valuables and placing useful items into a box, which she temporarily moved to Gu Yin's quarters. In particular, the tomato seeds she had positioned on one side of her room were at a critical stage of germination, and she could not afford to risk them. Carefully, she transferred them, plate by plate, to Gu Yin's room. Fortunately, the leak in the roof was not situated above the tomato seeds. Otherwise, she would have felt quite distressed. When repairing the roof, it was possible that the craftsman would need to enter her room, and with comings and goings, she worried about the potential for accidents. Thus, it was prudent to relocate her items to another room for peace of mind. Just as Lu Zhaozhao finished her arrangements, she heard some commotion outside and quickly stepped out. To her surprise, Gu Yin was accompanied by several gentlemen and the village elder. Li and Lu Zhaozhao emerged together, both puzzled as to why the elder had been summoned for merely a roof repair. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Gu Yin promptly explained, "Zhaozhao, mother, I initially set out to find a craftsman in town for repairs, but fortuitously encountered the village elder. Upon learning of our situation, he insisted that such a minor issue need not incur any expense for hiring a professional. Our village's uncles could handle it. Consequently, he sent someone to fetch these gentlemen. He felt somewhat helpless. He had intended to pay for a craftsman, but the elder's enthusiasm had precluded that. Before he could voice his intentions, the elder had already dispatched someone to summon these gentlemen. Now, he found himself uncertain of how to proceed. While he felt guilty about accepting their assistance without compensation, he also pondered whether offering payment outright would seem too brusque. He had just discreetly inquired of the village head, who promptly told him to be silent. For one village should not speak the language of another. They were all kin, and what need was there for money? He had intended to consult Lu Zhaozhao later. But before he could discreetly discuss matters with her, she boldly proclaimed, "That sounds splendid. I shall trouble you, Grandfather Li, and you, esteemed uncles, are all skilled craftsmen. So I naturally trust you. How about we prepare a feast at my home after the work is done, inviting Grandfather Li and all the esteemed uncles to enjoy some wine? Let Guyan accompany you for some hearty drinking." Ha! This girl truly understands human sentiments. Did you see that, young man? Take a lesson from her. Upon hearing Zhao's words, the village head's face immediately brightened with a smile. Indeed, what could be better than enjoying a jovial meal together? Why bring up money and risk souring relations? Chapter 81. Iron Pot Stew. The uncles following behind, upon hearing there would be wine, also wore smiles and began to jest. We are indeed fortunate. Who in Xinghua village does not know of the exceptional culinary skills of the Gu family's young lady? Indeed, I've heard the business in the town has been thriving, so we are in for a treat today. True, everyone must ensure that this work is done beautifully. For even if hail were to fall later, it would be unworthy of the feast she has prepared for us. Ha! What Mr. Li said is true. The last time Zhao made a profit for us from selling cucumbers, she earned us quite a bit of copper. Even if she isn't providing a meal today, we must do our utmost for her, as a gesture of gratitude. This is the perfect opportunity. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work, brothers. As they spoke, they hastily dropped their tools and materials onto the ground, climbing up and down to inspect the issues at hand. The village head, though too old to perform heavy labor, remained on site, supervising and directing the work. Meanwhile, Gu Yin, observing everyone's enthusiastic involvement, went to the town to procure some wine at Lu Zhao's behest. It was only right to provide a meal for those who came to help, especially since they were not demanding wages. Thus, a lavish spread was in order, complete with wine, meat, and vegetables. As they were engaged in physically demanding work, it was essential to ensure they were well fed. Seeing them busily at work, Lu Zhaozhao felt reassured. She took Momo and in and outside to tend to the chicks while she and Li Shi set to work. They had some materials at home, so they began preparing what they could. With many hands on deck, Lu Zhaozhao opted for a simpler approach, deciding to cook meat and vegetables in one pot, adding some dumplings as the staple, ensuring a hearty and delicious meal. Additionally, she planned to prepare smashed cucumbers, cold tossed cowpeas, and garlic eggplant as appetizers to accompany the wine. After instructing Li Shi to prepare dumplings at home, Lu Zhaozhao stepped outside, intending to purchase 3 chickens from the village's elder sister and gather some vegetables from the garden, thus completing the feast. Ever since she started her business, Sister Zheng had gradually consumed the chickens she raised, lacking the energy to care for them, and thus decided against keeping them, knowing they could simply buy eggs with the profits from their stall. However, the aunt with whom Zheng Zhaozhao frequently interacted kept a considerable number of chickens at her home. Lu Zhaozhao intended to purchase some from her this time. As she approached the entrance, she coincidentally encountered Aunt Wang, who was outside splashing water. Upon seeing Lu Zhaozhao approaching, she promptly greeted her warmly, exclaiming, Oh, isn't this little Zhaozhao? Aren't you going to the market today? Aunt Wang had sold a substantial amount of cucumbers last time, thanks to Zhaozhao's patronage, which made her feel as though she were encountering a deity of fortune. Especially after the Zheng family formed a close relationship with her. Her days had been improving, and she perceived this girl as a harbinger of good luck, believing that befriending her would yield nothing but benefits. Good day, Annie. It rained yesterday, and my house leaked. So today I have brought a few uncles to help with repairs. I must treat them well. I heard from Sister Zheng that you have many chickens at home. I wonder if you could sell me a few? Zhaozhao, feeling no need for formality, directly stated her purpose. Of course. I keep these chickens for sale anyway. And you purchasing them saves me the trouble of going to the market. Aunt Wang responded, her delight evident. Learning that Zhaozhao had come to buy chickens filled her with joy. She knew that cultivating this friendship would bring her good fortune. And here was a stroke of luck arriving at her doorstep. As they conversed, they entered Aunt Wang's home together. She had a fair number of chickens, over 30 in total, comprising both layers and meat birds specifically raised for consumption. Zhaozhao selected a few plump meat chickens, envisioning a splendid dish of iron pot stew. Thus, she bought 3 robust meat chickens at the market price and brought them home for cooking. Upon arriving, she found that Li Shi had already prepared a large pot. The two of them busied themselves plucking feathers, removing entrails, and chopping the chicken into pieces. By the time Gu Yan returned from the town with wine, their stew was already simmering in the pot. Not wishing to be of little assistance in the kitchen, he joined the uncles repairing the roof, offering supplies and lending a hand with tasks within his capabilities. Observing their work allowed him to learn, preparing him for similar endeavors in the future. The repairs on Zhaozhao's roof were swiftly completed. Seeing that there was still ample time, the uncles decided to reinforce the other thatched houses of the Gu family, ensuring they wouldn't be at risk of collapsing during storms or heavy rains. Especially since the previous night had brought only rain without wind, resulting in merely a small leak. They considered themselves fortunate. By fortifying the structures, they ensured a more secure living situation for the future. Thus, time slipped away amidst their industriousness. Once all the tasks were completed, the delightful aroma wafted through the courtyard from the stove. The first to be lured by the scent were an In and Mo. The two excitedly clapped their hands around the stove, exclaiming, "Annie has cooked something delicious again. It smells so good. Yes. We could smell it from outside. And our mouths are watering. Annie, when can we eat?" Zhaozhao observed that the others were nearly finished with their tasks, and thus instructed Mo, "It is almost time for dinner. Mo, please summon your uncle and the village head, and invite all the esteemed gentlemen to join us for a meal." "All right, right away," responded Mo, eagerly hurrying off to gather them. His anticipation for the delicious feast made him quite eager, devoid of any shyness. After washing their hands, the uncles gathered around the 8 immortals' table. Zhaozhao and Li Shi, accompanied by their 2 children, sat at a separate table, abstaining from alcohol, as there was no need to mingle with the men. Gu Yan's company was sufficient for them. As they surveyed the dishes before them, a sense of curiosity enveloped the group. What was that large bowl in the center? It was something they had never encountered before. Its presentation was appealing, and it emanated an enticing aroma, filled with abundant meat and a variety of vegetables, even featuring rolls made from white flour, soaked in savory broth, making it incredibly tempting. Alongside, there were several plates of cold dishes to accompany their drinks. They were genuinely astonished that Zhaozhao had prepared such a splendid meal for them. The quantity of meat was truly remarkable. In previous jobs, they had scarcely encountered such lavish fare, often lucky to find a few slices of meat. The sight of a bowl brimming with meat brought a comforting satisfaction to these elderly men, affirming that their hard work was indeed worthwhile. Chapter 82. Delicious pot dish. Gu Yan was entrusted with a significant responsibility today, tasked with ensuring that the village elders and the village head enjoyed their drinks to the fullest. Once the dishes were ready, he promptly stood up humbly, pouring wine for each elder with sincere gratitude, and proposed a toast in their honor. The uncles, each with a commendable capacity for drink, appreciated the earnestness of this younger generation and raised their glasses, downing the contents in one go. Only then did they begin to eat and engage in conversation. They savored the dishes while leisurely sipping their drinks, reminiscing about the past, a unique pleasure for men of their age. Typically, they resided in their own homes, and even when wishing to gather for a drink, they hesitated, fearing disapproval from their wives, resulting in few such opportunities, most often only during the New Year celebrations. Today, however, they seized the chance to come together under the pretext of assisting the Gu family with house repairs. Moreover, Zhaozhao had prepared such a delightful spread. With an abundance of meat, how could they not cherish this rare opportunity? To them, it felt far more meaningful than mere wages. The village head, being the eldest among them, was the first to take up his chopsticks. As he noticed everyone was ready to begin, he promptly selected a piece of roll and placed it in his bowl, signaling the others to start. He then casually took a bite, completely taken aback by the exquisite taste of the white flour roll that had absorbed the broth. With each mouthful, he was enveloped in the fragrant essence of chicken, complemented by the fresh aroma of vegetables, paired with the roll's tender yet chewy texture. Utterly delightful. After finishing one roll, he eagerly picked up a piece of chicken. It was perfectly stewed, tender, and aromatic, the bones effortlessly separating from the meat with a gentle bite. Truly delectable. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and served himself a portion of long beans and a piece of eggplant, both exquisitely tender yet maintaining their form, perfectly cooked. The dish was infused with the savory aroma of meat, while the meat itself carried the refreshing fragrance of vegetables. The accompanying pancake absorbed this meringue of flavors. Complemented by the rich, savory broth, one could hardly go wrong with such a delightful combination. The culinary creations of this young lady, Zhao, were indeed astonishing, explaining the bustling popularity of their food stall in town. As the village head, he naturally found himself attending more gatherings than others. Yet he had never encountered such delectable communal fare before. With age, his dental health had declined, making it difficult to enjoy many dishes when dining out. He often resorted to softer options. Never before had he experienced a meal as satisfying as today's. His contentment was palpable, exclaiming how delicious it was, his eyes crinkling into joyful slits, a clear indication of his genuine happiness. Seeing the village head so enamored, the others promptly joined in, eager to sample the food. The first bite was extraordinary, surpassing all expectations. Having labored tirelessly for half the day, they were indeed quite hungry, and that initial taste awakened their appetites. No wonder the village head, after his first bite, ceased chatting, bowing his head in silence, solely focused on devouring the food. Had they known earlier, they would have refrained from idle chatter. With such delectable offerings before them, it was only respectful to eat first. Thus Guyen, who initially intended to accompany the drinking festivities, found himself rendered superfluous. The uncles were wholly engrossed in their meal, their heads bowed as if starved for ages. Guyen had approached this task with confidence. Drinking was a mere routine for him. Though he indulged less frequently now, his former prowess remained intact, and a small amount of alcohol posed no challenge. After all, during his time in the capital, he had been renowned as the foremost among the four notorious young lords, excelling in the art of indulgence. Had it not been for his family's misfortunes, he might still be languishing aimlessly in the capital. Such reflections symbolized a form of growth, albeit at a steep price. He pondered the weight of his thoughts, wondering when he might have the chance to vindicate his family and allow an MO to reclaim their rightful heritage. Glancing over at the neighboring table, where two children were joyfully dining with Lu Zhaozhao and their grandmother, a faint smile graced his lips. At least, witnessing their healthy and happy upbringing was a blessing in itself. The rest could wait for a more opportune moment. Guyen raised his cup and drank deeply. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the uncles finally felt satisfied. The large iron pot of stewed chicken had been thoroughly cleaned, with even the last pancake being used to wipe the remaining broth until it gleamed like a freshly washed basin. Guyen had just eaten a few pieces himself. While the flavors were indeed delightful, having frequently savored Lu Zhaozhao's culinary skills, he was accustomed to her delectable dishes and thus did not react as dramatically as the uncles who were tasting her cooking for the first time. The satisfied uncles glanced at the table strewn with chicken bones and the empty large bowl, and only then did they feel a twinge of embarrassment. One of them quickly added, "This Zhao girl-esque cooking is extraordinary. I have never tasted such delicious stewed chicken in my life." Indeed. And that roll, how could it be so delectable? How did this young lady come up with such a variety of dishes? Truly impressive. With meat, vegetables, and noodles. It was my first time enjoying such a sumptuous communal feast. Remarkable. In the future, we should replicate this for our village's celebrations. It's both delicious and convenient. Haha. Come on. That's because Zhao girl is generous. Just look at how many chicken wings came from this large bowl. It must have contained at least 3 chickens. Who would be so lavish with meat in such situations? It's all vegetables. How is that enjoyable? True. Even if the cooking method were the same, I doubt anyone could replicate Zhao girl-esque culinary artistry. All right, brothers, we've eaten enough. Let us start drinking. These cold dishes are perfect for pairing with our drinks. Zhao girl has indeed been thoughtful, ensuring we have food in our bellies to avoid drunkenness. Exactly. Otherwise, our wives would start getting upset again. Ha ha. As the uncles chatted merrily, Zhaozhao had also nearly finished her meal. Hearing their lively conversation, she hurriedly fetched a cloth to clean the table, starting with the chicken bones. After all, it would be quite unseemly to drink amid such a disheveled table. The uncles, noticing her attentiveness, grew even fonder of her, eagerly suggesting that for any future matters, they should simply come to the village to find them. There was no need to spend unnecessary money when they could handle things themselves. Zhaozhao readily agreed. According to her original self's memories, many able-bodied men in Xinghua village were skilled at construction and would often team up to work in the town or county to earn a living when the fields were not busy. Their craftsmanship was commendable, passed down through generations. Chapter 83. The troubles of a widow's doorstep. Although these uncles were older and no longer worked, their sons had inherited their skills. Thus, supporting their families was not a concern. For them, today's task of assisting Gu Yin in repairing his house was indeed a trivial matter. If Zhaozhao were to earn a significant sum in the future, she certainly would not continue living in this thatched cottage. The first thing she wished to do upon accumulating enough wealth was to build a grand brick house. Improving her living conditions was of utmost importance. Once Zhaozhao finished tidying up, she set the refuse aside, washed her hands, and returned to her seat to continue her meal. An Mo gazed at the pile of chicken bones with bright eyes. They exchanged glances for a moment before and finally spoke up. "Little aunt, could we have those chicken bones?" Zhaozhao, with a face full of bewilderment, inquired with a gentle smile, "Of course, but could you tell me why you need chicken bones?" She found it genuinely curious. What purpose could chicken bones serve? Could it be that they had grown fond of their recently raised chicks and wished to lay their kind to rest? While Zhaozhao's mind wandered through these musings, and it enlightened her. "I want to give these chicken bones to Dahuang. Poor Dahuang only drinks the water used to wash pots every day. His emaciated belly reveals his ribs." Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao couldn't help but echo, "Dahuang? Who is Dahuang?" And then replied, "Dahuang is a dog. His owner is too stingy to feed him proper food, so he only gets pot washing water." How pitiful. Mo, upon hearing her aunt's inquiry, also expressed sympathy, remarking that Dahuang's existence was even worse than that of their little chicks. It truly was a tragic situation, having heard that dogs love bones. The two little ones wondered if these chicken bones might also satiate Dahuang's hunger. Thus, they set their sights on the small bowl of bones. Life in the village had not been easy for the townsfolk either. They were merely scraping by, with some families managing to eat meat only once a month. If the people themselves struggled to obtain sustenance, it was certain that their dogs had long been deprived of meat. Moreover, villagers kept dogs merely for guarding purposes, with little regard for their well-being, contrasting sharply with the 21st century notion of dogs as cherished pets and family members, nurtured with care. Although Zhaozhao had not owned a dog in her past life due to work commitments, she was an ardent lover of dogs, having had one in her childhood. She understood the significance of a lovable puppy in a child's growth. Dogs, unlike other animals, provide immense emotional value, which is why so many canines today are known to alleviate conditions such as depression and autism. Yet, Zhaozhao had never encountered this Dahuang. Just as she was about to ask more questions, she heard Li Shi explain. De Huang is the dog belonging to Widow Lu from the front street. People say that widows attract trouble, so she keeps a dog for protection, preventing any uninvited troublemakers from intruding. However, as a woman raising 4 children, her life is already quite strained, leaving no surplus to feed the dog, resulting in its skeletal frame. Once, for reasons unknown, it wandered to our doorstep, caught the attention of these 2 little ones, and wagged its tail at them, prompting them to feed it some steamed buns. Before long, De Huang began to frequent our doorstep, playing with the 2 children. On one occasion, it even helped them herd the chicks home. It displayed remarkable intelligence, and the children were quite fond of it. Thus, upon seeing those bones, they wished to share them with De Huang. All of this transpired while you were busy tending your market stall in town, so it is quite understandable that you were unaware. Since her recovery, Li Shi has taken to strolling through the town occasionally to bask in the sun and greet neighbors, as she has resolved to integrate herself into the life of Xinghua village. Now, she perceives herself as an ordinary village woman, indistinguishable from the other women in the village. Therefore, she occasionally engages in light conversation with her neighbors on the street, and nowadays, she has become somewhat acquainted with the affairs of the village. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao could not help but exclaim, "For children? And a widow? What happened to her husband?" With 2 children currently in her household, along with 3 adults to care for them, it seems manageable. However, she truly cannot fathom how a single person could tend to 4 little ones. The thought is indeed tragic. Li Shi, noticing her interest, immediately continued. "I heard that he tragically fell to his death while working in the county 3 years ago. They have 2 boys and 2 girls, the youngest being a pair of twins, approximately the same age as an in, around 4 years old. There are also 2 older brothers, the eldest being about 8, and he can assist his mother with some chores. This Lu widow is also a woman of deep affection and loyalty. She and her husband shared a strong bond. Since his passing, numerous matchmakers have approached her, but she has declined, expressing her desire to raise her children and live out the remainder of her life, for it is not an easy task." Speaking of her, Li Shi suddenly recalled her eldest daughter-in-law, though she lacked the resilience of Lu. After her husband's death, she followed him in death as well. Li Shi was moved by their undying love. However, she also resented her for not considering the well-being of their children, selfishly abandoning them. They were left with a pair of unfortunate souls, but fortunately, they encountered Zhaozhao, who healed them and tirelessly worked to support the family, allowing their lives to improve. For this, she is genuinely grateful, and she keeps in her heart all that Lu has done for them. Should the Gu family ever be vindicated, then Yenner's wife, the future mistress of the Ho residence, must be her, for despite being merely a farmer's daughter, she is deserving of such a role. With this thought, Li Shi's gaze towards Zhaozhao softened considerably. Unbeknownst to Zhaozhao, her mother-in-law harbored many thoughts. However, upon hearing about Lu's plight, she felt a surge of sympathy. As a woman herself, she understood the hardships involved and was filled with admiration. Thus, she readily agreed, saying, "That is fine, but first, let us gather the chicken bones and visit the Lu household. If the owner agrees, we can feed them to De Huang, for it is, after all, someone else's dog." "Understood, understood." And Mo eagerly nodded, their faces beaming at the prospect of De Huang enjoying the bones. They had met Aunt Lu before and found her to be quite kind. They had even played with her children, Yiya and Mai. So, with Guyan accompanying the uncles for drinks, Zhaozhao need not worry. After finishing their meal, she gathered the chicken bones together and stepped outside. Chapter 84. De Huang. In truth, these chicken bones had already lost most of their richness. They had been thoroughly picked clean, with even the necks and feet reduced to mere bones. After indulging in such a delectable stewed chicken, the uncles would certainly not waste even a morsel. However, despite this, the chicken bones are a rare delicacy for the ever-hungry De Huang. Zhaozhao, accompanied by an Mo, made her way to Widow Lu's home. As they approached the door, a chorus of barking erupted from within. They excited and called out, "De Huang, it's me, it's me." Indeed, upon hearing her voice, De Huang's barks transformed into affectionate whines as he extended his paw at the threshold to welcome her. Hearing the commotion, Widow Lu emerged from the house and called out, Who is it? Sister Lu? It is Lu Zhaozhao from the Gu family on the back street. The aunt of an N and MOMO. She hoped that by mentioning their names, it would suffice for recognition. As anticipated, upon hearing a female voice and recognizing the elder of the two children, Widow Lu immediately relaxed her guard and opened the door with a warm smile. To Lu Zhaozhao's astonishment, Widow Lu was quite beautiful. Yet, such beauty might necessitate her vigilance, for there were indeed a few ne'er-do-wells in the village who indulged in thievery. Despite the village head's efforts to maintain order, however, there were always places beyond his sight. Noticing the puzzled expression on Widow Lu's face, Lu Zhaozhao quickly explained her purpose. Sister Lu, the thing is, these two little ones often play with the Huang. Coincidentally, today, some villagers helped repair our roof and prepared some chicken. These children were eager to share some bones with the Huang, and I thought it best to seek your permission before giving them to him, just in case. She left the remainder of her thought unspoken. For the Huang was, after all, someone else's dog. According to modern dog-rearing practices, canines should not consume chicken bones due to the risk of internal injuries. Yet here, dogs often went hungry, and any morsel of food was a welcome treat. A simple courtesy to the owner was prudent, just to be safe. Moreover, Lu Zhaozhao observed the Huang's demeanor, which exemplified the typical characteristics of a Chinese rural dog, easy to care for and the quintessential protector of rural households. Unlike the pampered pets of urban dwellers. Although she had never owned a dog in her previous life, she remembered a dear colleague who had both dogs and cats. One striking remark she recalled was that her home lacked heating. While she could endure the cold, her pets could not. She would turn on the air conditioning at the first hint of chill for them, as a trip to the veterinary clinic could cost thousands if they fell ill. In comparison, the cost of electricity seemed trivial. Lu Zhaozhao had found her colleague's perspective quite fantastical. Indeed, pets could be more precious than people. She had a fondness for these small rural dogs, as they were low maintenance, healthy, and utterly loyal. Even if an MOMO spoiled him with treats, Da Huang would still return home each day to fulfill his responsibilities, guarding his family with unwavering dedication. Upon hearing these words, Widow Lu felt a mix of guilt and emotion. The two children often come to play with the Huang, who is aware of their visits. Occasionally, they also engage with my Mai and Yiya, creating a joyful scene with 4 little ones and a dog. However, she feels a deep sense of guilt for not even being able to ensure that her dog is well fed. When she hears that a neighbor from the back street has come to deliver bones for the Huang, she is genuinely moved, realizing their sincere kindness towards her dog. She quickly nods with a smile and replies, of course, he is not picky at all. He can eat anything. He will surely enjoy these. Thank you, dear sister. Please come in. I will fetch the dog bowl right away. Upon saying this, she hurriedly runs to the yard to retrieve the bowl. Once Lu Zhaozhao enters, she notices that 2 young boys are following Widow Lu. One appears to be around 8 or 9 years old, while the other is about 6 or 7. Further back, peeking from behind the doorframe, are 2 little girls, roughly the same age as an N and MOMO, who are curiously observing them. These must be the 4 children the elder spoke of. Their gazes towards Lu Zhaozhao are filled with curiosity and exploration, yet they seem a bit timid, hesitant to approach and greet her. When Widow Lu returns with the dog bowl, Lu Zhaozhao pours the chicken bones inside. The bones from 3 chickens amount to quite a lot, filling Da Huang's bowl to the brim. Widow Lu expresses her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister. Today Da Huang can finally have a satisfying meal." Da Huang, wagging his tail excitedly, seems to understand their conversation as he gathers around them. Widow Lu places the bowl on the ground and encourages Da Huang, "Eat up." Only then does Da Huang approach and begins to munch contentedly. Seeing Da Huang so happily eating, and then, while also enjoying her meal, can't help but wag her tail in delight and asks, "Annie Lu, can we go to play with my Mai and Yiya?" Lu Zhaozhao smiles and nods, assuring her that playing in the village is quite safe, as the neighbors all know them. Widow Lu, smiling as well, responds, "Of course, that would be wonderful." She then turns to Mai and Yiya at the doorway, exclaiming, "You two come out, and MOMO have come to play with you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, she offers an explanation to Lu Zhaozhao. "These 2 children are a bit timid. I hope they don't cause you any amusement. It's quite all right. Every child has a unique personality. That is perfectly normal. I want to intrude any further. Let them enjoy their play. I must return home now, as there are matters to attend to. Very well, take care. Zhaozhao replies, having helped fulfill the children's wish and preparing to leave. As she walks away, heading toward the gate, she suddenly notices a large area on the right side of the open ground where someone has written a neat passage of 1,000-character classic with branches. The sight of the orderly characters, heaven and earth, yin and yang, the universe and the great void, fills Zhaozhao with astonishment, prompting her to curiously inquire, who wrote these characters? They are truly beautiful. Her astonishment stems from the knowledge that widow Lu struggles to sustain 4 lives on meager agricultural earnings, unable even to afford clothes, let alone an education. Yet, these characters have appeared in a place where they least ought to be. Upon hearing Zhaozhao's inquiry, Lu Guofu's second son, Zhaozhao, replied with an air of pride, "These are written by my elder brother. Impressive, isn't it? Has your elder brother attended school?" "No, but he secretly studied beneath the window of the schoolhouse in the neighboring village. He is truly remarkable. He can memorize everything after just one hearing and write it down, far surpassing those students sitting inside." Before Zhaozhao could finish his words, Zhao Ziyan, standing nearby, quickly covered his mouth. His face bore an awkward and embarrassed expression. Their family was impoverished, unable to afford schooling. During his free time, he would sneak over to the neighboring village's schoolhouse, peering through the window to observe the lessons, secretly learning. This was an indiscretion of his, and he never anticipated that his younger brother would brazenly reveal it, as if it were a matter of great pride. "I merely scribbled. My brother is speaking nonsense. There's no need to take him seriously, Ani." Lu Guofu, fearing that her son's clandestine attendance at the neighboring village's school would be exposed, quickly added, "Yes, dear, doesn't your family have matters to attend to? Do hurry along, lest you delay important affairs. It's merely a child's playful writing, nothing of consequence." Noticing their reluctance to discuss the matter further, Zhaozhao refrained from asking more, smiling as she nodded and departed from Lu Guofu's home. However, as she walked home, her heart was far from tranquil. Could it be that Zhao's eldest son possessed such extraordinary talent? After just a glance, she had observed that the words he inscribed were flawless. Was this not the very definition of genius? Was the saying about having an impeccable memory truly valid? Alas, his family was so impoverished that he had never attended school. Once he did, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of various scholars eager to teach him. Zhaozhao felt a surge of excitement, as if she had unearthed a hidden treasure. In the Zhou dynasty, which prized scholarship over martial prowess, aspiring to expand her business within such a feudal society necessitated having a solid backing. Having discovered such a rough gem, why could she not nurture it properly? For both their sakes, this would be a mutually beneficial endeavor. If he were to succeed in the imperial examinations, her kindness towards him now would ensure he became her greatest ally. Moreover, having someone from the Gu family within the court could hardly be a disadvantage. Although Gu Yan had never disclosed matters concerning his family, she was no fool. Following the recent events in the county town, she had gleaned some insights. However, those issues were too significant for her to influence. If they could indeed cultivate and support this child, raising a dependable ally, perhaps the Gu family situation could also see a turning point. Though he hailed from a humble background, the Gu family was not. It would be prudent to return home and have a thorough discussion with Gu Yan. Lu Guofu was a woman of good character, and she believed that her children would not turn out poorly. Furthermore, Lu Zhaozhao had just observed the boy's eyes, which were pure and innocent. He was a good child. Poverty was not his fault, and such talent should not be allowed to languish in obscurity due to financial constraints. When Lu Zhaozhao returned home, Gu Yan was still accompanying his uncles and cousins in their revelry, observing the nearly depleted cold dishes on their table. Lu Zhaozhao headed to the stove to prepare a couple of simple dishes to accompany their drinks. As long as they did not indulge to the point of inebriation, they were free to drink as they pleased. The wine Gu Yan had brought was quite mild, lacking in both intensity and potency, ensuring that their merriment would likely not lead to drunkenness, though it might necessitate more frequent visits to the lavatory. It was not until the afternoon, around the hour of shun, that the guests finally departed from the Gu household. After their exit, Lu Zhaozhao and Gu Yin set about clearing the remnants of the meal, engaging in casual conversation intermittently. Suddenly, Lu Zhaozhao posed a rather unexpected question. Gu Yin, is it difficult to become the top scholar during the Zhou dynasty? The abruptness of her inquiry left Gu Yin momentarily befuddled before he instinctively replied, "Of course, it is not easy. Some individuals toil over their studies for decades, yet fail to secure a place among the top 3. What if one possesses extraordinary talent? For instance, someone with an exceptional memory?" Lu Zhaozhao pressed on, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, making it impossible for Gu Yin to overlook her eagerness. Alarmed, Gu Yin inquired, "Surely, you do not mean to suggest that Mo should pursue the path of the imperial examinations?" He cannot do that. He was acutely aware of the delicate nature of Mo's identity, which he had painstakingly concealed. To subject him to the rigors of the examinations would be tantamount to delivering him into the hands of their adversaries. Not to mention, Mo's striking resemblance to his elder brother and father would undoubtedly attract undesirable attention, potentially leading to dire consequences. Until a foolproof plan was in place, Gu Yin was resolute in his decision to keep Mo away from the capital. Meanwhile, he contemplated how to tactfully decline Lu Zhaozhao's suggestion. Just then, she interjected, "Oh, that's impossible. How old is Mo? He is at the perfect age for play. By the time he turns 6 and begins attending school, whether or not he takes the examinations is irrelevant. It is always beneficial to learn some characters." "Then why do you ask such a question?" Gu Yin queried, perplexed, unable to discern her intentions. Recognizing the gravity of the matter, Lu Zhaozhao quickly finished her tasks, then took Gu Yin by the hand and led him into his room. Gu Yin, bewildered by her insistence and the way she closed the door behind them, felt an increasing sense of curiosity about what could be so serious as to warrant such caution. Seated upon a stool, Lu Zhaozhao gazed intently into Gu Yin's eyes and earnestly stated, "Gu Yin, today I took an Mo to deliver bones to De Huang and discovered a prodigy at Lu Widow's home." Thus, Lu Zhaozhao recounted her day's encounter with clarity and precision. After finishing her account, she added, "I believe he is undoubtedly a person of great potential. If we extend our assistance to him now, he will surely repay us in the future should he achieve success. Not to mention, as my business expands, I will require someone of stature as a support. Furthermore, your family could also benefit from having someone in the capital to gather intelligence." At this point, Gu Yin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his expression turning vigilant as he asked, "What do you know?" "I am aware of the situation, particularly the obvious dynamics between you and your mother during your time in the county town. It was easy to surmise, especially considering your utter lack of knowledge regarding certain common aspects of life, suggesting that you were accustomed to a life of ease where everything was handed to you. I am not foolish. How could I possibly miss such obvious clues?" Lu Zhaozhao spoke with an air of certainty, seemingly oblivious to the extraordinary nature of her revelations. Gu Yin could hardly fathom that Lu Zhaozhao had already discerned his true identity, and yet she maintained such composure in her dealings with him, his mother, and their children. This stirred something within him, prompting him to ask, "Aren't you afraid?" Given that she was aware of their connection to the Gu family, how could she remain so tranquil? It is worth noting that the 4th prince is inherently suspicious, despite having set a fire during his escape. He would not easily believe that the Gu family had been entirely annihilated without witnessing the bodies himself. With the support of certain elder statesmen in the court safeguarding the crown prince's life, he would be relatively safe for the time being. However, should the 4th prince ascend to the throne, the situation could become precarious. Recently, a covert agent reported that the emperor's health had shown signs of improvement. Chapter 86. Supporting Zhao Ziyan. As long as the 4th prince does not take the throne, all remains possible. Although the empress has secretly administered slow-acting poison to the emperor, there are capable individuals around him who have managed to revive him. While the emperor's entourage lacks concrete evidence, they have begun to harbor suspicions towards the empress and the 4th prince's faction, taking precautions that would complicate any further attempts against them. Moreover, although the crown prince has been placed under house arrest, he still represents the legitimate Eastern Palace, and they dare not act too aggressively. After the 4th prince ascends, He will require the support of the elder ministers in the court. He cannot afford to leave no room for maneuver. The only source of solace for him is the eradication of the Gu family's influence. Without their backing, the crown prince would be akin to a warrior stripped of both arms, making him considerably easier to contend with. The Gu family, since its inception, has always been comprised of military generals. Both my father and elder brother are too straightforward, which led to their being ensnared in treasonous accusations. As for myself, I had previously lived a life of such luxury that I became complacent, neglecting the pursuit of skills and knowledge, entirely lost in indulgence, wasting time amidst the idle airs of the capital. This has left me woefully unprepared in both literary and martial pursuits. Reflecting on past events, I cannot help but feel a desire to chastise myself. I have been utterly useless. Had these significant events not transpired, I might never have awakened to reality. Thus, at times, I find myself envious of Liu Zhaozhao. How is it that she possesses such clarity at such a tender age? Although she mentioned that her understanding stemmed from recollections of her previous life, I still believe that even without such memories, she is far more reliable than I was at her age. For instance, even though her business is merely a modest stall, she has already begun to strategize for its expansion. For those of us in their current position, supporting a young scholar with a modest sum for his studies is truly not a daunting task. I never anticipated that Liu Zhaozhao, simply out to feed a dog, could uncover such significant intelligence. It is truly uncertain whether to attribute the fortune to her or to the young man. The boy, possessing an extraordinary memory, is indeed a rarity, even in the capital, where few have crossed his path. This encounter feels like a divine blessing. Talent cannot be envied. It is an innate gift. To unexpectedly meet such a prodigy in this remote and tranquil countryside is beyond imagination. The opportunity to nurture someone from a young age is an unparalleled advantage. What is even more remarkable is that this youth hails from a humble farming background, his lineage untainted, making him exceptionally suitable for infiltration into the ranks of the literati. In the court, maintaining independence is nearly impossible. Aligning oneself with a faction is merely a matter of time. Aside from the crown prince's tutor and his pupils, there are no other influential factions among the civil officials. Compared to the alliance of the fourth prince and the chancellor, their position is significantly weaker. As Gu Yin was lost in thought, the familiar voice of Liu Zhaozhao broke through. I'm not afraid, for I trust my judgment. You and your mother are good people, and I believe General Gu is also virtuous. For what I overheard in the county town, the general holds a commendable reputation among the common folk. Furthermore, in this remote area, they cannot threaten us. We should take this opportunity to develop quietly before they notice, while I also strive to accumulate wealth. Regardless of the circumstances, money is indispensable. However, let us agree on something beforehand. Should you ever clear your name and regain your power, I expect you to be my support. I aim to establish a business that spans the entirety of the great Zhou kingdom. Liu Zhaozhao was genuinely serious about this. In such a feudal dynasty, wealth is paramount for security. If the Gu family were to restore their former glory, they would become her greatest ally. A noble family with titles is undoubtedly more reliable than Zhao Ziyin, who is merely an unanchored scholar. Moreover, she does not believe that her bond with Zhao Zi is stronger than that with Gu Yin and Mo. She is quite aware of the distinctions between kin and strangers. Thus, the two swiftly reached a consensus to take the initiative. That very afternoon, they visited Widow Liu's home. Upon seeing the two approach, Widow Liu assumed something was amiss, but was surprised to learn they wished to discuss matters with her and Zi, and noticing their serious expressions. She promptly sent Zi Qiao and the two younger sisters outside to play. The four of them then sat quietly in the room to deliberate. Widow Liu felt a sense of unease, pondering whether they had come to confront her regarding Zi and S clandestine studies at the academy. That institution was in the neighboring village, and logically, it should have no bearing on them. Surely, they would not pursue trouble with her? Zhao Ziyin was consumed by similar thoughts, feeling quite anxious. After all, his actions were not entirely honorable. Eavesdropping is still eavesdropping. Observing the nervous expressions on their faces, Liu Zhaozhao quickly clarified their purpose. Sister-in-law, And Zian, is that what you were called? I heard your mother refer to you that way. Please do not be alarmed. Guyan and I have come to discuss matters concerning Zian. I recently approached and observed him inscribing characters on the ground with a branch, and I was struck by his remarkable talent. He is indeed a child of potential. Sister-in-law, have you considered sending Zian to school? Such gifts should not be squandered. Guyan nodded in agreement and remarked, indeed. Both Zhaozhao and I believe that Zian's calligraphy is commendable and indicative of great promise. Earlier, when Guyan walked over, he too had seen the 1,000-character essay on the ground, and he was astonished, unable to fathom that it was penned by a child who had never set foot in a school. Truly, as Lu Zhaozhao had said, he is a genius who should not be obscured by poverty. Upon hearing this, Widow Lu felt a weight lift from her heart. She had feared they were there to cause trouble. How she wished to send Zian to study. However, with his father gone early, raising 4 children alone had been an arduous task, and there was hardly any money left for education. She recognized Zian's intelligence, yet her financial constraints rendered such aspirations impossible. Education was exorbitantly costly, and while several families in their village managed to send their children to school, they had the means of a larger household to support them. She simply could not afford it, and moreover, now that Zian was finally old enough to assist, she dreaded the thought of returning to those harsh times. Noticing her expression, Zhaozhao immediately understood and swiftly added, Guyan and I have decided to sponsor Zian's education. Sister-in-law, you need not worry. I will cover all his tuition and supplies, as long as he dedicates himself to his studies. Upon hearing this, both Widow Lu and Zhao Zian turned to Lu Zhaozhao in disbelief. It was Zhao Zian who first regained his composure and, astonished, asked, What do you stand to gain from this? Chapter 87. A New Journey. Widow Lu was momentarily taken aback, then realized that this woman was not well acquainted with them and could not be helping them without an ulterior motive. They must not rejoice too soon. It was essential to understand her intentions first. Indeed, her son had matured, considering matters more astutely than she had anticipated. She had been so preoccupied with joy that she had failed to ponder the implications. Lu Zhaozhao, observing their expressions, responded earnestly, I will be frank with you. I'm not so noble as to engage in purely altruistic deeds. I have recognized your innate intelligence and believe that your education will lead to a promising future. As you may know, I operate a small food stall in the town, and as my business expands, I will accumulate wealth. When my fortune reaches a certain level, lacking support may attract the predatory gaze of those with ill intentions. I hope that you will excel in your studies, achieve the highest honors, and become an official, allowing me to benefit from your success. Rest assured, I do not require you to engage in any corrupt practices. Simply maintain your integrity, and I will not make it difficult for you. Do you truly believe I can achieve the highest honors? Zhao Zian felt a tumult of emotions within him. He had often envisioned himself studying within the walls of a classroom. However, fully aware of his family's hardships, he could not bring himself to voice such aspirations to his mother, knowing well the sacrifices she had made to raise them all. However, an extraordinary opportunity has now presented itself. He could hardly believe that such a stroke of luck could fall upon him. It felt as surreal as a dream. Could these two individuals truly be credible? His emotions were a tumultuous blend of hope and apprehension. He yearned for the reality of this situation, for it could provide him with a chance to rise above his circumstances, ensuring that his mother and younger siblings would no longer suffer from hunger and cold. Yet, the unwavering certainty in their demeanor left him feeling uneasy. How could they be so confident that he would excel in his studies when he himself harbored doubts? Though he was young, he understood the concept that there are always those more capable than oneself. He had overheard the teacher's lessons while eavesdropping on classes. Lu Zhaozhao observed the boy's wary expression and smiled gently, speaking earnestly. I trust my judgment and believe you possess an indomitable spirit. Do you dare to embark on this new journey? Those simple words resonated profoundly within Zhao Zian. He could feel his blood surging with fervor. Yet, concern still loomed over him as he replied, But if I leave, who will care for mother? It will be arduous for her to manage alone with 3 younger siblings. I cannot abandon her. As soon as Zhao Zian finished speaking, he heard Widow Lu exclaim with fervor, Zian, You must go. Do not worry about your mother. She cannot assist you now. This rare opportunity for education cannot be squandered, and I will not hinder your progress. Rest assured, I can care for them. Widow Lu was genuinely excited, unwilling to let her son miss this chance. She had heard of Lu Zhaozhao, though not intimately acquainted, and was aware of her thriving business in town. It yielded far more than their own modest means. Yet she had never anticipated that such a young woman could harbor such grand ambitions for her enterprise. Regardless of others' opinions, this situation would undoubtedly benefit her family. The words she spoke would only hold significance once her son had achieved success. Moreover, she had assured that he would not engage in any wrongdoing, which was sufficient in her eyes. If Zian were to become a scholar, he could transcend the limitations of his humble origins, and even his younger siblings would bask in his newfound fortune. This was a matter capable of transforming the entire family's destiny. Zhao Zian's heart stirred as he gazed upon the wrinkles etched on his mother's face, feeling a pang of guilt. Yet he was reluctant to forego such an opportunity, caught in a web of inner conflict. Hearing their conversation, Lu Zhaozhao sensed his trepidation and offered him reassurance. Zian, do not fret about your mother. My intention is for you to study at Chongning Academy in town, which is not far away. You can return home every evening after classes. My stall is nearby, so if anything arises, it will be convenient for you to find me. Additionally, I will facilitate arrangements for the villagers of Xinghua Village to assist in the work, ensuring that their lives improve as well as yours. These concerns are manageable. Your sole focus should be on your studies. Zhao Zian listened intently to Lu Zhaozhao's words and cast a glance at his mother before solemnly nodding in agreement. He then rose to his feet, took a step back, and knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Lu Zhaozhao. Sister Lu, your immense kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Should fortune smile upon me in the future, I shall surely repay your benevolent guidance. Please rise. We are partners in mutual benefit. There is no need for you to lower yourself, so Lu Zhaozhao said, gently assisting the kneeling Zhao Zian to his feet. Regarding the affairs of the Gu family, she and Gu Yan had decided to keep it from him for the time being, considering the gravity of the situation and his tender age. Fearing it might unduly alarm him, Gu Yan had merely come to observe the boy's demeanor, to ascertain whether he truly resembled Lu Zhaozhao's description. The result was favorable. He held a positive impression of him. With his keen eye for talent, he too believed this child was destined for greatness. The boy's handwriting displayed remarkable skill, leaving a lasting impression. Thus, matters were settled. Lu Zhaozhao instructed Zhao Zian to meet her at the back gate of Chongning Academy the following afternoon, where she would guide him through the entrance examination. Previously, she had casually inquired about the academy's admission process, discovering that all new students were required to pass an examination, as the institution did not accept just anyone. Moreover, their entrance assessments were tailored to each individual's level of enlightenment, allowing even those who were illiterate to participate. Therefore, Lu Zhaozhao felt no apprehension regarding Zhao Zian's lack of formal education. She held a genuine belief that the president of Chongning Academy was a person of exceptional talent, with many of the academy's rules exhibiting a unique character. The initiative she wished to undertake for the villagers involved cultivating tomato seedlings. The sprouts she had previously urged had now emerged, and she planned to transplant them into the soil that very evening. Once they matured, she would discuss the matter with the village head, who would undoubtedly agree to anything beneficial for Xinghua Village. Lu Zhaozhao was exceedingly confident that these tomatoes would bring immense wealth to the village, allowing her not only to create new culinary delights, but also to fulfill her system's task and receive rewards. She had even begun to anticipate what those bountiful rewards might be. The following afternoon, Lu Zhaozhao was diligently attending to the family snack stall when a small boy approached. A familiar sight, it was Zhao Zian, who had come as promised. Though his attire remained tattered, it was evident he had taken great care to clean himself thoroughly. This was Zhao Zian's first visit to the town, and as he observed the bustling crowd at the snack stall, he realized just how thriving Sister Lu's business was. It was no wonder she dared to dream so grandly. She truly possessed such capabilities. From a distance, he had watched her and Aunt Zheng engaged in their work, occasionally sharing playful banter. each face illuminated by expressions of happiness and hope. He couldn't help but feel a sense of envy. Unlike his mother, who perpetually wore a sorrowful expression, only yesterday did a genuine smile grace his face upon learning he had the opportunity to pursue his studies. He harbored the hope of bringing forth more such smiles from his mother in the future. In his village days, he occasionally overheard discussions about Sister Lu and Aunt Zheng's family, with villagers remarking that Aunt Zheng must have accrued great virtue in her past life to partner with Sister Lu in business. Since their small food stall opened, Aunt Zheng's family circumstances had significantly improved, and her 3 daughters no longer donned patch garments. Standing there, young Zhaozhao clenched his fists, silently vowing to seize this chance. He yearned for his family to thrive because of his efforts. Upon Zhaozhang's arrival, Lu Zhaozhao greeted him with a smile. "You are here. Have you had lunch? Shall I prepare a portion of cold noodles for you to try?" It was just past noon, and many patrons were still at the stall, so Lu Zhaozhao inquired, concerned that he might have come without a meal, as he couldn't afford to be hungry before the academy examination. "No need to worry, Sister Lu. I've already eaten," Zhaozhao replied promptly, gesturing to indicate he was fine. Lu Zhaozhao glanced at the sun and suggested, "Then you may sit here for a while. The academy is still on its lunch break. We can head over later, there's no rush." She then produced a small stool for him to wait. Zhaozhao nodded obediently and took a seat, but soon felt restless, akin to sitting on pins and needles. As he watched several sisters and aunts bustling about while he sat idly, it felt quite uncomfortable. Yet, he was not an employee at the stall. Would it be inappropriate to offer his assistance? Would they think too much of it? After some internal conflict, Zhaozhao finally stood up and actively offered to help. While he might not excel at other tasks, washing dishes was something he managed well, having done it frequently at home. Observing the pile of dirty dishes, he mustered his courage and set to work. After a while, Lu Zhaozhao and Aunt Zheng noticed his assistance. Business was brisk that day, and the usual dishwashing assistant, Inhua, was occupied serving customers. They exchanged smiles, pleasantly surprised that Zhaozhao had taken the initiative to help. What a fine child he was. Earlier that morning, Lu Zhaozhao had informed Aunt Zheng of her plans to take Zhaozhao to the academy for his examination, asking her to oversee the stall in her absence. Aunt Zheng readily agreed, reflecting with admiration on widow Lu, their neighbor, whom she respected greatly. It was indeed a formidable task to raise 4 children alone after losing her husband. Little did she know that the eldest child possessed such talents. It seemed the heavens were favoring them, ensuring that when one door closes, another opens. If this child truly had a gift for learning, their family's fortunes would gradually improve. Upon this realization, Sister Zheng cast a glance at Lu Zhaozhao, her eyes tinged with a hint of admiration. It is indeed peculiar. During her time at the Lu residence, Zhaozhao was rather reticent, markedly different from the joyous laughter that now graces her countenance. Although Sister Zheng had encountered her before, the disparity between the girl of yore and the one before her now was striking. How had she overlooked such remarkable potential? Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Sister Zheng concluded that it was only after Zhaozhao's arrival at the Gu family that she began to undergo such transformation. Thus, during her tenure at the Lu household, had she intentionally concealed her talents? Undoubtedly, this seemed to be the case. The more Sister Zheng pondered, the more convinced she became of Zhaozhao's cleverness and foresight. Indeed, those who excel in business possess sharp minds, far beyond the comprehension of someone as simple as herself. Her only skill lay in making noodles. Henceforth, she would align herself with Zhaozhao, a decision that could not go awry. As the bustling food stall began to wind down, the midday respite at the academy drew to a close. After informing Sister Zheng of her intentions, Lu Zhaozhao, accompanied by Zhaozhao, proceeded towards Chongning Academy. Many at the academy had frequented the food stall in the back courtyard, well aware that the pickled vegetables served in the dining hall were supplied by this talented vendor, renowned for their exquisite taste. Consequently, the students of Chongning Academy held Lu Zhaozhao in high regard. Although merchants were traditionally ranked lowest in the societal hierarchy, their esteemed instructors had taught them not to look down upon others based on their status, for many of their own parents were farmers, merchants, and craftsmen. Without the support of their families, how could they pursue their studies in such a serene environment? Moreover, the cheerful demeanor of the stall owner endeared her to them, ensuring that they could not harbor ill feelings towards her. During festive occasions, she would even offer them discounts, further solidifying their affection and respect for her. Thus, upon arriving at the academy and stating their purpose, they were promptly escorted to meet the instructor responsible for enrolling new students. Typically, this instructor would conduct a brief assessment of the newcomers, subsequently placing those without prior enlightenment into introductory classes. However, on this day, after posing a few questions to Zhao Ziyin, the instructor presented a copy of Yao Shui Xiong Lin for him to read. To his astonishment, the boy was able to transcribe the text flawlessly. While many characters were unfamiliar to him, he managed to reproduce them according to their strokes. Although his initial attempts at calligraphy displayed an awkward grip and a lack of precision, evident in the crooked and unsightly characters, the quality of his writing improved significantly, culminating in a final few characters that no longer bore the hallmarks of a novice. If he had not been present to witness the writing firsthand, he would have found it utterly unbelievable that the words on this page were penned by a single individual. The remarkable capacity for learning exhibited by some individuals is truly astounding. Chapter 89, The Direct Disciple. This is simply beyond comprehension. He has recruited countless students, many of whom possess exceptional talents, yet none have ever demonstrated such an extraordinary ability. Although he had never formally attended school, having merely eavesdropped on a few lessons, achieving such a level of proficiency is indeed astonishing. Previously, he had read about prodigies who could recognize characters at 3 and compose poetry by 5. However, he had always regarded such claims as exaggerated. Until today, he had never encountered anyone of such caliber in reality. The recruiting teacher's gaze towards Zhao Ziyin transformed entirely. This individual undeniably does not belong in the beginner class. Not only has he already memorized foundational texts, such as the 3-character classic and 100 family surnames, but to squander such talent in a beginner class would be a grave mistake. The only regret is that this child was sent to him rather late. He is already 8 years old. Had he been brought in at 6, he might have become the youngest scholar in their city. What a pity! If that had been the case, the reputation of Chongning Academy would have been even more illustrious. However, it is not too late. Once he enters their academy, such a talent will be retained without question. Suppressing his inner excitement, the recruiting teacher turned to Lu Zhaozhao and Zhao Ziyin, saying, "Please, Miss Lu and Ziyin, wait a moment while I fetch a master." With that, he turned and walked away. Zhao Ziyin felt a flutter of anxiety and nervously asked Lu Zhaozhao, "Did I not perform well?" "Of course not. You were remarkable. Just give it your best. There is no need to feel burdened. I have faith in you. They will certainly accept you." Lu Zhaozhao reassured him, having noticed the look of astonishment that had flashed in the recruiting teacher's eyes, mirroring her own realization of Zhao Ziyin's genius. The academy is known for cherishing talent, and having recognized Zhao Ziyin's extraordinary intelligence, they would undoubtedly not let this opportunity slip away. She would wager on it. After the recruiting teacher left, intending to find Master Zhang or the dean, he headed towards the area where they were handling official matters. However, he unexpectedly encountered them before reaching his destination. The recruiting teacher's face lit up with joy as he approached them, exclaiming, "Deanly, Master Zhang, where are you headed?" "Nothing in particular. I was just discussing the painting we acquired yesterday with Master Zhang." "Is there something you need?" Deanly responded, intrigued by the recruiting teacher's visit. As the process of admitting new students is typically quite straightforward, involving simple inquiries before placing them in the beginner class without further consultation. It was indeed unusual for him to seek out the dean, and he felt a flicker of curiosity. Life had been rather monotonous of late, bland as water. He requires a touch of novelty to invigorate him. In just 6 months, he will be sitting for the imperial examination. The cohort that enrolled last year is intended to attempt the test as well. Even if they do not succeed, it matters not, for it is an invaluable experience. After all, their time in the academy has been brief, and such apprehension is understandable. His primary objective is to broaden their horizons and familiarize them with the procedures and environment, thereby enhancing their prospects for future endeavors. Wang Fuzi remains blissfully unaware of the director's contemplations, still engulfed in his own excitement, grinning broadly as he declares, "Director Li, Master Zhang. Today I encountered a student preparing for the examination, possessing remarkable intelligence." Before Wang Fuzi could complete his thought, he was interrupted by Zhang Fuzi's enthusiastic interjection. "What splendid news! Old Wang, why not accept him? It is rare to find such a bright child." Alas, it seems each new batch of students dwindles in quality. With a hint of nostalgia, Zhang Fuzi shook his head, reminiscing about the multitude of talented scholars that once emerged from Chongning Academy, lamenting their diminishing numbers. Wang Fuzi, shaking his head, continued, "No, Director, Master Zhang, this child is exceedingly bright. I am hesitant to accept him, fearing I might hinder his potential." Upon hearing this, both men, previously lost in their own thoughts, lifted their heads in unison, incredulous at what they had just heard, and echoed in disbelief. "Exceedingly bright? Indeed, why not accompany me to see for yourselves? I believe this child possesses the potential for greatness." The mention of greatness ignited a spark in both men, for it had been years since Chongning Academy had produced a top scholar. Though the academy still enjoyed a commendable reputation and attracted many students annually, the absence of a top scholar in recent years remained an unspoken sorrow. Thus, the director and the seasoned teacher shed their earlier languor, hastening their steps ahead of Wang Fuzi, who, startled, quickened his pace to keep up. Upon their arrival at the recruitment area, they discovered that Zhaozhao was also present. Zhang Fuzi, well acquainted with her, greeted her warmly. "Little vendor, what brings you here?" "Master Zhang, I am here to accompany my younger brother from the village for his entrance examination." Zhaozhao was taken aback to see that the recruitment officer had summoned none other than Master Zhang, alongside an unfamiliar figure who exuded an air of scholarly wisdom and composure, leaving a favorable first impression. As they were strangers, Zhaozhao merely nodded in acknowledgement. Zhao Zi and felt a wave of perspiration at the arrival of two more teachers. For the remainder of the time, Zhaozhao stood aside, listening as they posed various questions to Zian. Being the elder, he was more contemplative and answered with remarkable precision. Subsequently, Zhang Fuzi had him recite a text on the spot, testing his memory, and inquired about his understanding of its content, among other queries. After what felt like an eternity to Zhaozhao, the three teachers finally declared the assessment concluded, instructing them to wait a moment before departing. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the three emerged with smiles, gazing at Zhaozhao and Zhao Zian. Master Zhang was the first to speak. "Zhao Zian, from this day forth, you shall be a student of our Chongning Academy. Come, pay your respects to your master. Henceforth, you shall be the esteemed disciple of Dean Li." Both Zhaozhao and Zhao Zian were taken aback. "What, Dean Li?" Zhaozhao was equally astonished, never expecting this individual to be the dean. She had envisioned the head of Chongning Academy as a figure of ethereal grace, only to discover he was unexpectedly youthful, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Moreover, he had taken Zhao Zian as his direct disciple, indicating the child's remarkable talent and boundless potential. Chapter 90, Good News. Thus, after Zhaozhao departed with Zhao Zian, the news swiftly spread throughout Chongning Academy. Dean Li had accepted a direct disciple. It was said that the child was merely 8 years old, brought in for the examination by a small vendor from the back alleys, presumably a fellow townsman. This child was extraordinary, a little genius indeed. It was rumored that both Master Zhang and the dean were exceedingly fond of him, leading to his immediate acceptance as a direct disciple. This was, after all, the direct disciple of Dean Li. The child likely had no comprehension of the significance of this title. It was said that a young noble from the capital had previously expressed a desire to remain at Chongning Academy, his sole condition being to become a disciple of Dean Li. He believed that by achieving the highest honors, with connections from his family's residence in the capital, he could secure a prestigious official position, thereby elevating the reputation of Chongning Academy. However, after meeting the young noble, Dean Li outright declined, stating he could attend Yongchang Academy. But being a direct disciple was out of the question. The young noble's family had sought to forge a connection with Dean Li, and upon realizing their aspirations were futile, they returned to the capital, presuming they would be welcomed in this remote locale. Thus, the academy buzzed with whispers. Dean Li accepted disciples solely based on talent, disregarding familial background. Even a young noble from the capital was turned away. This astonished everyone. What remarkable talent must a child possess to be accepted as Dean Li's direct disciple? Moreover, he hailed from a humble background. It was said that the vendor resided in a village far from the town, indeed in a rather secluded area. Many students at the academy were from nearby villages, all of whom were of modest means. Naturally, Zheng Yun and others had also heard the news and were filled with anticipation. Soon, Li Tong rushed back after gathering information, exclaiming with excitement, "I found out that he will report tomorrow. At merely 8 years old, he will join our Class A? Good heavens!" Li Tong's incredulity was palpable, as he suddenly recalled and added, "By the way, I also learned that this child has never attended school. The dean plans to provide private lessons during his free time to help him keep pace with our Class A. Can he truly comprehend?" Upon hearing this, the students of Class A were collectively struck with astonishment. This was indeed beyond belief. An 8-year-old child, who has never attended school, has been placed in the esteemed Jia class of Changning Academy. Truly, as time passes, one encounters all manner of incredible events. Zheng Yun, hearing of such a prodigy for the first time, felt a swell of anticipation for the morrow, an inexplicable excitement coursing through him. He was a person who greatly admired strength. Regardless of age, even if the individual was merely an 8-year-old child, he would acknowledge their prowess. Thus, he eagerly awaited the chance to meet this talented youth. Turning to his fellow classmates, he remarked, "We are all older than that child. Let us not frighten him tomorrow. Shall we? Let us be courteous, for he is the direct disciple of Dean Li, a prized individual. As seniors, we must take care of our junior, understand? Must you even mention it?" "We are not fools," another replied. "Indeed, being the direct disciple of Dean Li, we should be flattering him rather than offending him. I wonder what this genius is like. Will he regard us, ordinary folk, with disdain?" I recall the last young master who came to study. He seemed to look down on everyone, lofty and disdainful. It was fortunate that the dean did not accept him. Perhaps it won't be so bad. We shall see tomorrow. The students of the academy engaged in animated discussions, while Lu Zhaozhao had already taken her leave with Zhao Ziyan. Upon exiting the academy, she joyfully congratulated Zhao Ziyan. "Splendid, Ziyan. You managed to gain entry with such ease, and as Dean Li's direct disciple no less. From now on, you must diligently study under your master and the other esteemed teachers, striving to bring honor to your mother and our Xinghua village." "Yes, Sister Lu, I will," Zhao Ziyan replied earnestly, nodding his head with gravity. He too was filled with excitement, unable to fathom how smoothly he had entered Changning Academy. Previously, he had only dared to clandestinely learn in the school of the neighboring village, never daring to dream that one day he might sit within such esteemed halls. It felt surreal that his aspirations had materialized so swiftly, and at the town's academy no less. It is known that the town's academy far surpasses the village school in every regard. Truly, it was like a dream. He was determined to seize this opportunity and dedicate himself to his studies, vowing not to disappoint his mother or Sister Lu. In the past, he had sensed a subtle difference between himself and other children, though he could not articulate what set him apart at such a tender age. Later, while playing in the neighboring village, he had heard the clear sounds of reading from the classroom and could not resist the urge to peek inside. Gradually, he realized he was far more intelligent than the children seated within. After the teacher spoke once, he could remember everything with clarity, while the others struggled even after repeated attempts. Though he recognized his own intelligence, lacking the means to attend school had forced him to bury his aspirations deep within. Now, with his dream realized, he was resolute in his commitment to study with all his might. Lu Zhaozhao contemplated for a moment before continuing. "Now that the formalities at the academy are completed, let us meander through the bookstore in town. We must procure the essential stationery and writing tools." As she spoke, she took Zhao Ziyan by the hand and led him towards the marketplace. Zhao Ziyan understood that Sister Lu was correct. These items were indeed necessary. Should he feign reluctance any longer, it would only appear pretentious. Thus, he graciously acquiesced and accompanied Zhaozhao to gather the supplies. Nonetheless, he silently vowed that his current weakness rendered him reliant on Zhaozhao's care, but in the future, should he grow stronger, he would undoubtedly protect Sister Lu for a lifetime. Due to Zhao Ziyan's influence, Zhaozhao entrusted the stall's affairs to Sister Zheng. After their shopping was complete, she brought him back to the village, where they first visited Zhao Ziyan's home to share the delightful news with Widow Lu. Upon learning of the development, both Widow Lu and Zhao Ziqiao were filled with immense excitement. They had always known he was exceptional. To become the direct disciple of the esteemed headmaster of Chongning Academy was indeed a source of great pride. Particularly, Zhao Ziqiao, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Haha, I knew my elder brother was extraordinary. I must tell all my friends. Brother, you are truly remarkable." The two younger sisters, still quite young and not entirely grasping the significance, beamed with delight at the happiness of their mother and brothers. Chapter 91. The Light of Xinghua Village. Subsequently, Widow Lu and her family could not help but express their heartfelt gratitude to Zhaozhao. Disliking such scenes, Zhaozhao did not linger and, after escorting Zhao Ziyan back, took her leave. The following day, Zhao Ziyan began attending classes at Chongning Academy with great ease. Occasionally, if school ended early, he would assist at the stall, growing increasingly familiar with Zhaozhao and Sister Zheng. Approximately half a month later, the tomato seedlings had flourished, and today she had an important matter to attend to, prompting her to return to the village early. Upon arriving home, she found an N and Mo playing with sandbags in the courtyard, a game Zhaozhao had described a few days prior, crafted by Jinhua. The two children were utterly captivated, playing with it every day. Meanwhile, Li Shi sat on a small stool, engaged in needlework while occasionally casting affectionate glances at the children, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Noticing Zhaozhao's return, she quickly exclaimed, "Zhaozhao, you're back. You're early today. Is there something on your mind?" "Nothing of great significance, mother. Please continue with your tasks." "Where is Gu Yan?" "He is in the backyard, tending to your vegetable garden." Knowing how much you cherish those plants, he took it upon himself to care for them today. Upon hearing this, Li Shi couldn't help but chuckle. Her son had a rather stubborn disposition. Despite his evident affection for Zhaozhao, he could never bring himself to flatter the young lady openly, opting instead to perform such tasks in secrecy. Little did he realize it was up to her, as his mother, to reveal these hidden gestures to Zhaozhao. Relying on him alone, it was uncertain when he would ever accomplish such feats. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would take the initiative to tend to the vegetable garden. No wonder she had mentioned that she hadn't been weeding recently. The weeds were surprisingly sparse. She had thought it was merely a stroke of luck, but it turned out that Gu Yan had quietly taken care of it. "Oh, very well. I shall go find him in the backyard." "Thank you, mother." With that, Zhaozhao joyfully dashed to the back, and indeed, she soon spotted Gu Yan carefully watering the tomato seedlings. The weather had been splendid these past few days, and the young plants thrived under the sunlight, nourished by water and affection, flourishing significantly. The site was vibrant and full of life. Gu Yan, engrossed in watering the tomato seedlings before him, had not noticed Zhaozhao's return. After finishing with one plant, he crouched down to observe the seedlings with great care. He looked left and right, pondering what made these ordinary plants so special that Zhaozhao treated them with such distinction. Since sprouting, they had been nurtured in the house as if they were more precious than humans. What set them apart? The leaves did appear slightly different from those of other vegetables, but every variety of produce had its uniqueness, which seemed quite normal. Though he found it puzzling, Gu Yan still cherished them as if they were treasures, as they were dear to Zhaozhao's heart, and he naturally held them in high regard. When he turned around after finishing his task, he was surprised to see Zhaozhao standing there. "Why are you back so early today? Is the stall not busy?" "It's all right. I was thinking of other matters and decided to return," she replied. "Gu Yan, come with me to visit the village chief. These tomato seedlings are nearly ready for use, and we need to persuade Grandpa Li to assist us." Gu Yan had always trusted her words implicitly and nodded in agreement without hesitation. After a quick wash of his hands, he stepped out with Zhaozhao. On their way to the village chief's house, Zhaozhao shared her general thoughts with him. Although Guyen had never tasted a tomato, he considered that if this vegetable was indeed as wonderful as she described, it would surely be a remarkable addition. Thus, her willingness to cultivate tomatoes alongside the villagers of Xinghua village was a commendable endeavor. Next year, everyone could benefit and gradually become prosperous, and the village chief would undoubtedly be pleased to witness such a scenario. Upon their arrival at the village chief's home, they found him just waking from his afternoon nap. Seeing them, he warmly instructed his wife to prepare tea for the two guests. Following their recent collaboration in harvesting cucumbers, their standing in the village chief's eyes had risen significantly. They were now regarded as among the few who contributed to Xinghua village, deserving of a warm reception. Perhaps in the future, when good fortune smiled upon Zhaozhao, she would remember her fellow villagers and allow them to share in the blessings. Even if they were to enjoy meat, it would be splendid for the villagers of Xinghua to savor the broth. This girl is remarkably clever and possesses a sharp intellect, surpassing many men in her village. Indeed, he has never witnessed anyone with as many ideas as she has, nor has he seen anyone conducting business so successfully in the town. Ever since they set up their stall in the courtyard of the academy, their trade has flourished tremendously. On his last visit to the town, he indulged in her culinary offerings, which were undeniably delicious. The bustling crowd was a sight to behold, filling him with immense satisfaction. At long last, someone from Xinghua village has established a solid foothold in the town. Though there have been others selling vegetables and handmade crafts in the past, they merely operated temporary stalls that could scarcely last a few days. This is the first instance of someone running a legitimate stall, truly bringing honor to their village. Moreover, it is evident that she possesses ambition and will not easily settle for mediocrity. He holds great expectations for her. During a meeting in the town yesterday, he encountered the headman of the neighboring Lihua village, who often boasted about the prestige of their village's school. Yesterday, however, he had the opportunity to assert his own pride by sharing the news of their village's stall in the town. The Lu Snack stall has now become a beacon of light for Xinghua village. To his knowledge, the men of their village are all honest and hardworking. The pride of their village, the school, was a stroke of luck established due to the arrival of an outsider scholar who settled in their village. What is so remarkable about that? Every encounter has been filled with his incessant bragging, to the point where he could develop calluses in his ears from it. Yesterday, however, he finally had the chance to vent his frustration. After taking her seat, Zhaozhao immediately shared the news regarding Zhao Ziyan. After all, he might very well become a future top scholar, so it was prudent to inform the headman. To her surprise, upon hearing that Zhao Ziyan had entered Chongning Academy and had become the direct disciple of the dean, the headman leaped up in astonishment, incredulous as he asked, "What? Zhao girl, what did you say? That lad Ziyan truly entered Chongning Academy? Is this true?" The headman's expression was one of utter disbelief. His eyes filled with excitement and shock, even causing his beard to tremble slightly. "Indeed, esteemed headman, you heard correctly. Ziyan has truly become Dean Li's direct disciple. Our Xinghua village is blessed to have produced such a talented youth. Do not be deceived by his tender age. He is formidable." Zhaozhao smiled as she explained. Witnessing the headman's elation, after some time, he finally absorbed the joyous news, still somewhat incredulous as he inquired, "Does this mean that Ziyan can also take the scholar's examination in the future?" "Certainly. Dean Li has stated that with Ziyan's aptitude, he can sit for the childhood scholar examination next year, and only after passing that can he attempt the scholar's examination." Zhaozhao was also quite pleased. Although she had heard that the childhood scholar examination was not exceedingly difficult, it was not something everyone could pass. If Ziyan, at just 9 years of age, were able to succeed, he would indeed be a remarkable young scholar, achieving such success shortly after entering the academy. Listening to Master Zhang, it was revealed that their academy currently boasts a number of young scholars, yet the youngest among them is already 15 years of age. It seems that no child has ever entered at the tender age of 9. Not only was Zhaozhao elated, but Dean Li and Master Zhang shared in the joy as well. They had not encountered such a remarkably gifted child in quite some time, and their gazes towards Xie and were filled with affection, as if they were beholding a precious treasure. upon hearing the possibility of a scholar emerging from Xinhua village. The village chief could hardly contain his excitement, becoming restless to the point of standing and pacing the room. He then remarked, "This won't do. I am aware of Zi-An's family circumstances, and supporting a scholar is no small feat. I must devise a plan. Zhao, my dear, what do you think of this? I shall call a meeting in the village to discuss this matter, and encourage each household to contribute a little. We can gather some funds for Zi-An's education. A child of such talent should not be burdened with financial worries alongside his mother. Ultimately, his success would bring honor to our Xinhua village." The village chief, struck by inspiration, instinctively sought Zhaozhao's opinion, indicating her esteemed position in his regard. Upon hearing his words, Zhaozhao felt a deep sense of gratitude. She knew that the village chief was a man of principle who would not turn a blind eye to a child's potential for education. However, with the matter already resolved, she deemed it unnecessary to further burden him. Thus, she revealed her and Guyan's decision to support Zhao Ziyan. The village chief was utterly astonished by her remarkable vision. Just as his own endeavors began to flourish, she was willing to allocate funds for the education of the impoverished children in their village. Truly, a generosity that many men could scarcely match. Observing the selflessness of Zhaozhao and Guyan, the village chief felt immense admiration and solemnly bowed to them in the room, a gesture of respect. He was profoundly grateful that he had decided to keep the Gu family in the village. Otherwise, Zhaozhao might have married into another village, severing ties with Xinhua entirely. After marriage, she would likely have no further connections to her natal family. What a stroke of fortune it was that Zhaozhao remained a treasure of Xinhua village. Fortuitously, Guyan was not like the men from other villages who, despite their own mediocrity, insisted on restraining their wives, criticizing them for merely stepping outside to sell vegetables. The people of Xinhua village, on the whole, were quite progressive, lacking such narrow-minded individuals. If such men existed, they would be rightfully chastised, as the pursuit of livelihood should not subject women to disparagement from the male populace. True talent, regardless of gender, deserves respect. In comparison to Zhaozhao, the women in the village who bickered over trivial matters, such as a handful of vegetables or a couple of eggs laid by a chicken, seemed woefully immature. Life cannot be lived with such pettiness. In his heart, the village chief held an even greater admiration for Zhaozhao. "I am profoundly grateful for her consideration of the villagers and her willingness to lend a helping hand. However, an unexpected development lies ahead." After Zhao Ziyan finished discussing his matters, Zhaozhao recalled the purpose of her visit and hastily remarked, "Grandfather Li Zheng, I have another significant matter to address today." "Oh, is there yet another important issue? What is it?" "You may speak. I assure you, only Grandfather Li Zheng can assist, and he will not refuse." Li Zheng was astonished. He had thought Zhao Ziyan's educational pursuits were already substantial, yet Zhaozhao claimed there was more of importance. It was truly beyond imagination. Clearing her throat and regaining her composure, Zhaozhao calmly stated, "I have unexpectedly acquired seeds of a plant known as the tomato, and I have cultivated numerous seedlings at my home. This particular plant, I hear, is exceptionally popular in distant lands beyond our great Zhou kingdom. I learned this from a merchant who sells seeds. Furthermore, the fruits it bears are a vibrant red, serving both as a vegetable and a fruit, with a delightful sweet and sour flavor. They can be used to create various delicacies, making it a rare vegetable. As you know, I am currently operating a snack stall, and I will continuously introduce new dishes. Thus, I envision distributing these seedlings free of charge to the villagers, enabling them to learn to cultivate and save seeds, so that next year they can plant them on a larger scale. When the time comes, our Lu family snack stall will purchase all the fruits, and we will offer a price higher than that of ordinary vegetables. This initiative would be immensely beneficial for the villagers, don't you agree? I believe that since we all reside in the same village, seeing each other daily, I wish to lend a helping hand, aspiring for us all to lead better lives. Would you not concur?" Zhaozhao articulated her plans in one breath, then turned to gauge the reactions of Li Zheng and Guyan. Although she had previously outlined her intentions, she had not provided such detailed information. Therefore, both Guyan and Li Zheng were only now fully grasping her aspirations. They were astonished by Lu Zhaozhao's selflessness and her kindness towards the villagers of Xinghua village. It was as if she were placing food directly into their mouths, tending to every need. This could indeed be a tremendous benefit for the village. However, recalling the village's past experiences, Li Zheng felt a surge of concern and, with a furrowed brow, expressed, "Zhao girl, your heartfelt intentions bring me great comfort, and I sincerely thank you for considering our village. Yet, it is no trivial matter to have the entire village cultivate these tomato seedlings you speak of. If, as you say, they are as wonderful as you claim, the villagers will surely expand their cultivation next year, and it would not be merely a few hundred pounds of tomatoes. Are you certain your snack stall can accommodate such a yield? Should the fruits go unsold and rot in their hands, they would undoubtedly harbor grievances against you. Grandfather Li Zheng does not wish for your efforts to go unrewarded. You must understand that sometimes the blessings one receives can also bring burdens." Chapter 93. Distributing tomato seedlings. Upon hearing the discussion, Guyan couldn't help but nod in agreement. He concurred with the village head's sentiments, recognizing the inherent risks involved. Human nature tends to be selfish. When personal interests are at stake, few will remember the goodwill initially extended. Is it truly worth it for these unrelated villagers? His skepticism lingered. Lu Zhaozhao, observing that both men were genuinely concerned for her welfare, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the village head of Xinghua village was a man of great respect and fairness, which influenced the villagers to behave reasonably, for the most part. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the odd eccentricity, such as her stepmother or the husband of Sister Zhang. Having crossed over herself, she had personally felt the warmth of the community, like the support from the villagers when faced with a local bully or the assistance offered by the elders during a rain leak. Though these were minor gestures, she cherished them deeply. Furthermore, she was not entirely altruistic. She harbored her own ambitions. After all, was this not a task assigned by the system? She found herself curious about the next reward, surely something desirable, akin to the precious tomato seeds she had received, which were invaluable in this era. This was, for her, a serendipitous opportunity. As for concerns about her ability to consume the bounty, she had her own plans in place. The plethora of tomato-based products was boundless, and she was confident that she would sell them successfully. There was no reason to fear unsold fruit. Even if she couldn't consume all the fresh tomatoes, she would find a way to transform them into sauce for preservation. She would never allow them to rot. Thus, Lu Zhaozhao assuredly replied, "Village head, rest assured. I understand your concerns and appreciate your kind reminder. However, you need not worry. I am 99% certain that this endeavor will proceed without issue. I assure you that if we follow my plan, the villagers' incomes will at least double by next year." Hearing such unwavering confidence from Lu Zhaozhao, the village head felt a weight lift from his shoulders. With that, he had little more to say. If Xinghua village could indeed become the most prosperous village in the region, it would be magnificent. Guyan, naturally, had no objections. He was unfamiliar with these matters and would follow Lu Zhaozhao's lead. Consequently, the village head sent his son to summon the villagers for a meeting. After about 15 minutes, the villagers had gathered. Lu Zhaozhao's stepmother, Yang, initially unaware of the occasion, joined the crowd when she saw them arriving. Upon realizing that it was just that insufferable girl trying to assert her authority, she scoffed and left the village head's residence. The sight of that girl made her uncomfortable. It was better not to see her at all. She could always inquire with the neighbors later for specifics. Once the villagers had assembled, the village head returned to the matter at hand and began to explain the situation. Upon hearing the news, the villagers were initially incredulous, wondering if such a fortuitous opportunity truly existed. Consequently, a lively discussion erupted among them. Tomato? Have you heard of it? What is it? Is it a type of vegetable? Can it possibly be sweet? Have you tasted it? I find it hard to believe. Is it real? However, it's free, so there is no harm in bringing it home to cultivate. Even if it doesn't thrive, it would only waste a small patch of land, which is hardly a significant concern. I believe it's worth the attempt. Indeed, what if it's true? Such peculiar vegetables are rare. If the streets were filled with cabbages and radishes, who would want them? They wouldn't fetch a good price. Yes, the benefits of this endeavor outweigh the drawbacks. After all, we intended to grow vegetables anyway, so a few extra plants won't hurt. Are tomatoes easy to care for? if they're truly delicious. Could cultivating them be troublesome? Oh, right, Zhaozhao. Is that tomato seedling you mentioned easy to grow? We are rather clumsy. We wouldn't want to inadvertently kill such precious seedlings. That would be quite unfortunate and a waste of your effort. Yes, that makes sense. Upon hearing such inquiries, Lu Zhaozhao patiently responded, "You need not worry. These tomato seedlings are quite easy to nurture and not particularly delicate. For those interested in cultivating them, you may come to my home shortly to collect your seedlings. However, supplies are limited, and each household may only take 10, primarily to ensure we have seeds for the following year. Once they bear fruit, you can taste their flavor and ascertain the truth of my claims." Thus, once everyone comprehended the situation, they migrated to the Lu family residence, each returning home with pots and baskets to gather tomato seedlings from the backyard garden. Lu Zhaozhao meticulously advised them on the cultivation process and emphasized that when they prepare to save seeds for the following year, they must return to her to obtain the special nutrient solution she concocted. Only with this solution can the seedlings sprout and yield large, luscious, and delectable fruits. In truth, the so-called nutrient solution was merely the spring water from Lu Zhaozhao's mystical space. To ensure the tomatoes cultivated by the villagers attained the exquisite taste of those grown in her enchanted fields, spraying them with this spring water was essential. She simply reframed it in a manner that was more palatable to them. After all, this spring water was indeed her unique treasure, and claiming to have prepared it herself was not inaccurate. Consequently, a significant portion of the families in Xinhua village collected 10 tomato seedlings each that day. Even in the evening, Sister Zheng and her companions made a special trip to obtain their share. They had long heard of Zhaozhao's initiative and were finally ready to plant. Widow Lu also took 10 seedlings home, and as she departed from the Gu family, she solemnly promised Lu Zhaozhao, "Rest assured, I will treat them with utmost care and ensure they thrive and bear fruit. I am genuinely grateful to you. Whether it's regarding Z&S studies or nurturing these tomato seedlings, I recognize that your intentions are sincere and aimed at benefiting us all." Zhao Ziyan accompanied his mother to assist her in lifting tomato seedlings. In recent days, he has adapted to life at the academy, returning home in the evenings, where he sometimes imparts knowledge to his younger siblings, filling his heart with a profound sense of fulfillment. His master and the scholars have expressed great satisfaction with his performance, significantly boosting his self-confidence. Chapter 94. Sour Plum Soup. Initially, he feared that his lack of formal education would hinder his ability to keep pace in Class A. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite a brief period of adjustment, he swiftly caught up after his master provided him with supplemental instruction in foundational knowledge. He now effortlessly follows the curriculum of Class A. Additionally, during non-class hours, his master often shares advanced topics with him. His rapid progress astonished his classmates, including Zheng Yun and Li, who were struck by the stark contrast in their learning experiences. Zhao Ziyan discovered that he possessed a certain talent, concept that took his peers considerable time to grasp. He could comprehend with a single reading. This disparity prompted Zheng Yun and others to lament their perceived misfortune, joking that the heavens were unfair. Despite their teasing, they treated him kindly, perhaps due to his youth. While at the academy, they looked out for him, especially considering their familiarity with his sister, Lu. They frequently visited her stall for refreshments, benefiting from her generosity in sharing food. Now that Zhao Ziyan had completed this task of distributing seedlings, Lu Zhaozhao could finally dedicate herself wholeheartedly to her culinary endeavors. Half a month later, as the weather grew increasingly hot, summer had truly settled in. The sun blazed each day, making it quite unbearable. Fortunately, Lu Zhaozhao and her team worked under a canopy, providing some shade from the relentless heat. Recently, Gu Yin assisted in constructing a simple shelter for customers, ensuring ventilation and shade, a welcome respite. Due to the sweltering temperatures, the stall ceased to offer hot noodle soup, shifting instead to refreshing cold noodles and garlic sauce noodles. The most popular items remained cold skin and meat-filled buns. However, the extreme heat necessitated that they avoid overnight preparations, as perishability became a concern. Thus, Lu Zhaozhao and Sister Zheng rose early each morning to prepare the day's ingredients. Fortunately, summer mornings dawned early, making the task less arduous. Feeling that the limited variety was unsatisfactory, Zhaozhao developed several new cold dishes: scallion-tossed tofu, chilled lotus root slices, onion and wood ear mushroom salad, and cold spinach. All sold remarkably well. One day, an idea suddenly struck Zhaozhao as she envisioned a refreshing summer beverage perfectly suited for the season. With great excitement, she immediately said to Sister Zheng, "Sister, please keep an eye on the stall. I'm going to procure some ingredients. Today, we shall unveil a new product." "Sure, just hurry back. I'll manage things here," Sister Zheng replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She adored the new items that Zhaozhao had introduced, all of which were delightful summer treats. Typically, summer would leave her feeling a bit lethargic and disinterested in food, but this year was different. She found herself relishing cold noodles and chilled dishes. She completely understood the customers' fondness for their stall. Thus, upon hearing Zhaozhao mention another new product, she was filled with anticipation. After departing from the stall, Zhaozhao hurried to the apothecary to purchase the ingredients for sour plum soup. She acquired ample quantities of dried tangerine peel, black plums, hawthorn, mulberries, and licorice. With a large pot in mind, she intended to brew a substantial batch. Even if she sold each bowl for a mere penny, she would still profit. Brewing this concoction daily promised considerable returns, as these ingredients were commonplace in traditional medicine and quite affordable. Indeed, beverages were remarkably lucrative. The only costly item was sugar, a luxury in this era. However, for the sour plum soup to achieve a delightful flavor, a generous amount of sugar was essential. Thus, while purchasing sugar caused her some pangs of regret, she kept reassuring herself that it would be worth it. Once she had gathered all the ingredients, she briskly returned to the snack stall. It was still before noon, and the number of customers was relatively low, making the stall manageable. Seeing Zhaozhao return with a bundle of supplies, the three young girls eagerly rushed over to assist, their curiosity piqued. "What have you bought, Sister Liu? Are you concocting another new dish?" As Zhaozhao gradually unpacked her items, she instructed Jinhua, "Start the fire. This time, we are not making cold dishes. We shall prepare sour plum soup." "All right, I'll get started right away, but what exactly is sour plum soup? Is it a broth? In this sweltering heat, will customers even want to drink soup?" Jinhua questioned, taking her place at the stove, her hands still busy despite her doubts. Zhaozhao laughed heartily and explained, though, it is called soup. Sour plum soup is best enjoyed chilled. Once cooled, its flavor becomes even more exquisite. Moreover, these ingredients are medicinal, serving to quench thirst and relieve dryness, making them perfect for summer. Understanding dawned on Jinhua, who then noted the subtle medicinal aroma wafting from the dried fruits. "I see now. These ingredients do possess a hint of herbal fragrance." Jinhua bent down to smell, confirming that the dried fruits exuded a faint medicinal scent. She was astounded that Sister Zhaozhao was knowledgeable in herbal remedies. It was truly impressive. Thus, the group began brewing sour plum soup at the stall. After about half an hour, the large pot of soup was ready. Once it had cooled sufficiently, Zhaozhao ladled a small amount into bowls for everyone to taste. After sampling a sip, she nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, this is the flavor we sought, tart and sweet. It will taste even better once it cools completely." Regrettably, in ancient times, the absence of refrigerators meant that one could not chill beverages in a cooling chamber. If only such luxuries had existed, how delightful it would have been to sip a refreshing drink during the sweltering summer. In the modern era, she would indulge in icy sour plum soup every summer. It is indeed a pity that, although she had encountered the method of ice production using niter in novels, the practical execution of such a process proved exceedingly arduous and successful only under stringent conditions, with a remarkably low success rate. Her curiosity had led her to search for experimental videos online, only to discover that most attempts ended in failure. Thus, she deemed this method impractical, realizing that the effort required would likely yield no satisfactory results. Upon taking a sip, Sister Zheng nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "This is delightful. It's both tangy and sweet, and incredibly appetizing. I didn't feel hungry at all initially, yet now I find myself craving food. Indeed, I feel the same," chimed Linghua, stroking her belly. somewhat bashfully admitting I was a little hungry before, but now I'm even hungrier. Zhaozhao, observing her with an amused expression, couldn't help but laugh. I'll have your mother prepare some cold noodles for you shortly. After all, we're not busy at the moment. You're at the age where you need nourishment, so don't starve yourself. This sour plum soup would taste even better chilled, but alas, without ice we must make do. Upon hearing this, Jinhua envisioned the delightful sensation of a cool drink and lamented, how splendid that would be. Ice is indeed a precious commodity, far beyond the means of ordinary folk like us. I've heard tales that wealthy families had ice cellars, storing ice in basins to cool their homes during summer. Harvested from rivers in winter, a laborious endeavor. Yes, indeed, that's what I've heard as well, Zhaozhao concurred, recalling similar depictions from the dramas she had watched. It seemed that despite the unfamiliarity of this so-called Great Zhou dynasty in her historical knowledge, certain aspects remained strikingly similar. Suddenly, Yinhua had an epiphany and exclaimed, "We do have a well at home, don't we? In summers past, we've used it to chill fruits. Surely, we could use it to cool this sour plum soup as well. It must taste far better than merely letting it cool. If we have any left over, we should take some home to try. Yes, I completely forgot about our well. What a splendid idea. You're quite clever, Yin-yang." Sister Zheng responded eagerly. Realizing she had overlooked this detail, Zhaozhao wholeheartedly agreed, thrilled to discover that Sister Zheng's family possessed a well. What a stroke of luck. Let us wait until tomorrow. In the afternoon, I'll brew another pot to share with my family. Once chilled, it will surely be refreshing and perfect for combating the heat. Thus, from that day forward, Lu's snack stall introduced a new delicacy. Priced at a mere coin per bowl, the sour plum soup, with its delightful sweet and tangy flavor, quickly became a favorite among patrons, complementing the cold noodles perfectly. The sales boomed spectacularly. In the words of a patron, on this sweltering summer day, indulging in a bowl of chilled delicacies is indeed a delightful experience. Recently, not only at the markets, but even in the local eateries, hot dishes have found little favor, prompting some envious establishments to attempt replicating the popular cold dishes and noodles offered by Lu's snack stall. Yet, whether due to a lack of skill or some other reason, their attempts, while edible, simply cannot compare to the exquisite flavors crafted by Lu's stall. Moreover, their prices are not significantly lower, leading patrons to prefer the authentic taste of Lu's offerings. When Zhaozhao received this news, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It is no easy feat to emulate her culinary prowess. Her ingredients are nurtured by the essence of spirit water or cultivated in spirit fields, making the flavors distinctly unique. Her spirit spring space is unparalleled. Thus, no matter how others attempt to replicate it, they will never achieve the same taste. Consequently, she remains unfazed by their imitations, as they cannot grasp the essence of her craft. A couple of days later, on a particularly hot day, her sour plum soup was selling rapidly, prompting Zhaozhao to prepare a large pot in the afternoon. As expected, by the evening, some remained unsold, allowing Zhao and her companions to joyfully pack some to take home. They chilled in their well, and just before bedtime, brought some to the Gu family. That evening, the Gu family savored the refreshing sour plum soup, finding it utterly delightful. And Mo enjoyed it immensely, sipping it slowly with crescent-shaped smiles on their faces, thoroughly content. Zhaozhao and Li Shi could not help but laugh at the sight. Gu Yin and Li Shi also relished the flavor of the soup, finding it invigorating and cooling against the heat. After finishing their drinks, the family proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. In recent times, the two children had been bathed by Gu Yin and Li Shi, as summer made it quite convenient to prepare a basin of warm water for a bath. They felt that Zhaozhao had worked tirelessly throughout the day and deserved ample rest, especially with the early rise required the next morning. Thus, they shared the responsibilities at home whenever possible. In truth, Gu Yin had already contributed significantly. When Zhaozhao was away, he tended to the vegetables in the garden. Initially, he was somewhat inexperienced, but his humility led him to seek guidance from the elder villagers, learning various agricultural techniques. Zhaozhao also imparted to him all the necessary knowledge regarding tomato cultivation, entrusting him with the responsibility of the tomato seedlings. As a result, Whenever any family faced issues with their tomatoes, they would turn to Gu Yin for assistance, and he did not disappoint, resolving many of their problems. Currently, the tomato plants have begun to bear small green fruits, bringing great joy to Zhaozhao, who continuously praises Gu Yin for his efforts. In another 4 to 5 weeks, those tomatoes should be ripe, which is quite exciting. As she lay in bed that night, Zhaozhao found herself reminiscing about the refreshing sour plum soup she had enjoyed earlier. Indeed, the tangy plum drink is best enjoyed chilled. It would be wonderful if the food stalls could offer icy plum drinks, but alas, it is truly unfortunate that they lack access to wells, making it quite inconvenient. As she pondered these thoughts, a voice suddenly resonated in Zhaozhao's mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully promoted tomatoes to 100 households, resulting in a fruitful yield. You have completed the first phase of your task and earned the corresponding reward. Please collect it promptly. Oh, is this the reward from the previous task? Is a successful yield sufficient for completion? How delightful! She had thought she would have to wait until the moment of harvest. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao quickly recited the incantation and vanished into the spatial realm. Upon entering, she spotted Fei Ying waiting eagerly. Upon seeing her, Fei Ying exclaimed, Zhaozhao, hurry, we must go collect our reward. Clearly, it had also heard the earlier announcement. What is this reward? Do you know? Zhaozhao inquired curiously as they made their way to the thatched cottage. I have no idea. This upgrade system is quite capricious. The rewards are always unpredictable. They vary from being related to land, to seasons, or perhaps even springs. It seems to have the power to manifest anything from the world, Fei Ying mused, recalling its previously sealed memories. Indeed, the rewards were haphazard, encompassing a wide array of items. Zhaozhao did not press further and simply awaited the revelation of the mystery. Upon arriving at the thatched cottage, she was greeted by the familiar blue screen. Zhaozhao approached the collection interface and opened the reward. Suddenly, a large inscription appeared before her. Congratulations, host. You have received a wish fulfillment voucher. Chapter 96. Absolutely astonishing what? What kind of voucher is this? Zhaozhao exclaimed. Fei Ying interjected. It's a wish fulfillment voucher. Hurry, this is a remarkable item. Oh, all right. After hearing Fei Ying's words, Zhaozhao swiftly clicked on the displayed voucher, and a usage prompt immediately appeared. This voucher can grant the host one wish, redeeming an item of your deepest desires. Quickly visit the Dream Mall to make your selection. Below, an option labeled Dream Mall was listed. Though Zhaozhao found it quite surreal, she soon accepted it. For having traversed realms, nothing seemed too extraordinary anymore. Intrigued, she clicked on the Dream Mall, revealing rows upon rows of goods, a vast assortment of items, including various electrical appliances. It was remarkably akin to a well-known online marketplace. In that moment, Zhaozhao was transported back to the joy of online shopping, her heart light and carefree. However, she scoffed at the notion, for there was no electricity in ancient times. Purchasing an electrical appliance would be futile. Otherwise, she would have dearly wished for a double-door refrigerator. That way, she could relish the chilled plum drink and even concoct various fruit slushies. What a delightful thought. This is what summer should be. Dreams are beautiful, yet reality is stark. Without electricity, all is in vain. How disheartening. Zhaozhao was lost in a whirlwind of fanciful thoughts while casually browsing through the Dream Mall, a name that resonated beautifully with her aspirations. Suddenly, her hand froze, captivated by a particular product that left her in a daze. What was this? A marvel of technology? It shattered her previous notions. Could it really be true? When did refrigerators start harnessing solar energy? Bold letters proclaimed on the page, solar-powered double-door refrigerator. Could it truly generate electricity? Even in ancient times, would it be useful? The mere thought of such a possibility sent a thrill through Zhaozhao, prompting her to click and explore further. Indeed, the page clearly stated that it was powered directly by solar panels, and as long as there was ample sunlight, cooling and freezing would be no trouble at all. The realization that this could genuinely be utilized in ancient times filled her heart with unbridled joy. This was nothing short of extraordinary. With this invention, their food stall would thrive in the summer heat. Who could resist the allure of icy delicacies on scorching days? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhaozhao clicked to redeem the item. Although she was tempted by other products, her immediate need was for a refrigerator. She reminded herself to take it slow. Having the opportunity to redeem this once was a promise of more chances to come. This truly was a dream-come-true voucher, something she had long yearned for, and now it was manifesting before her very eyes. Indeed, what one constantly ponders will eventually resonate. Once Lu Zhaozhao had utilized a redemption voucher, a colossal object materialized nearby, startling her. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed a double-door refrigerator, indistinguishable from the modern one she had seen, save for the absence of a power cord. Instead, a long pipe connected it to a battery, which was linked to solar panels. Lu Zhaozhao marveled in astonishment. How incredible this was! Despite her overwhelming surprise, she held some skepticism regarding the feasibility of this device. After all, she had never encountered a solar-powered refrigerator in modern times, though she had seen numerous solar streetlights and surveillance systems. Thus, as she stood before the refrigerator, she scrutinized its specifications, moved to examine the battery, and then crouched to study the solar panels, meticulously calculating whether it could indeed function. In her high school days, she had been a science prodigy, ranking first in mathematics and physics throughout her year. She had once aspired to become a scientist, but fate had led her to follow her mother's wishes, ultimately studying medicine, a path dictated by generations of doctors in her family. Therefore, calculating these figures was no daunting task for her. The rated power of the double-door refrigerator was 200 watts. If it operated for approximately 8 hours a day, considering that while it was on 24/7, the motor worked intermittently, the calculation yielded 200 multiplied by 8 hours, equating to 1,600 watts, which translated to a daily consumption of 16 kilowatt-hours. The battery must reserve sufficient power for 2 days, as unpredictable weather conditions, such as cloudy skies or rain, could arise. Multiplying 1,600 by 2 days yields 3,200, accounting for system losses, inverters, wiring, and so forth. Let us estimate a 30 margin, resulting in a minimum daily requirement of 4,571. Currently, in the grand nation of Zhou, the average sunlight exposure is estimated at 4 hours per day. With solar panels priced at 300 each, utilizing 4 panels proves to be quite fitting. After reviewing these parameters, Lu Zhaozhao found herself nodding in approval. Evidently, this dream marketplace exhibits a commendable level of rigor, and the design of the solar-powered refrigerator seems quite reasonable. It should function without significant issues. Fei Ying flitted about Lu Zhaozhao's side, seemingly engrossed in her own musings, mumbling incomprehensible phrases. When Lu Zhaozhao revealed to Fei Ying that she was calculating the feasibility of the project, she initially anticipated praise for her cleverness. To her surprise, Fei Ying rolled her eyes in disdain, stating, "You are being unnecessarily cautious. A product from the system is undoubtedly of high quality and will not encounter problems. Have faith in this Ling Tian space. It is an omnipotent entity." Previously, Lu Zhaozhao had not perceived Fei Ying's admiration for this space, but now she found herself convinced of its remarkable capabilities, as it consistently expanded her understanding. With the advent of the refrigerator, however, Lu Zhaozhao found herself troubled by another dilemma: how to transport this appliance to the food stall's kitchen and install the solar panels atop the stall's canopy. This task was beyond her capabilities, necessitating the involvement of Guyan, thus she could not keep it from him. After pondering for a prolonged period within the space, she could not devise a suitable justification, so she exited and returned to bed to sleep. She understood that patience was essential. She would certainly come up with a solution, as success is driven by human effort. Thus, that night, Lu Zhaozhao drifted into a hazy slumber. The following day, before dawn, Lu Zhaozhao suddenly awoke. Upon opening her eyes, an idea struck her: a reasonable way for the refrigerator to make its appearance. Consequently, Lu Zhaozhao rose early. At that hour, the Gu family had yet to stir, allowing her to wash up quietly before heading to the outdoor stove to prepare breakfast. Once the water was boiling, Lu Zhaozhao hurried to the neighboring yard to inform Sister Zheng that she had matters to attend to in the county town and advised them to set up their stall independently. By the time Gu Yin arose, Lu Zhaozhao had prepared a simple yet nutritious breakfast. As the family finished their meal and tidied up, Lu Zhaozhao turned to Gu Yin and said, "Gu Yin, I will not be going to the town today. I wish to visit the county to purchase some seeds and perhaps encounter some fresh and intriguing plants." "Very well. Do you need me to accompany you?" Gu Yin inquired, not lifting his gaze as he washed the dishes. "No need. I will take the ox cart myself, so do not worry." "All right." Before departing, Lu Zhaozhao gently patted the heads of the two little ones and promised to bring them some delectable treats upon her return. She then left her home, once again riding in Uncle Nio's ox cart towards the county town. Although it was her second visit to the county, Lu Zhaozhao could not help but marvel at the bustling crowd and the multitude of shops, which far surpassed those in her town. The vibrancy of Lin County was no accident. It boasted a dock where numerous merchant ships would temporarily dock, facilitating brisk trade and swift circulation of goods. As a result, Lin County was relatively more prosperous than several neighboring counties, a truly splendid place. As Lu Zhaozhao meandered through the streets, she dreamed of the day when she could establish a restaurant in Lin County. Of course, for now, it was merely a whimsical aspiration, considering she still resided in a thatched cottage. Once she accumulated sufficient funds, her priority would be to construct a proper dwelling to improve her living conditions. Nonetheless, dreams are essential. Who knows when they might materialize? Aware of the dock's existence, Lu Zhaozhao was compelled to witness the lively scene. As her previous abode lacked rivers or seas, rendering docks a curious novelty to her. Upon reaching the dock, she fortuitously encountered a merchant ship unloading its cargo, and she stood there, captivated by the commotion, secretly pleased with her astute idea. After some time, she eventually departed the dock and wandered into a grain store, purchasing 20 pounds of fine rice and 20 pounds of refined flour to store for her family. Having made several purchases, the proprietor and the shop assistant of the grain store exhibited great warmth towards Lu Zhaozhao. When she inquired about any rare seeds, the proprietor eagerly responded, "While I don't have any unusual seeds, I do possess a peculiar vegetable, though to call it vegetable is misleading, as it has no leaves and is rather unsightly. I bought a basket of it from a merchant ship a while back, thinking it might be a novelty, but it has proven unsellable. I had my wife slice it and stir-fry it, but it ended up burnt and inedible. Boiling it is equally unpalatable. Alas, I was foolish to think I could discover something unique and ended up with a whole basket of groundnuts, which are now a burden." After sharing this, the proprietor shook his head in dismay over his own folly. Upon hearing the term groundnuts, Lu Zhaozhao felt a flicker of curiosity and feigned nonchalance as she inquired, "I wonder if you still have that item? I am quite fond of such peculiar plants." The proprietor, sensing the potential for his unsold goods to find a buyer, promptly replied with enthusiasm, "Indeed, we still have it. Please wait a moment, and I shall fetch it for you." He then took the shop assistant to retrieve the item from the back, where he had carelessly discarded it, having long lost hope after his wife's unsuccessful attempts at cooking it. After a while, the shopkeeper and the young attendant emerged, carrying a basket of goods. Upon placing it on the ground, the shopkeeper casually glanced inside, and to his astonishment, he was taken aback. Before Lu Zhaozhao could utter a word, the shopkeeper interjected, "Oh dear, these tubers have sprouted. I cannot sell these to you, my dear girl. I must accept my loss. When I procured them, the seller warned me emphatically that if these tubers sprout, they are deadly and must not be sold. If they have sprouted, they are toxic, and I cannot engage in such unethical dealings for the sake of profit." The shopkeeper's expression was a tapestry of emotions, regret and sorrow intertwined. However, upon seeing the sprouted tubers, Lu Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled. Clearly they were potatoes. How amusing that they were referred to as earth eggs in ancient times. What an unappealing name. As the shopkeeper resolved to put them away and find a way to dispose of them, convinced he could not sell them to this young lady, Lu Zhaozhao halted him. "Wait, shopkeeper, do not be hasty. I understand these sprouted tubers are toxic and cannot be consumed, but that does not prevent you from selling them. I wish to buy them to plant and see if I can nurture them. Would you sell them to me?" upon hearing her intent to cultivate rather than consume. The shopkeeper's demeanor brightened, yet he hesitated, needing reassurance. Are you certain you will not eat them? I must inform you in advance. If anything were to happen later, you cannot hold me responsible. Rest assured, I comprehend the risks. If it would ease your mind, I can provide a written note as evidence. Zhaozhao's words were meant to comfort him, and surprisingly, the shopkeeper pondered seriously before nodding in agreement. Very well, if that is the case. Let us draft a note for your future potato endeavors. Clearly, these earth eggs have yet to be fully appreciated in this era, and I believe I can exploit their potential for great profit in the future. Although it may be troublesome now, it is undoubtedly worth the effort. Thus, the shopkeeper led Zhaozhao to the counter, where he penned a note, and she affixed her thumbprint beside it. Though she could write, her calligraphy was not yet refined enough to showcase. After completing the transaction, Zhaozhao placed a basket of tubers in the grain shop before turning to rent a carriage. Once she secured a vehicle, she, along with the driver, made their way to a discreet alley where her solar-powered refrigerator awaited. The driver was taken aback at the sight of such a hefty item. What is this, miss? I cannot move this alone. Oh, this is a specially made cabinet I ordered from overseas. It is quite precious. Would you kindly summon a few strong men? I will pay them to help lift this cabinet onto the carriage. Chapter 98. A sense of being supported. With that, Zhaozhao promptly pulled out a silver coin from her pocket and tossed it to the driver. Upon noticing the young lady's generous demeanor, the coachman readily accepted her request with a broad smile and hurriedly called for assistance. Being a familiar face in the county, it was a simple task for him to recruit several helping hands. Offering each a modest 50 coins would still leave him with a handsome profit. Today was indeed fortunate, as he had encountered such a magnanimous employer. The prospect of moving a few items for a decent sum was nothing short of a boon. Consequently, the coachman chose not to relinquish this opportunity to outsiders, returning to his carriage house to summon a few comrades. In times of good fortune, he believed in sharing the wealth, fostering a sense of camaraderie that would ensure mutual support in the future. Before long, the coachman returned with several cheerful companions, and together, the burly men exerted their strength to hoist the spacious double-door solar refrigerator onto the cart. Zhaozhao had deliberately selected an open-top cart for the convenience of accommodating the sizable appliance, which required ample height. Furthermore, it was drawn by a team of 4 magnificent horses, a striking sight that most would not typically rent given the expense. Although Zhaozhao winced at the cost, the weight of the refrigerator necessitated such a lavish vehicle. She feared a lesser cart might topple under the burden. Once everything was securely arranged, Zhaozhao nimbly hopped on the opposite side of the cart. With a crack of his whip, the coachman set off towards the grain store. Upon arrival, he energetically assisted the shopkeeper in transporting baskets of eggs and sacks of rice and flour. Eager to please such a generous customer, he was determined to ensure her satisfaction, hoping that she might seek his services again in the future. Having loaded the goods, Zhaozhao directed the coachman towards the town. The day's endeavors had passed swiftly, and by the time they neared the town, darkness had fallen. Glancing at the hour, Zhaozhao surmised that Sister Zheng and the others had likely closed their stalls and returned to the village. People of this era tended to rise early and retire with the setting sun. As night descended, the roads became desolate. Contemplating this, she instructed the coachman to head directly to Xinghua village. Although she possessed the keys to the snack stall, the two of them alone could not manage to lift the refrigerator. It would be more prudent to return home and enlist Gu Yan's assistance later. Such labor was better suited for him. As they approached the village entrance, Zhaozhao spotted a flickering light in the distance, gradually drawing closer. As it came into clearer view, she recognized Gu Yan and Uncle Neo approaching with their ox cart. Upon seeing familiar faces, Zhaozhao signaled the coachman to halt and eagerly leapt from the cart. In turn, Gu Yan noticed her and hurriedly disembarked. The two met, and Zhaozhao, puzzled, inquired, Gu Yan, what brings you out here this late hour? I came to find you, Gu Yan replied. It's dark, and you hadn't returned yet. The children and your mother were quite worried, so I enlisted Uncle Neo to come out and look for you. What about you? As Gu Yan spoke, she noticed the colossal object behind her, her heart filled with astonishment. How much had she purchased in the county that necessitated 4 horses for transport? Zhaozhao was taken aback to realize he had come to fetch her, a peculiar sensation washing over her. In her modern life, she had never even had a boyfriend before her untimely demise. She often envied her colleagues who were greeted by their boyfriends after work, wistfully wondering where her own partner might be hiding. When would she experience the warmth of being escorted home by a significant other? Unexpectedly, a feeling she had never encountered in her past life manifested itself in this ancient setting. Was Gu Yin now considered her boyfriend? After all, they were officially husband and wife in name, and their interactions, though lacking in romantic ambiguity, were akin to those of any young couple. Resolving to embrace this notion, Zhaozhao felt her spirits lift. Proudly, she introduced, "This is my prized acquisition. Let us return home first, and I shall elaborate later." "Very well, let us go home," he replied. With that, they made their way toward Xinghua village. The night had grown quite dark, and nearly all the villagers were already asleep, resulting in no commotion as they entered. Upon reaching their doorstep, Gu Yin raised a torch and beheld the enormous object on the cart, perplexed. "Is that a cabinet?" "Close, but it serves a far greater purpose than an ordinary wooden cabinet. My most significant find in the county today," she exclaimed. "However, it is exceedingly heavy, and I had intended to transport it to the snack stall. What shall we do? If I send the driver away now, we want to be able to manage it tomorrow. Uncle Nyo's ox cart cannot bear such a load." At that moment, Zhaozhao realized the oversight in her arrangements, her head throbbing with frustration. It would have been far simpler to place the item directly from her storage space into the snack stall had she not been concerned about explaining to Sister Zheng and the others. Gu Yin, surprised by the significance of this seemingly peculiar cabinet to her, pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Fear not. We shall offer the driver extra compensation to rest in the village overnight and transport it to the stall in the morning." With that, he approached the driver to discuss the matter. After a brief conversation, the driver nodded in agreement. Together with Gu Yin and Uncle Nyo, they retrieved ample fodder from Uncle Nyo's home, ensuring the horses were well fed and watered before departing. Although the Gu family lacked accommodations, Uncle Nyo's place was available for the driver to spend the night. They shared a camaraderie, finding much to discuss as fellow travelers. Seeing her concerns resolved so swiftly allowed Zhaozhao to breathe a sigh of relief. She recognized the importance of careful planning in future endeavors, eschewing impulsiveness. Grateful to Gu Yin for his assistance, she realized she would need to enlist a few men to help unload and set up the cabinet the following day. She promptly conveyed this to Gu Yin, who, upon hearing her request, readily agreed. "Rest assured, I will gather some help in the morning. We will head to the snack stall first thing, ensuring it does not impede your business." At the snack stall, he could be of no assistance with other matters. Yet when it came to physical labor, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Gu Yin was eager to help her. Upon hearing this, Zhaozhao felt a sense of relief. Indeed, having a man in the household proved advantageous, especially when engaging in strenuous tasks. The distinction between the sexes was remarkably apparent in such instances. It was no wonder that the head nurse at the hospital had a particular fondness for male nurses. Their strength was significantly greater and their utility undeniable. Chapter 99. Solar-powered refrigerator the following day, before dawn had broken, as Zhaozhao lingered in the realm of dreams. She was roused by persistent knocking at the door. Groggily awakening, she initially felt a surge of irritation. But then she remembered the important task awaiting her that morning and quickly called out, "Understood. I'll get up right away." "All right, you wash up first. I'll go find someone. We'll set off shortly," Gu Yin replied before leaving the house and making his way to the village entrance. At this early hour, the village was mostly quiet, with only a few elderly individuals out for a stroll or chatting at the village head. Following the incident with the tomato seedlings, Gu Yin had become quite familiar with the villagers of Xinghua village. During this time, whenever the villagers encountered issues with their tomato plants, they sought him out, inadvertently providing him with opportunities to engage and communicate with them. Truly, he felt more like a member of Xinghua village. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Gu Yin observed several older gentlemen conversing. Their curiosity was piqued upon noticing his approach, and they inquired, "Young man, why are you up so early?" Shouldn't you be sleeping in a bit longer? Good morning, uncles. The thing is, Lita Bo and Luda Bo, could you do me a favor? My Zhaozhao needs assistance unloading something heavy at the market. Would you mind accompanying me to lend a hand? Gu Yin contemplated his request before articulating it. It still seemed rather abrupt. As he pondered whether to elaborate further, he was pleasantly surprised when the two elders readily agreed, saying, "Of course. Is it just moving something? Let us go. We have no pressing matters at the moment. Is it all right to head out now?" Gu Yin responded with enthusiasm upon hearing their eagerness. "Yes, let us go now. We'll take the ox cart. It won't take long at all." As they spoke, the three of them began making their way to Gu's home. The elderly gentleman could not help but inquire, "Will two of you be enough? Should we join you to assist in moving?" "Indeed, although we are older, we still possess strength," they added. Gu Yin had not anticipated such warmth from the elders and quickly declined, saying, "I appreciate your kindness, but this will be sufficient. Please continue your conversation." He then led the two men to Uncle Nio's house. Upon returning home with the cart driver, Lu Zhaozhao was ready, and thus the group promptly set off for the town. At that moment, Sister Zheng had also risen, and upon hearing the commotion, she hurried over to investigate. After understanding the situation, she suggested that they depart first, assuring them that she and the others would follow shortly. Thus, a group of individuals set forth with great enthusiasm. The elderly gentleman gathered at the village entrance, naturally caught sight of the impressive sight of 4 horses drawing a substantial contraption, and they expressed their astonishment. "Goodness, what novelty! We have never seen anything like this before. How peculiar this cabinet appears, yet it possesses a certain charm. What is that board? It doesn't seem to be made of wood. What material is it constructed from? What purpose does it serve? I am not sure. Perhaps it is intended for the food stall, likely related to culinary endeavors. We are not quite knowledgeable about such matters. That girl Zhao is quite remarkable. Her small business seems to be flourishing. Isn't she the one responsible for those tomato seedlings? The tomatoes in my garden have grown splendidly. I suspect they will ripen soon. Same here. I am quite eager to discover the flavor of these tomatoes. Haha. Our village, Xinghua, has indeed produced a talented young lady. How delightful." When Lu Zhaozhao and her companions arrived in town, dawn had already broken. Nevertheless, it was still early, and the streets were largely deserted, as most were just rising from slumber. Fortunately, the early hour meant that such a colossal object would not attract undue attention. Otherwise, it would have certainly drawn a crowd, being so conspicuous. Upon reaching the food stall, the two village uncles, Gu Yin and the driver, along with the others, collaboratively maneuvered the